Chapter 211. Complaining won't solve the problem. Other players will only have a harder time at this stage. In comparison, Li Xiao's life is at least hundreds or thousands of times better. Of course, Li Xiao only complains occasionally. After complaining, you still have to hurry up and work. After all, tomorrow at noon is the time node for the disaster event Goblin Invasion. Every minute and every second left now is precious. Other players may not have so many things to do, but with the completion of the upgrade of the Golden Shelter, the shelter's defense system can be upgraded again. The work at hand is not easy. Thinking of this, Li Xiao called the sky-breaking gargoyle and ordered, "Little Stone, you are now responsible for the upgrade of the furnace and storage box. After completing the task, infuse as much Moon Goddess potion as possible. I will develop a new version of the mutant potion later." "Okay, Commander. You can leave these small things to me." Since the sky-breaking gargoyle advanced, with the help of the Book of Arms and the Philosopher's Stone, it has broken free from the shackles and become more and more human. Li Xiao was naturally happy to see the changes in sky-breaking gargoyle. "Work hard. You have worked hard these days." Li Xiao patted sky-breaking gargoyle on the shoulder. Sky-breaking gargoyle said seriously, "It is my life's honor to serve the commander." "Okay. You work first. I have to go to work." "Yes." Li Xiao took out a large amount of upgrade resources from several silver storage boxes, as well as thousands of gold construction hammers that had been purchased and made early in the morning, and came to the courtyard of the shelter. Because the major buildings and facilities of the shelter's defense system have been enhanced by scarlet assimilation, although this has made the shelter's defense system more powerful. But a problem that comes with it is that the upgrade of various buildings in the shelter requires the participation of scarlet points. And scarlet points are only owned by Li Xiao and can be consumed and used. Even Celia cannot obtain scarlet points. This also leads to a problem. Every time the shelter's building facilities are upgraded, Li Xiao needs to do it himself, and others cannot intervene at all. It is precisely because of this reason that Li Xiao entrusted the trivial tasks of upgrading the furnace and storage box to the sky-breaking gargoyle. Gold Scarlet Arrow Tower upgrade requirements: Gold Ingot X 1800, Gold Longbow X1, Scarlet Points X100. Shelter Level 6 upgrade time 3 hours. Li Xiao stood next to the towering arrow tower, looking at the information on the upgrade panel, shook his head and smiled bitterly. "Fortunately, when choosing 3 out of 5 hidden rewards, I chose to reduce the cost of upgrading the shelter by 50%. Otherwise, even if I want to upgrade the defense system of the shelter in one go, it is a difficult task. Upgrading an arrow tower to gold requires 1,800 gold ingots. And this is the data after the hidden reward takes effect. They are all big spenders. Fortunately, during this period, Li Xiao and Su Hongdo's high-end accessories business is not to be underestimated. These resources, although painful, are still within Li Xiao's range. Don't be reluctant to give up the child. Goblin, let's do it." When Li Xiao thought about the Goblin Invasion tomorrow at noon, he directly invested resources to upgrade the Scarlet Arrow Tower. 3 hours is too long. If you really want to procrastinate like this, don't even mention tomorrow at noon. Even if you give yourself another week, it's probably wishful thinking to upgrade the entire defense system of the shelter. So the Golden Construction Hammer, which can reduce the upgrade time by 3 hours, is an indispensable upgrade auxiliary resource at this moment. Bang! With the strike of the Gold Architecture Hammer, the Scarlet Arrow Tower was upgraded immediately. Boom! The Scarlet Arrow Tower rose from the ground and soared a few meters higher. The scarlet patterns on the exterior of the building became more and more complex. Li Xiao looked at it intently. After checking the panel data of the Gold Crimson Arrow Tower, Li Xiao was quite surprised. The increase in basic attack power, the increase in range, and even the increase in the number of bloody slaughter debuffs attached to the arrows were all within Li Xiao's expectations. But what he didn't expect was that the attack speed of the Gold Scarlet Arrow Tower was increased from the original 2 seconds per attack to the current 1.5 seconds per attack. Although this improvement is insignificant, it has a qualitative improvement in the damage increase of the Scarlet Arrow Tower. It seems that as the shelter is upgraded, the strength of various buildings will become higher and higher in the process of upgrading the level and quality. Li Xiao didn't say anything, holding the resources in one hand and the Gold Construction Hammer in the other, and walked around the shelter. In the shortest time, he upgraded all 196 Scarlet Arrow Towers in the shelter to level 6 Gold Scarlet Arrow Towers. Celia looked at this scene with a smile on her face, then rolled up her trouser legs and continued to tend to the magic plants in the fertile field. Another batch of magic plants are about to mature. And now is the busy season for the shelter. Don't look at Li Xia's shelter, including the sky-breaking gargoyle. There are 3 people. It's much better than the lonely players in other shelters. But the problem is that there are more things to do in Li Xia's shelter. Even with 3 people, aren't they still doing their own jobs? And even a little too busy? After taking a sip of water, Li Xia came to the city wall and looked at it intently. Gold Scarlet City Wall Upgrade Requirements. Gold Ingot X90. Scarlet Points X100. Shelter Level 6 Upgrade Time 1 hour. The resources consumed by the city wall upgrade are much smaller than the arrow tower, but with a large number. It is actually a considerable expense. Fortunately, it only takes 1 hour to upgrade the city wall, so there is no need for the gold construction hammer, and an iron construction hammer is enough. In terms of conversion, it really saves a lot of resources. Li Xia thought about this and took out resources to upgrade the city wall. Bang! Accompanied by the sound of the iron construction hammer, the city wall was upgraded immediately. The city wall looked more solid, and because of the upgrade, the complex scarlet lines on the exterior were also painted with golden textures. Seeing this, Li Xia looked at it intently. The data of the upgraded gold scarlet city wall was not as exaggerated as the arrow tower. The only unexpected change was that the solidity value of the city wall increased by 2,000 points directly after the upgrade. The data increase of this item alone is indeed higher than other similar buildings of the same level. But think about it. The city wall consumes less materials and has a single function. After upgrading, it can increase the solidity value by 2,000 points, which is already worth it. Don't ask for too much. Li Xia closed the panel data of the gold scarlet city wall, and then continued to upgrade the city wall repeatedly. After working for more than half an hour, Shelter Defense System. The first 3 sets. City Wall, Arrow Tower, Mage Tower. 2 items have been completed. This kind of work progresses faster than expected, but the resources consumed are also more than expected. The cost of the gold construction hammer and the iron construction hammer alone is a considerable expense. By using resources to buy time, in Li Xia's opinion, it is a very suitable deal. With the various specialties and exclusive products currently owned by his own shelter, it is easy to obtain ingots and even the resources needed to upgrade the shelter. At most, it would take some time to accumulate and exchange. But on the eve of the disaster event Goblin Invasion, the priority is naturally to consider how to maximize the combat effectiveness of the defense system of their own shelter. Even if there are a lot of resources in hand, if they are not circulated and used, they are no different from a pile of waste materials. How much resources are consumed is not important. The shelter defense system is important. Or, in other words, the shelter defense system is not important. Li Xia's safety is the most important. Li Xia has a deep understanding of this. So in the relationship between resources and himself, he will not reverse the positions of both parties. Li Xia returned to the shelter workshop. The workshop had already changed a lot. The furnace was golden, and the smelting fire was getting hotter. The golden storage boxes were neatly arranged and looked much more upscale. The sky-breaking gargoyle was standing next to the golden storage box, sorting out resources. Seeing Li Xia coming, he said, "Commander, I have done everything you asked me to do. All the moon goddess potions have been stored. You can take them when you need them later." "Okay. Thank you for your hard work. It's not hard. It's my honor to do some small things for you." "The commander," Li Xia laughed, "I'm almost done with my work here. I'll handle the rest myself. There are a batch of magic plants in the fertile field that have matured. Go to the courtyard to help Celia harvest the magic plants." "Yes, Commander." The sky-breaking gargoyle agreed and turned to leave the shelter workshop. Li Xia came to the storage box that had just been upgraded and looked at it intently. Li Xia's eyes widened, somewhat surprised. He knew that scarlet ore ingots and even the magic ore ingots, which he had never seen before, took a long time to smelt and were difficult to smelt. It was precisely because of these factors that the output of scarlet ore ingots was not very high in terms of supply. But the upgraded gold furnace changed all this. Starting today, the smelting time of scarlet ore ingots, magic ore ingots, and even higher level rare and special ore ingot materials obtained in the future will be further reduced. For Li Xia, a resource tycoon, This is simply the best thing that can't be better. Li Xia casually put all the scarlet ores obtained from the exploration of the Scarlet Land into the gold furnace, and then put in a large amount of wood. Dang! 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 The gold furnace began to operate at full capacity. After finishing the work at hand, Li Xia came to the gold workbench. The basic three-piece set of the shelter and the wizard tower has not been upgraded yet. Compared with the arrow tower and the city wall, the wizard tower requires additional staff weapons for synthesis, which is why Li Xia returned to the shelter workshop at this moment. The research and development of platinum ingot formula unlocking work has already started immediately after the gold workbench was upgraded. At this moment, although all platinum ingot formulas cannot be unlocked, the staff formula, as the first priority, has been unlocked. Without much hesitation, Li Xia clicked on the formula page and began to search for the required formula. Chapter 212. Materials required for diamond staff, 8 diamonds. 10 platinum ingots synthesis time 5 minutes. Li Xia looked at the panel data, a little stunned. In the unconventional formula series of platinum ingots, the staff weapon turned out to be a diamond staff? And the production material actually requires diamonds? Diamonds are high-level gem resources. Before today, he had never heard of it. Not to mention whether there is inventory in the storage box. Isn't that right? Li Xia scratched his head and said, platinum ingots unlock diamond staffs. But what about ruby staffs? This may be due to inertia. In the previous times, the staffs needed by the Scarlet Mage Tower were obtained by investing the same level of mineral ingot resources in the newly upgraded workbench to unlock the corresponding unconventional formula. This time, the Scarlet Mage Tower wanted to advance, and it also needed ruby staffs instead of diamond staffs. Li Xia took it for granted that the formula of ruby staffs was an unconventional formula of the platinum ingot series. After coming to his senses, Li Xia quickly clicked on the recipe page and searched in the gold ingot recipe series. Unexpectedly, he really found the ruby staff. I can only say, empiricism kills people. Materials required for ruby staff, ruby X8. Gold ingot X10 synthesis time 1 minute. Li Xia. Silence is Cambridge tonight. Li Xia was busy upgrading the shelter first, and was busy upgrading the shelter's defense facilities as soon as possible. But he only had one idea about the upgrade requirements of the Scarlet Mage Tower, which was the participation of the ruby staff. But he forgot one thing. Ruby staff, as the name suggests, must require ruby gemstones to make materials. But damn it, I don't have ruby gemstones at all. How can I upgrade this? 2 consecutive mistakes completely tensed up Li Xia's nerves, which were tired from too much sleep. But it's not his fault. From the survival game of the Advent Cthulhu series to the construction of the shelter, he has taken root in this different world. At the beginning, the shelter didn't even have enough wood and stone resources, and the only specialty of the shelter was healing mushrooms. Now, there are advanced mineral ingots, rare gems, various rare buildings, and rare potion formulas. With more resources, Li Xia can only build a few advanced storage boxes to store various resources in different categories. But asking him to know the real-time data of various resources in his own shelter, this is too difficult for him. This is not a game of heroes of might and magic. There is no real-time data panel of various resources in front of him. How could Li Xia know these resources? Especially the real-time resource data so clearly? After all, the personal store of his own shelter has very objective resources that are not sold in exchange. It would be great if there was a panel data showing the inventory of various shelters in real time. Li Xia complained while searching for a gold storage box specially used for gem resources. In the end, he made one thing clear. The shelter really didn't have any stock of ruby and diamond gems. Li Xia thought for a moment, then clicked into the armor set recipe page. Materials required for scarlet armor, 60 scarlet ore ingots, 45 tissue samples, 15 minutes to synthesize. He didn't hesitate too much. Since the diamond staff and ruby staff cannot be made yet, let's make the scarlet armor set first. Don't look at the unconventional recipe series of the scarlet biome. I didn't choose it in the last reward, but the various rewards during these days, as well as killing bosses and opening treasure chests. Li Xia also unlocked most of the unconventional formula series of the crimson biome. The formula of the crimson armor set was obtained early on, but at that time, even though he had a sufficient number of crimson ore ingots in exchange for selling the special products of the shelter, he did not have the material of tissue samples. Now, after finally killing the brain of Cthulhu, he obtained the tissue samples. Only then could Li Xia consider making a set of scarlet armor. Invest resources and make it. Li Xia was not idle either. He called up the friend channel and found Su Hongdo. Li Xia, is Hongdo there? You have always been a big buyer of ingot materials in the regional channel. I want to ask, do you have any ruby resources on hand? Li Xia, I just checked the trading platform. There are some scattered ruby gems. But the total number is not even 1,000. Which can't meet my needs at all. Li Xia, these rubies should have been obtained from the gift bags in the last Triumphal Week event. On the one hand, the quantity does not meet my needs. And on the other hand, the price is higher than the market price. Li Xia, I was thinking, if you have rubies and gems on hand, if the quantity is sufficient, can you sell me some? I sent several messages in a row and waited for a few minutes. Su Hongdo did not reply. I think it may be that Su Hongdo is not staying in the shelter at the current time node. Li Xia could only close the chat channel and give up. The chat channel at the core of the shelter is bad in this respect. It can only be used in the shelter. Once you leave the shelter, neither the regional channel nor the private chat channel can be used normally. But this also makes Li Xia look forward to the arrival of personal digital assistants. This may be a feat in the survival game of the series of K, which is no less than the emergence of 3G and 4G networks in the real world. In the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, Li Xia drank a lot of water. And with a ding, 3 balls of deep red liquid floated above the gold workbench. This also shows that the scarlet armor set has been completed. Li Xia hurriedly stood up, came to the gold workbench, picked up 3 liquid water balls, and looked at them intently. Li Xia checked the scarlet armor set and nodded with satisfaction. Finally, I didn't make the same mistake again and again today. The effect of this scarlet armor set is very much in line with Li Xia's wishes. The increase in life recovery speed can increase the fault tolerance rate of battlefield fighting. The increase in all player damage can increase the player's comprehensive combat effectiveness. Although the scarlet armor set lost the effect of increasing the upper limit of mana and the magic critical hit rate compared to the ancient cobalt armor set and the jungle armor set, it was more in line with Li Xia's wishes. After all, after he replaced the pumpkin armor set with the ancient cobalt armor set, the pumpkin armor set's said bonus effect of increasing all the player's damage was invalid. Now, the scarlet armor set has regained the effect of increasing all the player's damage, which is much more stable than the ancient cobalt armor set's critical hit rate for skills. This is equivalent to raising my lower limit, which is not a loss no matter how I calculate it. Li Xia replaced the ancient cobalt armor set with the scarlet armor set, and then invested resources again to make another one to replace it for the armed spiked slime mother warrior. After all, the effect of the scarlet armor set is more suitable for warriors. As for Celia, she doesn't need to replace the scarlet armor set. After all, for a pure mage player like Celia, who has the racial talent of the witch's grace, the ancient cobalt armor set can increase the maximum magic value limit and provide a considerable magic critical hit rate, which is far more suitable than the several effects granted by the scarlet armor set. Li Xia took advantage of the gap in making the scarlet armor set to take out the diamond treasure chest reward given by the first upgrade of the shelter from the Ivy backpack. Open the diamond treasure chest and get Battle Potion X3, Endurance Potion X2, Poison Potion X1, Magic Potion X5, Healing Potion X5, Life Crystal X3, Magic Crystal X3, Enchanted Sword X1, Shadow Armor Set Recipe X1, Charge Shield System X1. Ding! 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 As the diamond treasure chest was opened, the system prompts continued. Li Xia carefully counted the light balls of different colors floating in the air. Wow! There are 10 of them. Let's not talk about the quality of the resources in this diamond treasure chest, but the number of resources opened is really unique. 10 balls of light in total, which is the first among all the treasure chests and treasure boxes opened by Li Xia. Li Xia reached out and poked the 10 balls of light one by one, and found that most of the resources were old acquaintances. But he did not get discouraged or turn his face away, because these resources are always useful. After sorting out all the potion resources and life crystals, Li Xia directly put them on the personal store to sell in exchange for the required resources. As for the enchanted sword, he naturally kept it. Then, he looked at the other 2 resources with expectation. After checking the panel data of the charging shield, Li Xia's mouth corners rose greatly. Before, Li Xiao was still worried that after the shelter was upgraded, his home still lacked a shelter feature. There were players selling in the personal store of the trading platform, but they were all the most basic characteristic resources, like the life wood magic wand. Li Xiao's vision was high now, and he didn't think much of this kind of resources. The promotion store does have this kind of resources for sale, but the points I have on hand are very few, and they are reserved for when I need a certain type of resource or formula urgently. If it is for a shelter feature, and the points that are hard to get in the promotion store are wasted, Li Xiao is naturally unwilling. Now it's good. After opening the treasure chest, I got the charging shield system, this extremely rare shelter feature, and Li Xiao is naturally very satisfied. Li Xiao hurriedly called out the shelter panel and loaded the charging shield system into the shelter feature column. Feature June 6th, charging shield system current shelter level, level 6. Total shield strength value, 15,000/15,000. Li Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. Now that the shelter has this charging shield system, it can be said to be impregnable. Another resource shadow armor set recipe. Although not much attention has been paid to it, but this recipe, Li Xiao clearly remembers, is a recipe in the Corruption Land Unconventional Recipe series. However, since Li Xiao has not yet gone to the Corrupted Land for exploration and adventure, the crafting and synthesis of the shadow armor set is naturally out of the question. Is this shadow set formula redundant? Li Xiao smacked his lips. And when he was thinking about whether to sell it together, the system prompt sound continued to sound. Su Hongdo. Helpless.jpg. Lao. You really don't come to the temple for no reason. Su Hongdo, with long black hair, sat on a chair, typing with a smile on her face. Obviously, although she complained a little, she was actually very happy. In fact, Su Hongdo's attitude towards Li Xiao was completely different from that towards other people. Even Li Bianqing, for example. Until now, when other people chat with Li Xiao, they will call him God Xiao. But Su Hongdo always insisted on calling Li Xiao Ku Lao. And this title of Ku Lao was given by Su Hongdo in a mischievous way when they first met. Li Xiao, ha ha ha. I really have no other choice. Didn't I find you? Please help me. Li Xiao, given our relationship, if you really have ruby gems, you would be embarrassed not to lend me a hand. Right? Su Hongdo, you really know how to pick the right time. Before the Goblin Invasion disaster event was announced, I was exploring and adventuring in the high-level gem mine. Su Hongdo, look. After hearing the system announcement in the gem mine that there was a disaster event, the Goblin Invasion, I rushed to get back just now. Li Xiao, gem mine? So, you really have ruby gems on hand? Su Hongdo, of course. I do. Chapter 213. Forest Biome. Su Hongdo's silver shelter is located near the mine. That's right. Her shelter at the moment is still just a silver shelter. During this period, Su Hongdo did not immediately go to the Crimson Land or the Corrupted Land to explore. But because of her dwarven heritage, she entered the gem mine. For others, taking the boss first kill reward is the best choice. But for Su Hongdo, this is not the most important thing. It is precisely because of this that Su Hongdo, who has always closely followed Li Xiao and even left Li Bianqing far behind, and is firmly ranked second in the five-man team of the Dawn Front, is still in the silver shelter until now. In the bedroom, Su Hongdo asked the undead miner to stand aside and blow his wet hair with a fan, while she chatted with Li Xiao with a smile on her face. You really don't come to the temple for no reason. However, Su Hongdo was still very proud of what she said. At least when he encounters problems or difficulties, Li Xiao will think of himself. Li Xiao, ha ha ha. That's great. I'm talking about the resources of ingots and gemstones. It's right to ask you. Li Xiao, look at how many rubies you have on hand. Can you give me some? Just tell me what resources you need. Li Xiao, or for our current high-end accessories business, can I give you an extra 10% of the settlement amount of my profit share this month? Su Hongdo, no need to bother. I'll give you as many rubies as you need for free. Hiss. Li Xiao took a breath of cold air when he saw this. Isn't Su Hongdo's words too grand? There are about 200 Scarlet Wizard Towers waiting to be upgraded, plus the advancement of the Slime Staff, and some miscellaneous odds and ends. The current required ruby gems are at least 3,000 or 4,000. This is not a small amount. The number of ruby resources on the market is scarce, but with the advancement of the shelter, the demand for ruby gems will increase day by day. This amount of 3 or 4,000 ruby gems is worth a lot. That's not what friends do. Li Xia, but I need a lot. 3 or 4,000 red rubies are a lot of money now. There's no reason for me to let you pay for this resource. Su Hongdo, don't worry. I'm telling you the truth. Also, you are not allowed to tell this news to anyone else. Not even to other members of the Dawn Front team. Li Xia, what's going on? Why are you being so mysterious? Su Hongdo, don't worry. Just tell me whether you agree or not. Li Xia, okay. Okay. I promise you. Go ahead. Su Hongdo, the gem mine I explored this time belongs to me. Li Xia, oh, what do you mean? What do you mean it belongs to you? Su Hongdo, I have obtained the ownership of this gem mine. But not completely. This is because of my dwarf heritage. Which is very complicated. Su Hongdo, but I think you are the inheritor of the Tree Demon clan. If there is an opportunity, it should be soon. Su Hongdo, in short, my dwarven heritage is particularly compatible with the small biological community of the Gem Mine Cave. So even though I have not yet been promoted to the 3rd level, I have obtained the authority of a small half of this biological community. Su Hongdo, after I reach the 3rd level, I should be able to officially control half of it, and even completely control it in the later stage. Li Xia. After hearing this news, Li Xia was stunned for a long time. The Gem Mine Cave, a special small biological community, has an owner just like that? Su Hongdo is really a person who makes a splash when he does not make a sound. After he came to his senses, Su Hongdo continued to send messages. Su Hongdo, actually, to be honest, I can have this opportunity thanks to you. Kualao. Li Xia, me? Is there anything about me in this? Su Hongdo, of course. Have you forgotten? When we were exploring together, I merged the souls of other dwarves, and the inheritance was advanced on the spot. And I gained an extra power? Li Xia, I remember. How could I forget such a thing? Su Hongdo, ha ha ha. You can regard my harvest this time as the aftertaste of the last time. This road is said to be the road that the top masters of all races in the survival game of the last era will take. Su Hongdo, it's just a little difficult to walk. And I took this road in advance because of chance. Li Xia, then I understand what you mean. Congratulations. Su Hongdo, so, the reason I can have this adventure today is actually because of your help. Su Hongdo, now I am barely half the owner of this small special biome gemstone mine. So I can have as many rubies as you want. Su Hongdo, so I didn't ask you how much you need before. Because I can afford it anyway. Li Xia, ha ha ha. Okay. Given our relationship, if I'm polite to you again, I'd be too hypocritical. Just give me 4,000 rubies. When Su Hongdo saw Li Xia agree, the smile on his face became more obvious. In a moment. Su Hongdo, it has been transferred to you. Remember to receive it. Li Xia, TSK. Hongdo, you are now a truly rich woman. Su Hongdo, this is just the beginning. After I officially advance to the 3rd level, I will officially take charge of half of the power of the gem mine. And I can even spend resources to make a challenge letter for the gem mine. Su Hongdo, of course. This kind of challenge letter can only be sent to my gem mine. Su Hongdo, but unfortunately, even if I am at the 3rd level, I still need to find the enchanted sword. Li Xia, why is this? Is there any reason? Su Hongdo, only in this way. With the blessing of the enchanted sword, the world anchor coordinates will be more stable, and the consumption of making the challenge letter will be reduced a lot. Li Xia, enchanted sword, click to view details. Shadow armor set recipe, click to view details. Su Hongdo? What's going on with you? Li Xia, you are allowed to have an adventure, but I am not allowed to have some gains? Su Hongdo, no. No. This is an enchanted sword. Damn it. Li Xia, ha ha ha. I have 2 enchanted swords on hand. I'll give this one to you as a return gift for the ruby gem you gave me. Li Xia, also. When we were chatting before, I heard you say that you chose the unconventional recipe series of the Crimson Land. And I chose the unconventional recipe series of the Corruption Land. Li Xia, this shadow armor set formula is in my unconventional recipe series. And it's useless to keep it in my hands. So I'll give it to you. Su Hongdo, yeah. I won't be polite to you. With the enchanted sword, I can start making the challenge letter as soon as I advance to the 3rd level. Su Hongdo, this enchanted sword is really important to me. Kualao. Thank you. Li Xia, you are being polite to me now? No need. Su Hongdo, ha ha ha. Yeah. Then I won't be polite to you. Li Xia, that's right. Who are we talking to? After finishing the chat, Su Hongdo summoned the core of the shelter and took out the enchanted sword and the shadow armor set from it. What a nice sword. Su Hongdo looked at the light blue long sword in his hand with joy in his eyes. This was really a timely help. The recipe of the shadow armor set is different from that of the scarlet armor set. Su Hongdo thought to himself, it is suitable for the undead miner who specializes in archers. In this conversation, even though Su Hongdo paid 4,000 ruby gems, he got the enchanted sword and shadow armor set formula, which was not only not a loss, but a great gain. Especially the enchanted sword that can help me anchor the coordinates of the world plane. Although it is outdated as a weapon, it is more than just a weapon. Hurry up. After the goblin invasion is over, we can start to consider going to the Scarlet Land to kill the brain of Cthulhu. At the same time, Gold Shelter, Workshop. Li Xia sat on a chair, playing with the newly made ruby staff. This ruby staff is quite different from the emerald staff, except for the fixed skill of magic weapons. Instant ruby arrow. There is no difference. The two magic weapons, even the attached penetration effect is exactly the same. Li Xia now has sufficient ruby gem resources. He directly invested enough materials to make the gold workbench run at full capacity. After dinner, the gold workbench has produced enough ruby staffs. Li Xia then brought the necessary resources to the location of the Shelter Wizard Tower. Crimson Wizard Tower upgrade requirements. Star Bottle X24. Ruby Staff X1. Platinum Ingot X135. Gold Ingot X405. Silver Ingot X405. Scarlet Points X300. Shelter Level 6 upgrade time 4 hours. Seeing this, Li Xia did not hesitate at all and directly invested resources to upgrade. With a ding, the Scarlet Mage Tower began to upgrade. But because the highest level of the Construction Hammer series was only the Gold Construction Hammer, it could only reduce the building upgrade time by 3 hours. Faced with a 4-hour upgrade time of the Scarlet Mage Tower, it was basically impossible to upgrade it all before noon tomorrow. Li Xia did not hesitate much and took out the last bottle of Builder Potion in stock and an Iron Construction Hammer. The two upgrade resources can be accumulated together to reduce the upgrade time by 4 hours. It's a pity that the Builder's Potion is out of stock and the market price is too expensive. Otherwise, Li Xia shook his head and sighed, and chose to use it immediately. Ding! After consuming the only remaining bottle of Builder's Potion, Li Xia checked the various data of the Level 5 Scarlet Mage Tower and nodded with satisfaction. As the area of the Scarlet Rain Cloud gradually increased, the additional debuff damage continued to increase. The skill duration accumulated, and the skill cooldown time gradually decreased. The deterrence and combat power of the Scarlet Mage Tower are getting better and better, even in the later stage. As the Scarlet Mage Tower is upgraded, the resources consumed are increasing day by day. But it is still a shelter building worth upgrading. Even, the only one. 2 Scarlet Mage Towers were upgraded again. But this time even if Li Xia used the Golden Building Hammer, the Scarlet Mage Tower still had an hour of upgrade time. Looking at the sky that just darkened, it is gradually entering autumn now, and the sky gets dark early. Li Xia glanced at the time. It was just past 7 in the evening. It's still early. Li Xia was ready to go out with a fiberglass fishing rod in hand. As a master of time management, this hour naturally cannot be wasted. It just so happened that the title of civilized angler was fully charged, and after this fishing trip, he could get a quality promotion reward. He couldn't afford to be unenthusiastic. The life of a fisherman is so simple and unpretentious. Chapter 214. Forest Biome. The sky was dark, and thick black clouds covered the sky. Only a few stars dotted the sky and emitted a few lights, accompanied by a rustling sound. Li Xia waved his feather-white wings and landed by the lake. Li Xia looked around and found a good place to sit down. He immediately took out the slime staff from the ivy backpack. While waving, 3 armed spike slime mother shooters and captains guarded on the left and right, each holding a sand gun and looking around vigilantly. Li Xia calmly took out the fiberglass fishing rod. Looking at this old work that has accompanied him for a long time, Li Xia sighed. Tsk. I have been using this fiberglass fishing rod for a long time without realizing it. I have to say, this fiberglass fishing rod is my lucky star. At least during this period, The quality of my civilized angler title has been improved faster. Although Li Xiao knew that the faster improvement of the civilized angler title was due to the help of high-quality bait and various accessories that increased the experience progress bar. But in his heart, he still attributed this good luck to the fiberglass fishing rod in his hand that had been with him for a long time. However, people go to high places and water flows to low places. And Li Xiao is no exception. At present, he already has a higher level fishing rod to make. If he hadn't been busy upgrading the shelter's defense system these days, the gold workbench would have been running around for 24 hours without a moment's rest. And Li Xiao would have spent materials to make a meat-catching fishing rod. But it doesn't matter. Things always have priorities. And everything is still in time. Li Xiao equipped himself with fisherman earrings, high-quality fishing line, and the newly made enchanted night walker bait. After everything was ready, the float fell accurately into the lake as the fishing rod swung a perfect arc in the air. Li Xiao held the fiberglass fishing rod in both hands, sat in the same place with ease, and said patiently, "Use civilized angler." In the forest, the breeze blew, and the lake surface was rippling. Not long after, the float floating in the center of the lake began to float up and down. Li Xiao's face lit up, and he yanked the fishing rod. Congratulations to the player for obtaining the gold treasure box. Li Xiao, not bad. That being said, he also knew in his heart that the fiberglass fishing rod was indeed out of date, and it was time to make a more efficient meat-catching fishing rod after returning. Putting this matter aside for the time being, Li Xiao raised the gold treasure box in his hand and looked at it carefully. No matter what the quality of the resources opened in the treasure box this time, the title of civilized angler can be promoted. You may make a small profit, but I will never lose. Ha ha ha. Open the golden treasure box. Get Bricklaying Knife X1, Magic Potion X5, Healing Potion X5, Life Crystal X1, Endurance Potion X1, Gold Ingot X200. As the golden treasure box turned into a stream of light and dissipated, 6 light balls of different colors floated in the air. Li Xiao directly reached out and poked all the light balls, glanced at them, and nodded as if he had expected it. Although the quantity is large, the quality is considered top-notch among the golden treasure boxes. Put all the potions and ingot resources into the ivy backpack. He picked up an accessory that looked like a wall-building tool and looked at it intently. Li Xiao's eyes widened suddenly, and his face lit up. Even if he counted from the beginning of his arrival in the other world, he had only obtained a toolbox accessory. And although the toolbox has 2 effects, one is to increase the upper limit of the number of shelter buildings that can be upgraded at the same time, and the other is to reduce the upgrade time of the shelter building by 10%. Although there are 2 toolbox effects, they are both miscellaneous and not refined. On the contrary, the effect of the bricklaying knife is more direct and effective. In the afternoon, when Li Xiao was upgrading the Scarlet Mage Tower, he found that even the highest level of the gold construction hammer that can be made in the construction hammer series could not be upgraded immediately. So he thought of the toolbox. But even if Li Xiao wore the toolbox accessory, the upgrade time of the Scarlet Mage Tower was only reduced from 1 hour to 54 minutes. What's the use of this reduction? Now, with this bricklaying knife on hand, the upgrade speed is greatly improved. With the golden construction hammer and the toolbox, even if the entire Scarlet Mage Tower cannot be upgraded in 1 day, most of it can be completed. It seems that the quality of this golden treasure box is not top grade, but top grade. Li Xiao smiled and stored the accessories in the ivy backpack with satisfaction. This trip to the treasure box fishing is not in vain with the bricklaying knife as an accessory. Li Xiao rubbed his hands and excitedly called out the Civilized Angler title page. This is the highlight of today. Title: Civilized Angler 0%. Quality: Outstanding 35%. Quality promotion reward to be collected. This time, use the Civilized Angler title to fish in the treasure box. With the blessing of enchanted night walker bait, fisherman earrings, and high-quality fishing line, the Civilized Angler title has an additional 55% experience progress bar improvement. In addition to treasure box fishing, a fixed 10% experience progress bar is obtained. The experience bar of the Civilized Angler title has been increased by a total of 65%. This trip not only allowed the Civilized Angler to successfully advance to the outstanding quality, but also achieved a 35% experience increase in the outstanding quality. At present, I have the recipe for the enchanted Nightwalker bait, and the materials are not difficult to find. Just worm bait and fallen stars. These two materials almost indicate that the enchanted Nightwalker bait can be mass-produced. In other words, in the future, I can get at least a 65% increase in the experience bar when I go fishing in the treasure box. This is a terrifying speed. Li Xia clicked to receive the reward with satisfaction. Receive the quality upgrade reward. Get Fishing Tackle Box X1. Huh? Li Xia saw that the quality upgrade reward for the Civilized Angler title this time was one of the 3 fishing sets he had been thinking about. And he was relieved. This time, the expected harvest was finally achieved. In addition, he also received an additional bricklaying knife, a shelter characteristic accessory. No matter how you look at it, today is also a good day with great luck. Li Xia picked up the tackle box and looked at it intently. The tackle box not only has the fixed effect of increasing fishing power by 10%, but also has an additional effect of 50% chance of not consuming bait when fishing. This effect is very practical. Overall, the tackle box is the most practical and outstanding accessory in the 3-piece fishing set. No doubt about it. Now that the 3-piece fishing set is complete, you can go back and make the advanced accessory fisherman's tackle bag. It can be regarded as the achievement of a small goal. I wonder what kind of rewards will be given for the subsequent quality upgrade of the Civilized Angler title. Li Xia licked his lips and murmured, I am really looking forward to it. After putting all the resources into the ivy backpack, Li Xia immediately used the memory mirror to return to the shelter. After equipping the bricklaying knife and toolbox, Li Xia immediately upgraded 3 Scarlet Mage Towers. With the blessing of 2 shelter-specific accessories and the golden construction hammer, the upgrade time of a Scarlet Mage Tower was shortened to 24 minutes. In order to upgrade the Scarlet Mage Tower as much as possible before the Goblin Invasion Disaster event at 12 noon tomorrow, Li Xia not only fully exerted the wisdom of a time management master, but also drank a bottle of energy potion in stock. Obviously, Li Xia has no intention of sleeping tonight. Back to the workshop. Taking advantage of the gap in the Scarlet Mage Tower upgrade, Li Xia hurried to work. First, sort out the resources obtained this time, and put all the useless and redundant resources on the personal store in exchange for the required resources. Other useful resources are all stored in different gold storage boxes according to their categories. After a while, Li Xia took out the fisherman's earrings, high-quality fishing line, and fishing tackle box, and walked to the gold workbench. Li Xia clicked on the recipe page, swiped his finger up and down, and found the required recipe. Materials required for fisherman's fishing tackle bag, high-quality fishing line X1, fisherman's earrings X1, fishing tackle box X1. Synthesis time 15 minutes. 15 minutes? It's not an insult to the special nature of the fisherman's fishing tackle bag. Li Xia immediately invested resources to synthesize. During the synthesis period, he went to the gold storage boxes everywhere, took out the Moon Goddess potion and the Scarlet Ore ingot, and prepared for the later work. Record the quantity of various resources by the way. This was because he forgot that there was no ruby gem in the shelter inventory last time, and he was alerted in advance and started to do the record work, in order to avoid falling into the same pit twice. Fortunately, this work did not start today. The statistics of various resources have been done by the sky-breaking gargoyle. Li Xia only needs to make different marks according to his demand for various resources. After finishing the recording work, the fisherman's tackle bag was successfully made. When Li Xia saw a small accessory model floating in the air, he couldn't wait to walk over and pick it up to observe. After checking the effect of the accessory, Li Xia was not too surprised. After all, the 3 effects of the fisherman's tackle bag are just the effects that the respective synthetic materials have. At most, the complete fisherman's tackle bag only needs to occupy 1 accessory slot to obtain the effects that previously required occupying 3 accessory slots. However, what surprised Li Xia was that the fisherman's tackle bag was not the final form, because the type column of the fisherman's tackle bag also has the entry of the material, which also means that the fisherman's tackle bag can be synthesized into more powerful accessories in the future. When Li Xia thought of this day, his heart was full of joy. Li Xia picked up the Scarlet Ore ingot beside him, clicked on the recipe page, slid his finger up and down, and found the required recipe. Materials required for the meat catcher, Scarlet Ore ingot X8. Synthesis time 3 minutes. Li Xia immediately invested resources and synthesized 1. Double? Li Xiao's eyes were filled with joy. Although the 10% chance is a bit low. Although the fishing power of the meat catcher fishing rod is only 5% higher than that of the fiberglass fishing rod. But the effect of the meat catcher fishing rod is really strong. Once the 10% chance is hit, it will be double the harvest. If this effect is triggered when fishing in the treasure box? Oh my god! This is 2 treasure boxes. Try it when you have time. Li Xiao continued to invest resources, and prepared to synthesize a meat-catching fishing rod again. After all, there are more than one fisherman in the shelter now. Celia is still using the most ordinary wooden fishing rod. And I haven't had time to take care of her these days. Celia has also helped me a lot during this period. So I'll give her this meat-catching fishing rod as a gift. After the production was completed, Li Xiao came outside the house at the right time. The 3 Scarlet Magic Towers had just been upgraded. Li Xiao continued to invest resources, and upgraded the 3 Scarlet Magic Towers again, and gave the gift to Celia, who was still tending to the magic plants. When he returned to the house, Li Xiao went straight to the alchemy table. Chapter 215. The night gradually became as dark as ink. A large patch of dark clouds covered the sky. In the cold night, the forest community was in a downpour. It seemed to be a foreshadowing for the arrival of the goblin invasion tomorrow. Listening to the sound of rain, Li Xiao ignored everything outside the window, and stood in front of the alchemy table. At this moment, the gold workbench was running at full capacity, making various accessories, so that the delay of the shelter upgrade today would not affect the delivery early tomorrow morning. After all, the high-end accessories business that he and Su Hongdo were partnering in was in full swing. If he wasted a day, he would lose a lot of money. Generally speaking, it was impossible to make potions at this time. But today was an exception, because the shelter had a new functional furniture. The alchemy table. Compared with the gold workbench, the alchemy table was not only convenient, but also faster. The alchemy table could only store various potion formulas, and it was considered a very professional piece of furniture. Li Xiao called up the recipe page, slid his fingers up and down, and couldn't help but smile, because using the alchemy table to make all the potion recipes he currently knows, it doesn't take any time and can be completed instantly. This is simply a qualitative leap. Materials required for combat potion: Moonlight Potion X1, Death Grass, Vertebra X1 / Rotten Meat X1. Synthesis time: instant. Death Grass. Li Xiao specially picked a lot when exploring the Scarlet Land. Rotten meat is a material that can only be obtained by killing enemies in the corrupted land. And Li Xiao doesn't have it. But Li Xiao has the material of vertebrae, and he can choose either rotten meat or vertebrae. So even if there is no rotten meat, it doesn't matter. He can still synthesize the battle potion. Thinking of this, Li Xiao let out a sigh of relief. Immediately put in the required materials and started to synthesize. Ding! The synthesis material Moonlight Potion was detected to be replaced by the advanced version of the material Moon Goddess Potion. Due to the buff effect of the Moon Goddess Potion, the battle potion has mutated and is now renamed Blood War Potion. Blood War Potion? What a domineering name! Li Xiao was interested. After the potion synthesis was completed, he quickly picked up the Blood War Potion and looked at it intently. Hey! Li Xiao was interested after checking the panel data of the Blood War Potion. Although all the damage increased by the Blood War Potion did not change, but the duration was increased from 7 minutes to 10 minutes. Plus the additional effect of restoring 1 point of health after a single attack hits the enemy. This makes the competitiveness and efficacy of the Blood War Potion more objective. If the battle potion is suitable for all professions and all players, then the Blood Battle Potion is a pure melee profession potion. The applicable population is reduced, but the potion effect is more powerful and lasting. No matter how you calculate it, it is not a loss. Li Xiao stored the potion in the ivy backpack with satisfaction. Then he used the instant potion refining mechanism of the alchemy table to successively produce and synthesize various recovery potions and benefit potions. With the blessing of this batch of potion inventory, tomorrow's goblin invasion will be more confident. Even if you find that you don't need it later, you can sell it in your personal store. This way, no matter how you do it, you won't lose. Godfather, why don't you sleep? Celia had already washed up and was ready to sleep. But she was worried about Li Xiao, so she came to the workshop to ask. I'm not sleepy yet. You go to sleep first. Li Xiao turned his head and continued, you should rest early. Don't sleep in tomorrow. The goblin invasion will start at 12 noon. And we don't know how long the goblin invasion will last. So we can't be careless. Understand? Oh, I'm not that sleepy. I'll definitely get up tomorrow. Let me cook you a bowl of noodles, and then go to sleep. Celia didn't wait for Li Xia to answer. She immediately went to the kitchen in her pajamas, and started to work. Seeing this, Li Xia smiled happily. That's fine. Li Xia whispered softly, then came to the gold storage box, took out the only 3 gold sources left, and sat on the chair. He called out the skill panel, and looked at the 3 major skills. Scarlet Heavy Strike, Scarlet Crystal Strike, Scarlet Fission. No need to hesitate or worry this time, because the number of second-level gold sources is enough to upgrade these 3 skills. Li Xia immediately used a second-level gold source. Swish! A golden light flashed and disappeared. Scarlet Heavy Strike Enhancement Path 1. When releasing the Scarlet Heavy Strike skill, the mana consumption is reduced by 50% too. When releasing the Scarlet Heavy Strike skill, the cooldown time is reduced by 50% 3. When releasing the Scarlet Heavy Strike skill, there is a 50% chance of causing a critical hit. The 3 ways to enhance the Scarlet Smash came into view. Is there no increase in skill damage this time? Li Xia looked puzzled. It seems that the 3 ways to obtain advanced skills are not fixed. Now, it's even more interesting. Li Xia frowned and stared at the 3 ways to enhance. Enhancement Path 1. The mana consumption is reduced by 50%, which means that the mana consumption of releasing a Scarlet Smash is reduced from 10 points to 5 points. For others, this is equivalent to doubling the number of skills that can be released while keeping the total amount of mana unchanged. It is undoubtedly a good evolutionary path. But the problem is, Li Xia has just reached the 3rd level, and among the Scarlet powers he has obtained, one is to restore 1 point of magic value per second, under the current condition that the cooldown of the Scarlet Heavy Attack skill remains unchanged. 30 points of magic value can be restored in a 30-second cooldown. Will Li Xia still lack this little magic value? So the first strengthening path of the Scarlet Heavy Attack is meaningless to Li Xia. As for the second strengthening path, the skill cooldown time is reduced by 50%. That is, from 30 seconds to 15 seconds. At present, Scarlet Smash has become his main combat skill because of its short cooling time. If it can be shorter, 15 seconds is indeed very tempting. Press and see. Li Xia looked down and continued to look at the 3rd strengthening path. When releasing the skill Scarlet Smash, there is a 50% chance of causing a critical hit. According to Li Xia's understanding of using Scarlet Smash for so long, the critical damage is twice the normal damage. This strengthening path will undoubtedly double his instantaneous explosive power. But 50% triggering probability is not stable, calculated based on the skill being cast once every 30 seconds and 1 critical hit damage. In fact, it is barely equivalent to releasing 3 Crimson Smash in 1 minute. But if the 50% cooldown time reduction of Enhancement Path 2 is used, then 4 Crimson Smash can be released in 1 minute. Not to mention the Bloody Slaughter debuff attached to the 4 skills, and the Bloody Slaughter debuff attached to the Crimson Authority. The continuous damage of this double Bloody Slaughter debuff should not be underestimated. Thinking of this, Li Xia made up his mind. Not seeking the burst damage with unstable triggering probability, but pursuing the more stable output damage. Li Xia clicked option 2 with his finger. A golden light flashed again, and the workroom illuminated by the candlelight was instantly filled with light. The skill panel popped up automatically, and Li Xia looked at it intently. Skill name, Scarlet Heavy Strike. Skill attribute, Active Permanent Mastery Scarlet Exclusive. Level, Level 3. Magic value consumption, 10 points. Cooling time, 15 seconds. Effect, can be used with any weapon. The player consumes 10 magic points to launch a critical hit on the enemy, causing a total of 300% basic damage to the enemy, and a fixed Bloody Slaughter debuff, 4 damage per second, lasting for 3 seconds. Current Bloody Slaughter stacking layer, 2 layers. Learning requirements, Ranged F, Mage F, Melee F. Note, the special skill of the Scavenger Vulture, the Flying Feather Triple Attack, has transformed into the Scarlet Triple Attack under the assimilation of the Scarlet power of the Scarlet Overlord. No weapon restrictions. Guaranteed hit mechanism. Extremely short cooldown time. High damage. Will give players an excellent combat improvement. Li Xia nodded with satisfaction. Although the skill damage of Scarlet Heavy Strike did not increase, the number of times the skill was released doubled in the same period of time. This undoubtedly improved Li Xiao's combat effectiveness from another aspect. Godfather, the midnight snack is ready. Come out and eat. In the living room, Celia's shouting came. Oh! Right away. After hearing this, Li Xia temporarily stored the 2 second-level gold sources in the Ivy backpack and walked to the restaurant. He found a bowl of fragrant tomato and egg noodles on the table. Li Xia immediately took the chopsticks handed by Celia and prepared to eat heartily. Godfather, is it delicious? Well, it tastes good. I have learned some of my essence. Li Xia smiled and said, by the way, you should rest early and don't sit here. No. I'll stay with my godfather for a while longer. Okay. Let's chat. Li Xia nodded indifferently. Since Celia didn't want to sleep, Li Xia naturally wouldn't force her. At most, when she feels sleepy at noon tomorrow, let her drink a bottle of energy potion to recover. There's no need to dwell on such trivial matters. After all, Celia is not a child anymore. Li Xia was eating noodles, while Celia supported her forehead with her handrails and chatted with him. As they chatted, Li Xia suddenly remembered the previous chat with Su Hongdo, in which she talked about her control over the authority of the gem mine cave of the small special biological community. Li Xia told Celia the whole story and asked, "What do you think?" Celia hesitated for a moment and said, "If what she said is true, then she will be the only one who can control a biome. It's just that maybe because Su Hongdo is a dwarf, she chose the gem mine biome. Didn't Su Hongdo say that this path was taken by the top masters of different races in the last era survival game? In this era, Su Hongdo took the lead in embarking on this path, and others may also embark on this path. The only difference may be that the biological community controlled by others will not be the gem mine, but maybe other biological communities. I guess this too." Li Xia nodded slightly, agreeing with Celia's words. This may be due to the different inheritances controlled by different players, resulting in different biological communities. I am the Scarlet Overlord inheritance, and I am not compatible with the gem mine. This biome is not as helpful to me as Su Hongdo. But this road, to be clear, is the road that the top masters of different races in the last era of the survival game of the system of the K-series all took. In other words, unless you have a legacy, ordinary people are not qualified to take this road. And this legacy cannot be a legacy such as the sharpshooter, which does not even have a complete series of exclusive unconventional formulas. Celia continued, "That's the truth," which shows that the threshold of this road is very high, and the foreseeable benefits are also great. But, Li Xia raised his head. "What's wrong? Just say it," Celia said frankly. "Although I was reincarnated from Abigail's flower, I have no memory of the last era, so I don't know more about the last era than you, Godfather, and Su Hongdo. But I know one thing. The top players in this era of the survival game have just started on this road. Is that right?" Li Xia nodded slightly. "That's right. Well, it's good to reach this consensus." Celia continued, "This road to becoming a strong person is the road that the top strong people of different races in the last era all took. Which means that this road was at least a relatively mature road to becoming a strong person in the last era. This means that the number of players who have embarked on this road and the depth of their exploration and progress on this road are far stronger than the players in this era. Godfather, do you agree with this?" When Li Xia heard this, his expression became more serious. "Yes. Okay." Celia exhaled and continued, "But even so, in the environment of the last era where multiple races participated in the survival game of the system, and the top masters stepped into this path, the overall strength was stronger than this era. All races, all players, and all masters in the last era still failed, right? Except for the Tree Demon clan. They have me as a backup. And if it weren't for the Godfather, I don't know when the backup, would be resurrected. Leaving me aside, the whole army was annihilated in the last era. And it was on this road to becoming a strong man. Right?" Celia's resounding words, accompanied by several consecutive right, made Li Xia fall into deep thought. "Right? Yes. This road may be the road to becoming a strong man. But can it really allow players to achieve the ultimate mission and successfully survive in the survival game of the series? If not, should I take a different path in this era? And what about the reincarnation of the corrupted Master Mo Luoch as the World Devourer? Does he understand all this? Will the path he is taking be the path that he knows will not succeed, but at least will not fail? Even if it does not succeed, Wait! Li Xiao was suddenly shocked. Chapter 216. Night. Lonely. Outside the window, there is only the sound of raindrops falling from the sky to the ground. It seems that this era is the path of all players in the survival game. No way to retreat. No way back. You can only move forward. Li Xiao sat aside, his thoughts echoing in his mind. A path that will neither succeed nor fail? Mo Luochen. His choice at the crossroads of life. He took a completely opposite path from Li Xiao. No matter whether he knew the information about the road to the strong. But the fact is, he was reincarnated as the world devourer. What did he gain? What did he lose? What he gained and what he lost might be the same thing: the player's qualification. If the players and races participating in the survival game of the system of restraint, no matter how hard they try, the ending is doomed to fail. Then, if he abandons the player's qualification and joins the evil god's camp, can he survive? And the answer is obvious, because these clues are all in Li Xiao's previous personal experience. In all the explorations and adventures, the bird demons of the Sky Island, the goblins in the underground, the lizard men in the desert, and the Nanda tribe that he had never set foot on, but knew about through the information on the invitation letter of the marine community. These races that switched to the evil god camp survived after the era changed, and failed in the survival game of the previous era. And the price? Became the minions of the evil god, turned the guns and pointed them at his own people. Perhaps Mo Luochen didn't know the information about the road to the strong, because according to Su Hongdo, she was able to obtain a small half of the authority of the gem mine in the small special biological community at this stage. Also because of the special nature of inheritance and her own authority. Others will not have such good luck. But, even if Mo Luochen doesn't know these, what does it matter? Through the major biological communities, there are still races left. Mo Luochen can also deduce a conclusion. Player qualifications may be a good thing to some extent, but to a greater extent, for most participants, player qualifications are cages, shackles, and imprisonment. All players who participated in the survival game of the system of restraint, whether in the last era or this era, in the final analysis, they are all caged birds. Yes, it's just a caged bird. If it's not a caged bird, why can't they even decide when the disaster will come? Can they only deal with it? Even if I have the inheritance of the Scarlet Overlord, I still have to abide by the rules of the game. In the eyes of the evil gods, I am just a large caged bird. Mo Luochen would not fail to think of this. In fact, he thought ahead of himself in this step. The qualification of a player is a hot potato. So much so that Mo Luochen, in despair, gave up his human body and the qualification of being a player of the survival game of this era while exploring the corrupted land and being bewitched by the demon altar. Is he the first one in this era? Li Xiao is not sure. But Li Xiao is very sure of one thing. Mo Luochen will definitely not be the last one. Yes. Not even a player. Not even qualified. If you are destined to fail, how can you talk about failure? Survival? Or death? Mo Luochen has made his choice when the puzzle of the truth is not complete. Li Xiao also made his choice when the puzzle of the truth is even more incomplete. It's just that now that the clues are more detailed, Li Xiao does not regret his previous choice. Li Xiao doesn't know what the world devourer looks like. But let him give up everything he is now. Become the brain of Cthulhu. Become a brain covered with tentacles? Sorry. He can't do it. It's just... Thinking of this, Li Xiao looked at Celia worriedly. She has obtained the qualification of a player. She has fallen into this vortex. Is it lucky or unfortunate? Li Xiao smiled generously, and then told Celia all his guesses, and said, I don't know if what I did was right at the beginning. Celia raised her eyebrows and said, Godfather, you are wrong to think so. Even if what you did was wrong. So what? I like my current life. And who said we will definitely lose? Who stipulated that we must lose? Even if the future you said is true, I believe that you will protect my safety and lead me or us to victory. Ha ha ha. You are more optimistic than me. You are right. Optimism is a good thing. Li Xiao nodded and said, I just complained and forgot about it. No matter how hard life is, we still have to live on. Besides, our life is not difficult. Yeah, that's right. Celia nodded hurriedly. I think so too. Li Xiao stood up and said, Okay. The noodles are finished. You should go to bed. Okay. Godfather, take care of yourself. I'll go back to the room first. Celia waved her hand and went to the bedroom on the second floor. Li Xia stopped where he was, and his mind couldn't help but drift away again. He faced the problem of Imo Luochen's reincarnation of the World Devourer. Arrogant! Or, he underestimated everyone in the world. This world is not black and white. Gray areas exist in every industry, every world, and every class. Imo Luochen's reincarnation as the World Devourer may not be a sudden decision, but the result of careful consideration. Even at this moment, Imo Luochen still believes that he is on the right path. Yes, although this path is destined to fail, it will at least not fail. Right? But being a minion of the evil god is not that easy. Right? Reincarnation as a World Devourer is just the first step. Where is the Pledge of Allegiance? Imo Luochen is a World Devourer. If he simply devours the players who are still stranded in a corrupted land, this move is too small. Too much noise. Too little benefit. Not a move a smart person should make. Seal and imprison the corrupted land. Disaster event goblin invasion. And information about hidden Easter eggs. Perhaps the one who hid behind this disaster like a snake, intending to do the mantis stalking the cicada while the oriole waited behind, was Imo Luochen, who had reincarnated as the World Devourer. Although there were many regional channels, there was only one Imo Luochen. But the problem was that Imo Luochen naturally hoped that his Pledge of Allegiance would have weight. And what kind of weight could be compared to his own Scarlet Domination inheritance? So, at first glance, his encounter with Imo Luochen was an accident. But in fact, it was an inevitable event as things had developed to this point. Since Imo Luochen is not a fool, but a thoughtful one, this battle must be fought. Li Xia let out a long breath and said in a deep voice, "Be fully prepared and don't be careless." The heavy rain outside the window gradually stopped, and the raindrops that smashed into pieces on the ground finally gathered in the potholes. Waiting for the arrival of dawn, Li Xia transformed the scarlet armor suit into a raincoat and walked into the courtyard. However, Li Xia did not upgrade the Scarlet Wizard Tower immediately. Instead, he came to the mortar. Mortar upgrade requirements: Gold Ingot X 3600, Scarlet Points X 1000. Shelter Level 6 upgrade time 5 hours. As a unique, ranged shelter building, upgrading the mortar within a limited time is obviously a move to maximize benefits. But 5 hours will still waste a lot of time. Li Xia did not think too much about wasting time, invested resources, and decided to upgrade immediately. Bang! With the knock of the golden building hammer, with the help of the toolbox and bricklaying knife, the mortar only has 48 minutes left to upgrade. After the mortar is upgraded, dawn will also come. Li Xia quickly walked to the side of the Scarlet Mage Tower and upgraded 2 Scarlet Mage Towers in succession. After finishing these things, Li Xia returned to the living room of the shelter and continued to strengthen his skills. Swish! As a golden light flashed, the 3 major strengthening paths of Scarlet Crystal Strike also appeared. Scarlet Crystal Strike Strengthening Path. 1. When releasing the skill Scarlet Crystal Strike, the mana consumption is reduced by 50%. 2. When releasing the skill Scarlet Crystal Strike, the cooldown time is reduced by 50%. 3. When releasing the skill Scarlet Crystal Strike, the stun duration is increased from 2 seconds to 3 seconds. Li Xia compared the existing data of the second level Scarlet Crystal Strike and fell into deep thought. Strengthening Path 1. Reduce mana consumption by 50%. Scarlet Crystal Strike has the effect of area damage, and the mana consumption is naturally twice that of Scarlet Heavy Strike. Currently, a single release of this skill requires 20 mana points. Given that the player's original base is only 200 points of magic, this is not a small amount. This enhancement path can reduce the magic consumption of Scarlet Crystal Strike from 20 points to 10 points. But the same thing, not counting other bonuses. Under the blessing of the 3rd level Scarlet Authority, the recovery speed of one's own magic value can reach the level of fixed recovery of 1 point of magic value per second. It is fully capable of bearing the consumption of Scarlet Crystal Strike. After all, although this type of skill is strong and a ranged skill, the cooling time is as long as 2 minutes. 2 minutes? That's 120 points of magic points restored. Let alone one skill. Even if it's 3 skills, it's easy. Li Xia immediately ruled out the first strengthening path. As for the second strengthening path, the reduction of cooling time is the most cost-effective option at present. and it is also an option that can improve your combat effectiveness in disguise. This strengthening path is retained. Li Xiao's eyes moved down and looked at the third strengthening path. When releasing the skill Scarlet Crystal Strike, the stun duration is increased from 2 seconds to 3 seconds. Although the Scarlet Crystal Strike skill is very powerful, even when facing boss-level monsters, as long as the monsters are not immune to the stun debuff, they can still effectively extend the stun effect to 2 seconds. But reaching this level is enough. An extra second of stun duration seems to be a 50% increase in duration. How useful can it be? That may not be the case. To fight small monsters, you don't need this extra second of stun duration. To fight bosses, there is no essential difference between 2 seconds and 3 seconds. Thinking of this, Li Xiao had already decided on the way to strengthen this time. He raised his head and tapped the second strengthening path with his finger. As the golden light disappeared again, the skill panel popped up automatically. Skill name, Scarlet Crystal Strike. Skill attribute, Active Permanent Mastery. Level, Level 3. Magic points consumed, 20 points. Cooling time, 1 minute. Effect, can be used with any weapon. The player consumes 20 magic points and casts Scarlet Crystal Strike on the enemy, while ignoring the enemy's defense. It causes 200% of the basic damage to the first enemy and causes a fixed 2 seconds of dizziness debuff to the enemy. On this basis, Scarlet Crystal Strike will also chain attacks on enemies within a 50-meter radius of the first target. Number of links, 10. Chain damage, 100% of the user's basic attack damage. Learning requirements, Archery. Note, Scarlet Crystal Arrows will evolve under the blessing of Evolution Gold Source and gain Chain. The Scarlet Crystal Strike of Authority will have a powerful range of lethality, and is a good choice for players to deal with a large number of enemies. Li Xiao nodded with satisfaction. He did not immediately strengthen the remaining Scarlet Fission, because 2 gold sources merged into his body. At this moment, Li Xiao's soul had an inexplicable feeling of fullness, and he needed to digest it first. Li Xiao returned to the alchemy table and invested a large amount of resources to make batches. Recovery potions. Enhancement potions. As long as there are many materials and strong efficacy, then survive. After all, Li Xiao's potion is number 1 in the 9527 area channel, with the mutation blessing of the Moon Goddess potion. These mutated potions have a unique market position. Li Xiao made the potion while waiting for the Scarlet Mage Tower to be upgraded, and then continued to upgrade it immediately. Do it on time to maximize the benefits. With a ding sound, Li Xiao glanced at the shelter prompt, and the mortar was upgraded. Li Xiao walked quickly into the courtyard and came to the mortar. After the upgrade, the attack time of the gold mortar did not shorten, but the attack damage, attack distance, and attack range were further increased. As expected of the unique shelter building, the increase in various data is indeed amazing. Chapter 217. The Corrupted Land. The soil was a strange, muddy purple. Every time you stepped on it, you felt like you were sinking into a swamp. The sky was as dark as before, with a thick layer of purple clouds hovering above. The air around the corrupted land was filled with lavender mist. Once players inhale this mist, they may even be poisoned. The lavender mist can cause poisoning, and even the magic amulet cannot stop it, and it will subtly erode the remaining light of the players. This phenomenon is not what the corrupted land should be like. It's like the corruption land is imprisoned, and it's not a natural phenomenon that players can't teleport out. At this moment, there are still many players who are stuck in the corruption land and can't leave, because all players in the regional channels who want to explore the corruption land will only be teleported to this large special biome. There are no exceptions, and this is just the beginning of the exploration of the corruption land and the crimson land. The strength of the players who have the courage and qualifications to come should not be underestimated. This also led to a large number of players staying in this corrupted land, and their quality was also high. Among them, there were many top-tier players in each regional channel. There were even players ranked first in a regional channel. But, at this moment, no matter how strong these players were, they were all fleeing desperately in the corrupted land, because all the world devourers hidden deep in the corrupted abyss of this biological community, under the command of Imo Luochen, rushed out of the corrupted abyss to hunt down this group of players. Even among this group of fleeing players, there was a foreign player who was extremely powerful and carried the racial heritage of the Vikings. He killed a world devourer on the way of escape with great perseverance and wisdom. However, Not only did he not receive a system prompt, he did not receive a kill reward. And he did not even receive a first kill reward. Even before the player could smile, this player and the corpse of the World Devourer were swallowed by Elimination. It was as if this place had become an isolated island during the blockade of the corruption land. Even the rules of the survival game were invalid at this time and place. And this scene was seen by almost all the players stranded in the corruption land, because the cruel scene of the player's death was being broadcast in real time in the sky. Seeing this scene, most of the players were heartbroken. In despair, they felt helpless. But at this time, Elimination issued an announcement. There was only one core theme. He wants to play a battle royale game with the players. Whoever can survive before dawn and not be killed by the World Devourer can be teleported out of the corrupted land alive. It is precisely because of this that the players are forced to flee, because hiding in the same place will increase the chance of death. People under the eaves must bow their heads. Now the right to make rules is in the hands of Elimination, and they can only abide by them. Even during this period, most of the players have only one idea in their minds: to survive to the end. But a small number of players knew that before this announcement, the system had issued a system announcement. This system announcement showed one thing. The reason why the corrupted land was blocked was because of a player in a regional channel, Elimination. And now, this Elimination can actually have the authority similar to that of the channel master and issue announcements in the corrupted land. This is too outrageous. If Li Xia or Su Hongdou knew about this, they would know that this might be because Elimination has already controlled a small part of the authority of the corrupted land. Ah! Don't come over. Don't come over. Kill! I'll fight you. Xiao! You bastard. I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. Fuck your mother. Go to hell. In the vast corrupted land, the heart-wrenching roars of players could be heard from time to time. The fleeing players also fell into the claws of the World Devourer one by one. The surviving players looked at the sky gradually brightening, with expectations for life in their hearts. Puff! When the dawn light broke through the thick clouds and projected onto the earth, Fang Jiana, a player from the 9527th area channel, was excited as he looked at the World Devourer that was chasing him. He survived? Ha ha ha. I succeeded. I succeeded. Fang Jiana kept walking but shouted excitedly. And this was just a microcosm of all the surviving players. But what Fang Jiana didn't expect was that the World Devourer that was chasing him had no intention of following the rules at all. In Fang Jiana's horrified eyes, he swallowed it. Fang Jiana didn't even let out a scream. At the moment of death, he had only one thought in his mind: isn't it dawn? The resentment after Fang Jiana's death, and the resentment of all the players' deaths, all drifted to the heart of the corrupted land. On a high mountain in the heart of the heart, the towering, 1,000-meter-long Lord of Corruption World Devourer Elimination was greedily absorbing the resentment drifting from all over the corrupted land. What game? What escape? What insists on dawn? What do you mean by leaving alive? It's all fake. Elimination just needs the endless resentment emitted by these players after their death, or even after the truth is broken, to improve his own strength. Deception, cunning, insidiousness, playing with people's hearts are the essence of corruption. At the same time, forest biome, Li Xia was standing in the courtyard, looking at the upgraded shelter defense building on the side. After the Scarlet Drop automatic collection device was upgraded, the building height, defense, solidity, and other conventional data have been greatly improved. In addition, after the Scarlet automatic drop collection device is upgraded, the pickup range is expanded from the original 1,000 meters to the current 1,200 meters. The pickup capacity is expanded from the original 120 grids to the current 130 grids. The triggering probability of greedy authority is also increased from the original 20% to the current 25%. Since this disaster event is the Goblin Invasion, it is undoubtedly determined that the main theme of this time is the siege, the last closed loop of the shelter defense system. The Scarlet automatic drop collection device naturally needs to be strengthened and upgraded. Only in this way can we ensure that we can obtain as many resources as possible to kill enemies. Only in this way can we ensure that the advanced mechanism of greedy authority is triggered as high as possible. Don't underestimate the 5% increase in the triggering probability of greedy authority after the Scarlet Drop automatic collection device is upgraded. But this may mean that the final total harvest is 5% higher, or even 15% higher. No one can ignore the increase in benefits brought by greedy authority. Not even Li Xia. Thinking of this, Li Xia raised his lips, stepped aside, upgraded 2 Scarlet Wizard Towers, and left 1 upgrade slot. Unfortunately, the shelter has reached level 6 now, but the multi-dimensional fusion crystal tower still cannot be upgraded. Li Xia looked at the multi-dimensional fusion crystal tower beside him, and shook his head helplessly. Upgrade requirements: Gold Ingot X 3000, Platinum Ingot X 3000, Ruby X 3000, Diamond X 3000. Shelter level 6 upgrade time 10 hours. Upgrade restrictions: the more world anchor coordinates you have, the more resources you need to upgrade. If the various buildings in the shelter defense system need to be ranked in terms of resource consumption and gold consumption, then the multi-dimensional fusion crystal tower is definitely on the list. And it ranks at the top. Nothing else. It takes a huge amount of upgrade resources just to upgrade the multi-dimensional fusion crystal tower from level 1 to level 2. The key is that in addition to high-level ore materials, high-level gem materials are also required. Even with the help of Su Hongdo, there is no shortage of red jade at present. What about diamonds? And the upgrade limit of the multi-dimensional fusion crystal tower is that the resources required for upgrading will increase several times according to the number of world anchor coordinates. At present, our multi-dimensional fusion crystal tower has the world anchor coordinates of the 3 major biomes: the Corruption Land, the Desert Biome, and the Crimson Land. In other words, if the multi-dimensional fusion crystal tower wants to be upgraded, the resources required need to be tripled. 3,000 diamonds? Who can afford this? Forget it. These resources are too expensive at the moment. Let's do the Scarlet Assimilation Enhancement first. Li Xia made up his mind. Anyway, the remaining Scarlet points he has now will still be left even after upgrading all the Scarlet Mage Towers. Of course, it doesn't matter whether it is Scarlet Assimilation Enhancement of multi-dimensional fusion crystal towers early or late. The Scarlet points required to assimilate multi-dimensional fusion crystal towers into Scarlet exclusive: 36,000 points. Li Xia immediately stroked the multi-dimensional fusion crystal tower with his palm, and a scarlet force began to spread on the building surface of the multi-dimensional fusion crystal tower, giving it strange and complex patterns. With a ding sound, the Scarlet Assimilation Enhancement of the multi-dimensional fusion crystal tower was completed. Oh! Li Xia raised his eyebrows and smiled. After the Scarlet Assimilation Enhancement of the multi-dimensional fusion crystal tower this time, the biggest change was undoubtedly the addition of team types in the single transmission mode. The maximum team is 3 people, and the minimum team is 1 person. The maximum team size is 4 people. I am naturally bound to the captain position. This change is really big. Under this change, as the Scarlet Assimilation is enhanced, the data such as the solidity value and defense of the multi-dimensional fusion crystal tower increase, which seems less important. However, Li Xia glanced at the only 3 world anchor coordinates at present, found that these 3 coordinates are in the state of invasion event. Players cannot teleport in the current state. However, among them, the most special one is the Corruption Land, because the Corruption Land not only has an invasion event status, but also a blockade status. Li Xia kept this in mind, and became more vigilant about the approaching disaster event Goblin Invasion. Li Xia was not worried about the Goblin Invasion, but Mo Luochen. After all, at this moment, the enemy is in the dark, and I am in the light. There is no reason to be a thief for 1,000 days. So how can you guard against thieves for 1,000 days? I don't know when Mo Luochen will come, so I must make full preparations before the Goblin Invasion comes. Ding! Ding! The friend notification bar keeps sending notifications. The message sound is rapid and continuous. It seems to foreshadow the arrival of bad news. Chapter 218. Accidents always come uninvited. On the eve of the Goblin Invasion, a sudden accident is not a good thing. Li Xia frowned slightly, called out the friend channel, and found that it was Li Bianqing who called him. Li Bianqing, ding! Is Brother Xia there? Li Bianqing, I have the latest information on the disaster event Goblin Invasion. Maybe you will be interested. Li Xia, oh? Tell me. Li Bianqing, during the blockade of the Corruption Land, players from many regional channels, who were stranded in the Corruption Land, were forced to welcome an escape game together. Li Bianqing, and this escape game actually played a system announcement in the Corrupted Land. And the boss-level enemies from the Corrupted Abyss, the World Devourers, all woke up from the Abyss, and actively hunted the players. Corrupted Abyss? System announcement? Li Xiao was puzzled. You know, the corrupted land is now blocked. And even his multidimensional fusion crystal tower, which has been enhanced by scarlet assimilation, cannot be teleported. The current situation is, people inside can't get out, people outside can't get in. How did Li Bianqing know the current situation of the players stranded in the corrupted land? And it's not just a little bit of information. Even the corrupted abyss and the system announcement are all described in detail? Wait! System announcement? Mo Luochen? A flash of lightning flashed through Li Xiao's mind. These two words connected together made him have a bad association. Li Xiao referred to what Su Hongdou said to him before. That she controlled the gem mine cave of the small special biological community. So, in this case, in just a few days, Mo Luochen has more or less taken control of the authority of the corrupted land. Otherwise, how can he issue a system announcement? How can he be qualified to issue an announcement? And Su Hongdou only controls a gem mine, which belongs to a small special biological community. But Mo Luochen's current situation is that he controls a large special biological community. The corrupted land? How big is the gap here? You know, the corruption is the only large special biome that players can access at present. Players in many regional channels. As long as they want to kill the world devourer and want to explore and adventure in the corruption, they will only be teleported to this corruption. There can be many gem mines, but there is only one corruption. The specialness of the corruption is obvious. Li Xiao frowned and carefully scanned Li Bianqing's words. Li Xiao, you just said that all the world devourers have awakened from the corruption abyss and actively went out to hunt players? And it is very likely that it is because of Mo Luochen's control? Li Bianqing, yes. But I am still a little confused about this. After all, whether it is the corruption abyss or the crimson abyss, I have not personally experienced it, so I don't understand it. Li Bianqing, this is also the reason why I immediately found you, Brother Xia. After I learned the news today, do you think this information is true? Will the world devourer really leave the corruption abyss on its own initiative? Li Xia, I have only killed the brain of Cthulhu in the crimson abyss. But if the corruption abyss and the crimson abyss have the same attributes and the same existence, Li Xia, then generally speaking, the world devourer should only stay in the corrupted abyss. Because the corrupted abyss is the same as the temporary plane with little snow monsters that we encountered during our previous team exploration. Li Bianqing, I understand what you said. It seems that this incident was 100% done by Mo Luochen's world devourer. But why is this escape game so complicated? Li Xia, laughing and crying. JPG. Brother Bianqing, you don't know about this, let alone me. Li Xia, by the way, I haven't asked you yet. How do you know these things? Li Bianqing, oh, it's a long story now. Li Xia, it doesn't matter. Just keep it short. Li Bianqing, among the players stranded in the corrupted land this time, there is a player named Fang Jina, who is a player in our regional channel number 9527. Li Bianqing, when he was exploring in a team before, he fell in love with Lu Fang, a player in our regional channel, and unexpectedly got a pair of very special rings. Couple rings. Li Bianqing, this kind of ring can only be worn by couples. Its function is that no matter where in the world, the two people wearing the couple ring can communicate. Li Bianqing, although Lu Fang cannot enter the corrupted land, she communicates with Fang Jina through the couple ring accessories, and learns a lot of information about the corrupted land. Li Bianqing, it's just, the escape game clearly said that it would end at dawn. As long as you survive until dawn, you can not only save your life, but also leave the corrupted land alive. Li Bianqing, but you saw the result. Lu Fang saw that the call with the couple ring was forced to end, and Fang Jina's profile picture in the friend channel turned gray again and was permanently offline. In a hurry, she found me through my intelligence network and told me about it. Li Bianqing, Lu Fang's original intention was to see if I could find any solution. After all, I was known as a strategy god. But the person was dead. What could I do? Li Bianqing, that's about all the information I got. Couple rings? Li Xiao was a little surprised. He didn't expect that the way to obtain the information this time would be like this. To be honest, this pair of couple rings is much more useful in chatting and communicating than the friend channel that can only be used within the shelter. Escape game? Li Xiao pursed his lips and thought deeply. After a while, Li Xiao, I roughly understand. Then the credibility of this information is very high. I probably have some associations. Li Bianqing, oh, Brother Xia, what do you think? Li Xia, do you remember that there was a so-called hidden Easter egg in the announcement of this disaster event? Li Bianqing, you mean, the world devourer of the corrupted abyss will not only wake up and actively hunt players who remain in the corrupted land, but it is also very likely to follow this goblin invasion and come to the forest biome where our shelter is located. Talking to smart people is easy. That's what Li Xia meant. At first, he thought that Mo Luochen, the master of corruption, was stupid to switch to the evil god camp. On the way, he learned that Su Hongdo controlled the gem mine of a small special biological community, and thought that he was the best token of Mo Luochen's loyalty. Now, he once again admitted that he underestimated Mo Luochen. Mo Luochen's 3 fires, as a new official, might be bigger than he imagined. Because, even if Mo Luochen's best token of loyalty was really himself, it would not prevent him from locking his eyes on other players. After all, at this moment, he has more or less controlled the power of the corrupted land, and can command many world devourers. The boss-level monsters in the Crimson Land and the Corruption Land are perhaps the most special monsters, because in a biome, there are countless world devourers and Cthulhu brains. This means that Mo Luochen's subordinates may have more world devourers than you can imagine. This fire may cause many players to perish. After telling Li Bianqing all these judgments, Li Xia also planned to let Li Bianqing use his intelligence network and even his identity as a strategy god to prepare other players in the regional channel. It's not that I can't say this myself, but it's too much to explain and too troublesome. It's better to give this favor to Li Bianqing. After all, Li Bianqing is also a member of the Dawn Front and a member of the Sword of Dawn. He is one of our own. Li Bianqing, I understand. As expected, this disaster is not as simple as it seems. Li Xia, since the beginning of the advent of the other world, which of these disasters has been simple? Li Xia, only by making full preparations. Even the worst-case scenario. Can we be at ease when unexpected situations occur? Li Bianqing, huh? Okay. I will spread the news through the intelligence network. Li Bianqing, if everyone really has to face the world devourer in the end of this goblin invasion disaster, then it is right to prepare early. Li Bianqing, if the world devourer does not appear in the end of this goblin invasion disaster, it doesn't matter. It is always better to be cautious. Li Xia, well, strategically we despise the enemy, but tactically we take the enemy seriously. Li Bianqing, well, time is running out. There are still 3 hours until the disaster event goblin invasion begins. I will inform you about this first, and then we can chat. Li Xia, well, let's chat. After the chat, Li Xia was looking forward to the upcoming disaster event goblin invasion. However, it also led to another doubt of his. As the Lord of Corruption, Mo Luochen was reincarnated as the world devourer. It was natural and reasonable for him to control the power of the corrupted land. But the question is, why? Why was the goblin invasion a disaster event caused by him? Is it because Mo Luochen reincarnated as the world devourer, which accidentally caused this disaster event? Or was all this deliberately done by Mo Luochen? If it is the latter, what is his basis? After thinking about it, there is no answer. Li Xia put aside his doubts for the time being. The preparations are not ready yet. Instead of struggling here, it is better to start improving your strength first. Li Xia walked back to the shelter workshop and took out the slime staff from the ivy backpack. Scarlet slime staff growth requirements: Gel X 90,000, Pink Gel X 9,000, Blue Jade X 3,000, Emerald X 3,000, Ruby X 1,000, Scarlet Points X 30,000. After the Scarlet Slime Staff has grown many times, the resources required are getting higher and higher. Fortunately, after these days of collection, he has collected all the resources required for the Scarlet Slime Staff, even the most precious Ruby Gem. With the help of Su Hongdo, Li Xia did not hesitate, and found the necessary resources in the gold storage box. Put them in, and strengthened them. A scarlet power flashed, and the Scarlet Slime Staff was carved again. After a while, the light emitted by the scarlet power dissipated, and Li Xia lowered his head and looked at it intently. Scarlet? After the Scarlet Slime Staff was advanced, the Armed Spike Slime Mother transformed into the Armed Scarlet Spike Slime Mother, according to the instructions of the notes. As the transformation gradually advanced, the slime summoned by the Scarlet Slime Staff gradually transformed into a Scarlet exclusive, no longer a complete member of the slime family, nor a member of the slime family with half scarlet power and half natural power. Instead, it gradually transformed into the armed scarlet spike slime mother under the scarlet authority. If it is said that before, no matter what type of slime enemy monster it was, as long as it was a member of the slime family, it meant that it was controlled by the so-called slime evil god. Now, it costs a huge amount of resources and uses scarlet points to assimilate and enhance the slime staff. And even because of the special nature of its growth attributes, it is assimilated and enhanced again and again. This is how quantitative change leads to qualitative change. Finally, this time, the slime monster summoned by the scarlet slime staff has the word scarlet in its name. It's worth his time and resources to feed it. Wait! Su Hongdo controls the gem mine. According to the current situation, that Mo Luochen can command the world devour. Su Hongdo may also be able to command the monsters living in the gem mine biological community in the future? Isn't this a family? It's the same as the little snow monster living in the temporary plane of the ice and snow biological community. Thinking of this, Li Xiao looked at the scarlet slime staff in his hand with extremely fiery eyes. Chapter 219. The armed spike slime mother is as big as a small mountain. Presumably, the armed scarlet spike slime mother is not much different. Li Xiao came directly to the open space in the courtyard, waving the scarlet slime staff. Puff! A body like a small hill, but with a scarlet gel body and gel spikes growing on the surface, appeared in front of Li Xiao. Guji. Gujiji. The armed scarlet spike slime mother naturally felt a sense of familiarity with Li Xiao. After all, it was Li Xiao's summoned creature. Li Xiao looked up and down at the increasingly majestic armed scarlet spike slime mother in front of him, and looked at it intently out of curiosity. The armed scarlet spike slime mother, who was promoted to the 3rd level with Li Xiao, has a basic health value of over 1,000. While the health is thick, because of the existence of the weapon column and the armor set column, the attack power and defense power should not be underestimated. Not to mention that the armed scarlet spike slime mother also has a fixed damage reduction skill and a fixed damage counterattack skill. The continuation of the passive skill bloodline also allows the armed scarlet spike slime mother to summon 3 slime babies to fight after death, which is more threatening. In the active skill column, in addition to the inherent instant gel spikes and leaps, there is also an active skill Scarlet Rage that only Crimson Land enemies can have. Although the effect of this Scarlet Rage is slightly reduced compared to the authentic Scarlet Rage skill of the Crimson Land enemies, it must be admitted that with the blessing of Scarlet Rage, the combat effectiveness of the armed Scarlet Spike Slime Mother has been greatly improved. According to Li Xiao's judgment, the reason why the Crimson Rage skill will shrink the Crimson Spike Slime Mother is because the Crimson element of the Crimson Spike Slime Mother only occupies the majority, not all. In the later period, as the Crimson Spike Slime Mother gradually gets rid of the power of the Slime Evil God, the Crimson element gradually expands, and the effect of this Crimson Rage skill should also be enhanced. It's just a pity that the upgrade of the armed Scarlet Spike Slime Mother was perfect and remarkable. But there was still a certain deviation from what Li Xiao expected. The reason was that Li Xiao thought that with the upgrade of the Scarlet Slime Staff, the name of the summoned armed Scarlet Spike Slime Mother would contain the word Scarlet. In addition, Su Hongdo and Mo Luochen had done a series of things in the past few days. This weapon in his hand might be the only magic weapon with growth attributes in the survival game of the series. After upgrading and strengthening to the end, he might be able to see some of the power of slimes from the hands of the Slime Evil God. After all, just like Su Hongdo and Mo Luochen, what's the use of just having the authority of the biological community? After having the territory, you still need subordinates, right? And the slime staff in Li Xiao's hand has been with him since the beginning of the survival game. Maybe it is the origin of his family. This is why Li Xiao is so excited. Although it is now discovered that the Scarlet Slime Staff has indeed achieved a qualitative change to some extent after this enhanced growth, the armed Scarlet Spike Slime Mother summoned by it has not achieved a qualitative change to some extent. The criteria for judging whether or not there is a qualitative change is just the expected results. Now it seems that even if the resources required for each strengthening and growth of the Scarlet Slime Staff are increasing, Li Xiao still has to strengthen and upgrade it for the foreseeable future. I am the Scarlet Lord, and Mo Luochen is the Corruption Lord. From this point of view, we are the same. Li Xiao stared at the armed Scarlet Spike Slime Mother, frowning. What is the difference? Is it this slime staff? Or Abigail's flower? Or? Li Xiao keenly noticed something strange. but couldn't tell what it was. He lowered his head and stared at the scarlet slime staff carefully. After a while, he nodded in sudden realization. Yes. Why didn't I think of it? Whether it was the slime staff, Abigail's flower, or the resurrected Celia. In fact, these three results. Retracing back, the most fundamental cause. It was because I buried the corpses of the tree demons. The slime staff was because I was holding the weapon at the time. So with the help of the mist, it gained the attribute of growth. Abigail's flower was because I buried the corpses of the tree demons, meeting the triggering conditions for its birth. So that later, Celia appeared. But these 2 points are not the main ones. In this opportunity, the biggest help to me in the early stage, and even with the help of the Scarlet Overlord inheritance in the later stage, I can have such a strength improvement. All of them originated from the title that Li Xia had obtained at the beginning. Civilized Fisherman. This title may be the difference between himself and Mo Luochen. And what other effects does the Civilized Fisherman have besides being able to fish in the treasure box? When Li Xia thought of this, he hurriedly called out the title panel. Burying the corpses of the Tree Demon clan. 3 major opportunities were obtained. Abigail's flower became the companion species of his own shelter, gathering the remaining luck of the Tree Demon clan into himself, and then gave birth to Celia. The white mist gave the slime staff the property of growth, which made it possible for me to have the authority of a certain biological community and a clan that I could command. The title of Civilized Fisherman gave me the ability to fish with treasure boxes, and even obtain the inheritance of the Scarlet Master through treasure box fishing in the middle stage, which was the guarantee for me to sit firmly on the fishing island in the current situation. In fact, in this opportunity to bury the remains of the Tree Demon clan, it was not only the slime staff that I had gained the property of growth. The title of Civilized Angler obtained also has the property of growth, although the current title of Civilized Angler still only has the function of treasure box fishing. But even the Scarlet Slime staff will gradually transform with the strengthening growth. And in the end, it is possible to give birth to a completely owned clan. Isn't the title of Civilized Angler the same? Pioneer? Li Xia stared at the type column of the title of Civilized Angler. He had always regarded Pioneer as an embellishment of Civilized Angler. It is a term similar to useless attributes, indicating the special nature of the title of Civilized Angler. But in fact, the Pioneer may have a deeper secret. But if you want to unlock this function, I am afraid it is impossible with the current title quality. Treasure box fishing is the process of charging it. Right? Li Xia looked down and looked at the notes of the title of Civilized Angler. This is the first time that the unknown existence has communicated with me through the notes, or expressed its presence. Before, I thought that the third lucky rookie meant that in addition to my own Scarlet Master inheritance, there were other people who obtained the corresponding inheritance. Especially when Mo Luochen's corrupted master appeared. Li Xia became more and more certain of this idea. But now I look back and carefully examine the experience from the beginning of the survival game to the present, combined with the content of the notes. Perhaps the white mist is not as helpful to me as I imagined, and being able to own Abigail's flower may be the limit of the Tree Demon clan. As for the title of Civilized Fisherman or the growth attribute of the slime staff, it is not the help of the Tree Demon clan, or it is not an effect that the Tree Demon clan can achieve. Li Xia firmly remembered the 3 words Pioneer in his heart. Before, I thought that after Mo Luochen had the inheritance of the Lord of Corruption, he could be on equal footing with me. But now I think that in front of me, who has the title of Civilized Angler, Mo Luochen cannot compete with him. Li Xia is a unique existence, just wanting to unlock other functions of the Civilized Angler, and know the truth behind the Pioneer. There is still a long way to go. Huh? Li Xia let out a sigh of relief, as the clues gradually increased. Although he did not understand the complete truth, but through reasoning and analysis, he still obtained many fragments of the truth that he had never attained. Especially through this thinking, he understood the direction he should work hard in the future. However, the moment of waiting for the truth to be revealed is still far away. Now, the top priority is to focus on the goblin invasion, and the corrupt master hidden behind the disaster event goblin invasion. The World Devourer. Mo Luochen. Li Xia waved his staff, disarmed the mother of the scarlet spike slime, and then returned to the house. Li Xia summoned the skill panel, took out a second-level gold source, and clicked on the skill Scarlet Fission. A golden light flashed, and 3 enhancement paths appeared. Scarlet Fission Enhancement Path 1. Increase the number of enemies for scattered attacks from 3 to 5. 2. Increase the critical strike chance of normal attacks by an additional 10%. 3. Normal attacks have a fixed poisoning debuff causing 4 damage per second, lasting for 3 seconds. Li Xia frowned slightly. Scarlet Fission. These 3 enhancement paths were completely beyond his expectations. Currently, Scarlet Fission can only attack 3 enemies at the same time. Even if it is increased to 5, the basic attack damage will not change. This enhancement path is nothing more than giving yourself a stronger mowing ability when facing weak enemies. On the contrary, it is not helpful for killing powerful bosses. This enhancement path was directly rejected by Li Xia. As for the third enhancement path, it can give yourself an additional poisoning debuff effect on normal attacks. But the damage of this poisoning debuff is only the first level, which is not as good as the poison potion. Besides, Li Xia not only has the special debuff potion of Poison Potion, but also has the Bloody Slaughter debuff granted by the Scarlet Authority, which will definitely be added to the normal attack. And it also has a stacking effect. The effect completely crushes the poison debuff. Li Xia only pursues the improvement of instantaneous damage, and has no interest in the increase of this kind of additional damage. And the increase is not large. After thinking about it, perhaps there is only the second strengthening method to choose. After all, normal attacks have an additional 10% critical hit rate. Once triggered, the damage is doubled, which is also a damage that cannot be underestimated. Thinking of this, Li Xia had already figured out what choice to make in the face of the advancement of Scarlet Fission. He did not hesitate at all, and lightly tapped his fingers, and immediately chose the second strengthening path. Ding! Chapter 220. Skill Name, Scarlet Fission. Skill Attributes, Passive Permanent Mastery Scarlet Exclusive. Level, Level 3. Effect 1. It can take effect when the player holds any weapon. Any normal attack of the player will additionally fission 200% auxiliary attacks, and can target a single enemy monster or 3 enemies as the player wishes. Effect 2. Normal attack critical hit rate plus 10%. Learning requirements, Range C, Melee C, Summon C, Mage C, General C. Note: after the transformation of the evolution gold source, the Scarlet Mother arrows have grown into Scarlet Fission skills, which have a wider range of adaptability and a greater improvement in the player's combat power. After the blessing of the second level gold source, it has been promoted to a third level skill, with an additional plus 10% effect of normal attack critical hit rate, which further enhances the player's normal attack ability. The Scarlet Fission promoted to the third level has a more difficult skill learning requirement than the second level, but it is still within Li Xia's range. With Li Xia's current proficiency in various specializations, he can perfectly use the passive skill Scarlet Fission. The additional plus 10% critical hit rate of normal attacks will also make Li Xia's normal attacks more threatening. This time, even if the 3 options of Scarlet Fission are not very good, Li Xia also chose the one that is most beneficial to him. After closing the skill panel data, Li Xia walked aside and continued to upgrade 3 Scarlet Mage towers. At this time, system prompt appears. Server-wide announcement. There are only 3 minutes left before the disaster event Goblin Invasion arrives. Players, please be prepared and do not leave the shelter. The biome barrier is melting. The event access channel is opening. The shelter anchor coordinates are being locked. Goblins are greedily spying on the surface. Blood and killing are inevitable. Opportunities for the race. Personal distress. Players and natives collide. Welcome to the battlefield of racial fighting. The countdown starts. It indicates that the Goblin Invasion is coming. Li Xia glanced at the system announcement, turned his head, and shouted to the living room of the shelter, "Celia! Little Stone! Follow me!" Celia heard it and hurried out. "Hey! Here we come! Is it a Goblin Invasion? Is it finally going to start? Ha ha ha! If it doesn't start, my hands will itch." Celia naturally heard the reminder of the previous system announcement. The warlike gene in her heart, or the onset of the phobia of insufficient firepower, caused her to face the invasion of goblins without any worries, but full of excitement. A good tree demon. A good tree demon who loves peace by nature. Under Li Xia's teaching, she grew up to be what she is now. I don't know if this matter. If the tree demon clan knows about it, will they be so angry that they will open their coffins? However, according to Li Xia's analysis, it shouldn't happen, because when Li Xia buried the corpses of the tree demons, He did not make coffins for them. As for other tree demons who died in the last era, it is said that there is no custom of using coffins. After all, trees are good friends of the tree demons. The natural position is here. Commander, I heard that the disaster event Goblin Invasion is coming. Is there anything I can do? The sky-breaking gargoyle said respectfully. Please give me your orders. Li Xiao waved his hand and said, this Goblin Invasion is the same as the enemy monster tide at the beginning. That is, a small siege battle. I have spent a huge amount of resources and upgraded the perfect shelter defense system. If we need to take action in person even in the early stages of the Goblin Invasion, it would be too cheap. Right? You do have a mission in this disaster event. The Goblin Invasion. But not now. Now your only mission is to follow me to the runway on the city wall to see what this Goblin Invasion is all about. Celia nodded heavily. Hey. I understand. Godfather. The sky-breaking gargoyle also replied, yes. Commander. The three spread their wings and came to the runway of the Scarlet Wall. At this moment, the sky outside the shelter was covered with dark clouds, and the ground seemed to be dissolved by an acid solution, with many holes appearing densely. Li Xiao stood on the scarlet runway and looked out. The holes were bottomless, and it seemed that he could hear the anxious breathing of the goblins from them. Obviously, countless goblins were deep in the holes, waiting for the so-called biological community barrier to completely melt, waiting for the event access channel to be completely opened. Li Xiao's eyes were thoughtful. The content of this server-wide system announcement surprised him a little. Welcome everyone to the battlefield of racial fighting? Goblin greedily peeked at the surface? As we all know, although goblins live in underground biomes, but the underground biomes are a school of their own. An independent biome. It is not something that players living in the forest biome can reach by digging. Li Xiao once let the sky-breaking gargoyle experiment with this. There is only soil, or a few low-level or materials underground in the forest biome. But it may not be so realistic to say that goblins are the natives of the underground biome. Because in the dim environment of the underground biome, goblins still use their eyes to see. This does not conform to the characteristics of natives, according to the content of this system announcement. Perhaps for us players, this is just a disaster event that is no different from the enemy monster tide. But for goblins, it is indeed their chance to rush to the surface and see the light of day in the new era as the running dogs of the evil god camp and the natives of the survival game of the series of the evil god. After all, at that time, Li Xiao had explored the underground biome and found that the goblin race had a simple social division of labor and class division, as well as a unique language and culture. Perhaps it is precisely because of this that this battle is considered a racial battlefield. Because these are two races, fighting for who can live openly under the sun. Buzz buzz buzz. Accompanied by the end of the countdown. Outside the shelter, 2 kilometers away, the densely packed pits merged into a giant large pit. A large number of goblins passed through the event channel and walked out of the ground. These goblins wore various armor sets, and even their weapons were all inferior goods. After coming out, they just breathed the air of the forest community greedily like Lu Lao entering the Grandview Garden. They ignored the shelter next to them. What is this? Goblin coolies? Li Xiao has always had a good memory. He remembered that goblin coolies should be the lowest status in the goblin family. The 4th level ordinary type goblin coolie has 4 active skills and 4 passive skills. But both the active skills and passive skills are not very strong. Compared with the enemy monsters with the same type of skills, it is slightly inferior. The only powerful skill may be the chisel. And compared with the instant chisel of the undead miner, the cooldown time of the goblin coolie's chisel is as long as 10 minutes. Not to be feared. What does it mean? Goblin clan. Are you going to use these cannon fodder to consume my shelter first? Since Li Xiao learned about the goblin invasion, he knew that this was an upgraded version of the monster tide. But he knew that the goblin invasion was much more difficult than the monster tide. Because the goblin tribe is a humanoid monster. They can wear weapons and armor sets. And their strength is 3 times stronger than the monsters of the same level. And because it is a monster tide mode, the number of monsters must be large. Now look. It's true. Just looking at the goblin coolies at the head, Li Xiao roughly estimated that there are 2,000 to 3,000. And this is just the vanguard. And this is just the number of troops targeting Li Xiao's shelter. What a big deal. The goblin family is really a big deal. However, if it is just like this, it is simply a pipe dream to want to break through the defense system of their own shelter. After the number of enemies in the underground pit reached about 3,000, as the goblin coolies landed on the ground, no more enemies came to the surface through the event channel. It seems that although the goblin family is the main player in this disaster event, the goblin invasion, but also needs to abide by the rules of this era's survival game. Even the goblin clan couldn't rush out of the ground all at once. Perhaps it was because of this that the goblin clan chose the goblin coolies as the first batch of enemy monsters for the purpose of testing. If it was about testing, then there would be no enemy monster more suitable than the goblin coolies, who were at the bottom of the food chain of the goblin clan in the underground biological community. Buzz, the goblin coolies, who had no military appearance or discipline, heard a deep horn sound from underground. Under the leadership of the captain of the goblin laborers, they began to attack Li Xiao's shelter. Humph. Seeing this, Li Xiao waved his hand, and the shelter's defense system started at full capacity. The charging shield system was like a giant and transparent bowl that held the shelter in it. The safety factor of the shelter was raised to another level. In the shelter's defense system, the only building with the longest range, the gold mortar, took the lead in attacking after the enemy army entered the range. Boom! A huge bomb shot out from the barrel of the mortar and hit the ground hard. Wow! Ah! 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 High damage and range, two extreme effects, made the goblin coolies complain bitterly. However, the only flaw of the mortar may be its uniqueness, which also allows the enemies in other directions of the shelter to use active skills to rush towards the shelter quickly without being attacked by the mortar. What a pity! They didn't know that if the golden mortar's first attack was just an appetizer, then the numerous golden scarlet arrow towers were the main course of this goblin invasion. Hoorah! As the green-skinned dwarf took vigorous steps, excitedly watching the shelter getting closer and closer to him. Swish! 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 One after another, arrows wrapped in scarlet power formed a rain of arrows in the sky. The goblin coolie army had no way to avoid it. Even though there are captain-level goblin coolies to control their coolies, these goblins are not regular soldiers of the goblin clan. Even captain-level goblin coolies can only wear 10 armor sets. It is conceivable how good the armor sets of elite and ordinary goblin coolies can be. Not to mention, even if they win this time, the goblin clan really occupies a territory on the surface. How good will the life of the goblin coolies at the bottom of the food chain be? What's more, when two armies are fighting, how many of the vanguard minions can survive? The morale of the goblin coolies plummeted, and they ran back quickly at the rain of arrows. Unfortunately, I don't know when it started. The Scarlet Mage Tower had already started, and scarlet rain clouds filled the sky. On the way the goblin coolies fled back. Scarlet spikes popped out from the ground from time to time, successfully killed the 4th level goblin coolie elite, and obtained emerald gems x3. Scarlet points x100. Successfully killed the 4th level goblin coolie captain, and obtained the goblin boutique backpack x1. Scarlet points x150. Chapter 221. Forest biome. Above the golden shelter, there were condensed scarlet rain clouds. The falling scarlet raindrops caused huge damage to the first wave of goblin coolies. In addition, the scarlet spikes that appeared from time to time on the surface directly destroyed the morale of the goblin coolies. What's more, the goblin coolies were the first wave of vanguard monsters in the disaster event goblin invasion. If Li Xiao did not fully activate the defense system of the shelter, he was testing it. Then, in the same way, in order to seize the hard-won disaster event opportunity and defeat the player to survive on the surface, the goblin tribe will also be cautious. Cautious, and cautious again. It is related to the survival and future of a race. The goblin tribe is a civilized race, with a population base of tens of thousands. There will always be a few extremely intelligent beings. Li Xiao is naturally aware of this. However, since they are here, how could Li Xiao watch the goblin coolie army leave alive? Under the full power of the golden scarlet mage tower, Li Xiao quietly watched his own shelter defense system cut the first wave of goblin coolies, like cutting melons and vegetables, and completely wiped out the first wave of goblin coolies. Successfully killed the 4th level goblin coolie captain, and obtained ruby gems x9. Scarlet points x150. Successfully killed the 4th level goblin coolie captain, and obtained goblin boutique backpack x1. Scarlet points x150. After the first wave of goblin coolies was completely wiped out, the event access channel outside was only dark and thick with smoke. But no new troops were immediately added. It was obvious that although the Goblin clan had this opportunity, they must also abide by the rules of this era's survival game. The Goblin tribe has betrayed the Alliance since the last era and has become the lackeys of the evil god. How come they are still not treated at all in this era of the survival game of the anti-system? Instead, they are treated as if they are dispensable? Li Xiao looked at the giant pit outside the shelter and shrugged. Facing this disaster event of the Goblin invasion, Li Xiao has the experience of the previous disaster event of the enemy monster tide. He naturally knew in his heart that wiping out this wave of Goblin coolies was nothing. And this disaster event of the Goblin invasion had just begun. This is just the first wave. I don't know how many waves there are in the whole disaster event Goblin invasion. Li Xiao frowned slightly. According to the experience of the last experience of the enemy monster tide, it will last for a full 24 hours. That is, 24 waves. But this disaster event Goblin invasion is different from the last disaster event enemy monster tide. After Li Xiao wiped out the first wave of Goblin coolies, there was no new system prompt at all, nor was the specific time of the enemy monster army's appearance informed. However, the giant pit outside the shelter was still emitting black smoke, with no sign of stopping. It was obvious that the disaster event of the Goblin invasion had not ended. Seeing this, Li Xiao could only wait, and he could take advantage of this time to sort out some resources. Little Stone, go to the Scarlet automatic drop collection device and store all the resources obtained from killing the Goblin Coolie army in the various gold storage boxes in the workshop. Oh, right. Li Xiao turned his head and continued, this time I looked at the kill prompt, and it seems that I found a new resource, called the Goblin Premium Backpack. You can find this resource, and give it to me directly. The sky-breaking gargoyle stood behind Li Xiao, and nodded immediately after hearing this. Yes, Commander. Not long after, the sky-breaking gargoyle returned to the running place on the city wall. Commander, according to your instructions, the resources have been sorted out. This is the Goblin Premium Backpack you specially ordered. Li Xiao turned around and took the brown-green Goblin backpack that looked like a mountaineering bag. He looked at it for a moment and then asked, by the way, was the greed power of the Scarlet automatic drop collection device triggered this time? Yes. It was triggered 3 times in total, the sky-breaking gargoyle replied. But it was all gem resource type triggering probability. And I harvested 3 times the gems of various colors. No advanced resources were obtained. Oh, forget it. Li Xiao waved his hand and looked at the Goblin backpack in his hand intently. He still remembered that when he teamed up with Li Bianqing and Su Hongdou to explore the underground biome, he killed the enemy monsters of the Goblin clan. It was at that time that Li Xiao obtained the Goblin standard backpack, which was not outdated until he obtained the Ivy backpack formula. It was also a great help for a period of time. Unexpectedly, in this disaster event of the Goblin invasion, he actually obtained another backpack in the first wave of the Goblin Coolie army. And Goblin Boutique Backpack? Just from the name, you can tell that this backpack is definitely not ordinary. After Li Xiao looked at the style, he hurriedly looked at it. After checking the Goblin Boutique Backpack, Li Xiao was slightly stunned. The storage space of the Goblin Boutique Backpack increased from 40 grids to 50 grids, which was still within Li Xiao's expectations. But only this special potion space gave him some surprises. This is an unexpected gain. Li Xiao fiddled with it for a while, and figured out the specific function of this potion space. As long as there is a recipe for the potion in Li Xiao's shelter workbench, and the quality of the potion does not exceed excellent quality, then Li Xiao can let the Goblin Boutique Backpack produce 3 bottles of the potion within a day. But within a day, the potion space can only produce 3 bottles of the same potion, and cannot produce 3 bottles of completely different potions. But even so, these 3-grid potion space is also a very useful function. There is no burden, no extra consumption. It is so convenient and fast. Li Xiao nodded in satisfaction, and then turned to the sky-breaking gargoyle and said, how many Goblin Premium Backpacks have you harvested in this first wave of Goblin invasion? Only 2 so far. The sky-breaking gargoyle answered immediately after hearing this. Only 2? Li Xiao estimated that the number of Goblin coolies in the first wave of the disaster Goblin invasion was more than 3,000. 3,000 in total. But only 2 Goblin Premium Backpacks were harvested. It must be said that this drop rate is indeed a bit low. But it doesn't matter. Li Xiao is already satisfied with 2 Goblin Boutique Backpacks, because the profit of the Goblin Boutique Backpack business is not very high. At least not as high as the business profit of the high-end accessories, sold by Li Xia and Su Hongdo. In the shelter, Li Xia and Celia need Goblin Boutique backpacks. But the Skybreaking Gargoyle has no backpack column. So naturally they don't need it. Now that they have obtained 2 Goblin Boutique backpacks, they have met the needs of their own shelter. In the later disaster event Goblin Invasion, it doesn't matter whether you get 1 more or 1 less Goblin Premium backpack. Little Stone, give the other Goblin Premium backpack to Celia. Li Xia hesitated for a moment and gave the order. Yes, Commander. The Skybreaking Gargoyle was immediately put back into the shelter and took out the Goblin Premium backpack for Celia. Seeing this, Celia said, Godfather, how about I ask Little Stone to move all the tables, chairs and benches to the runway of the Scarlet Wall, and we can have a copper furnace hot pot like we did during the enemy tide? Looking at Celia's eager look, Li Xia smiled and said, What's wrong? Are you greedy? Well, a little. Okay. Ask Xiaoshi too to bring all the tables, chairs and benches over. Li Xia continued. There are still a lot of vegetables and meats in the food storage box in the kitchen. You should prepare them in advance. Cut what needs to be cut, and wash what needs to be washed. Hey, hold me. Celia agreed excitedly, spread her feathery white wind blade wings, and returned to the shelter in a flash. In the blink of an eye, on the runway of the Scarlet Wall, only Li Xia was left. At this moment, at the event connection channel outside the shelter, the huge pit suddenly stopped emitting black smoke. Li Xia suddenly felt something was wrong and looked far away. Puff! With a burst of dense smoke, a team of neat goblin warriors walked out. Compared to the goblin coolies, these goblin warriors were all dressed in neat armor suits, and their weapons were also uniform, looking like the difference between a miscellaneous army and a regular army. Li Xia frowned slightly when he saw this. The data difference between the goblin coolies and the goblin warriors is too big, isn't it? Not to mention the difference between the 4-dimensional origin attributes. Just the weapons and armor sets owned by the goblin warriors made Li Xia surprised. Because the goblin warriors, in addition to the regular armor set column and weapon column, actually have a shield column. And it is not an accessory similar to the Cthulhu shield in Li Xia's hand, but a real shield. Not only does it increase defense, it also directly grants the goblin warrior a fixed damage reduction of 25. Not to mention the 4 active skills that the goblin warrior has. The instant chain hammer is the main attack, with a fixed bleeding debuff, plus the fixed fire debuff of the flame chain hammer weapon, combined with the goblin warrior's already high basic attack. It's not easy to get hit by this. Blocking can reduce damage by 50%, although it only lasts for 1 second. It is also a rare skill to exempt damage and reduce the chance of death. Not to mention, the goblin warrior's life multiplier skill can also double its health in a short period of time. The most important thing is, this meat shield-like goblin warrior also has the galloping skill. It's a meat shield, and it runs pretty fast. But if you really want to look into it, the goblin warrior's position in the goblin clan team is an indestructible cockroach-type meat shield. But the damage, except for an active skill, instant chain hammer, there is nothing to say. To put it bluntly, if you want to perfectly resist this wave of goblin warriors' attack, there is only one way, which is to prevent these goblin warriors from entering the tower to attack. And long-range annihilation is the best way to deal with it. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Just at this moment, the sound of a horn came from nowhere. The war was about to break out. Chapter 222. At this moment, forest biome, outside the golden shelter, the smoke of war filled the air, and shouts of killing were heard everywhere. The second wave of enemies in the disaster event Goblin Invasion directly increased in strength. From goblin coolies to goblin warriors, the difficulty soared sharply. For other players, if they did not take the trouble to build their own shelter defense system, it would be quite difficult to deal with it, and they might even fall into crisis. But for Li Xia, even if the goblin warrior is possessing the gallop skill, the movement speed is extremely fast. Possessing the life doubler, the life is very strong. Possessing the damage reduction block, greatly reducing the damage and avoiding harm. Possessing the elemental blessing, always recovering health. What is it in front of Li Xia's shelter defense system? It seems that the goblin warrior and other enemy monsters have the word warrior in their names. But in fact, they are very fast moving, with strong health, always recovering health, and a meat shield with a magical skill of greatly reducing damage at critical moments. The most important thing is, the Goblin Warrior is not completely harmless. After possessing weapons and armor sets that are better than those of the Goblin Coolies, the Goblin Warrior's main attack skill, Hammer, is still an instant skill. It can be said that among the Goblin clan, the Goblin Warrior has more or less some shortcomings and is not invincible. But for a profession with the largest number of professions and basic armed forces in a race, it is already very good. It's a pity that Li Xia has been adhering to the policy of building high walls, storing up food, and slowly becoming king during this period, and has already built an unbreakable defense system for his own shelter. Buzz, 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 the horn sounded, and the Goblin Warriors in full armor were ready to go. Bang, bang, bang. The Goblin Warriors marched in unison, charging at the shelter. If there was a flaw in this wave of monsters, it might be that the soldiers were single type, with only warriors as meat shields and no mages or shooters in the back row to output damage. Li Xia didn't know whether this was the rule for the disaster Goblin invasion, or whether the Goblin clan had other plans. But no matter what plan is hidden behind this, just kill them. Li Xia waved his hand, and the shelter defense system was activated. The Goblin Warriors knew the threat of the shelter defense system to themselves. After stepping on the edge of the defense system's range, all of them activated the active skills of sprinting and life multiplication skills. They wanted to rush under the wall of the shelter at the fastest speed, so that they could occupy the terrain. Boom! 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 The mortar had been waiting for a long time. As the building with the longest range in the shelter defense system, it was immediately activated the moment the Goblin Warriors stepped into the range of the shelter defense system. One after another, the shells with area damage were directly shot out from the barrel, hitting the ground, blasting a big hole, and raising a cloud of smoke. The Goblin Warriors were densely packed, and their formation was already compact. After a few shells from the mortar, they caused considerable damage to the Goblin Warriors. But the problem is, the Goblin Warriors are numerous, roughly estimated to be at least 4,000, and the mortar, as the only building in the shelter, cannot annihilate all the Goblin Warriors. Instead, there is a plan to lose one thing while gaining another. This scene was also seen by the captain-level Goblin Warrior, who thought to himself that it was a good opportunity. He quickly led his troops and rushed to the wall of the shelter. Despite the impact of the mortar shells, Li Xia naturally knew the advantages and disadvantages of the mortar. He also saw the performance of the Goblin Warrior army clearly. But if the Goblin Warrior army regarded their own shelter defense system as having only this effect, then they really underestimated Li Xia. Why are the buildings that take the lead in the shelter defense system only mortars? That's because the range of mortars is the best among other shelter buildings. In other words, at this moment, the Goblin Warrior army has not yet reached the range of the Golden Scarlet Arrow Tower and the Golden Scarlet Mage Tower. Seeing the shouts and screams everywhere, he estimated that the time was almost right. Li Xia still used 3 axes to fight the enemy. With a wave of his hand, the Golden Scarlet Arrow Tower and the Golden Scarlet Mage Tower were fully activated. Swish! Swish! Bang! The arrows wrapped with scarlet power were like a rain of fire, and they killed some Goblin Warriors in an instant. Successfully killed the 4th level Goblin Warrior Captain, and obtained 9 Blue Jade Gems and 200 Scarlet Points. Successfully killed the 4th level Goblin Warrior Elite, and obtained Chain Hammer X1. Scarlet Points X150. Although the Goblin's data is much higher than that of the Goblin Coolie, it is just an ordinary type of enemy monster of the Goblin clan. Not even a rare enemy monster. So how difficult is it to kill it? If it is in other biological communities, far away from the shelter defense system, it will really take some effort to kill it. But the key is that Li Xia has a shelter defense system built at a huge cost of resources, which can naturally ensure that Li Xia can rest assured. Swish! The Golden Scarlet Mage Tower shot out scarlet rain clouds into the sky. In an instant, heavy rain poured down. The scarlet rain was like a deadly Hades, falling on the Goblin Warriors. There was no escape, and they could only continue to be hurt. Even if the Goblin Warriors had the life multiplier skill, it was useless in the face of the continuous scarlet rain cloud skill. Successfully kill the 4th level Goblin Warrior Captain, and get 6 Emerald Gems and 200 Scarlet Points. Successfully kill the 4th level Goblin Warrior Elite, and obtain the Flame Chain Hammer Formula X1. Scarlet Points X150. The Goblin Warriors suffered heavy losses for a while. They were only 1 or 2 miles away from the wall of the shelter. but now it seemed like a natural moat. However, the goblin warriors were better than the goblin coolies in one point. Even though the army suffered heavy casualties, none of the goblin warriors fled. Instead, they rushed to the wall as if they were desperate. This action was in sharp contrast to the performance of the goblin coolies when their lives were threatened. But this is understandable. After all, even if the goblin coolies broke through the shelter and allowed this branch of goblins to live in the sun, what would they get in return for the threat of death? Coolies. They are just the fuel for the goblin clan to move forward. Even if the situation was good, this branch of the goblin clan finally won the battle against Li Xiao's shelter. And the biggest contributor to the victory was still the goblin coolies. Only a small number of goblin coolies may be able to join the ranks of goblin warriors. And most of them can only be coolies. The difference is, before, they were coolies in the dark underground biome. Now they are coolies in the sunny forest biome. The similarity is, of course, no matter which biome. Coolies are always just coolies. No matter which biome. The bottom is always just the bottom. When the effort and reward are not proportional, it is self-evident what choice the goblin coolies will make. What about the goblin warriors and the second wave of enemies during the goblin invasion? Although their status is not the highest among the goblin tribe, as the grassroots armed force of the goblin tribe, their status is naturally not low. The one with the big fist is the boss wherever he goes. Although the goblin warriors don't have the biggest fists, they are definitely bigger than the goblin coolies. In other words, the goblin warriors are the ones who eat the emperor's food and are the vested interests among the goblin tribe. This branch of the goblin tribe broke through Li Xiao's shelter and occupied the forest community with birds singing and flowers blooming. The life of the goblin warriors is naturally much better. In this way, the benefits and risks are directly proportional. As the vested interests, the goblin warriors will naturally show the spirit of fighting to the death even when facing Li Xiao's threatening and lethal shelter defense system. It's a pity that they have the spirit, but the strength is not sufficient. If it is a well-organized goblin army with various professions cooperating with each other, Li Xiao may still have a little fear. But for a goblin warrior with only one profession, it was just a minor problem. Successfully kill the 4th level goblin warrior captain. Get Ruby Gem X16. Scarlet Points X200. Successfully kill the 4th level goblin warrior elite. Get Life Multiplier X1. Scarlet Points X150. The Scarlet Thruster in the Gold Scarlet Mage Tower, which had been dormant for a long time, was fully activated when the goblin warrior army was about to sacrifice themselves. Instantly, like a string of gourds, all the goblin warriors were strangled. The second wave of the disaster goblin invasion took half an hour and officially ended. Without waiting for Li Xiao's instructions, the sky-breaking gargoyle went to the Scarlet automatic drop collection device to collect and organize the resources dropped by this wave of goblin warriors after they were killed. On the other side, Celia had also washed and picked all kinds of vegetables, washed and sliced all kinds of meats, and put them on plates. She brought a set of wooden tables and chairs to the runway of the city wall and arranged them neatly. Then she took out the copper furnace, added boiling water to it, and was concentrating on making the oil sauce. As for the corpses of the goblins outside the shelter, she naturally turned a blind eye. "Godfather, do you like spicy food today or not?" Celia asked. "Just not too spicy." "Okay, I remember." Celia agreed and began to put various meats into the copper furnace hot pot. Just then, the sky-breaking gargoyle flew to the city wall and said to Li Xiao, "Commander, we have harvested a lot of resources this time. But the greedy authority triggered by the Scarlet automatic drop collection device has only been triggered 3 times. And they are all resource type quantity increases. And there are no advanced type resources. There are 3 new resources this time. I think you will be interested." "Commander, I have brought them all. Do you want to see them now or after dinner?" Li Xiao replied. 3? As expected, goblin warriors are more profitable than goblin laborers. Let's see them now. The meat is still cooking. Yes. The sky-breaking gargoyle immediately took out the 3 resources and placed them next to Li Xiao's table. Then he stepped aside and watched the giant pit connecting the event channel with peace of mind. Li Xiao picked up a ball of light and poked it. A hammer head with a chain appeared in front of him. Li Xiao nodded slightly. This chain hammer was obviously outdated for Li Xiao. It was not just Li Xiao who could not use it. Even the second-tier players in the 9527 area channel, who had a sharp blade glove or a bloody machete in their hands, might not look down on this chain hammer. Li Xia did not care too much about it, and directly stored it in the Goblin Boutique backpack. At worst, he would disassemble it all when he had free time in the future. And at least, he could harvest some mineral ingot resources. Li Xia picked up another recipe, and looked at it intently. Li Xia was slightly stunned when he saw this. He didn't care about the chain hammer. The flaming chain hammer. Even more so. Even though the flaming chain hammer had an extra passive skill, it was still not comparable to his own equipment and weapons at the moment. What he was puzzled about was Dwarf Tribe. These 4 words made Li Xia find something strange from the depths of his memory. The ice and snow biological community. The undead miners, who were still driven by people after death. Su Hongdo's dwarf heritage. And when the team was exploring underground, they learned that the goblins in the underground biome were mining, or just to complete the tasks of the dwarves in the cave biome. Undead miners? Dwarves? What is the connection between the two? Are the dwarves in the cave biome the same as the dwarves in the last era? Chapter 223. Dwarves are unyielding. So even after death, they still become undead miners. And Li Xia had discovered undead miners in the ice and snow biome during his previous biome exploration adventure. Su Hongdo also obtained the dwarf heritage and the ability to summon undead miners at the beginning of the survival game in the alien world. Obviously, undead miners were scattered in various biomes after the change of era. But when Li Xia and Su Hongdo were exchanging information, they also learned the truth about why the dwarves became undead miners. The dwarves were obviously the most loyal members of the Alliance army, and they did not surrender even after death. What about the dwarves, who are still alive in the cave community? The remark's information will not be false. Wait! Li Xia keenly noticed something strange. Who said that the remark's information will not be changed by others? Of course people wouldn't. But what about the unknown existence? Li Xia took a deep breath. He didn't forget that after he buried the remains of the Tree Demon clan, he was awarded the title of Civilized Fisherman. But the note information was tampered by the unknown existence. And this is not an isolated case. Because in the subsequent exploration and adventure career, the unknown existence once made a second move and greeted him. But does this mean that the note information is not true? Of course not. Li Xia fell into thought again. Because it's hard to say. The notes can be fake. So the previous team exploration in the underground biome found that the goblins were digging for or to provide for the dwarves in the cave biome. Could it be fake? Underground biome goblin. Cave biome dwarves. Undead miners and dwarves. There must be a connection. Li Xia looked a little ugly. Could there be a hidden story behind this matter? Godfather. What's wrong with you? Why do you look so ugly? Celia found that Li Xia was holding a recipe and fell into a long silence. So she couldn't help but ask curiously. Li Xia let out a long breath and told Celia all his guesses. And then said, if the dwarves are really alive and survive in the cave biological community after the change of eras, then it means that the failure of the Alliance in the last era is not unfair. After all, so many races have betrayed one after another, and even the dwarves have turned to the knife-stabbing cult and backed by the evil god, which means that everything the Alliance army did in the last era was a joke. According to Su Hongdo, she now relies on the dwarf heritage to gain a small half of the control of a gem mine in a small special biological community. Later, I talked about this with Celia again, and thought that this road to power was the road to power for the top players of multiple races in the last era. The result? Still failed. Multiple races. Hundreds of millions of people. Countless years of the survival game of the system. But they were all played in the hands of unknown existence. In the survival game of the system in this era. Even if I still set foot on this road that only the top strong can set foot on, can I really have a chance of winning? Celia explained, maybe. Godfather. You can separate the dwarves and the undead miners. Races are races. And individuals are individuals. You mean? Li Xia turned his head. Dwarves were struggling at the end of the last era. And there was an internal split. Some dwarf players surrendered to the evil god camp. Yes. This is very likely. Celia nodded. Just like the corrupt master evolution of this era. Godfather. The interests of the race are the interests of the race. And the interests of the individual are the interests of the individual. There is nothing to understand. Celia stared at Li Xia. And there was one more thing she didn't say in her heart. Celia's interests are Li Xia's interests. Li Xia's interests are also Celia's interests. Celia, who had revived from Abigail's flower state, had another identity besides being the last survivor of the Tree Demon clan. That is, Li Xiao's person. She only lived for Li Xia in this life. Li Xia stood aside, looking at the formula in his hand, and his previous thoughts became more firm in his heart. He couldn't follow the path of the top masters of all races in the last era, because there was no chance of winning. He had to find another way. As for how to find another way, Li Xia put his mind on his civilized fisherman title and the inheritance of the Scarlet Lord. This might be his only hope of turning the tables. Of course, before that, he had to follow the rules and not expose himself, because the unknown existed and might be watching him. Li Xia figured it all out, and with a nonchalant look, he stored the formula in the Goblin Boutique backpack. He had thought of the measures to make up for today's conversation, and even his previous judgment on the path of the strong with Celia. Of course, all this needs time to settle. Li Xia calmly picked up the life multiplication skill book that he had gained from the second wave of monsters in the Goblin Invasion. Skill name, Life Multiplication. Skill attribute, Active Permanent Mastery. Level, First Level. Magic points consumed, 100 points. Cooling time, 48 hours. Duration, 3 minutes. Effect. The player consumes 100 points of magic points and applies a life multiplication buff to himself. Within 3 minutes, the skill user's health will be increased by 1.5. Learning requirements, General C. Note: players have a small chance of obtaining a life multiplication skill book by killing a goblin warrior in an underground biome or during a disaster event Goblin Invasion. This type of skill book is a 4-dimensional attribute gain skill book, which has the effect of doubling the player's health. After the Goblin Warrior's active skill life multiplication became a skill book, not only did the duration decrease from 5 minutes to 3 minutes, but the mana consumption also increased from 50 points to 100 points. What was the result? The health value enhancement effect was reduced from 2 times to 1.5 times. High consumption, low enhancement, short duration. The most important thing is that life multiplication is a temporary 4-dimensional gain skill, not permanent. Instead, it will occupy one of your skill slots. Li Xia has already loaded the life source pump skill, which is not only a passive skill, but also can permanently increase the upper limit of health value. Naturally, he does not like the life multiplication in his hand. He can load the life source pump to increase his health value to improve his tolerance rate during the battle. But it is impossible to give up an active slot that can load damaging skills for this. And I want to become a hexagonal warrior. Even if I take a step back and become a one-sided warrior, I should not focus on improving my health. This life multiplication skill book is of little use to me. It is just a commodity on the shelf. Li Xia did not hesitate too much and directly stored it in the Goblin Boutique backpack. He continued to pick up the chopsticks and ate the copper furnace hot pot with Celia on the Scarlet Wall runway. Of course, he was also cautious because of the matter of the dwarves and the undead miners. No matter whether multiple races and even the Alliance army were manipulated by unknown existence in the survival game of the last era. But he must find out whether there are dwarves living in the cave community. And what is the relationship between these dwarves and the undead miners? In the 9527 area channel, no one knows more about the dwarves than Su Hongdo. It's just that now is the Goblin Invasion disaster event, so it's not a good time to ask questions. Li Xia has made up his mind. As soon as the Goblin Invasion disaster event ends, he will go to ask questions. A quarter of an hour later, halfway through the hot pot, the event connection channel outside the shelter's defense system was filled with smoke again. And then the pit widened to twice its previous size. Bang! 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 Accompanied by a uniform pace, teams of goblin warriors stepped onto the ground of the forest community, greedily breathing the air from the surface. Then, behind the goblin warriors, teams of goblin archers holding crossbows stepped out. There are meat shields in front to resist, and archers in the back to output. With this combination, even if the enemy monsters of this wave of disaster Goblin Invasion are only 1.5 times the previous wave, the threat is more than doubled. Seeing this, Li Xia stood up and looked into the distance. Sure enough, the skills of the goblin archers also indirectly confirmed that the goblin clan is not a native race from the underground biological community. Otherwise, how could an underground race be favored by the wind element? Li Xia was not panicked at all. He waved his hand and ordered the shelter's defense system to start at full capacity. The third wave of monsters in the disaster event Goblin Invasion was officially launched at the moment when the army was assembled. Buzz buzz buzz, accompanied by the sound of the horn. The goblin warrior immediately used the active skill's life double and galloped to lead the charge. Following closely behind was the goblin archer, who also activated the wind dodge and gallop skills. Ordinary players might really be at a loss when facing this situation. After all, the combination of warriors and archers, with warriors taking up the damage, ordinary arrow towers, and wizard towers really can't wipe out all the monsters outside the range. But it's a pity. Li Xiao's shelter defense system was built at a huge cost, and all the major buildings have been enhanced by Scarlet Assimilation. Others can't do it, but it doesn't mean Li Xiao can't do it. Li Xiao didn't have the intention of playing cat and mouse. He immediately ordered all the gold Scarlet Wizard towers to start at full power, and use the active skill Scarlet Rain Cloud. Swoosh! 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 While the goblin warriors and goblin archers were not within the range of the sanctuary's defense system, Li Xiao took the initiative and created a large Scarlet Rain Cloud in the sky around the sanctuary. This was a continuous range attack. Goblin warriors could help goblin archers resist ordinary attacks. But how could goblin warriors resist this all-round Scarlet Rain Cloud skill? The scarlet raindrops hit the ground and even hit the goblin army that was frantically attacking the sanctuary. Successfully killed the 4th level goblin warrior captain, and obtained emerald gems x6, scarlet points x200. Successfully killed the 4th level goblin archer elite, and obtained power plunder crown x1, scarlet points x150. Li Xiao listened to the continuous system prompts coming from his ears, which were as beautiful as clear and pleasant music. The third wave of enemy monsters, facing the shelter defense system he built, still could only sigh in despair. Wait! Li Xiao suddenly opened his eyes. Power Plunder Crown? Chapter 224. Forest Biome? Outside the Golden Shelter, between the shelter's defense system and the tide of goblin monsters, a flesh and blood millstone was formed. Although countless goblin warriors and even goblin archers continued to charge forward, they still died on this road that made them insurmountable. At this moment, Celia was using long-range magic weapons, with the sky-breaking gargoyle to assist in the attack with great enthusiasm. Little stone. That one over there. Little stone. There's this. This is a cool move. Celia waved her staff excitedly, and she never stopped talking. And what about Li Xiao? He didn't care at all about how the invasion of the goblin army turned the outside of the golden shelter into a cruel meat grinder. At this moment, he only cared about the name of a drop that appeared in the kill prompt. Authority Plunder Crown. As we all know, in the survival game of the restraint system, authority means power. Even the weakest authority is not something that players can ignore at this stage. This time, I was able to unexpectedly obtain drops related to authority by killing the enemy monster. That was really great luck, because during the boss battle, all the resources dropped by the enemy monsters killed by the shelter defense system will be automatically collected by the Scarlet Automatic Drop Collection device. So the moment Li Xiao heard the system's kill prompt, he waved his feather-white wings and came to the Scarlet Automatic Drop Collection device to pick up the resources. Congratulations to the player. You got Emerald Gem X803. This pickup triggers the Greedy Authority effect, and obtains 3 times the resources. Emerald Gem X2409, Ruby Gem X1202, Blue Jade Gem X2300, Amethyst Gem X3213, Power Plunder Crown X1. Various resources came into view. Li Xiao was lucky, although this time only triggered the Greedy Authority of the Scarlet Automatic Drop Collection device once. But it happened to be the rarest emerald gem at this stage. The quantity tripled in an instant, and it was not a loss no matter how you counted it. Li Xiao temporarily stored the various gems in the Goblin Boutique backpack, and then picked up a normal plate-sized, gold-made, and surrounded by shining diamonds, the Crown of Power Plunder. Diamonds are high-level gem resources. At this stage, except for a few players who have obtained a small amount when opening gift bags and gifts, there are no extra channels to obtain them. But diamond gems are related to the subsequent improvement of the shelter defense system, and even the upgrade of the shelter itself. It is conceivable how precious this resource is. But such a precious resource is now only used as an ornament for this crown of plunder. Then how rare must this crown be? I didn't expect I could get such a good resource by killing a goblin minion. I'm really lucky today. Li Xiao smiled and quickly raised the crown of plunder in his hand and looked at it intently. After checking the crown of plunder, Li Xiao's eyes lit up. According to the data on the Power Plunder Crown panel, that is to say, after being promoted to the 4th level, he can obtain a new power through the Power Plunder Crown, and then gradually strengthen this power by killing the enemies of the Slime Clan. In the end, he can also have his own power kingdom, like the boss-level enemies? Wait! Before Li Xiao could be happy for long, he keenly noticed something strange. Forest cage? What is this? What is the relationship between the forest cage and the forest biome? Could it be? Li Xiao looked around and scanned everything around him. Could it be that the forest biome where the players descended into the other world at the beginning of the survival game is not only a novice village, but also a cage that trapped the players? Li Xiao was puzzled. He also gradually ruminated on the memories of this period and found some doubts. Whether it is a large biome or a small biome. Whether it is a normal biome or a special biome. None of them is as special as the forest biome. After all, the forest biome is the novice village for players all over the world. What is the result? Players and shelters cannot find or detect each other until now. It seems that the forest biome is a world for a single player. If there is no regional chat channel, perhaps there is really no intersection between players. This is not in line with common sense. But if the forest biome is not a biome, but a forest cage, these doubts seem to be answered. Of course, if you want to get the final answer, looking at the current situation, it seems that you can only get the truth after you are promoted to the 4th level, use the power plundering props, and finally condense into the power kingdom. But, condense the power kingdom and control the biome? Is this one way or two ways? Li Xiao couldn't explain it clearly, and couldn't figure it out. Su Hongdou, as a regional channel, has now set foot on the road to becoming a strong player, and controls a small special biological community gem mine with a small half of the authority. About these questions, maybe it would be better to ask her? Outside the shelter, the horn sound has stopped. The combination of goblin warriors and goblin shooters cannot break through the defense line set up by Li Xiao's shelter defense system. The third wave of goblin invasion has ended. But seeing that the event connection channel outside the shelter has not dissipated, it means that the disaster event goblin invasion has not ended yet. This is a good time to ask. Li Xiao hurriedly called up the friend channel, clicked on Su Hongdou's avatar, and started a private chat. Li Xiao, Hongdou, are you there? The disaster event goblin invasion is a 2-star level difficulty. For all players in the regional channel, it is an unprecedented difficulty. Fortunately, the players are no longer Wuxiaomon, and they should treat ordinary players with new eyes. After all, with the hidden reward of 3 out of 5, and the nourishment of other full channel resources, the strength of the players is no longer what it used to be. In dealing with this disaster event, the goblin invasion, at least in the first 3 waves, there were deaths. But it was definitely not a serious loss of life and death. Ordinary players are like this. Let alone Su Hongdou, who is at the top of the pyramid of the first echelon with Li Xiao. At this moment, Su Hongdou was standing on the runway of the Silver Wall, surrounded by several undead miners of various professions, who were attacking the remnants of the enemy in full swing. Among these undead miners, there were even 2 undead miners of special inherited professions with their own intelligence. Apparently, Su Hongdou also had many adventures during this period. For Su Hongdou, who lives in a small gemstone mine with a special biological community, the title of rich woman is well deserved. Why is the rich man looking for me at this time? Su Hongdou knew that Li Xiao would not come to her unless there was something important. He would definitely not look for her when there was nothing to do. Could it be that the gems given before were not enough? With a hint of doubt, Su Hongdou called out the friend channel and replied, Su Hongdou, I'm here. What's wrong with Kuo Lao? You're looking for me now. Is there something urgent? After all, it's still during the disaster event goblin invasion. So Su Hongdou's doubts are understandable. Li Xiao, it's like this. Didn't you say before that because of the opportunity inherited by the dwarves, you got a small half of the authority of the gem mine of the small special biological community? Su Hongdou, yes. What's wrong? Is there not enough gems? You tell me the number, and I'll give you some more? Li Xiao, no. Li Xiao, Power Plunder Crown, click to view details. This is a new item I got, and it is also related to power. Li Xiao, this is the first time I have obtained this special type of power item. Su Hongdou's eyes widened when she saw this. Good guy. She thought she was lucky enough. But, just as she told Li Xia that she controlled a small half of the power of the gem mine in the small special biological community, he sent her a prop that can also control power and condense the power kingdom. This is, who can I go to for justice? After checking the panel data of the power plunder crown, Su Hongdo let out a long sigh. Kuo Lao is indeed a Kuo Lao. I am completely convinced. Su Hongdo, congratulations. Although this power plunder crown requires you to be at the 4th level to use it, it can be regarded as paving the way for you in advance. Su Hongdo, to be honest, if I had not already obtained an adventure and controlled a small part of the power of the gem mine cave of the small special biological community, I would definitely be jealous of you. Li Xia, ha ha ha. I can't answer your question. Li Xia, actually, I contacted you this time not to show off, but to seek your help for serious matters. Li Xia, because I found that in the 9527 area channel, only you may be able to help me answer my doubts. Others, even Li Bianqing, may not be able to give me an answer. When Su Hongdo saw this message, she felt a sense of pride in her heart. Humph. You're a wise guy. Su Hongdo, since you said so. Okay. I'm free now anyway. If you have any questions, just ask. Li Xia, okay. Li Xia, well, this time you used the dwarf heritage to control a small part of the power of the gem mine in the small special biological community. Li Xia, at that time, you told me that you had set foot on the road to becoming a strong player in the last era's survival game. Right? Su Hongdo, yes. Su Hongdo, I am still at the 2nd level because I have not killed any boss-level monsters in the Crimson Land or the Corruption Land. Su Hongdo, if it were not for the special nature of the dwarf heritage and your help last time, I would not be able to gain control of the small special biological community gem mine at this stage. Su Hongdo, of course, I am now at the 2nd level and only control a small half of the authority. When I am promoted to the 3rd level, I should be able to control about half of the authority of the small special biological community gem mine. Su Hongdo told Li Xia all the hidden information about her inheritance and even the future of becoming a strong man. On the one hand, the interests between the two have long been intertwined like the roots of an old tree, and the two sides have long been partners with common interests. In the alien world of the survival game of the K-series, Su Hongdo and her partners naturally have to know each other thoroughly. These things can be regarded as favors or as an exchange of interests. On the other hand, Su Hongdo had developed an inexplicable feeling for Li Xia during her contact with him during these days. Su Hongdo was willing to take the initiative to accept Li Xia, and this information might be an important factor in bringing the two sides closer. Of course, the most important point is, although there is competition in every path of power, for a player like Su Hongdo, who can control the power of a small special biological community gem mine at the 2nd level, she is already far ahead of others in the path of power inherited by the dwarves. And as far as she knows, Li Xia is the inheritor of the Tree Demon clan, and the two have no connection in their paths to becoming strong. Without connection, there is naturally no competition. In addition to the relationship between the two, if her intelligence can help Li Xia embark on this path to becoming strong as soon as possible, it will definitely be more beneficial than harmful to the cooperation between the two parties. Li Xia, then according to your understanding, if an ordinary player wants to embark on this path to becoming strong, what level of strength does he need at least? Su Hongdo, even in the survival game of the previous era, only the top strong people among multiple races can set foot on this road of strength, and ordinary players cannot set foot on it. Su Hongdo, if it is said that among the top strong people, the lowest strength can set foot on it, it is actually consistent with the panel data information of the power plundering crown that you sent. At least the 4th level is required to officially start setting foot on this road. Li Xia, then, how much do you know about the forest cage? Chapter 225. Forest biome. In the afternoon, a blazing sun hung high in the sky, scorching the earth. It was clearly approaching winter, but at this moment, it was strangely hot like midsummer. Wisps of thick ink-colored smoke drifted in the air from the temporarily stopped event connection channel. Outside the golden shelter, it was a mess. Taking a deep breath, you could smell the blood in the air. At this moment, Li Xia stared at the friend chat channel. He was very eager to know the answer to the question. Not long after the question was sent out, Su Hongdo, huh? What the hell is forest cage? I don't know this information. Su Hongdo, is it very important information? If so, Why don't you give me some clues, and I'll help you keep an eye out for it later. Su Hongdo, wait! I seem to have some impression of the 4 words for his cage. Isn't this the information on the panel data of Power Plunder Crown that you just showed me? Seeing the 4 words for his cage, Su Hongdo subconsciously replied to Li Xia without thinking too much. But after typing a few words, she suddenly realized that she seemed to have an impression of the forest cage. Thinking about it again. Damn! Isn't this the words in Power Plunder Crown? No wonder. Thinking of this, Su Hongdo added a sentence after realizing it belatedly. Li Xia, that's right. I didn't know this information before. And even the 4 words for his cage were all learned from the panel data of Power Plunder Crown. Li Xia, but don't you think this information is very strange? It's thought-provoking. Su Hongdo reacted and quickly clicked on the previous Power Plunder Crown panel data and read it again carefully. Found a clue. The effect column says, after using it, the player can embark on the road of the strong who gather the Power Kingdom. Once on this road, they can break their own shelter out of the forest cage and control a small world. The note information says, Power Plunder Crown can help any inheritance player gain additional power, and can gather the Power Kingdom by killing the corresponding race enemies, turning their own shelter into the core of the Power Kingdom, and completely break away from the forest cage, to gather the Kingdom of Power. And only by killing a specific race. Su Hongdo nodded. That is to say, once Li Xia uses the power to plunder the crown and obtains additional power, if he wants to embark on this path of strength, he can only obtain the various resources needed to gather the Kingdom of Power by killing slimes. In the end, he will turn his own shelter into the core of the Kingdom of Power, control a small world, and completely escape from the cage of the forest. After thinking for a while, Su Hongdo came back to his senses and looked at the French chat channel. Su Hongdo, this is a very complicated place. Li Xia, yes. It's very complicated. Li Xia, but we can learn a few things from this limited information. Li Xia, first. The forest biome and the forest cage are very likely the same thing. Otherwise, why can't we find the address of other players' shelters from the beginning of the K-Series survival game to now? Li Xia, second. This forest biome? We thought it was just a novice village before. But now it seems that it is likely to be a cage to imprison us. Although we don't know what the disadvantages of players staying here are. Since the top players of all races in the K-Series survival game in the last era wanted to leave the forest biome. It means that there must be hidden information that we don't know. Su Hongdo, that's right. I agree with this. Listen to others' advice. Eat enough. And if you can leave, it's better to leave. Li Xia, that's right. Although we know the reason, but not the reason. It won't do any harm for us to turn the shelter into the core of the Kingdom of Power and leave this place. Su Hongdo, you're right. Are there still rich people? Li Xia, actually, there are. This is quite important. The third point is that the path of the strong and the path of the strong are likely to be different. Su Hongdo, oh, what do you mean? Li Xia, think about it. We have experienced so much in the survival game. As for enemies, slimes are at the bottom of the food chain of enemies. Not only are they weak, but the boss-level Slime King is also the first to appear. Its strength in all aspects is not as good as other boss-level enemies. Li Xia, then the power of plundering the crown in my hand restricts me to killing slimes to obtain gel power. There are powerful powers, and naturally not powerful powers. Using gel power, even if it really forms a power country in the later stage, its strength will naturally be lower than yours. Apart from other things. Su Hongdo, that's true. If you really want to embark on this road, you should be more cautious. Qualao. Su Hongdo, besides, I'm only at level 2 now. And you're only at level 3 now. We have plenty of time. We can wait until we reach level 4, or even level 5. Su Hongdo, maybe in the later stage, we will find another more suitable resource prop for plundering power. Li Xia, that's what I meant. So when I got this prop, I wanted to ask you if you had any information about it. But, Su Hongdo, ha ha ha. I understand. But the way I embarked on this road of strength and advance is too rare and unconventional. So if you hadn't shown me the panel data of plundering power and crown, to be honest, I don't know as much as you do. Su Hongdo, but then again, I suddenly thought of a question. Maybe it really helps us understand the road to power. Even the Kingdom of Power. And even items like power plunder and crown. Li Xia, oh? What's the question? Su Hongdo, look. The power plunder and crown you obtained is a way to embark on the road to power. And my special way of using inheritance to embark on the road to power is another way. Su Hongdo, these are two different paths. Right? Li Xia. Yes. Su Hongdo, then, is it possible that this small special biological community gem mine that I control now is actually the powerful country that was formed by the top strongmen of a certain race in the survival game of the previous era, who obtained additional power through power plunder and prop resources such as the crown? Li Xia's eyes lit up, and he murmured, different paths lead to the same destination? Yes, different paths lead to the same destination. Why can't the biological community be the country of power? Why are only the Crimson Land and the Corrupted Land the materialized kingdoms of authority? Is it just because of the special nature of those two biomes? I am afraid there is another point. Due to the influence of the change of eras, the players who condensed the kingdoms of authority have all died. You think everyone is dead? The kingdom of authority is naturally ownerless, and the strength of the kingdoms of authority condensed by these people must be uneven. So there are differences in strength. This is why there is a distinction between large biomes and small biomes, and even special biomes and non-special biomes. So, to some extent, the biome is equivalent to the kingdom of power. And because of the special nature of the dwarf heritage, Su Hongdo did not take the conventional path of using power to plunder items, obtain additional power, and consolidate the kingdom of power. Instead, she took control of this kingdom of power that had been ownerless in the last era by chance. Small special biome gem mine. In this way, everything makes sense. After reacting, Li Xia let out a long breath, raised his head, and looked at the friend chat channel. Li Xia, what you said makes sense. This guess is very likely. Su Hongdo, I just discovered this problem through chatting with you. Li Xia, the kingdom of power may be the general trend in the future, but according to previous speculation, this is a road to power that only the top powerhouses of multiple races in the last era of the survival game can embark on. Li Xia, but now it seems that we only need a prop similar to the crown of power plunder to embark on this road. Isn't it too easy? Su Hongdo, I think this is very reasonable. Although there is only one race in this era's survival game. You know the number of human races, right? Su Hongdo, however, there are countless small biomes, and even small special biomes that have been reached by similar challenge letters, which shows that the number of players who gathered the kingdom of authority in the last era is actually not small. Su Hongdo, I think the reason should be this. The crown of authority plunder in your hand is just a ticket to embark on the road of strength. But how far you can go on this road of strength depends on your own ability. Su Hongdo, the road to becoming a strong person may be easy to embark on, but the strength of each person who embarks on it may be very different. Li Xia, yes. That should be the reason. Just like challenge letters are divided into star levels, and biological communities are divided into small and large, and even special and non-special ones. This also reflects the distance these players have walked on the road to becoming a strong person. Su Hongdo, yes. That's what I think. Maybe if we fail in the survival game of the counter system in this era, then after the era changes, maybe our kingdom of authority will also become a variety of biological communities. Li Xia, maybe. In the end, even our kingdom of power will be inherited by others? Just like you now? Ha ha. Su Hongdo, that's right. Ha ha. I hope there will never be such a day. Li Xia, well, just do good things and don't worry about the future. Okay. Let's talk about this today, and we will share what we have in the future. Su Hongdo, TSK. As expected, the rich man is a talent who will not come to the temple for no reason. Now that the matter is done, he just wants to take advantage of it. Isn't this too fast? Li Xia, look, don't I treat you as my own? If you say so, how about I owe you a favor? Su Hongdo, okay. I take this favor seriously. Huh? Li Xia, yes. Not only you take it seriously, I take it seriously too. By the way, Li Xia, when I killed the third wave of goblin invasion enemy monsters in the disaster event, I got an extra goblin boutique backpack. Do you have one? If not, I'll give you one? Su Hongdo, I really don't have it. You can send it to me, but we agreed that this doesn't count as a favor. Li Xia, ha ha ha. Okay, don't worry. After closing the chat channel, Li Xia sent the newly acquired Goblin Premium Backpack to Su Hongdo through the shelter core. At the same time, Su Hongdo took out the Goblin Premium Backpack from the shelter core, and then replaced the Goblin Premium Backpack he was wearing with the one Li Xia sent. Actually, during the Goblin Invasion disaster, the number of enemy monsters was more than 1,000. Even though the Goblin Premium Backpack is a rare backpack resource with a low drop rate, it is not difficult to get a Goblin Premium Backpack in the face of such a huge base. But even if they are all Goblin Premium Backpacks, they may look the same in the eyes of men, but they are different in the eyes of women. At least, the Goblin Premium Backpack that Su Hongdo is wearing now was given by Li Xia, just based on this point. But it is not comparable to the previous one. As for the difference in this point, how different it is depends on the person. But at least for Su Hongdo, the weight seems to be quite heavy. This has nothing to do with the value of the backpack, but because of who gave it to her. If you understand this, you may understand that Su Hongdo's behavior, which is similar to taking off pants to fart, is not strange at all. Gold shelter. Gold scarlet wall runway. Li Xia held the wall with his hand and looked into the distance in a daze. In fact, after the chat, he has been thinking about a question. If the Kingdom of Authority is equivalent to the biome, then what kind of existence is the forest biome where the shelter is located? There is also a question buried in the deepest part of his heart, which is not a problem. If the normal way is to obtain additional authority through props such as the Crown of Authority plunder, and finally condense into the Kingdom of Authority, turn the shelter into the core of the Kingdom of Authority, and finally control a small world. The more special way is to use the special nature of inheritance, like Su Hongdo, to control the ownerless biological communities. That is, the kingdoms of authority, that have been formed by the top powerhouses of multiple races in the last era of the survival game. Then, if the players of an era all fail at the final time node for some reason, these biological communities, or kingdoms of authority, will become ownerless. Until the next era, they will be discovered and controlled by the players of the next survival game of the system. What about the Crimson Land and the Corruption Land? These are the only two large special biomes at present. Can they also be controlled by players? Or can the Crimson Land also be controlled by myself, who carries the inheritance of the Crimson Overlord? If the biome is equivalent to the Kingdom of Power, then it means that the players of the Crimson Land and the Corruption Land must have gone very far on the road of strength in the last era. But even so, they still lost? The emergence of a question leads to many doubts. This conversation today may have solved some doubts, but many more confusions have arisen. The water here is a bit deep. Chapter 226. No hurry. There's still time. Li Xia lowered his head and thought for a moment, muttering, after all, the strength of the main force is at the 2nd level now. I am only at the early stage of the 3rd level at present. There is still some time before the 4th level. Now that we know the tricks of the forest biome, now that we know that the player needs to escape from the forest cage, now that we know the relationship between the Kingdom of Authority and the biome, and the status of the item of Authority Plunder Crown in this category of items, and the path we will take in the future, then there is no need to worry. It's just a pity. I thought that rare prop resources such as the Power Plunder Crown could help me. After all, this is a power resource. But, when I was promoted to the 4th level, I only condensed an extra gel power, and used the gel power to condense the power kingdom. Thus, I embarked on the road of being a strong man. I was born inferior to others. I really couldn't do this. Li Xia is a Scarlet Overlord inheritor, and his situation is not the same as other players. With each level up, Li Xia can gain an extra authority with the inheritance of the Scarlet Lord. Maybe. Li Xia's eyes lit up. Maybe when I reach the 4th level, I don't need to use any props at all. Just relying on the inheritance of the Scarlet Lord, I can get the effect of authority such as the Power Plundering Crown. Godfather? Godfather! Su Hongdo turned her head and saw Li Xia thinking on the spot, and couldn't help shouting twice. What's wrong? Li Xia raised his head and asked. Godfather. Look! The smoke has stopped, and there seems to be movement in the event connection channel again. Li Xia squinted his eyes, looked far away, and after scanning the surrounding situation, he nodded slightly. It should be the 4th wave of enemy monsters from the disaster event Goblin Invasion, and it is about to attack. It's okay. We can just watch here. But don't be careless. If the strength of this wave of enemy monsters is very strong, we should take action when necessary. And don't let the enemy monsters reduce the solidity value of the gold scarlet wall too much. After all, although the golden scarlet wall and even all the buildings in the shelter defense system have the protection effect of the life wood, they can continuously restore the solidity value. But I am afraid that the so-called hidden Easter egg of the disaster event goblin invasion, that is, the World Devourer, will appear when the disaster event is about to end. We don't know the strength of the World Devourer. During this period, it is necessary to ensure the peak combat effectiveness of our own shelter. Li Xia is cautious by nature. He did not underestimate the enemy just because his shelter defense system easily dealt with the first 3 waves of enemy monsters in the disaster event goblin invasion. After all, who knows what will happen after the disaster event goblin invasion? In the survival game of the series, carelessness means that you are not far from death. Li Xia is very clear about this. Celia naturally understood what Li Xia said. As a senior patient with firepower phobia, she was eager to have the opportunity to play in person. And carelessness? Don't be funny. To some extent, Celia, a natural tree demon that evolved from Abigail's flower, had already been etched deep into her soul because of the annihilation of the last era. Puff! Outside the golden shelter, at the incident connection channel, the wolf smoke that had originally stopped burst out again. The inky wolf smoke formed a dark cloud in the sky above the shelter. Bang! 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 The army of goblin warriors in armor and sharp weapons took the lead and stepped out. Then came the army of goblin archers out of the event connection channel. Both of them are old acquaintances of the disaster event goblin invasion. In fact, it can be seen from the scale of the previous wave of enemies. In the disaster event goblin invasion, each wave of enemies will not only have more troops, but also more types of troops. Except for the first wave of enemies in the disaster event goblin invasion, only a single goblin coolie appeared, followed by the subsequent goblin warriors, and then the third wave of goblin warriors and goblin archers. Presumably, there should be a third type of soldier in this fourth wave. As expected, after the goblin warriors and goblin archers stood aside and surrounded the golden shelter, one after another, goblin wizards wearing wizard robes and holding wizard wands came out of the event connection channel. Goblin wizard? Li Xia frowned slightly. If you remember correctly, during the last time the team explored the underground biome, Li Xia had killed a goblin wizard. That was a rare type of goblin in a small tribe. Right? Li Xia looked around and found that at this moment, these rare types of goblin wizards, there are thousands of them. The difficulty of this goblin invasion of enemy monsters is much higher than the last time. Li Xia looked at it intently. Li Xia frowned slightly. Good guy. It's not that he hasn't killed rare types of goblin wizards before, but at that time, he was only the first level of strength, and the enemy monster was also only the first level of strength. They are both goblin wizards. The gap between the first level and the fourth level is too big. Right? Instant Chaos Ball. Single instant attack skill. Chaos Explosion. Group damage range attack skill. Teleport. Displacement skill, and the fourth level goblin wizard. The single displacement distance is as high as 500 meters. Trip travel. With teleportation. Equivalent to a group teleportation skill. Goblin wizard. Displacement has displacement. Output is output. Although the four-dimensional attributes of the goblin wizard are lower than those of the goblin warrior and goblin archer, they are definitely not to be underestimated. Even with the goblin wizard's active skills, teleportation and trip companion, its threat is far superior to other goblin troops. 500 meters? Li Xia thought to himself that the distance of the goblin wizard's single teleportation was almost close to the range of the shelter. In this disaster event, the fourth wave of goblin invasion, in order to prevent the defense system of the shelter from being affected too much, Li Xia has decided to take Celia and the sky-breaking gargoyle with him to fight. Buzz buzz buzz. Buzz buzz buzz. Buzz buzz buzz. The desolate horn sounds came one after another, with a hint of solemnity. The moment the horn sound stopped, the goblin army swarmed in. Li Xia turned his head and shouted, Celia, little stone, get ready for battle. Be careful of the goblin wizard's teleportation skills. If you can, do your best to snipe the goblin wizard. Celia licked her lips and took out the regeneration axe staff from the goblin boutique backpack, nodded and said, Okay, Godfather. I understand. Hearing this, the sky-breaking gargoyle also looked serious. He stepped to stand beside Celia, raised his tendon bow in front of him. looked at the goblin army outside the shelter with a sharp gaze, and said loudly, "Please rest assured, Commander. It's just a sniper kill. I can do it." After the fusion of the Book of Arms and the Philosopher's Stone, the sky-breaking gargoyle seemed to have a soul, and at this moment it has become more and more anthropomorphic. Outside the golden shelter, the goblin army did not attack with concentrated fire like the previous two waves, nor did they attack with meat shields and warriors like the third wave. The formation changed. A small team was formed around each goblin wizard. The upper limit of the number of this team, including the goblin wizard himself, was only 6 people. But the team's combination was very interesting. For goblin warriors, a goblin wizard and a goblin archer, Li Xia only took a glance and understood that this was the goblin wizard's intention to use the active skill to teleport and travel with Trip outside the attack range of the shelter's defense system, so as to be able to approach the wall of the shelter as quickly as possible, seeing the magic elements in the surrounding air flowing away in large quantities, gathering in the bodies of goblin wizards one after another. Li Xia snorted coldly, "You are dreaming? TSK." With a wave of Li Xia's hand, the golden scarlet mage tower was running at full capacity, projecting scarlet rain clouds into the air one after another. This time, Li Xia specially adjusted the range of the scarlet rain clouds, no longer blindly pursuing the farthest distance. Instead, the scarlet rain clouds were used to cover the 200-meter distance closest to the golden scarlet city wall within the range of the shelter's defense system. That is to say, even if the goblin wizard brings the goblin warrior and goblin archer and uses teleportation to approach the golden scarlet wall of the sanctuary, he will continue to be threatened by the scarlet rain cloud. Then Li Xia waved his hand. The characteristic of the sanctuary, the charged shield system, is fully activated and manifested. With the charged shield system, even if the goblin wizard wants to play dirty during the goblin invasion of the disaster event, he can use the gap between the attacks of the sanctuary to rush into the sanctuary's defense system, get within 500 meters of the wall, and then use the active skill to teleport in front of the charging shield system. The goblin wizard's teleportation skills will also be defeated, and the goblin wizard can only teleport to the outside of the golden scarlet wall at most. The sky outside the golden scarlet wall is covered by scarlet rain clouds, and attacking the golden scarlet wall will continue to cause counterattacks. A simple deadlock is initially formed, as long as the charging shield system holds up, giving myself, Celia, and the sky-breaking gargoyle enough time to kill the goblin wizard. Then this wave of enemy monsters will not be enough. Swish, swish, swish. A series of dark lights flashed by. The goblin wizard and the team members around him disappeared immediately. Almost at the same time, the goblin wizard and his team appeared 500 meters away. At this moment, more than 5,000 goblin troops, with 3 types of troops fully equipped, are all less than 300 meters away from the shelter. It can almost be said that the goblin army surrounded the golden shelter, and it was impenetrable. Swish, bang, boom, sharp arrows, sword slashing, magic bombardment, one after another. But at the same time, the scarlet rain clouds in the sky continued to move, and the scarlet raindrops hit the ground and hit every goblin army. The 3-person team consisting of Li Xia, Celia, and the sky-breaking gargoyle was responsible for 1 wall each, and Li Xia summoned several armed scarlet spike slime mother archers, the captain, to take charge of the remaining wall. Successfully killed rare 4th level goblin wizard captain. Obtained ruby gem x30, scarlet points x250. Successfully killed rare 4th level goblin wizard elite. Obtained teleport skill book x1, scarlet points x200. Li Xia raised his eyebrows when he saw this. Teleport? Chapter 227. Swoosh. Boom. Bang. The sharp arrows of the goblin archers quickly shot towards the shelter, attempting to attack Li Xia standing on the runway of the golden scarlet wall. But the arrows were easily blocked by the charging shield system. The arrows could not break through the defense system of the golden shelter, and could only create ripples on the outer layer of the charging shield system. The goblin warriors rushed forward one after another in the scarlet rain clouds, but only a few of them could reach the golden scarlet wall. Unfortunately, just when the goblin warrior was ecstatic and was about to break through the wall, enter the shelter, and kill a lot of people. Bang! The chopping knife not only did not reduce the solidity of the scarlet and gold wall, but because of the anti-injury property of the gold and scarlet wall, the goblin warrior's already unhealthy life state was made worse. The health and defense of the Goblin Wizard are naturally weaker than the Goblin Archer because of his profession, not to mention being comparable to the Goblin Warrior. Even though every Goblin Wizard was protected by at least one squad of Goblin soldiers, and even though the Goblin soldiers used themselves as human shields to block the scarlet rain that hit the ground and the scarlet spikes that suddenly shot out from the ground. However, under the active hunting of the three-person squad of Licia, Celia, and Skybreaking Gargoyle, the Goblin Wizard still suffered heavy casualties. Inside the shelter, the magical plants planted in the large fertile fields were full of vitality. Outside the shelter, the Goblin army went to their deaths one after another, and the battlefield was bloody. It was just a wall of the shelter, but the inside and outside were two completely different worlds. It took only a quarter of an hour. The fourth wave of monsters of the disaster Goblin invasion ended with the annihilation of the Goblin army. Looking at the event connection channel outside the shelter, Licia frowned slightly. The battlefield was smoke drifting. The huge pit formed by the event connection channel. It still exists. There is no sign of dissipation at all. Looking at this, the disaster event Goblin invasion should have a fifth wave of enemies. Licia didn't think much about it, but he clearly remembered that during the previous battle with the enemy waves, hearing a system prompt, the shelter defense system killed a Goblin Wizard and dropped a skill book teleport. He was only one boss level enemy away from being promoted to the 3rd level. Even if he had Wind Blade Wings, Frost Flower Boots, Horseshoe Balloon Bundles, and other efficient mobile accessories, he was extremely eager for the more efficient mobile skill of teleportation. No, it should be teleportation. In Licia's eyes, the Goblin Wizard's teleportation skill can even be used as a killer. Licia grew wings on his back, and he flew to the Scarlet Drop automatic collection device. Congratulations to the player. You have obtained Ruby Gem X1902, Blue Jade Gem X3300, Amethyst Gem X2213, Active Skill Book Parry X3, Active Skill Book Teleport X1. This pickup triggers the Greedy Authority effect and obtains advanced resources. Active Skill Book Phase Teleport X1. All the colorful resources were collected into the Goblin's backpack. Licia listened to the system prompt and stood there in a daze. Damn! Wait! Is this true? Licia still couldn't believe that the Scarlet automatic drop collection device was so powerful this time. The only time the Greedy Authority effect was triggered was when the teleportation skill book was triggered. And the effect obtained by this trigger was not tripled, but advanced? This is even lower. Today is really a lucky day. Licia smiled with satisfaction. After flying back to the runway of the Golden Scarlet Wall, he couldn't stop smiling. Seeing this, Celia asked, Godfather, what's wrong? You are so happy after going to the Scarlet automatic drop collection device? Did you get something good this time? You are so clever. Ha ha ha. You guessed it right. Licia no longer concealed his joy. He took out the skill book phase teleport from the Goblin Boutique backpack and said, this time, I got a teleportation advanced skill book from the Scarlet automatic drop collection device. Phase teleport. Phase teleport? Celia asked curiously, really? Godfather is lucky this time. What is the effect of this phase teleport? I was so happy that I didn't have time to look at it. Licia said, don't worry. You and Xiaoshi too are here. Let's take a look together. After Licia finished speaking, he waved his hand and called out the panel data of the skill book phase teleport. Skill name, phase teleport. Skill attribute, active permanent mastery. Level, first level. Magic points consumed, 100 points. Cooling time, 10 minutes. Effect, no weapon usage restrictions. After using this skill, the player can obtain a 2-stage teleportation effect. The first stage is, the player can teleport to a specified distance of 300 meters in radius. The second stage is, within 1 minute, the player can start the phase teleportation at any time to return to the original position. When the first and second stages of the skill are all used, the player will get a fixed swift gain, movement speed increased by 10%, melee attack speed plus 10%, long-range attack speed plus 10%, duration, 1 minute. Learning requirements, General B. Note, in the underground biome, or during the Goblin Invasion disaster event in the forest biome, there is a very small chance that the player will obtain the skill book teleport when killing the rare type enemy Goblin Wizard. After the Crimson Drop automatic collection device's Greedy Authority is upgraded, this skill has evolved into phase teleport. with a stronger teleportation effect and additional temporary gain. For players, this skill will have a higher value. Li Xia, Celia, Skybreaking Gargoyle. After the three of them read the data on the skill book's phase transmission panel, they looked at each other in amazement and disbelief. Skybreaking Gargoyle, fuck. Celia, fuck. Li Xia, fuck. In one word, outrageous. In two words, very outrageous. Even though Li Xia boasted of being knowledgeable and had the Scarlet Domination inheritance in his hands, which enabled him to enhance skills through Scarlet Assimilation, and even use 2 evolution gold sources to evolve skills. He had never seen a 2-stage displacement skill, and even after the 2-stage displacement skill was used, it also came with an additional 3 buff effect of rapid gain. Phase teleportation skill. How can one person be so amazing? It's settled. The 3rd level active skill is determined to be this phase teleportation. It's like adding wings to a tiger. Li Xia was even happier. As expected, it was the right choice to upgrade the Scarlet automatic drop collection device at a great cost and with huge resources. Although the triggering probability of greedy authority is low, the triggering probability of advanced resources is even lower. But as long as it is successfully triggered once, it is worth 1,000 times. For Li Xia, the role played by the Scarlet automatic drop collection device in this phase teleportation skill book is no less than giving him an evolution gold source for free. Even Li Xia doubted whether it could evolve into phase teleportation even if he used the evolution gold source for the teleportation skill. This is still a question. This result is the best result for Li Xia. Celia looked envious. Godfather, this phase teleportation skill is really good. 2-stage displacement effect, with rapid gain, is definitely the current god level skill. The only flaw may be that the magic value consumption of phase teleportation is too high, requiring 100 magic points, and the cooling time is too long. Li Xia nodded slightly and agreed with Celia's point of view. That's true. But the problem is that phase teleport is only a 1st level skill now. After loading it into the skill bar, you can also use gold source to strengthen it, evolution gold source to evolve it, and Scarlet Assimilation to enhance it. With the triple effect stacking, the defects of magic value and cooling time will no longer be defects. Li Xia let out a long sigh. If phase teleport has defects, it is not in the skill itself, but in that I can't load it now. No hurry. Celia smiled and said, Godfather is just 1 step away from loading the phase teleport skill. As long as he kills another boss level enemy monster, he will be able to load it soon. That makes sense. Li Xia paused and continued. It's just that the original process of killing the World Devourer is actually as simple as killing the brain of Cthulhu in the Crimson Land. Unfortunately, Mo Luochen jumped out halfway. He created this disaster event, the Goblin Invasion, which has no effect on our shelter, but it really delayed our time. Plus, the corrupted land is blocked, and the multidimensional fusion crystal tower cannot be teleported. I don't know when I can kill the World Devourer. I hope Mo Luochen won't do anything weird. Li Xia said so, but he knew in his heart that Mo Luochen had made such a big fuss. No one would believe him if he said he wouldn't do anything weird. Li Xia now hopes that the event connection channel will dissipate quickly, and the disaster event Goblin Invasion will end quickly. Only in this way can he go to kill the World Devourer faster and get the first kill reward, and even the shelter upgrade reward. Although he is now far ahead of the first echelon among the players in the 9,527th regional channel, and is the only 3rd level player in the entire regional channel, and even the level of his shelter is 1 level higher than others. But the problem is, how to continue to expand this advantage is the top priority. And how to expand this advantage? Li Xia actually has a clear mind. The most fundamental point is undoubtedly to kill the World Devourer. In this way, everything enters a dead loop. Mo Luochen is blocking the way, blocking Li Xia's path to becoming a strong man, whether it's intentional or unintentional. If there is a chance, and the two sides really want to clash, then I will definitely pursue the enemy with all my remaining courage, and not seek fame by imitating the tyrant. This time, the thick smoke drifted for a long time at the event connection channel. The 5th wave of the disaster event Goblin Invasion. I don't know if it is the last wave of enemy monsters. It never came. But seeing that the giant pit at the event connection channel has not dissipated, it means that the disaster event Goblin Invasion has not ended. And we can only wait. Li Xia looked at this scene, And a strange emotion also emerged in his heart. You know, in the previous disaster events, even during the enemy monster tide, there has never been such an outrageous thing. This disaster event, the goblin invasion, is not normal no matter how you look at it. That's right. The triggering mechanism of this disaster event, the goblin invasion, is not normal in itself. It was triggered by Elimination, not an activity specially issued by an unknown existence. Strange is normal. Not strange is abnormal. Li Xia thought of this, and silently withdrew his gaze. Seeing this, Celia said, Godfather, it's almost night, and there is no movement from the enemy monsters. How about I go back to the kitchen of the shelter to cook? Although the copper furnace hot pot was eaten late at noon. It was 2 o'clock after eating. But maybe it was because of the high pressure on the battlefield. Or maybe it was because of the excessive consumption of the battle. The gold pocket watch showed that the time was more than 7 o'clock in the evening. But at this moment, the sky did not show any dimness. Today's sunset seemed to come particularly late. Okay, just make some. Li Xia agreed. Hey, Godfather, don't worry. I'm very good at cooking now. Celia agreed, and quickly waved the wind blade wings to leave the runway of the golden scarlet wall, and return to the kitchen of the shelter as quickly as possible. For her, the sky and the earth are not as big as Li Xia's body. 3 meals a day should be on time and nutritious. Wang Fugue said before that he would be responsible for 3 meals a day, but Li Xia is not an unreasonable person. At this critical time of the disaster event goblin invasion, how could Wang Fugue have the time to cook? Once the shelter was breached and the core was destroyed, Wang Fugue would be dead. For this reason, he specially explained this situation today. Li Xia was not an unreasonable person, so he naturally agreed. Half an hour later, Li Xia looked at the event connection channel outside the range of the shelter defense system for countless times. There was still only the smoke rising in the air. As for the 5th wave of monsters from the disaster event goblin invasion, not even a ghost was seen. Li Xia hadn't retracted his gaze. Ding! 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 A series of system prompts sounded, and someone in the friend channel was sending him a private message. Looking at the frequency of the system prompts, it seemed very urgent. Li Xia didn't have many friends, so when he heard the system prompts, he quickly called up the friend channel. It turned out that it was Su Hongdo's avatar that was flashing. Su Hongdo, Kuo Lao. It's bad. I have an accident here. A big accident. I'm afraid Elimination has targeted me. After reading the message, Li Xia's eyes shrank. Elimination? Did he take action? Chapter 228. Forest biome. Thick smoke continued to pour out from the event connection channel and gathered in the sky, forming a large dark cloud, completely covering the surrounding sky. At this moment, although there were no traces of enemy monsters in the event connection channel, the 5th wave of enemy monsters in the disaster event goblin invasion still did not move. But, inside and outside the golden shelter, the atmosphere was solemn. Li Xia stared at the friend chat channel. Elimination. The Lord of Corruption Elimination. The World Devourer the Lord of Corruption Elimination. Each different title represents a different identity of Elimination in the survival game of the series. And the meaning is completely different. But, I have to say, ever since Elimination made a completely opposite choice from himself in the corrupted land, and reincarnated as a lackey of the evil god at the demon altar, a rather special existence that is superior to other world devourers, he has only taken action once. That is, before the disaster event goblin invasion began, Elimination used some unknown means to forcibly block the corrupted land, making it impossible for all players to use the multidimensional fusion crystal tower or even the invitation letter of the biome to enter the corrupted land, and unable to use the memory potion or even the memory mirror to leave the corrupted land. Even in the end, Elimination relied on his own strength to create a 2-star disaster event goblin invasion for all players. Although these events had different reactions and effects, they can all be called the first move of the World Devourer Elimination. Although Li Xia didn't know what Elimination was trying to do, but through the subsequent intelligence and clues, it can be further analyzed. Elimination's first move was quite a big deal. Elimination single-handedly targeted all the players in this era's survival game. The move was clean and neat, and Elimination knew what he wanted. But, at the moment when the disaster event goblin invasion has not ended, judging from Su Hongdo's meaning, Elimination actually made a second move, and this time, The attack is no longer aimed at all players of the survival game of the K-series in this era, but only at Su Hongdo? Why? On what basis? Is Su Hongdo special? With the heritage of the dwarves, and on the premise of the second-level strength. He controls a small part of the authority of a small special biological community gem mine cave with the special nature of the dwarves' heritage. From this perspective, even the survival game of the K-series in this era has billions of players. Su Hongdo is also a very special existence among them. But is Su Hongdo so special? After all, on the other hand, it is true that the number of players in this era's survival game has reached billions. And it is also true that Su Hongdo has the dwarf heritage of the racial heritage level. But she is not so special that she will be targeted by Mo Luochen, and no one else will be in his eyes. Not to mention such a large population base. There will be a few people who are more special than Su Hongdo. Just say that Li Xia himself is carrying the inheritance of the Scarlet Lord. The inheritance of the Scarlet Lord is currently the only inheritance that can be compared with the inheritance of the Corrupted Lord. And it is higher than the level of racial inheritance. No matter how you look at it, I am more attractive than Su Hongdo. If Mo Luochen is, to some extent, a new official's first 3 fires, then the first fire should not be burned towards Su Hongdo, but towards himself. But why not? What does Su Hongdo have that she has? But I and even the billions of players of this era's survival game don't have? Wait. It really is. She now controls a small part of the authority of a gem mine in a small special biological community. This is an extremely special case even among the players of racial heritage. Because ordinary racial heritage players cannot do this at the second level. The reason why Su Hongdo can is because her dwarf heritage absorbed the souls of other undead miners and obtained an additional authority in advance. This is what made Su Hongdo such a special existence. This might be the reason why Mo Luochen targeted Su Hongdo? These thoughts may seem complicated, but they are just a ripple in Li Xia's mind after he saw the message from Su Hongdo on the friend channel. In a flash, all these thoughts were sorted out. Li Xia let out a long breath and replied immediately. Li Xia, don't worry. What happened? Tell me in detail. How did Mo Luochen target you? Su Hongdo's face flushed with anxiety, and beads of sweat as big as a bean dripped down. It was rare to see a look of bewilderment on the face of Su Hongdo. A strong woman. Obviously. Mo Luochen's move against her this time was a great threat and impact on Su Hongdo. Su Hongdo, that's right. The 5th wave of monsters in the disaster event Goblin Invasion has not come yet. Right? Li Xia, yes. I'm still confused now. This disaster event Goblin Invasion, no matter where it is, reveals a sense of strangeness. Su Hongdo, I was also suspicious before. But I just realized that the 5th wave of monsters in the disaster event Goblin Invasion is not coming. But Mo Luochen is brewing a big wave. Su Hongdo, this statement may not be accurate. To be more precise, the disaster event Goblin Invasion is not aimed at all players, but at a very small number of individual players. Su Hongdo, I just received a reminder that the gem mine will be attacked by the World Devourer in half an hour. Li Xia? What did you say? This time he is not targeting your shelter, but the small special biological community gem mine that you control a small part of the authority? Su Hongdo, yes. I had never thought that Mo Luochen would set his sights on my gem mine. Li Xia, then what will you do? Can you only wait for half an hour? Do you have any countermeasures? Su Hongdo, don't worry about that. Although resource items such as crystal towers, biome invitations, and challenge letters cannot be used during the disaster, I have control over a small part of the gem mine after all. If the above methods fail, I can go to the gem mine and take charge. Su Hongdo, speaking of this, I have to thank you. If it weren't for the enchanted sword you gave me, which gave my gem mine a stable world anchor coordinate, I would have been staring blankly now. Li Xia, huh? That's good. But it's also very risky for you to take charge. Su Hongdo, of course I know this. But, Kualao, you don't think that everything will go smoothly if you embark on this path of becoming a strong man, right? Li Xia, What do you mean? Su Hongdo, the foundation of my current strength, the concentration of authority, and whether I can continue on my path to becoming a strong man in the future all depend on the gem mine. Once the authority of the gem mine is seized by Mo Luochen, or if he simply completely destroys the biological community of the gem mine, or even does not need to destroy it, but only causes large-scale damage, my path to becoming a strong man will be greatly affected. Su Hongdo, the worst case scenario is that after the gem mine is destroyed, I will also die directly. Because since I have taken control of the authority of the gem mine, to a certain extent, my life and death hub is no longer the core of the shelter, but the gem mine. Su Hongdo, if the situation is better, after the gem mine cave is destroyed, I will not die. But it is very likely that my strength in this life will be at the second level, and I will never be able to reach the third level. Even if I kill boss level monsters in the future, it will be of no use. Li Xia, I understand. As expected, this road to becoming a strong person is easy to get started, but difficult to achieve great success. And there are many restrictions. It is indeed not a perfect road. Li Xia, you, at this juncture, is there anything I can do to help you? Su Hongdo, ha ha ha. I actually expected this day a long time ago. This time the situation is special. What can you, Kuo-Lao, do to help me? Su Hongdo, I need to step over the chopping block myself this time. I sent you a message this time. On the one hand, to tell you about Mo Luochen's methods, and the disadvantages of this road to becoming a strong man by controlling the biological community to improve strength. Su Hongdo, on the other hand, I also want to ask you, are there enough gem resources? If not, I still have a batch of resources on hand, which were originally prepared for myself. But now, if I can survive, I will naturally have as many gem resources as I want. If I can't survive, instead of letting these resources go to waste, it is better to leave them for you to use. Li Xia, don't talk nonsense. You should keep the gem resources on hand for yourself. I have enough for you. And don't hold this attitude of going to die. He is just Mo Luochen. Even if Mo Luochen is the world devourer now. So what? Get rid of him. Li Xia, if you need my help, just let me know. Su Hongdo, okay. Since the gem mine has the enchanted sword as the world anchor coordinate, my shelter core has been integrated into it. Even if I go to the gem mine, I can still chat with you privately as usual. I will communicate with you in text later, and try to send you more useful information. Su Hongdo, you have to be careful too. This time Mo Luochen targeted me. But next time it might be you. Su Hongdo, Kuo-Lao. Forget it. Let's talk about it when I come back alive. I will teleport to the gem mine now. And keep in touch during this period. Li Xia. Okay. Be careful. After closing the friend chat channel, Li Xia took a deep breath, feeling like he was just hitting cotton with his strength. Even though Mo Luochen was reincarnated as the world devourer, when he appeared in front of him, Li Xia was fully confident that he would stay. But Mo Luochen's second attack was not aimed at me, but at Su Hongdo. Even if I was powerful, I could only watch and be a spectator. If Mo Luochen was targeting someone I didn't know, it would be fine. I could just be a spectator. But this time, Mo Luochen targeted one of the people Li Xia was most familiar within his small circle. How could I not be angry? Asshole. Li Xia's eyes were fierce, and his hatred for Mo Luochen was rising and almost overflowing. It must be said that Mo Luochen is very cautious. He is so cautious that even though Mo Luochen has been reincarnated as the world devourer, the Lord of Corruption, Mo Luochen, he can launch a 2-star disaster event on his own and command other world devourers. But Mo Luochen did not think of burning the first of the 3 fires of a new official on his head, but instead turned to burn Su Hongdo, who is slightly weaker. The target positioning is very clear. Obviously, Mo Luochen does not want to confront himself at this moment. Generals are unwilling to fight against generals. Until now, Mo Luochen has only been willing to fight against soldiers, or soldiers against soldiers, so that he can hide in the dark and control the overall situation, and even reap the benefits? I underestimated him. Woo! While thinking, outside the golden shelter, the inky smoke stopped drifting. The 5th wave of monsters in the disaster event Goblin Invasion has finally arrived. Goblin Warrior, Goblin Archer, Goblin Wizard. The elite professions of the 3 major goblin tribes all appeared. Li Xia took a quick look and stopped paying too much attention. After all, these enemies were all old acquaintances. If it was just these 3 types of soldiers, even if the number of goblin troops doubled, Li Xia would not be afraid at all. Woo! The sound of the battle horn changed during the 5th wave of enemies, from desolate and murderous to shrill sobbing. Shoo! 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 Under Li Xiao's gaze, 3 goblins with a body size of 3 meters and explosive muscles jumped out from the giant pit connecting the event channel. You know, the average goblin is only 1.23 meters tall. Even the goblin warriors, the melee profession of the goblin clan, are no exception. After all, the goblin clan is called the green-skinned dwarfs for a reason. But only the 3 enemies in front of him have a rather amazing height. The height of nearly 3 meters made Li Xia think of something. When he teamed up with Su Hongdou and Li Bianqing to explore the underground biological community, there was only one type of 3-meter-tall goblin enemy. That is, Goblin Chieftain. Before the Goblin Chieftain had finished organizing his team, Li Xia appeared in the chat channel in front of him in real time. Su Hongdou's friend channel was still silent, but the regional chat channel kept popping up messages. Li Xia glanced at it with his peripheral vision and keenly discovered the 5 big words World Devourer. And the frequency of the 5 big words World Devourer appeared very high. What's going on? Celia, you and Little Stone keep an eye on it. The defense system of the shelter is now temporarily in your hands. Li Xia waved and ordered. Okay, Godfather. Leave it to me. Celia patted her heavy chest and said, with me and Little Stone here, we will make sure these goblins never come back. Li Xia nodded slightly, and then clicked on the regional chat channel. Zhang-Yi, damn it. Isn't it the goblin invasion period of the disaster event? Why did the 5th wave of enemies outside my shelter appear as world devourers? Guan Tao, huh? Did you encounter the boss-level world devourer? Why did I only encounter a pseudo-boss-level enemy? The goblin chieftain? Li Xia frowned when he saw these 2 players facing the same disaster event. The same wave of enemies, but completely different enemies. Isn't this right? The goblin chieftain is a pseudo-boss level enemy? World devourer? Does everyone encounter something different? Chapter 229. In the regional chat channel, all the players' conversations came into view. The information Li Xia obtained from it made him even more suspicious. If the disaster event of the goblin invasion, because of the special nature of the world devourer, the Lord of Corruption, Mo Luochen, led to the disaster event that should have been the invasion of the goblin clan. The final enemy monster wave was the boss-level enemy monster of the Corruption Land, the Lord of Corruption, as the last pass. In this way, it is understandable that the gem mine controlled by Su Hongdou was attacked by the World Devourer. After all, before, Li Xia also learned something during the chat with Su Hongdou. Since Su Hongdou took advantage of the peculiarity of the dwarf heritage and controlled a small half of the authority of the gem mine cave, a small special biological community, the core of the shelter has gradually been integrated into the gem mine cave, a biological community controlled by Su Hongdou. In other words, the shelter is the core of Su Hongdou, and the gem mine cave is also her core. Even invisibly, at this moment, the importance of the gem mine cave is more important to Su Hongdou than the shelter. The World Devourer became the final barrier of the 5th wave of monsters in the disaster event Goblin Invasion. It was reasonable for it not to attack Su Hongdou's shelter, but to attack the gem mine biological community controlled by Su Hongdou. But, at this moment, outside the golden shelter, 3 goblin chieftains stood in front of the goblin army, organizing the army and waiting for the goblin soldiers to come out from the event connection channel. What does this mean? This means that during the 5th wave of monsters in the disaster event Goblin Invasion, the final barrier he faced was not the boss-level World Devourer, but the pseudo-boss level Goblin Chieftain. Although there are 3 Goblin Chieftains, they are still only pseudo-boss level enemies. Compared with boss-level enemies, the benefits that Li Xia can get after killing them are very different. Apart from other things, if Li Xia can kill a boss-level World Devourer at this moment, he can even consider upgrading to the Sanctuary. But the appearance of the Goblin Chieftain. The most important point is not that he cannot immediately get the benefits of killing the boss-level enemy World Devourer. Rather, it shows one thing. In the 5th wave of enemies in the disaster event Goblin Invasion, not everyone will face the attack of the World Devourer. The phenomenon that Su Hongdou faced was not the essential phenomenon that the disaster event Goblin Invasion must encounter. Even the World Devourer that other players encountered should not be a normal phenomenon. On the contrary, it is very likely that the 3 goblin chieftains in front of him are the final challenge that should be encountered in this disaster event Goblin Invasion. You're being targeted? Li Xia realized. Is Su Hongdou being targeted this time? Li Xia took advantage of the gap before the 5th wave of enemies in the disaster event Goblin Invasion officially started. He immediately asked in the regional chat channel. Li Xia, everyone? What's going on? The final challenges you encountered in the 5th wave of enemies in the disaster event Goblin Invasion were different. Right? Li Xia, this clue is very important to me. Can you please tell me in detail? I'll tell you about mine first. I encountered 3 pseudo-boss level enemies. Goblin Chieftains. Wang Fang, ah. Great God. Great God Xia. I'll worship the Great God up close. Lu Piapiao, Great God Xia. Stick with me. Zhang Yi, damn. It's the Great God Xia. The Great God rarely chats in the regional channel. I didn't expect him to show up today. When a group of players found out that Li Xia had posted a conversation in the regional channel, they were all very excited. In their opinion, Li Xia is not only the first person in the regional channel number 9527, but may even be the first person in this era of the survival game. Today, being able to chat with Li Xia and get a friend status will be a source of bragging in the future. Of course, those who can still chat and joke at the final moment of the final challenge of the 5th wave of the disaster event Goblin Invasion, and can still laugh when facing Li Xia's questions. Most of them have only one situation. That is, at this moment, there is no boss-level enemy monster world devourer outside their shelter. Only a pseudo-boss level enemy monster Goblin Chieftain. If it weren't for this, they wouldn't be able to laugh. Li Xia frowned slightly when he saw this. His inquiry was distracted by the interruptions of the first few people. But he didn't know where it went. The information that Li Xia wanted to obtain very urgently was still unobtainable. This was not his original intention. Fortunately, Li Bianqing, who always paid attention to the regional chat channel and gave Li Xia special attention, stood up when he heard this. Li Bianqing, brother Xia. What's wrong? Is this clue important to you? Did something happen? Li Xia, I can't explain it for a while. We will talk about it in the team channel after the disaster event Goblin Invasion ends. I just want to know one thing now. What kind of enemies are you facing in the 5th wave of enemies in the disaster event Goblin Invasion? Li Bianqing, okay. Li Bianqing, I am facing a Goblin Chieftain. I just asked Wang Fugui and Wang Cai, and they are also facing a Goblin Chieftain. Li Bianqing, just 3 minutes ago, my intelligence network showed that the Hunter's Deputy Captain Chen Yishuan encountered 2 Goblin Chieftains. Because they were different from the other team members. He asked everyone in the intelligence network what was going on. Li Xia, You are all Goblin Chieftains? Just the number is different. Right? But I just saw the records of the regional channel. And someone in this disaster event, the 5th wave of Goblin Invasion, faced the final enemy monster, the World Devourer. Li Bianqing, yes. I have also discovered this problem before. But until now I don't know how many people in our 9527 area channel will face the World Devourer in the 5th wave of enemies in the disaster event Goblin Invasion. I also don't know what the standard is for players to encounter the Goblin Chieftain or the World Devourer. Li Xia, I understand. Brother Bianqing, please help me check and see who exactly encountered the World Devourer. If there is a standard, try to find it out. Li Bianqing, don't worry. Leave these small matters to me. The 5th wave of enemies I have to face in this disaster event of the Goblin Invasion is just a Goblin Chieftain. I have the energy to find information. And I will reply to you as soon as possible. Li Xia, yes. Then it's settled. Originally, Li Xia wanted to ask other players in the regional channel about some situations. But now, these players seem to be confused about the situation. And after talking for a long time, they were not on the point. Li Xia didn't count on them. It just so happened that Li Bianqing's appearance and the intelligence network he had prepared since the beginning of the survival game helped Li Xia a lot. So Li Xia ignored other players and talked with Li Bianqing in the regional channel without anyone else being able to interrupt. After the two finished chatting, everyone realized it belatedly. It seemed that everyone was busy talking nonsense and lost a chance to make friends with Li Xia. Especially this time. Li Xia's trouble, or the task he gave them, was just to let them tell him the boss or pseudo-boss information of the final challenge they faced in the 5th wave of monsters in the disaster event Goblin Invasion. Such easy information. Such a good opportunity. It slipped away from them. Now the players who have come to their senses, especially those who have spoken just now but did not seize the opportunity, are regretting it. Li Xia will not take care of the emotions of these players. After some people reacted, they tried to add him as a friend and send him messages. But they were all blocked by Li Xia. After all, In terms of efficiency and accuracy of intelligence, it is enough to have Li Bianqing take charge of this matter. And, in fact, this information only further proves his own guess. In fact, Li Xia has basically figured out what the situation Su Hongdo is facing is. The reason why he's still asked in the regional channel is just because of the stability maintenance factor in his personality. He wants to get as much sample data as possible to make the answer clearer. Huh? Li Xia let out a breath, raised his head, and looked into the distance. He found that in the fifth wave of monsters in the disaster event Goblin Invasion, he was not only facing a huge army of goblins, but also a larger number of pseudo-boss level monsters goblin chieftains than others. This was basically impossible to encounter in previous disaster events and boss battles. Because it's fair. That's right. Fair. The difficulty of the events encountered by players is basically the same regardless of their own strength. But this time, the difficulty was artificially divided into different levels. And the standard of division was not based on each person's strength. After all, if it was really based on strength, then the fifth wave of enemies in the disaster event Goblin Invasion that he was going to face should not be the pseudo-boss level enemy Goblin Chieftain, but the boss level enemy World Devourer. When Mo Luochen intervened, there were more and more uncertainties. Thinking of this, Li Xia always felt that the situation Su Hongdo was facing would not be so simple. More than 20 minutes later, the Goblin army had not yet attacked. And Celia was a little bored. Godfather, what are you doing? Why hasn't the Goblin army attacked yet? Li Xia looked forward when he heard this. The Goblin army, led by the 3 pseudo-boss level enemy Goblin chieftains, surrounded the golden shelter. But the formation was strangely complicated. Some of them looked like a hexagram. This must be weird. Li Xia had come into contact with the Goblin clan when he was exploring the underground biological community with Li Bianqing and Su Hongdo. It is clear that the Goblin clan is a race that has created classes, written language, and social structure. Even if this class and social structure are still very weak, it cannot be denied that these Goblin enemies are intelligent. Even if Li Xia can't understand what they are saying, even if the Goblin tribe's low-level coolies, Goblin soldiers, and even Goblin archers are not very smart, but the Goblin tribe's rare types of enemies, Goblin wizards, and pseudo-boss level enemies, Goblin chieftains, must be as smart as normal people. So at this moment, the 3 Goblin chieftains led the team and arranged the Goblin army's camp into the current form. There must be something fishy. Just wait and see. As long as the shelter defense system is here, we will be safe. If we go out, it will be too risky. Li Xia pondered after hearing this. No matter what the Goblin army, led by the 3 Goblin chiefs, wants to do, but in front of tens of thousands of Goblin troops and the 3 Goblin chiefs, they want me to give up the biggest support of the shelter defense system, and instead take Celia and the sky-breaking gargoyle to form a 3-person team. Rush out alone, and kill 7 in and 7 out? Please! Li Xia's life is very precious. There's no need to mess around like this. He just waited quietly to see what this group of Goblin army was up to. Just at this moment, ding! 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 A message came from the friend channel. Li Xia quickly called out the friend channel. Li Bianqing, before I killed the Goblin chief, I sent a bounty inquiry on my intelligence network. After I killed the Goblin chief, I sorted out the intelligence network and found something very strange. Li Xia, what's going on? Li Bianqing, in the 5th wave of the Goblin Invasion disaster event, the players encountered the boss-level enemy World Devourer. Their strength was average, and the strongest one was only at the top of the 2nd echelon. Li Bianqing, among the players who encountered the World Devourer, there was not even a player ranked 3000 in the regional rankings. Li Xia, no, there was one. Li Bianqing, oh? Who? Li Xia, Su Hongdo, she sent me a message before, and she encountered the World Devourer. Li Bianqing, how is it possible? This is too strange. Isn't it? Why? The top 3000 in the regional rankings, including you, me, even the deputy captain of the Hunter squad, Chen Yishuan, and all the players of the Silver Hand squad, and even the other members of our Dawn Front, have never encountered such a situation. Why is it that only Su Hongdo encountered such a situation? Li Bianqing, Brother Xia, is there any reason I don't know about this? If it's just a World Devourer, even if it's a 4th level one, it should be a sure thing with the special nature of Su Hongdo's dwarf heritage. Li Bianqing, but you are so anxious. even a little anxious. What are you worried about? Li Xia didn't expect that. He just asked a few more questions in the regional channel and asked him to help investigate. Li Bianqing keenly found something wrong. But this was related to Su Hongdo after all. Without her permission, the gem mine cave could not be exposed. Just when Li Xia was thinking about how to answer, ding! Su Hongdo's avatar lit up and sent a message again. Chapter 230. Because Su Hongdo's current situation is likely to be 10 times, or even 100 times, more dangerous than she expected. So when Su Hongdo sent a message again, Li Xia ignored Li Bianqing's questions and doubts, and directly clicked on Su Hongdo's avatar. Su Hongdo, Kuo Lao, huh? It seems that something really happened this time. Su Hongdo, just now. Not only did the World Devourer officially appear in the gem mine I control, but it has not yet started to attack. And even outside the range of my shelter in the forest biome, there are World Devourers. Su Hongdo, the situation is worse than I thought. I am facing not one World Devourer, but 2 World Devourers. The most important thing is that these 2 World Devourers are outside my gem mine and the shelter respectively. Li Xia saw the message sent by Su Hongdo and his eyes widened. He is now 100% sure that the damn Mo Luochen is taking advantage of this goblin invasion to specifically target Su Hongdo. This is definitely not an unintentional act. Rather, Mo Luochen did it on purpose. If it was just a World Devourer, it didn't matter if it was in the gem mine or in the shelter. For Su Hongdo, a player who inherited the dwarven heritage and had obtained an additional inheritance authority in the previous exploration adventure, there would not be much danger. Su Hongdo was very confident that he could successfully kill the World Devourer. Li Xia's previous concerns were mainly focused on whether Mo Luochen had any targeted backup plans for this deliberate move. This is what Li Xia is really worried about. But now, after Li Xia heard Su Hongdo's story, the situation is very different. At this moment, the core of Su Hongdo's shelter has been dispersed and integrated into 2 places because of the control of the gem mine. In other words, although Su Hongdo controlled the gem mine ahead of other players, and even ahead of himself because of this adventure, but because of this, Su Hongdo has one more life gate than other players. Whether it is the gem mine or the shelter, if there is a problem at any location, Su Hongdo will be fatally hit. But both locations are in danger at the same time, and Su Hongdo is unable to split himself. In this case, the danger is more than 10 times higher. Li Xia, did the World Devourer appear in the gem mine and the shelter at the same time? Su Hongdo, that's right. Li Xia, haven't these 2 World Devourers officially started attacking yet? Su Hongdo, this is weird. Half an hour has passed, but the enemies in the 2 locations haven't launched an attack yet. Li Xia, then what will you do? If the core of a shelter is destroyed, will you die? If it is really impossible, why not just keep one location? Li Xia, didn't you say that if you lose control of the gem mine, your path to becoming a strong person will be cut off, and you will not be able to improve your strength in this era unless there are accidents? Li Xia, if it is just like this, and there is no threat to your life, why not give up the gem mine and just stick to the shelter? In this way, there is still a way to survive. Although it is a life-threatening situation, it is worse than waiting to die now. What do you think? Su Hongdo, Kuo Lao, we have known each other for so long. You know me. It is better to let me die than to let me give up. Mo Luochen has set his sights on me. Even if you don't say it, I know it in my heart. I can escape this time. What about the next time? Su Hongdo, and if I really give up the control of the gem mine this time, then maybe the next time Mo Luochen sets his sights on me, I can only wait to die. Li Xia, you? Find out a little bit about the situation. When is the next time? At least you have saved your life now. Don't think about the future. The most important thing now is to think about the present. Maybe we will have figured out a solution before Mo Luochen sets his sights on you next time. Su Hongdo, I understand this. But Kuo Lao, believe me, it's not that time yet. Don't forget that I have the heritage of the dwarves. My authority is to summon undead miners of the same level as myself. Su Hongdo, and the undead miners are just called undead miners in name. And they are good at mining. But each of them can wear equipment, weapons, and even accessories, and can also learn skills and have a certain amount of wisdom. Su Hongdo, I have asked 3 undead miners to return to the shelter and rely on the shelter's defense facilities to defend. I am in the gem mine, trying to kill the World Devourer as quickly as possible, and then return to the shelter. Su Hongdo, it may be difficult to let the 3 undead miners kill the world devourer. But I am very confident that they can rely on the shelter's defense facilities to hold on until I come back. Su Hongdo, don't worry. If the situation is just like this, I am confident. Although I still don't know why Mo Luochen is targeting me, and what he likes about me. If it is just this situation, I will survive to the end. Li Xia, I know. But it's not safe. Su Hongdo, Kuo Lao. Don't say those spoilers. I sent you a message this time just to inform you of this information in advance. Maybe it will be useful to you. Su Hongdo, and I want to say, I like you? Su Hongdo, okay. I'm done talking. I'm leaving. A tough life never needs explanation. Maybe Su Hongdo was not this kind of person before. But since everyone descended into another world, and came to this era of the survival game of the restraint system, every player has to live a precarious life. And Su Hongdo is no exception. During these days of contact, Su Hongdo inevitably developed a good impression of Li Xia. However, in the forest biome, each shelter is like a separate individual, or an inaccessible island. It has become very difficult for players to contact each other. Only by using the team-building function of the biome invitation letter can players meet each other during the exploration and adventure of other biomes. In the shelter of the forest biome, players can only chat with each other through the friend channel. And the closest way of contact is even voice conversation. Su Hongdo once asked herself and hesitated. But in the end, she still determined her idea. It seems that she really fell in love with Li Xia. It is precisely because of this that Su Hongdo's attitude towards Li Xia is so different from that towards others. It is also because of this that Su Hongdo proposed to Li Xia to explore and adventure together next time. Because only during the team adventure can the two of them really meet. Su Hongdo can speak her mind face to face instead of just expressing her inner love through cold words in the friend channel. But, because of the goblin invasion and Mo Luochen's secret intervention, the current situation has come step by step. It seems that there may be no chance this time. Su Hongdo mustered up the courage to confess to Li Xia. She even comforted Li Xia at the end, saying that this predicament would not be dangerous. But what is the truth? Inside the gem mine, a world devourer that is 100 meters long is lurking at the event connection channel. After Su Hongdo glanced at the world devourer, he looked up at the starry sky above his head. In the boundless starry sky, outside the barrier of the gem mine, a world devourer that is 500 or 600 meters in size is entrenched outside the barrier, staring at Su Hongdo in the barrier with his vertical pupils. And there is a hint of teasing in his eyes. This world devourer is none other than the world devourer corruption master Mo Luochen. That's right. It actually appeared in person. Among the many regional channels and billions of players, the only target that Mo Luochen personally showed up for during this goblin invasion was not someone else, but Su Hongdo himself. Perhaps it was because of her appearance that the world devourers that poured into the gem mine through the event connection channel would lie dormant instead of attacking immediately. Su Hongdo lied. Under such circumstances, the gem mine, which Su Hongdo controlled a small part of the authority, was temporarily blocked like the corrupted land. Su Hongdo couldn't even get the undead miners to return to the shelter, let alone herself. Now she could only fight with her back to the wall. And when Su Hongdo saw the world devourer, the corrupt master, Mo Luochen, appear, Su Hongdo already knew that this time she would be in danger. When she thought of this result, she didn't worry about death at the first time. Instead, she thought of Li Xia. It was because of this that she sent a message to Li Xia. But halfway through her conversation, she concealed the fact that the world devourer, the Lord of Corruption, Mo Luochen had appeared. Instead, she changed the subject and told Li Xia that she still had a way and that she was confident that she could deal with this crisis, because she didn't want Li Xia to worry. But women, when the remaining rationality faded away with this quick wit, the emotionality took over again. It was precisely because of this that she confessed to Li Xia at the end of the chat. Because she was afraid that if she didn't say it this time, she would really never have another chance. As for now, it's time to play a life and death game with Mo Luochen, the first player in this era to switch to the evil god camp. No matter what Mo Luochen likes about her, she won't let him succeed so easily. Come out! Su Hongdo waved her hand, and 3 fully armed undead miners appeared behind her. Mo Luochen, the world devourer outside the biome barrier, saw this, and the teasing in his eyes became more intense. Shoo! The World Devourer at the connection of the event channel was spitting out snake tongues. With a hideous look. The war was about to start. At the same time, in the forest biome, in the golden shelter, Li Xiao looked at the chat channel where no more messages were sent, and fell into deep thought. Something is wrong. Su Hongdo didn't tell the truth. Who is Li Xiao? He is very thoughtful. He noticed the changes in the emotions of the text before and after the message sent by Su Hongdo, and the strangeness of forcing himself to comfort himself. Li Xiao scanned the previous conversation word by word. Wait. What do you mean? Don't worry. If the situation is just like this, I have confidence. Although I don't know why Mo Luochen is targeting me, and what he likes about me. If it is just the current situation, I will survive to the end. Is Mo Luochen a fool? Is Mo Luochen a reckless man? Is Mo Luochen a fool? No. None of them. Although Li Xia and Mo Luochen, who is not a player in the 9527th area channel, have never had any contact before. Don't forget, since the system announced that Mo Luochen had switched to the evil god camp, Li Xia had known him many times through the goblin invasion. He knew that he was a shrewd man. Would a shrewd man have no backup plan? Su Hongdo encountered the World Devourer in the 5th wave of enemies in the goblin invasion, which was already very special. What was even more special was that the World Devourer appeared outside her gem mine and the shelter of the forest biome at the same time. This degree of specialness was promoted from relatively special to the only special one. But with such an arrangement, does Mo Luochen really believe that he can really kill Su Hongdo, who has the inheritance of the dwarves? Don't forget, the inheritance of the dwarves is at the level of racial inheritance. And Su Hongdo is a rich woman. In front of Su Hongdo, who has the formula for analyzing accessories, earning wealth is just an easy thing. Therefore, Su Hongdo, this rich woman, must have the best equipment, weapons, accessories, and even skills at this stage. If Li Xia did not have the inheritance of the Scarlet Overlord, which can assimilate and enhance equipment, then Li Xia might even be left behind by Su Hongdo in terms of weapons, equipment, and accessories. So Mo Luochen's new official made such a big move when he took office. If the target was Su Hongdo, he would be in vain if these two arrangements failed. Let's look back at what Su Hongdo said. What if the situation was just like this? Here, Su Hongdo used a hypothetical sentence. But what if the situation was not just like this? Mo Luochen still had a backup plan. Or even Mo Luochen himself had already appeared in the gem mine? A World Devourer is targeting the sanctuary. A World Devourer and Mo Luochen teamed up to target Su Hongdo in the gem mine. What chance does Su Hongdo have of survival? There is still a chance. Let me think about it. Let me think about it. Li Xia frowned. The more times like this, the calmer you have to be. Li Xia is not a person who can remain calm even when facing a catastrophe. But at least the stability factor in his personality accounts for a large part. So he is at least a person who can remain calm in the face of major events. Generally, he would not panic when he encountered any problems. This is why when Li Xia came to the survival game of this era at the beginning of the advent of the whole people in the other world, he could get into the state so quickly. But this time is different. If there is any difference, it may be. Su Hongdo confessed to Li Xia. Concern makes him confused. This is Li Xia's current state. On the runway of the Golden Scarlet Wall, Li Xia was pacing anxiously. There is still time. Wait. Let me think about it. Chapter 231. Forest Biome. Outside the Golden Shelter, the thick smoke from the event connection channel blocked out the sun. It felt like a dark cloud was pressing down on the city. The wind was howling, blowing the treetops. When the storm was about to come, the wind was blowing all over the building. Li Xia suddenly clapped his hands. Got it. How could I forget the prayer altar? You know, the function of the prayer altar is to invest resources and make a certain degree of equivalent exchange. If you can use the prayer altar to teleport to the gem mine plane where Su Hongdo is. At this critical moment, when Su Hongdo was in crisis, Li Xia didn't care how much resources she had. After all, if Su Hongdo was a wealthy woman, then Li Xia was no less. As long as he was sure that the prayer altar was effective and could achieve his desired goal, then just give whatever resources the prayer altar needed. You can always get your money back even if you spend it all. Thinking of this, Li Xia hurriedly said, Celia, you and Little Stone stay here and keep an eye on the goblin invasion. I'll go back to the shelter workshop to get the prayer altar now. Although Celia didn't understand what was going on, she said out of character at this moment, "Godfather, I'm afraid it's not going to work." "What's wrong?" "Look." Li Xiao looked in the direction of Celia's finger and found that outside the shelter, the goblin army, led by 3 goblin chiefs, had completely formed a hexagram formation. At this moment, the 3 goblin chiefs unexpectedly took out a blood-colored bead from their goblin boutique backpacks at the same time. The other goblin wizards were mumbling incoherently, but no one knew what spell they were chanting. But as the 3 goblin chieftains smashed the blood-colored beads to the ground, the hexagram pattern spread across the surface, and at the speed of spreading, it devoured all the goblin army that was arranged in the hexagram array. That's right. It was devouring. The flesh and blood, the soul, shrank in an instant, wailing and screaming, one after another. When all the goblin army died, the hexagram array originally formed by the goblin army became a hexagram array formed by the spreading blood flow. Moreover, the speed at which this hexagram array was achieved was astonishingly fast, and a certain degree of sacrifice was completed in almost an instant. At this moment, outside the golden shelter, the goblin army had been completely sacrificed by the 3 goblin chieftains. In the entire battlefield, in the 5th wave of goblin invasion, only 3 goblin chieftains were still alive. In an instant, the situation changed dramatically. Not good. Li Xiao originally thought that relying on the shelter's defense facilities to wait for the enemy to tire would be a good choice, so he ignored the little tricks of this wave of goblin army. It was also because of Su Hongdou and Li Bianqing that there were always things that were more important than killing a few goblins in a hurry. But who would have thought that the problem with Su Hongdou had not been solved yet? The goblin army outside the shelter had caused such a big trouble again. Whatever the enemy wanted to do, they naturally couldn't be allowed to do it. Li Xiao quickly said, "Celia, Xiao Shi too. Rush together and kill quickly." He was halfway through his words. The blood-colored mist instantly filled the air. Even with the charging shield system, it couldn't stop it. The vision was blocked, and the surroundings were blood-red. If Li Xiao and others didn't have magic amulets to barely illuminate, the 3 of them would have become blind in the bloody fog. "Come over. Defend," Li Xiao shouted. The 3-man team groped for the light of each other's magic amulets and moved closer to each other. Because the 3-man team's original positions were very close, the process was very smooth. "Huh?" The wind howled, blowing away the blood-colored mist. Li Xiao looked closely, and his face was extremely ugly. At this moment, how could they still be in the shelter? They were clearly in another place. It looked like this. Could it be in the kingdom of authority of the Goblin clan? But isn't it only boss-level enemies that have kingdoms of authority? When Li Xiao expressed his guess, Celia asked in confusion. Li Xiao explained, "I encountered a boss-level enemy before. The Flying Viking. After the evil god burned its inherent authority, the Flying Viking was temporarily promoted to a boss-level enemy. As for the current situation here, it is probably because the effect of the blood-colored bead in the hand of the goblin chieftain is not the effect of burning authority. Because without the evil god, they cannot do this step. However, using the blood-colored bead for sacrifice and sacrificing nearly 10,000 goblin troops may also achieve the same goal." Celia nodded and said, "I understand. The goblin chieftain has pulled us into their kingdom of authority. Just like what you said to me before. We have the right time, right place, and right people. We originally occupied the right place in the shelter, but now we don't have it anymore. We can only fight them with real weapons. But now the advantage is on their side. Not only the advantage of the terrain." Li Xiao's face was gloomy, staring at the surroundings like a vulture. "The time is not right for us." Li Xiao thought, "Su Hongdou is in danger. Every minute and every second is important. And now I am dragged into the power of the Goblin clan by the Goblin chieftain. There is no way to rescue me. So I can only fight quickly and decisively. Wait!" Thinking of this, Li Xiao suddenly woke up. In this disaster event, the Goblin invasion, Su Hongdou was the only one who was special and targeted. He was also targeted by the World Devourer, the Lord of Corruption, Mo Luochen. But this kind of targeting was more like slowing down his pace, making him unable to split his attention. After all, the enemy monster wave that Su Hongdou faced was the World Devourer, which was very special. And Mo Luochen's personal appearance was very special. But he was in the 5th wave of enemy monsters in this disaster event, the Goblin invasion. What he had to face were 3 Goblin chieftains, who even sacrificed their own tribe. What he had to face was a 1-on-3 situation. And it was in the kingdom of the Goblin clan. In this case, who dared to say it was not special? 1-on-3? Elimination knew it well. And with his own strength, this would not be a problem. What's more, he was not alone. And the strength of Celia and the sky-breaking gargoyle was also the top strength of the first echelon. So it was only a matter of time to kill the 3 goblin chieftains. But perhaps Elimination wanted this battle time. Go back to defend? Rescue? He knew I would rescue. But even I just remembered that I could use the effect of the prayer altar to achieve my goal. And whether the prayer altar can really help Li Xia achieve his goal has not yet been determined. Just in case? Yes. No matter if I have a way or not. Sacrificing the goblin chieftain or the goblin army to delay me is the best strategy. After all, it's just a few cannon fodders dying. What's the big deal for the world devourer? The Lord of Corruption. Elimination? Thinking of this, Li Xia's heart became more anxious. Since Elimination had considered everything, it meant that Su Hongdo was determined to win. Li Xia had to fight quickly. Buzz buzz buzz. A long horn sounded. The blood-colored mist floated to the sky and turned into a blood moon. Then under the care of the blood moon, 3 light spots appeared among the mountains not far away. 3 goblin chieftains absorbed the power of the blood moon and appeared in Li Xia's sight. The original goblin chieftain, even if it was a 4th-order pseudo-boss level enemy monster, would never be so strong, and would not use any hexagram array or blood-colored beads for sacrifice during the disaster event of the goblin invasion to temporarily summon the Kingdom of Power. After all, the disaster event goblin invasion, to put it bluntly, is essentially a scene of a wave of enemies attacking the shelter. It doesn't make sense that when the final chapter is reached, the player is directly moved out of the shelter. Right? This is simply against the original intention of the disaster event goblin invasion. Unfortunately, this event itself was also instigated by the world devourer, the Lord of Corruption, Elimination, and the original intention had actually been changed a long time ago. So it doesn't seem to be a big deal to change it now. Now, Li Xia suddenly realized it after checking the panel data of the Goblin Chieftain. Sure enough, it was all Elimination who was behind all this, using the demon altar to trade with the Goblin clan and let the Goblin clan obtain the blessing of the corrupted totem. The Goblin Chieftain's strength was greatly improved. And if Li Xia's guess was correct, the 6-pointed star formation must be used together by 3 Goblin Chieftains. So other players are facing only 1 Goblin Chieftain. And the deputy captain of the hunter team is facing 2 Goblin Chieftains, which is already an extremely special situation. Li Xia didn't know if there were any players in the entire survival game who encountered 3 Goblin Chieftains at the same time in this era. But he was sure that in the 9527 area channel, he was definitely the only player who had to deal with 3 Goblin Chieftains at the same time. Godfather, what should we do now? Celia stood closely beside Li Xia, looking at the 3 Goblin Chieftains with extremely provocative eyes, and asked. The more Li Xia thought about it, the angrier he became. He was 1 step behind. From the beginning, Elimination took advantage of him. Now he couldn't even figure out what Elimination wanted. And he didn't even understand why Elimination targeted Su Hongdo. Li Xia was very angry. The consequences are very serious. There is no time to tangle with these 3 Goblin Chieftains. 3 versus 3. Let's fight quickly, Li Xia said in a deep voice. I just saw that the skills and weapons and armor sets of the 3 Goblin Chieftains are exactly the same, although the health value reaches 4,000 points. And under the blessing of the power of corruption, the overall strength of a single Goblin Chieftain is no different from a weaker, lower-level boss-level enemy monster. But they are not bosses after all. I don't care what means you use. I want to see the result within 3 minutes. Do you understand? Celia licked her lips. Godfather, don't worry. The sky-breaking gargoyle nodded slightly. 3 minutes? Okay. Your Excellency the Commander. Chapter 232. The landforms of the Goblin clan's kingdom are not unusual. The low hills are covered with sparse trees and sparse bushes. If there is one unusual thing, it is that the sky of the Goblin clan's kingdom is green. And it is not turquoise, but a lush green, which is very similar to the green of the Goblin clan's nickname, the Green Dwarf. It would be fine if the sky was a disgusting green. But in the lush green sky, there is a blood moon hanging high. It feels like red and green are a dog shit. This is true. The Goblin Chieftain is just a pseudo-boss level enemy monster. Even if it is a 4th level pseudo-boss level enemy monster, It is not qualified to have a kingdom of power of its own. This is true whether it is real or virtual. Now, the Goblin Chieftain has reached a deal with Elimination by relying on the demon altar, and has temporarily gained control of the kingdom of power by sacrificing the army of the Goblin clan. But the three Goblin Chieftains did not rise from pseudo-boss level enemies to boss level enemies, spending such a huge price. In fact, the biggest effect is only 2 points. 1. Using the mechanism of the Kingdom of Authority. Let Li Xia escape the protection of the shelter's defense facilities and lose the geographical advantage. 2. Using the mechanism of the Kingdom of Authority. Let the three Goblin Chiefs entangle Li Xia and prevent him from supporting Su Hongdo. As for how long this Kingdom of Authority can trap Li Xia, and whether the three Goblin Chiefs can kill Li Xia, these are not within Mo Luochen's consideration. He believes, relying on his identity as the World Devourer and the Lord of Corruption, as long as Li Xia doesn't make trouble, Su Hongdo's fate will definitely be dead. The reason why Mo Luochen made a deal with the Goblin clan was actually just for insurance. Li Xia's face was gloomy. He took out a scarlet sand gun from the Goblin boutique backpack and whispered, "Then let's start." As soon as the voice fell, Li Xia rushed up in one step. Using high-strength mobile accessories such as the horseshoe balloon bundle, wind blade wings, and frost flower boots, he closed the distance with the Goblin Chief on the left. Then, a gunshot was heard. -1924. The Goblin Chief on the left looked around in horror, but found that he was not injured. Ah! Before he could react, the Goblin Chief in the middle suddenly screamed. Li Xia raised his hand and used a scarlet crystal attack at the beginning. Not the Goblin Chief on the left, but the Goblin Chief in the middle. The first target hit by the scarlet crystal attack can ignore defense, plus the pumpkin pie he swallowed at the moment, and his own armor set bonus. The scarlet crystal attack undoubtedly achieved a critical hit. Just one move, and nearly half of the Goblin Chieftain's health was taken away. If you think that Scarlet Crystal Strike is just that, you are totally wrong. Because Scarlet Crystal Strike is actually a ranged skill. Just as the Goblin turned his head to find the location of the scream, Zizizizi, the Goblin Chieftain clearly noticed that the activity of the ice and water elements in the surrounding air had greatly increased. Then the Goblin Chieftain watched his legs being frozen by the ice elements that spread in an instant, and he was completely unable to move. This is why Li Xia chose the Goblin Chieftain in the middle to launch the Scarlet Crystal attack. Taking advantage of this good opportunity, Li Xia used his ultimate move, Scarlet Heavy Attack. A sand bullet wrapped in scarlet power flew out of the gun barrel at an extremely fast speed, then drew a beautiful arc in the air and accurately hit the Goblin Chieftain in the middle. -1070. Roar! Ah! The Goblin Chieftain roared in pain, with a hint of fear. He didn't expect that after receiving the blessing of the corruption totem, he became stronger. But he couldn't even resist Li Xia, seeing that he had less than 1,000 health points left after 2 attacks. The Goblin Chieftain, with fear filling his chest, immediately stepped back. He would not show any mercy in sacrificing the Goblin army. But now the time has come, and it's his turn to play. If the Goblin Chieftain said he wasn't afraid, he would be lying. After all, the Goblin clan has engraved the fear of death deep in their blood and into the origin of their souls. What a pity! The Goblin Chief's leap, which was supposed to be an active attack skill, has now become his escape skill. Bang! With a muffled sound, the Goblin Chief leaped nearly 100 meters away, successfully distanced himself from Li Xia. But he didn't wait long to be happy. Swish! 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 The pale blue wind blades cut through the Goblin Chief's body in an instant, as if they had crossed time and space. -409. -409. -409. Light green blood spilled on the ground, accompanied by a scream. Several wind blades became the last straw that broke the camel's back. The leading Goblin Chieftain didn't even launch a counterattack. He was killed instantly by Li Xia. Successfully killed the 4th level Goblin Chieftain pseudo-boss. Obtained Ruby Gem X2000. Parry Skill Book X1. Gold Ingot X1000. Scarlet Points X2000. While Li Xia was attacking the Goblin Chieftain, Celia and the Skybreaking Gargoyle were not idle either. The two of them remembered Li Xia's 3-minute bottom line. This was the first time that Li Xia issued such a serious order. So almost at the moment when Li Bianqing rushed forward, Su Hongdo took out the axe of regeneration from the Goblin boutique backpack. With the racial talent of the Witch's Grace, The Scarlet Banshee completely showed her violence. Swish, swish, swish. One after another, the magic navigation bullets condensed and automatically tracked the two goblin chieftains, who were in a frozen state due to the Scarlet Crystal attack. Skybreaking Gargoyle has been paired with Celia many times, and now it is even more familiar. He knows in his heart that this is not the time to be stingy with energy reserves. Besides, when Skybreaking Gargoyle was promoted to the 4th level, it merged the Book of Arms and the Philosopher's Stone, and had a weapon column, equipment column, and accessories column. The problem of energy reserves has long been solved. There are multiple high-level accessories in the accessories column that replenish magic points. The endurance of Skybreaking Gargoyle has been greatly improved. Celia and Skybreaking Gargoyle are paired together to form a crazy firepower crushing. The two goblin chieftains, who were purely melee style, could barely defend, let alone attack. At this moment, Li Xia, who had dealt with a goblin chieftain, turned around and fired another scarlet smash at a goblin chieftain who was in a more serious health situation after being promoted to the 3rd level, although the instantaneous attack power of Scarlet Smash was not enhanced. The cooling time was greatly shortened. At this moment, on the battlefield, it became Li Xia's main attack skill. Successfully killed the 4th level Goblin Chieftain pseudo-boss, and obtained Ruby Gem X2000, Skill Book X1, Platinum Ingot X1000, Scarlet Points X2000. In an instant, of the 3 Goblin Chieftains, only one remained, and this one was still in a state of low health, and its life was in danger. What if Li Xia, Celia, and the Skybreaking Gargoyle were moved from the protection of the shelter's defense system to the Goblin Clan's Kingdom of Power? In a 3-on-3 situation, Li Xia could completely lead a team of 3 to crush the enemy. Not to mention that at this moment, Li Xia was so angry that he didn't want to play hide-and-seek with the Goblin Chieftain. The offensive naturally became more and more fierce. As a result, the battle was naturally one-sided. Ola, the only remaining Goblin Chieftain, although his health was at a low level, did not run away. The main reason was that Li Xia, Celia, and the Skybreaking Gargoyle almost surrounded him from 3 directions. The Goblin Chieftain knew that he couldn't escape, and even if they break through the siege, what can they do? This Kingdom of Power, which is controlled by 3 Goblin Chieftains and uses the sacrificial Goblin army, is in danger after the death of the other 2 Goblin Chieftains. Once it leaves the Kingdom of Power, it will be even more dangerous for it. So this Goblin Chieftain was brave for a rare time. After taking a look at the specific situation of the 3-person team, it launched a suicide attack in the direction of Celia. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Unfortunately, the Goblin Chieftain hadn't taken a few steps yet. Li Xia's instantaneous wind blade, Celia's magic navigation bullet, armor-piercing arrows of the Skybreaking Gargoyle. They bombarded the Goblin Chieftain almost at the same time. Bang! Boom! The Goblin used a crescent slash to repel several magic navigation bullets, but could no longer avoid the attacks of the armor-piercing arrows and wind blades. With a bang, the Goblin Chieftain's body exploded, directly turning into countless pieces of flesh, and exploded in the air along with blood. Successfully killed the 4th level Goblin Chieftain pseudo-boss, and obtained Ruby Gem X2000, Full Moon Skill Book X1, Platinum Ingot X1000, Scarlet Points X2000. The 3 Goblin Chieftains took great pains, used the blood-colored beads they traded with Emoluochen from the Demon Altar, and sacrificed nearly 10,000 goblin armies from 3 large tribes to form a temporary power kingdom. In the end, it only blocked Li Xia for less than 3 minutes. Even, strictly speaking, if we really count from the start of the battle, the time is not even more than 2 minutes. Although the 3 Goblin Chieftains have been strengthened to a certain extent under the power of the Corruption Totem, they are still just pseudo-boss level enemies in essence. Even because of the corruption and filth, the drops are at the same basic level. The most special drop of each Goblin Chieftain is just a skill book. Although because of Li Xia's luck, these 3 skill books are not repeated. But this did not attract Li Xia's attention at all. His only goal at this moment was to quickly return to the shelter, use the prayer altar, and then rescue Su Hongdo. Crack! Crack! Boom! When the 3 Goblin Chiefs died, the temporary power kingdom maintained by the 3 of them also faced the risk of complete collapse. At this moment, the barrier of the power kingdom has begun to wither. And the blood moon in the sky is also rapidly expanding. Successfully killed. Level 4 Goblin Cheese Pseudoboss. X3. Do you want to teleport back to the forest biome shelter? Yes/no. Fortunately, the system prompt announcement appeared in time. Li Xia immediately chose to return to the shelter. When the three-person team stood on the runway of the Golden Scarlet Wall again, the event connection channel outside the range of the shelter's defense facility system had dissipated. This also indicates that this 2-star level disaster event Goblin Invasion, although not completely ended, has completely ended for Li Xia. A single player. But Li Xia didn't have any time to pay attention to these things. Celia, Little Stone, you stay here and keep an eye on the surroundings to prevent any accidents. Celia, yeah. Don't worry. Godfather, I'll stay here. There won't be any accidents. Skybreaking Gargoyle, yes. Commander. After hearing this, Li Xia spread his wings and returned to the workshop of the shelter without looking back. Then he took out the prayer altar from a gold storage box and placed it on the table. Prayer altar, normal use. Number of prayers, once. Invest resources, yes/no. Li Xia directly invested all the drops from killing the 3 goblin chieftains except the skill book, and rummaged through the boxes and cabinets, investing all the excess low-level ingot materials and the currently unused ingot materials. And at these costs, Li Xia did not cherish the skill book, did not want the powerful weapon or armor set formula, and did not want the high-level synthetic accessories. He just wanted to use the prayer altar to save Su Hongdo. However, after he carefully scanned the panel data of the prayer altar, he realized that having sufficient resources is one thing, but whether the request would exceed the level limit of the prayer altar and the current survival game is another. After thinking it over, Li Xia proposed his equivalent exchange method. I want to use the method that the prayer altar can bear at this stage to ignore the blockade and enter the kingdom of authority or biological community where Su Hongdo is. That's right. This is Li Xia's prayer. After adding many restrictions, it can avoid triggering the restriction mechanism that exceeds the current limit, causing the prayer to fail, and can actually achieve his goal. After searching, the prayer is achieved. The prayer sacrifice resources are sufficient, and the prayer is within the current allowable range. The optimal solution is currently being generated. Player obtains Hunting Guide Coordinates X1. Authority Channel Connection Core X1. 2 reward light balls float in the air. The prayer altar carried a huge amount of resources and broke through the void and left. Li Xia couldn't wait to poke open the 2 light balls. The hunting guidance coordinates are a compass emitting colorful light, like a disposable multi-dimensional fusion crystal tower, and a compass-shaped invitation to a biological community. As for the core of the authority connection channel, it is a small object that looks like a pigeon egg diamond with many faces cut. These 2 resources are the answers given by the prayer altar to Li Xia's prayer. It is also the resources given by Li Xia at this stage, and it is within the scope allowed by the rules, which perfectly fulfills Li Xia's prayer. Li Xia hurriedly picked up the hunter's guidance coordinates and looked at it intently. Chapter 233. Li Xia nodded immediately after checking the hunter guidance coordinates. The specific effect of this hunter guidance coordinates is only one, which is to teleport oneself to the range of 1,000 meters of the shelter of the biological community where Su Hongdo is located, and ignore the impact of Su Hongdo's shelter defense system buildings on oneself, so that he can concentrate on hunting the World Devourer attacking Su Hongdo's shelter. However, this can indeed protect Su Hongdo's shelter core in the forest biological community from being attacked. But compared with the ultimate goal of saving Su Hongdo, it is still a little short. No wonder it is said that the hunter guidance coordinates must be used together with the authority channel connection core to achieve the ultimate goal. So that's it. Using the hunter guidance coordinates to teleport to the range of Su Hongdo's shelter. Killing the World Devourer to protect Su Hongdo's shelter core in the forest biome is not the ultimate goal. Instead, it is to use the common authority kingdom characteristics of the World Devourer. After killing the World Devourer, use the authority channel connection core to open up a channel to enter the authority kingdom where Su Hongdo is, so that you can achieve your prayer needs. However, saving Su Hongdo would require 2 steps. The current priority is to use the hunter to guide the coordinates to the shelter where Su Hongdo is, and then hurry to find the World Devourer and kill it. Only for one person. Okay. Li Xia immediately took the 2 resources and took out a number of potions, arrows, bullets, and other resources from the gold storage box, and put them into the Goblin Boutique backpack to make sufficient logistical preparations for the upcoming war. Then he walked out of the shelter and came to the courtyard. Celia. Little Stone. You stay in the shelter. I have something urgent to do. So I'm going out for a while. After saying that, without waiting for Celia and the sky-breaking gargoyle to reply, he immediately took out the hunter's guide coordinates and chose to use them. After filling in Su Hongdo's name on the compass-shaped hunter's guide coordinates, a teleportation-like curtain unfolded in front of him, and Li Xia stepped in. It seemed like a moment, and it seemed like eternity. This teleportation experience was far worse than Li Xia's first time using the memory potion. It was just a teleportation between biological communities, but it was more disgusting than teleportation between biological communities. Enduring the strong nausea brought by the crossing, Li Xia stood still and looked around. Boom! Pa! Swoosh! In the silver shelter 1,000 meters away from Li Xia, a huge world devourer was entrenched behind the goblin army, driving batches of goblin armies to attack Su Hongdo's silver shelter. The shelter also activated the automatic emergency plan. Without Su Hongdo's command, the defense facilities of the silver shelter were fully activated. Although Su Hongdo does not have the Crimson Overlord inheritance and cannot perform Crimson Assimilation enhancement on the buildings of the shelter's defense facilities, Su Hongdo's shelter also has many unique and unconventional buildings that only the dwarfs have. And Su Hongdo has no shortage of resources. So all the buildings of the shelter's defense facilities are of the current highest level. And the number of various buildings is also quite impressive. Unfortunately, without anyone's command, the plan for the automatic activation of the shelter's defense system is a bit rigid. This was also an opportunity that the World Devourer seized. The Goblin army under its command was engaged in a tug-of-war with the shelter's defense system. As for the World Devourer, at least it has not taken action yet. It should be thinking of delaying and waiting until the critical moment before taking action. It can be said that, at present, it is only a matter of time before Su Hongdo's shelter is breached. Fortunately we made it. After Li Xia finished speaking, he frowned. The situation is indeed worse than I expected. Su Hongdo really didn't tell me the truth. The 3 undead miners have returned to the shelter for defense. Why didn't I see any? Thinking of this, a flash of lightning flashed through Li Xia's mind. Wait! Not a single one. Either Su Hongdo was under too much pressure and couldn't send the 3 undead miners back to defend, or Su Hongdo couldn't teleport the 3 undead miners back to the shelter of the forest biome. But, no matter which situation it was, it showed that Su Hongdo was under more pressure than he thought. Li Xia didn't hesitate at all. After seeing the situation clearly, he immediately took out the slime staff and waved it to summon 2-armed Scarlet Spiked Mother Slime Warriors captains and 1-armed Scarlet Spiked Mother Slime Shooter captain. Swish! 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 The 3-armed Scarlet Spiked Slime Mothers, following Li Xia's orders, directly used the kite-flying tactic against the goblin army, killing as many of them as possible. Li Xia himself took out the Scarlet Sand Gun from the Goblin Boutique backpack, ready to show the World Devourer, who was staring at him, a little color. The moment the armed Scarlet Spiked Slime Mother launched the attack, the invisibility effect attached to the hunter's guidance coordinates officially ended. The World Devourer naturally discovered Li Xia at the first time. There was a hint of coldness in its eyes, and it laughed at Li Xia through mental transmission. Are you the owner of the Scarlet Overlord inheritance of this era's survival game? The World Devourer said, as he wandered closer to Li Xia. Li Xia sneered. So what? The World Devourer shook its huge triangular head. It's unwise. You are looking for death. Why don't you learn from the corrupted Overlord? What's wrong with joining the evil god? Now, in this short period of time, even I have to serve Mo Luochen as my master. If you had made a different choice, the entire Scarlet Land would be your world. Hee hee. The Scarlet Land will still be my world in the future. Li Xia said disdainfully, if you don't share the same ideals, you can't make plans together. Don't talk so much nonsense and delay time. I'll shoot you first. As soon as the voice fell, Li Xia raised the Scarlet Sand Gun and fired a sand bullet at the World Devourer. Roar! The World Devourer saw this and did not hesitate. With a roar, the Goblin army received the order and attacked Su Hongdo's shelter. He summoned the Kingdom of Power that belonged to the World Devourer and pulled Li Xia into it. This move, it was exactly what Li Xia wanted. When a burst of purple mist faded, Li Xia came to the Kingdom of Power of the World Devourer. Now as long as he completely killed the World Devourer, he could use the power channel to connect to the core and reunite with Su Hongdo. Roar! On the hill in the distance, the World Devourer was like a giant python, entrenched on it. Although the attack and defense of the World Devourer were not as good as the Brain of Cthulhu, but in terms of health, it directly crushed the Brain of Cthulhu, with a health value of nearly 80,000. I just want to ask you if you are afraid? Although, after checking the panel data of the World Devourer, it can be learned that the World Devourer is a multi-segment symbiotic aggregate, and such a rich health value is the effect brought by the sum of multiple World Devourer segments. That's terrifying enough. And, when one of the segments is broken, Li Xiao will face two clones of the World Devourer whose health and magic points are equally weakened, but whose attack and defense are still preserved. And as the battle continues, Li Xiao will face more and more clones of the World Devourer. Later, it will even evolve into a human wave tactic, which is really terrifying. Even, originally just a means of summoning servants and miscellaneous soldiers, Devourer summoning also turned Devourer into a moving blood bottle after another under the blessing of the passive skill Devourer fusion. In this way, it might not be difficult for Li Xiao to kill the World Devourer, but it is still very difficult to kill it quickly and wipe it out in one fell swoop. However, Li Xiao did not hesitate too much. Nonsense! I am already in the kingdom of the World Devourer's power. What's the point of hesitating now? If you can't beat the World Devourer, you can't even escape. You can only wait to die. Besides, when have I ever been afraid of this World Devourer? It's just time. All Li Xiao needs to do is race against time. Is it great to have thick blood? Today, I will let you know what it means to stack the last armor and take the most poisonous blow. Chapter 234. In the Kingdom of Authority. The World Devourer, like a giant python that swallows the sky, wanders in the air with its bloody mouth wide open. It launches a deep purple magic saliva attack in the direction of Li Xiao. Puff! 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 The active skill magic saliva has the advantages of instant release and low mana consumption. Even with the blessing of the bond, there is a high probability that it will not consume mana. It is the best choice for the World Devourer to use it for main attack and harassment. From the way of fighting, we can see the difference between the multi-segmented symbiotic aggregate of the World Devourer and the Brain of Cthulhu. For the Brain of Cthulhu, the skills of summoning creeper minions are its core. As long as there are creeper minions, the Brain of Cthulhu is invincible. For the World Devourer, summoning Devourers is not just a skill to summon miscellaneous fur and soldiers, but an excellent blood bottle that can replenish its own health when it is in poor condition. Therefore, the attitudes of the World Devourer and the Brain of Cthulhu towards the same type of summoning skills are completely different. This difference is actually due to the combination of their skills and passive skills. Li Xiao saw the overwhelming attack of the magic saliva, and he instantly spread his feathery white wings behind him, using the horseshoe balloon beam to maximize the initial acceleration and dodge. Swish! Swish! The magic saliva dripped onto the ground, completely corroding the dark brown soil on the surface. Li Xiao didn't want to be contaminated by the magic saliva attack. Being hurt by the attack was a small matter, but once the magic saliva's weakness debuff was entangled, the impact on him would be great. At the moment of avoiding the attack, Li Xiao raised the scarlet sand gun in front of him. Bang! Minus 1884. Raising his hand, he used the scarlet crystal strike that he usually used, ignoring the characteristics of defense, plus triggering a critical hit, directly causing nearly 2,000 points of high damage to the World Devourer. Although the World Devourer has nearly 80,000 health points. As mentioned before, the World Devourer is a multi-segment symbiotic aggregate, and the health value of each segment is calculated separately, and the health value of all segments added together is nearly 80,000. A single body segment does not have such a high health value. So Li Xiao raised his hand and used the Scarlet Crystal Strike to not only cause high damage to the World Devourer, but also destroyed a body segment. The World Devourer was cut in half, but in an instant, the broken part grew ahead and turned into two World Devourers. Of course, the health value of the World Devourer was also cut in half during the transformation process. It became two World Devourers with less than 40,000 health points. Seeing this, Li Xiao roughly understood what the passive skill of the World Devourer was all about. The further he fought, the more likely he would face the World Devourer's human wave tactics. It's better to cut off one finger than to hurt 10 of them. Li Xiao understood it in his heart. and then deliberately targeted the World Devourer, wanting to take advantage of the gap between the World Devourer being frozen by the Scarlet Crystal Strike and attack it crazily. Cooked. The moment the World Devourer was hurt, he immediately used the active skill Void Walker to hide in the void, making it impossible for Li Xia to attack him. Even the initiative on the battlefield, because of this move of the Void Walker, returned to the hands of the World Devourer. Seeing this, Li Xia did not stand there and wait for death, but used the Wind Blade Winglets, Horseshoe Balloon Bundle, Frost Flower Boots, and other super-fast movement accessories to move quickly around, to avoid being rushed out of the void gap by the World Devourer and attacked by surprise. 10 seconds. 20 seconds. 30 seconds. Roar! The World Devourer stayed in the void gap for 30 seconds before using Shadow Charge to quickly rush out of the void gap and launch a rapid attack on Li Xia. 30 seconds is actually a hidden setting of the Void Walker. It has stayed long enough. On the one hand, it wants to find an opportunity to kill Li Xia, and on the other hand, it wants to take advantage of this 30 seconds to use the bond to recover health and mana. It must be said that the World Devourer is very smart. However, if it is just like this, like killing Li Xia, then it underestimates Li Xia. At the moment when the World Devourer rushed out of the void gap and used Shadow Charge for the first time, Li Xia used the Wind Blade Wings to fly rapidly in the sky, and from time to time drew an 8 character and made deliberate changes of direction. The Shadow Charge skill acceleration cannot be maximized. This was the first response strategy that Li Xia thought of after seeing the World Devourer's panel data and discovering the Shadow Charge skill. Roar! Bug! You are just a bug. Don't run if you dare. Seeing this, the World Devourer found that his hard work and 2 combos were ineffective, and could only chase after Li Xia, roaring in impotence and fury. Li Xia heard this, but sneered, used the Wind Blade Wings to stop in the air, and then used the backhand to perform the Scarlet Heavy attack. A bullet wrapped in scarlet power hit the face of the World Devourer at an extremely fast speed. Minus 2,259. With the blessing of the critical hit, it successfully caused more than 2,000 points of attack damage to the World Devourer, instantly killing this body segment. When this body segment turned into black smoke and dissipated, the second body segment instantly grew ahead, and immediately used the active skill Devourer Summon to replenish its health. Li Xia was not polite at all when he saw this. He stayed in midair and fought hard with the World Devourer. The magic rune array of the Wind Blade Winglet quickly charged, and then launched a series of light blue wind blades, aiming at the huge body of the World Devourer. Minus 448. Minus 448. Minus 448. The World Devourer was in pain, but he was not willing to be outdone, and directly used the instant magic saliva to fight back. However, at this time, the small size of the body played a huge advantage. Li Xia used the Wind Blade Winglet to quickly change his position in the air, and it felt like he was walking through a sea of flowers without getting a single leaf on him. The World Devourer's body segments collapsed one by one, and even summoning Devourers to replenish its own health points was useless, because although the World Devourer's health points were huge, another weakness was that it only had a mere 1,000 points of magic points. Moreover, these 1,000 points had to be allocated to several other active offensive skills, and it could only rely on the 4th level bond to restore its magic points, and the recovery speed could not keep up with the consumption. Once the World Devourer used all its magic points to summon Devourers, it would lose the means to release its skills and become a lamb to be slaughtered on the chopping board. If that time comes, I will be at the mercy of others. Obviously, the World Devourer also thought of this result, and understood that it was unwise to fight against Li Xia, the inheritor of the Scarlet Overlord, who was essentially a violent killer. So thinking of this, the World Devourer immediately used the Void Walker again, hid in the void gap, and took the time to restore his own blood volume. Li Xia stopped in midair, and fell to the ground when he saw this, and took out a pumpkin pie from the Goblin Boutique backpack and ate it to maintain his own gained state. Then, Li Xia took out the slime staff from the Goblin Boutique backpack and summoned 3 armed Scarlet Spike Slime Mother Shooter Captains again, and ordered them to guard the edge of the battlefield. Then Li Xia closely watched the changes in the surrounding space. 10 seconds. 20 seconds. 30 seconds. At the moment when the time was up, Li Xia suddenly used the multi-stage displacement function of the Horseshoe Balloon Bundle to quickly avoid the World Devourer that rushed out from the gap in the void. Immediately, the Scarlet Crystal Strike was used immediately, causing high damage to it and attaching the frozen debuff. The World Devourer is now in the cooldown period of the two active skills, Void Walker and Shadow Charge. The World Devourer cannot immediately hide back in the Void Gap, and at this moment, it is affected by the frozen debuff and cannot move. A once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Li Xiao waved his hand. Attack. The three-armed Scarlet Spike Slime Mother Archer captains immediately took out their sand guns upon hearing this, and attacked the World Devourer. Li Xiao was not idle either, and launched the Scarlet Heavy Attack with a cooldown time of only 30 seconds again. Then one person plus 3 summons. 4 lines of fire formed by sand guns covered the huge body of the World Devourer in all directions, and finally killed it, along with the fall of the Brain of Cthulhu. The system prompt sounded. Congratulations to the player. Successfully killed the 4th level Rare World Devourer boss. And obtained Treasure Bag X1, World Devourer Relic X1, World Devourer Badge X1, 4-Dimensional Origin X1, Magic Ore X395, Shadow Scale X134, Healing Potion X10, Magic Potion X10, Weak Magic Potion X20, Weak Healing Potion X20, Endurance Potion X3, Iron Skin Potion X5, Archery Potion X5, Poison Potion X1, Gold Ingot X3000, Platinum Ingot X1500, Ruby Gem X1000, Emerald Gem X500, Void Bag Recipe X1. After killing the World Devourer, Li Xiao didn't have the extra energy to see what good resources were dropped this time. Instead, he picked up a 4-dimensional origin and swallowed it. Attack, 67. Defense, 56. Spirit, 1213. Agility, 67. Then Li Xiao took out the World Devourer badge. After using it, you can open up the skill bar to load skills, which can greatly improve the player's strength. Use. With Li Xiao's command, the World Devourer badge turned into a deep purple stream of light and disappeared into the body. Ding! The third active skill column has been unlocked. Li Xiao took out the active skill book Phase Teleport that he had stored in the Goblin Boutique backpack early in the morning and chose to use it. Although his current attack skills are only Scarlet Smash and Scarlet Crystal Strike. But Scarlet Crystal Strike is not only a single target attack skill, but also a ranged skill. Although Scarlet Smash is only a single target skill, it has high critical strike and extremely short cooling time, combined with a 90% basic attack bonus of the authority inherited from the current 3rd level Scarlet Overlord. In terms of attack power, it is sufficient, and the rare 2-stage displacement skill of Phase Teleport can just make up for its own displacement defects. It can be regarded as a complementary result. When the Phase Teleport skill book turned into a stream of light and escaped into the body, the personal panel data popped up automatically. Li Xiao glanced at the personal panel data and then closed it. As for the other dropped resources obtained after killing the World Devourer, Li Xiao had no time to check them because they could not be immediately converted into his own combat power. After all, time waits for no one. When Li Xiao used the resources obtained by killing the World Devourer to improve his own strength at the fastest speed, he immediately took out the Power Channel Connection Core from the Goblin Boutique backpack. Use. While the Power Kingdom of the World Devourer has not collapsed, the Power Channel Connection Core emits a white light and merges into the barrier of the Power Kingdom. Then, under the watchful eyes of Li Xiao, the corrupt origin of the World Devourer's essence was used to connect with the Power Kingdom of the World Devourer where Su Hongdo was. A connecting channel to the Kingdom of Authority that can satisfy Li Xiao alone was born. At the same time, Su Hongdo was in the Kingdom of Authority, struggling against the huge World Devourer in front of him. Logically speaking, with the blessing of the 3 undead miners, the World Devourer in front of him would not be Su Hongdo's opponent. But the problem is, the World Devourer, the Lord of Corruption, Mo Luochen, who floated outside the barrier of the gem mine, would use the power of the Corruption Totem to instantly raise the status of the World Devourer to the maximum when the World Devourer was seriously injured and when Su Hongdo wanted to kill the World Devourer in one go. It was precisely because of this that Su Hongdo's wish to completely kill the World Devourer was simply a pipe dream. On the contrary, during this process, Su Hongdo's own condition began to decline step by step due to the continuous battle. At this moment, the entire Kingdom of Authority suddenly trembled violently, and a golden road suddenly appeared. Su Hongdo looked closely and couldn't help but said in amazement, "Ku Lao?" Chapter 235. The connection channel of the Kingdom of Power is opened. Li Xia stepped out and looked at Su Hongdo, who was shocked. Li Xia showed a confident smile. Su Hongdo saw this, although she didn't know why Li Xia was able to enter the Kingdom of Power of the World Devourer at this time. But she felt relieved in her heart. And suddenly, she felt a sense of dependence on Li Xia. As if as long as Li Xia was there, no matter how big the difficulties were, they would not be a problem. No problem. I'll take care of everything. Li Xia flew to Su Hongdo's side and said in a deep voice. This World Devourer naturally discovered Li Xia, the troublemaker, but did not act rashly. Because, to be honest, if it weren't for the World Devourer, the Lord of Corruption, Mo Luochen, who was outside the biological community barrier, blessing the World Devourer and helping it recover its own state, then Su Hongdo could easily deal with it without Li Xia's presence. Why would it have to drag on until now? So, since Li Xia appeared in the Kingdom of Authority, the entire battle situation has become strangely quiet. Su Hongdo didn't say much, and took advantage of this rare gap to recover his condition. On the other hand, Li Xia, he didn't focus his attention on the World Devourer, but stared at the starry sky, looking at the World Devourer, the Lord of Corruption, Mo Luochen, who was entrenched outside the biological community barrier. Mo Luochen? We finally meet. Hee hee. I didn't expect you to come so quickly. The Goblin Chief is really a waste. Mo Luochen used mental conduction to communicate with Li Xia. Li Xia? I've been in love with you for a long time. When I first learned that you chose another path in the Scarlet Land, I wanted to meet you. You never know what you gave up. Li Xia sneered. What did I give up? Of course I know. I gave up becoming a monster like you who even abandoned the human body. You have many tricks, but they are all despicable. If you have any tricks, just come at me. Why do you spend so much effort to deal with a woman? Don't you think it's shabby? Mo Luochen sneered, thinking, come for you. Why come for you? For Mo Luochen, Su Hongdo, or rather, at the current stage, Su Hongdo, who used the characteristics granted by the Dwarf's Inheritance Authority to obtain the gem mine of the small special biological community in advance, is his target. As for Li Xia, at least at the current stage, Mo Luochen really doesn't want to confront him. Seeing that Mo Luochen didn't speak, Li Xia continued, if I come, your plan will fail. You know in your heart that with my strength, this World Devourer will definitely not be able to do anything to me, and Su Hongdo, even with your blessing. Why don't you come down and fight me in person? I also want to see how powerful you are now after joining the evil god camp. Mo Luochen shook his head and said, I come down in person. It's not the right time. This game was rushed and not cleverly designed. But next time you or Su Hongdo behind you won't be so lucky. By the way, I forgot to tell you one thing. Even if you block my layout this time, you prevented me from taking Su Hongdo's authority over the gem mine. But I can still build my own kingdom of authority in the near future. We will have plenty of opportunities to fight each other in the future. I hope that next time we meet, you have figured out what this player identity means to you. Get on the right path. Mo Luochen said, twisting his huge body to break through the void and leave from the biological community barrier of the gem mine. As for where to go, only God knows. Li Xia stood there in a daze after hearing this. Li Xia originally thought that after Mo Luochen betrayed the human camp and turned to become the running dog of the evil god, he became the World Devourer, the Corrupt Master, and the Magic Potion. Naturally, the Corrupt Land should belong to him, the Corrupt Master. But listen to the words. From what he just said, how did Li Xia feel that Mo Luochen meant that he did not intend to use a ready-made corrupted land as a territory, but tried his best to rebuild a kingdom of power that belonged to him? Because before, Li Xia had some guesses about the kingdom of power. To a certain extent, the kingdom of power is equivalent to the biological community. There is only one difference between the two. That is, the biological community is the kingdom of power owned by the top players of multiple races in the survival game of the last era. It was precisely because of this speculation that Li Xia had a great deal of confusion about Mo Luochen's choice. However, Mo Luochen was an enemy, so Li Xia naturally couldn't believe everything he said. So Li Xia kept a watchful eye in his heart, keeping these speculations and doubts in his heart, and making a judgment based on the future situation. However, Mo Luochen definitely didn't lie about one thing. His layout this time was to target the authority of the small special biological community gem mine cave that Su Hongdo currently controlled. It seems that with the authority controlled by Su Hongdo, Imo Luochen will be able to build his own kingdom of authority much faster. Of course, even if he does not take the authority of the gem mine controlled by Su Hongdo, Imo Luochen can still build his own kingdom of authority. But the speed will be slower than the previous situation. No wonder. In this era of the survival game, there are billions of human races, and there may be many strong people. But the player who can control the authority of the gem mine of a small special biological community in advance at the second level because of the mutation of his own dwarf heritage may be Su Hongdo. It is precisely because of this unique peculiarity that Imo Luochen set his target on Su Hongdo. After figuring this out, Li Xiao let out a sigh of relief. I came here and broke Imo Luochen's layout. No matter what. In this game, Imo Luochen suffered a dumb loss. The reason why Imo Luochen left so readily was actually because Li Xiao was right about one thing. That is, his arrival broke a certain balance. Even if the World Devourer was blessed with the power of Imo Luochen's corruption totem, it would definitely not be possible to kill the combination of Li Xiao and Su Hongdo. And the corruption totem instantly restored the World Devourer's state. But it was not without cost. Imo Luochen was very shrewd in his calculations. He couldn't do a losing business. But when he left, the World Devourers, who stayed in the kingdom of authority, were dumbfounded. Is it like I have become an abandoned child? Ku Lao. Why? Su Hongdo turned her head and looked at Li Xiao. She had a lot to say to him. Li Xiao waved his hand and said, kill the World Devourer first. And we can talk after we leave the kingdom of authority. I'll help you. Don't worry. Li Xiao didn't know if other people would join the boss battle and cause any accidents. So he just helped himself and didn't play. Li Xiao also believed that with Su Hongdo's strength, as long as Imo Luochen didn't mess around, it would only be a matter of time before the World Devourer died. Well, don't worry. I've recovered in the past period of time. Su Hongdo stretched out her hand to hold up the hair hanging from her temples and said, to be honest, if Imo Luochen hadn't been tinkering with the World Devourer to restore its state, it would have been killed by me long ago. Now that I have recovered and Imo Luochen has left, this World Devourer is just the right place for me to vent my anger. Su Hongdo gritted her teeth and looked at the World Devourer in front of her with hatred. Today, if Li Xiao hadn't arrived in time, she might have died here. This is something Su Hongdo absolutely cannot tolerate. Come out! Su Hongdo waved her hand and immediately summoned 3 undead miners in full armor. Afterwards, Su Hongdo, full of murderous intent and anger, led the undead miners to rush up and had a friendly and profound exchange with the World Devourer. The World Devourer also sincerely repented. And under Su Hongdo's guidance, he realized his mistakes and exploded a kill reward that was more generous than the general drops. Su Hongdo was right. If it weren't for Imo Luochen's raid, the World Devourer falling from the sky in front of him would really not be Su Hongdo's opponent. Kuo Lao. How is it? Su Hongdo let out a long breath, and the dense beads of sweat soaked the hair on her forehead. But she didn't notice it at all. Instead, she asked Li Xiao excitedly, with a hint of coquettishness in her tone that she would only have when facing a close friend. Very good, Li Xiao smiled and said. After you kill this World Devourer, you can be promoted to the 3rd level later. In this way, your authority to control the gem mines of small special biological communities has been greatly improved. Right? Well, after I am promoted to the 3rd level, I should be able to obtain half of the authority to control the gem mines of small special biological communities. As for full control, I don't know whether I have to wait until the 4th or 5th level, and I don't know what conditions are needed later. After all, I am still crossing the river by feeling the stones now. Su Hongdo talked non-stop, changing her cold goddess image in front of others. If this scene was seen by other players, especially female players who had contact with Su Hongdo, their eyes would definitely pop out. TSK. With the death of the World Devourer, the power kingdom controlled by it began to collapse. Fortunately, at this time, the system prompt appeared. Successfully killed the World Devourer. Do you want to teleport back to the forest biome? Yes/no. The two immediately chose to return to the forest biome. The moment of return, the announcement of Li Xiao's first kill, and Su Hongdo's second kill came one after another. Regional Channel Announcement Number 9527. Player Li Xiao was the first to kill the 4th level Rare World Devourer boss during the disaster event Goblin Invasion. and was rewarded with an epic treasure chest X1. Regional Channel Announcement Number 9527. Player Su Hongdo was the second fastest to kill the 4th level Rare World Devourer boss during the disaster event Goblin Invasion, and was rewarded with a Diamond Treasure Chest X1. 2 system prompts, almost overlapping, were broadcast 3 times in a row, as long as the players in the 9527 area channel were doing anything at the moment. They had heard these 2 system announcements. After hearing the specific content of the system, they were even more envious. To be honest, it was pure luck that Li Xiao was able to get the first kill of the World Devourer this time, because the World Devourer, the Lord of Corruption, Mo Luochen, in order to maximize the benefits, at least in the 5th wave of enemy monsters in the disaster event Goblin Invasion in the 9527 area channel, did not choose the top 3,000 players in the regional channel rankings to release the World Devourer. This also leads to a problem. The first-tier players who can defeat the World Devourer are facing pseudo-boss level monsters such as the Goblin Chieftain. Players who cannot defeat it, or can only defeat it with difficulty and cannot kill it quickly, will encounter boss-level monsters such as the World Devourer. It is precisely for this reason that even though Li Xiao was blocked by 3 Goblin Chieftains first, he killed them and then used the hunter to guide the coordinates to rush to the outside of Su Hongdo's shelter to kill the World Devourer. But he still caught up with the first place and won the first kill. Regional Channel. Guantao, although it is now common for Xiao Master to get the first kill, I still want to ask. At the beginning, didn't Xiao Master say in the regional channel that the enemies he faced during the 5th wave of Goblin Invasion in the disaster event were 3 Goblin Chieftains? Guantao, how did the news that Xiao Master got the first kill of the World Devourer suddenly appear? Zhang Yi, Don't tell me. It's true. But he is a master. Maybe there are other ways. After all, the first kill reward is also a resource reward that cannot be ignored for the Master Xiao. Zhang Yi, if he can get the first kill reward, the Master Xiao will definitely not be polite. But it's a pity for the goddess Hongdo. She finally had the opportunity to get the first kill this time. But now it's only the second kill. Lu Fang, yes. The first kill became the second kill. And the reward also changed from an epic treasure chest to a diamond treasure chest. Just a little bit short. After hearing the system prompt, everyone in the regional channel expressed their opinions as usual. They all expressed sympathy for Su Hongdo's experience. Guantao. I don't mean to spoil the fun. Everyone. I just want to say one thing. We haven't even received the double kill reward. And I haven't even received the diamond treasure box. What qualifications do we have to sympathize with the goddess Hongdo? Chen Yishuan. Explosive kill. Zhou Yu, ha ha ha. Guantao's true face is revealed. By Butong, this is heartbreaking. I only met the Goblin Chieftain. Otherwise, even if I didn't get the first kill or the second kill, I should have been able to get the third kill. Zhou Yu, me too. Now it depends on who is the lucky one. Players in the regional channel chatted and didn't know where the conversation went. At the same time, outside the shelter where Su Hongdo was, the 2 of them, together with their own undead miners and the armed Scarlet Spike Slime Mother, wiped out the Goblin army as quickly as possible. At this moment, Li Xiao's mission on this trip was also successfully completed. Standing outside the shelter, the atmosphere became strangely charming. It seemed that the air around was pink. Su Hongdo secretly glanced at Li Xiao and said, "Kuo Lao, how about, come in and sit down and have a glass of water." Chapter 236. When the disaster event Goblin Invasion began, it was already around noon today. The first 4 waves of monsters in the disaster event Goblin Invasion were easy for Li Xiao to kill. But the number of monsters in each wave was too large. In addition, there was a long time interval between the waves of monsters, so that when the 5th wave of monsters in the disaster event Goblin Invasion attacked, the sun had already set and it was dusk. Not to mention, Li Xiao killed 3 pseudo-boss level enemy Goblin Chieftains in the 5th wave of enemy monsters in the disaster event Goblin Invasion. He used the hunter to guide the coordinates to go outside Su Hongdo's shelter and killed the boss level enemy World Devourer, and finally rushed to the World Devourer's Kingdom of Authority, where Su Hongdo was to rescue her and raid the formation. Although Li Xiao and Mo Luochen did not fight in their first meeting. But, after the series of processes, even if Li Xiao adhered to the principle of being the fastest, it was inevitable that he would spend time. So much so that, after everything was done, when the 2 returned to the forest community, the night had already covered the earth like an iron curtain. And with the end of the disaster event Goblin Invasion, the climate, which had been getting hotter, returned to the temperature of late autumn or even early winter. So, when Su Hongdo said, "Why don't you come in and sit down and have a cup of hot water?" Li Xia agreed without hesitation. "Uh-huh. Then come in, rich man." Su Hongdo waved her wings and led the way until they entered the living room of the shelter. The two sat down. Su Hongdo poured a cup of jasmine tea and handed it to Li Xia. "Fargo, I have a question in my mind. How did you get here? During the boss battle in the Kingdom of Authority, conventional means should not allow other players to enter. Right?" After taking a sip of jasmine tea, Li Xia put the cup on the table and smiled. "You said that conventional means would definitely not work. So I naturally used unconventional means." "What unconventional means?" "I used the prayer altar," Li Xia replied calmly. "What?" Su Hongdo was surprised when she heard this. Although the prayer altar was a reward given to every player in the regional channel by the system during the last event. But this does not mean that the prayer altar is cheap. On the contrary, to a certain extent, the prayer altar may be the most precious item obtained by most players in this era of survival games. In the end, Li Xia used it to save herself? You know, she had used the prayer altar before, so she knew how precious it was. When she heard Li Xia say that, Su Hongdo felt a little guilty. "It's all my fault. You wasted a prayer altar. Why do you say that? I still think it's a good deal to exchange a prayer altar for your life." Li Xia smiled and said, "By the way, where is your prayer altar?" "My," Su Hongdo explained, "I have already used it up." "Oh, what resources did you exchange?" Su Hongdo replied, "The reason why I was able to obtain a small half of the authority of the gem mine of the small special biological community when I was at the second level." "Rich man? You don't think it was only the dwarf heritage that played a role, right? If there was no prayer altar, I would not have been able to complete it. So that's it." Li Xia nodded in sudden realization. Su Hongdo pouted and said, "It's a pity. Because of this mess, you wasted such a valuable item in vain." "Don't say that." Li Xia waved his hand and said, "I said, no matter how valuable the resources are, it's worth it to exchange your life for them. Besides, I don't feel any loss. So why are you guilty? To be honest, if it weren't for you, if I hadn't used the prayer altar, I wouldn't have been able to kill the World Devourer and successfully advance to the third stage in this disaster event. The Goblin Invasion." That's what she said. But Su Hongdo still felt a little guilty and self-blame in her heart. But she couldn't show it in front of Li Bianqing. Su Hongdo took the opportunity to change the subject. "By the way, Kuo-Lao, you haven't eaten yet, right? How about staying for dinner?" "Okay. I'm really hungry." Seeing Li Xia agree, Su Hongdo got up and went to the kitchen without saying a word. Unfortunately, when Li Xia followed behind and watched, he found that Su Hongdo was not good at cooking. Obviously, before the advent of the survival game, as a white-collar worker in a big city, Su Hongdo didn't have much time to learn cooking skills. Seeing her clumsily working in the kitchen, Li Xia rolled up his sleeves and said, "Forget it. Hongdo, let me do it. Take a rest first. Leave the kitchen to me." Su Hongdo felt mixed emotions as Li Xia took away the kitchen knife in her hand. After a while, Su Hongdo smiled sweetly and nodded heavily. "Well, okay." Li Xia worked in the kitchen for half an hour, and the food was ready. The two sat down to eat and chatted casually. Halfway through the conversation, Li Xia asked in confusion, "Hongdo, don't you think the forest community is strange?" "What's strange?" Su Hongdo asked. Looking up, Li Xia put down his chopsticks. "Based on the information we chatted about before, we can judge that in the last era of the survival game, the top strong men of multiple races took the path of becoming strong, which was undoubtedly to build their own kingdom of power. And the kingdom of power turned into the biological community of the survival game of this era after the change of era. Is that how you got your gem mine?" "Yes." Su Hongdo nodded. "But have you ever thought about a question?" Li Xia paused and continued, "In this era of the survival game, the forest biome where all players first landed is not only a novice village, but also the root of our shelter. But why is this biome so special? Obviously, this forest biome is crowded with billions of players of this era of the survival game, but they can't find each other's base. Maybe." Su Hongdo was silent for a moment, then answered, "Is it because there is a forest community in each regional channel?" Just like my gem mine is not unique. Right? I don't think it's right. Or not completely right. Li Xiao explained. I have also had your guess. But even if I agree with this guess, if I extend it based on this point of view, there are 100,000 people in that regional channel. Even if it is a large community. 100,000 people live in the forest community. And it is the earliest community. From the beginning of the player's arrival in the other world to now. The first exploration adventures have been in the forest biome. After so long, they have not found the route of other players' shelters. This is hard to explain. Speaking of this, Su Hongdo's attention was completely attracted by Li Xiao's words. She fell into deep thought and agreed, it's really the truth. After taking a sip of jasmine tea, Li Xiao continued, moreover, I spent a day specifically for this matter. During the exploration adventure in the forest biome, I explored in one direction for a day, but still found nothing. I think I'm not the only one who is curious about this question. Li Bianqing also asked about this question in his intelligence network and even issued a bounty mission. But the result still hasn't changed. Plus, when Li Xiao said this, his expression became extremely serious. In the panel data of the Power Plunder Crown that I showed you before, the forest biome was specifically compared to a forest cage. According to the meaning of the Power Plunder Crown, to embark on the path of the strong, you must escape from the forest cage and build your own power kingdom. I think this is the key to the problem. This is the key to why we cannot find any other player's shelters and routes in the forest biome. That makes sense. Su Hongdo nodded slightly, agreeing with this statement in her heart. The reason why I told you so much. Li Xiao paused and continued. It's because you are not only the 9527th area channel, but also the only player who can control a small part of the authority of a small special biome gem mine at the 2nd level. It may even be the only one in this era. I think you have been promoted to the 3rd level now. You are more qualified and capable than any of us to solve the mystery of the forest cage and the fog hidden in the forest biome. I understand. Su Hongdo nodded heavily. From today on, I will pay more attention to this aspect. The two continued to talk, and after 3 rounds of wine and 5 dishes, it was already late at night, and the moon was setting. Su Hongdo saw that Li Xiao had already drunk the water and eaten the food, and there was no way to keep Li Xiao in her shelter any longer. So she just did it. Su Hongdo directly revealed her cards. Ku Lao. The message I sent you before was serious. I like you. What is your attitude? If you like me too, we will join hands to resist this weird world. If you don't like me, don't worry. We are still partners. And I will not cross the line in the future. Finished? Su Hongdo stared at Li Xiao with his eyes wide open. Li Xiao raised his head, looked back at Su Hongdo without showing weakness and said, if I don't like you, then why did I do all this today? Needless to say, both of them could feel each other's friendship. Under the guidance of Su Hongdo, Li Xiao followed closely into Su Hongdo's boudoir. In the sky, a dark cloud covered the horizon. This night, there is a poem to prove it. Spend a spring night in the warm hibiscus day. A moment of spring night is worth 1,000 gold. Even if I spend all my gold, I will come back. Come back. Come back. Come back. The next day, the sun was high in the sky. When Su Hongdo got up from the bed, she didn't see Li Xiao. She felt disappointed. But she could hear the signs of people moving in the living room of the shelter. She felt relieved. Afterwards, Su Hongdo dressed up as quickly as possible and walked into the living room. She found Li Xiao playing with a ring. When Li Xiao found Su Hongdo coming out, he smiled and said, Are you awake? Well, Kuo Lao, why did you get up so early? This is my daily routine. And I thought of something and had to get up. What is it? Su Hongdo stared at the ring and asked, pretending to know nothing. Li Xiao walked up, handed the ring to Su Hongdo, and said, Although everyone has come to another world, I can't give you a decent wedding. But you still need a wedding ring. I heard from Li Bianqing before that Fang Jiana and Lu Fang, players in our 9527th area channel, got together by chance, and happened to get a pair of couple rings. It's a pity that Fang Jiana died during the previous exploration and adventure in the corrupted land. I specially asked Lu Fang to buy this ring this morning. Do you like it? Su Hongdo was ecstatic to hear this, and took the couple ring inlaid with rubies, and looked at it intently. Su Hongdo was very satisfied at first sight. Although this couple ring was worn by Lu Fang, Su Hongdo cared more about Li Xiao's intention to get this couple ring early in the morning. although the other couple ring had been lost by Fang Jiana in the corrupted land. For ordinary people, a single couple ring is just a waste and has no use at all. But for Su Hongdo, a player who has the heritage of the dwarves and can analyze the accessories and reverse the formula, this is not a problem at all. I like it. Su Hongdo nodded with satisfaction. Wait a moment. I will analyze the accessories now, reverse the formula, and make a couple ring for you. Well, no hurry. I just take advantage of this time to make a lunch. When Li Xia finished making lunch, Su Hongdo also handed another couple ring to Li Xia. Do you think it's suitable? Li Xia smiled and said, what you made is suitable. With her, we can talk to each other anytime in the future. Although the effect of the couple ring has 3 effects, it is actually very simple. In short, lovers can talk to each other at any time for an unlimited time. And wearing accessories does not consume the accessory slot. After the two of them were together for a while, it was almost afternoon. Li Xia stood up and looked at Su Hongdo with some embarrassment. I have to go back to the shelter now. There are still a lot of things to do there. Su Hongdo also expected this moment to come sooner or later. She did not act like a little girl, but was very free and easy. Well, Xia, you go. Anyway, we have a couple ring now. Even if I can't go to your shelter, I'm not afraid. Li Xia smiled, walked outside the shelter, took out the memory mirror. Start. Chapter 237. A colorful light curtain spread out in the courtyard of the shelter. Li Xia pounded his lower back with one hand and supported his lower back with the other hand as he walked out of the transmission light curtain. So what if he was the number 1 in the regional channel? After a long night of hard work yesterday, he still had to lean on the wall to get out today? As expected, the old saying was proven. As long as the ox is plowed, the land will not be plowed. When Li Xia stepped on the courtyard of his own shelter, he took a deep breath of the fragrance of the magic plants. The temperature and even the environment were the same as usual. It seemed as if this forest community was no different from the forest community where Su Hongdo lived. But the lack of difference was the biggest weirdness of the forest community. Godfather, you're finally back. Where did you go last night? Celia was busy in the fertile fields barefoot. When she found Li Xia, she didn't care about tending to the magic plants and ran over quickly. Godfather, why did you come back only now? I was so worried. Hearing this, Li Xia smiled and rubbed her head. Godfather went to do something important yesterday. When Li Xia said this, his face was not red, and his heart was not beating. After all, the big things in life are also big things. Right? What big things? Su Hongdo asked curiously. Li Xia took out a World Devourer relic from the Goblin Boutique backpack and said, look, Godfather, I took the time to kill a World Devourer, and now I have been promoted to the late 3rd stage. Okay, go and do your own thing first. Godfather just came back, and there are still many things to do. Oh, okay, I'll go now. After taking a look at the World Devourer relic, Celia returned to the fertile field and continued to busy herself with tending to her magic plants. Although Celia is no longer a pure tree demon, but a scarlet banshee who has been enhanced by scarlet assimilation, she has become bigger and stronger. But the price is that she has lost the natural affinity talent of the tree demon clan, and there is no bonus for the cultivation of magic plants. However, with the planting talent in her bones, Celia is still a good hand at tending to magic plants. Li Xia walked into the shelter workshop. After sorting out the resources in his Goblin Boutique backpack, he realized that the scarlet or ingots or magic or ingots he had collected during this period were only enough to upgrade the shelter. As for upgrading the shelter, there are still a lot of shelter buildings that need to be upgraded, and the resources have not been found yet. Forget it. Let's take it one step at a time. At least, I am determined to get the treasure chest of the shelter upgrade reward. Thinking of this, Li Xia took out the required scarlet or ingots and called out the shelter upgrade panel. Upgrade requirements: Crimson or Ingot X 1000/Demon or Ingot X 1000, Sapphire Gem X 1500, Emerald Gem X 1000, Boss Relic X1 upgrade time 36 hours. Whether to consume materials for upgrade, yes/no. Li Xia immediately clicked OK, as the various materials in his hand turned into a stream of light and disappeared. The shelter upgrade officially began. To be honest, at this stage, for Li Xia, except for diamonds, he really has no shortage of gem resources. The only thing is, he really doesn't have many scarlet ore and magic ore ingots. After all, both scarlet ore and magic ore ingots are not regular or ingot materials, but extremely special, unconventional or ingot materials that can only be dropped by killing boss-level monsters. The inventory is small. The acquisition channel is single. But the demand is huge. The supply and demand relationship is already in an extremely unbalanced state. If Li Xiao hadn't used all the resources such as the special products of the shelter at hand during this period of time, and purchased a batch of scarlet or ingots from other players at a high price through barter, perhaps, even if Li Xiao has the World Devourer relic, he cannot upgrade the shelter immediately. Gold shelter upgrade duration, 35 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. A penny can stump a hero. Li Xiao looked at the countdown, feeling a lot of emotion in his heart. Then, he took out a golden construction hammer and hit the core of the shelter. Gold shelter upgrade duration, 30 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Now I don't have the construction potion on hand, so I can only do this step, Li Xiao muttered. But then he thought, it seems that there is no need to rush this time. Other players in the regional channel are at most upgrading the gold shelter now, and their speed and efficiency cannot be faster than mine. After all, the shelter upgrade reward is only for the first level of the regional channel, not for billions of players in the whole server to compete for. Whether there are masters in other regional channels or players who are currently upgrading the shelter is not within Li Xiao's consideration. Li Xiao only needs to make progress faster than other players in his own regional channel number 9527. Thinking of this, Li Xiao took a step and sat on the chair, and took out the drops from killing the boss-level enemy monster World Devourer from the Goblin Boutique backpack. Although the drops this time seem rich at first glance, but in fact, most of them are old acquaintances. In addition to the shadow scales, which are materials for making equipment, there is only one void bag formula left, which is a resource that Li Xiao has never heard of. Li Xiao carefully looked at the dark brown formula in his hand. Void bag? After checking the panel data of the void bag, Li Xiao's eyes widened, and he couldn't help but exclaimed, "Wow! This kind of so-called portable storage props is the first time Li Xiao has seen it." Although Li Xiao had obtained the unconventional formula series of the corrupted land before, however, the resources such as the void bag belong to a special category. The materials of the two major biomes can be made, so it is not included in the single biome unconventional formula series. It is precisely because of this that Li Xiao has seen the formula of the void bag for the first time. In the future, if the void bag is really made, then you don't have to worry about the problem of insufficient backpack capacity when you go to explore the biome in the future. This is a resource of great strategic significance. It's a pity. The void bag needs to be used together with the void vault, and both are indispensable. At present, I don't have the formula of the void vault, so I can only think of a way in the future. Just when Li Xiao entered the void bag formula into the gold workbench, and was about to take out the treasure bag reward obtained by killing the boss-level enemy monster World Devourer to check it, suddenly, system prompts rang in my ears. Ding! In this era of the survival game, the Goblin Invasion, a disaster event in all servers, officially ends today. The World Devourer, the Lord of Corruption, Mo Luochen has officially built the prototype of his own kingdom of power, breaking away from the forest cage. And a new era is coming. The evil god camp has achieved this achievement first, and the spread of power has started in advance. Starting today, in the forest biome, there will be a spread of scarlet and corrupt power. As the authority gradually spreads, enemy monsters that only exist in the Crimson Land and the Corruption Land will be born. As the authority gradually spreads, once the Crimson Authority and the Corruption Authority spread to a certain area, it will cause the formation of the Demon Altar. Once the Demon Altar is formed, a Corruption Abyss or Crimson Abyss will be born, and the boss-level enemy monsters World Devourer or Cthulhu Brain will be born. To sum up, the forest biome will become more and more dangerous. Players need to be more careful when exploring and adventuring in the future. But this is not without benefits for players. With the spread of Crimson Authority and Corrupted Authority, in this specific environment, not only will specific enemies be born, but Crimson or Demon or will also be bred. In the future, players only need to carry a pickaxe made of Crimson or ingots or Demon or ingots to mine this type of ore, and use it to make armor sets and even weapon accessories. In Crisis, there are opportunities. In opportunities, there are dangers. Welcome players of this era's survival game to the era of the spread of authority. After the announcement was released, Li Xia frowned slightly and carefully scanned the system announcement in front of him. Although this system announcement is not as long as the version update, but the same, this system announcement also has a lot of information that needs attention. The World Devourer, the Corrupt Master, Mo Luochen, has just shifted his target from Su Hongdo to other people. After only a day and a half, he has already built the prototype of the Kingdom of Authority. Although it is only the prototype of the Kingdom of Authority, and not yet the Kingdom of Authority, this speed is indeed scary enough. And this time, the Goblin Invasion, a disaster event for the entire server, should have officially ended after the 5th wave of enemies ended yesterday. Because when Li Xia and Su Hongdo returned to the shelter from the Kingdom of Authority of the World Devourer, they saw that the event connection channel outside the shelter had been completely closed. Unexpectedly, the node where the Goblin Invasion, a disaster event for the entire server, completely ended was when the World Devourer of the Evil God Camp, the Lord of Corruption, Mo Luochen, built his own prototype of the Kingdom of Authority. Who would have thought of this? And it was precisely because Mo Luochen's move was too advanced that even Su Hongdo, who had a special opportunity, inherited the dwarf race, and had been promoted to the 3rd level to control half of the authority of the gem mine in the small special biological community, could not be compared with him. This made the Evil God Camp the first to complete this achievement, leading to the spread of authority, the spread of Scarlet Authority and Corrupt Authority in the forest biological community. Li Xia's eyes were thoughtful. Just as the system announcement said, there are opportunities in crisis. Although the forest cage of the forest biome will become more dangerous, the Scarlet or in magic or ingots will no longer be obtained only by killing the boss-level enemies Cthulhu Brain and World Devourer. Li Xia finally had to worry about the huge Scarlet or in magic or ingots needed to upgrade the shelter's defense system in the future. Li Xia is not sure whether the spread of power will be more beneficial or more harmful to other players. But for Li Xia himself, this matter is still more beneficial than harmful. Let's not talk about anything else. Even if the power spreads, what if there are specific enemies generated? Even if there are boss-level enemies hidden in the abyss after the demon altar appears? What if it's not? It's not like Li Xia hasn't killed the brain of Cthulhu or the World Devourer. It's okay if these 2 boss-level enemies don't appear. If they do appear, it will give him the opportunity to accumulate resources faster. This is actually a good thing for Li Xia. Ding! Ding! Before Li Xia could come back to his senses, the system prompt rang in his ears. Li Bianqing, brother Xia. When we were talking before, you suddenly disappeared. Did you know about the World Devourer, the Corrupted Master, Mo Luochen in advance? Li Bianqing, and this matter might be related to Su Hongdo, right? Li Xia, oh? Why do you think so? Li Bianqing, don't forget. You and Su Hongdo won the 1st and 2nd kill rewards for killing the boss-level enemy monster World Devourer, and were listed in the system announcement. Li Bianqing, as far as I know, according to the information you said in the regional channel, brother Xia, you faced 3 pseudo-boss level goblin chieftains instead of World Devourers in the 5th wave of enemies in the disaster event Goblin Invasion. Li Bianqing, so if there were no special circumstances, you would not have been able to get the 1st kill reward of World Devourer at the same time as Su Hongdo. Li Bianqing, brother Xia, we are family members. If there is any good thing, you must not forgive me. Li Xia, this is really not a good thing. What Li Xia said is right. After all, no player can think that being targeted by World Devourer, Lord of Corruption, Mo Luochen is a good thing. Li Bianqing, I would like to hear more about it. Chapter 238. This matter is about Su Hongdo's privacy. Even if I have a relationship with Su Hongdo now, I can't tell Li Bianqing about this matter without asking for Su Hongdo's consent. So after Li Bianqing's request to hear the details, Li Xia hurriedly made a voice call to Su Hongdo through the couple ring, told her the whole story, and finally said, this is what happened. This is the situation. It doesn't matter whether our relationship is hidden or not, but the relationship between the 5-member team must be maintained. This is also where I hesitate. Hongdo, what do you think? Su Hongdo is not in the shelter at the moment, but in the gem mine. Or rather, the current gem mine is her shelter. Because, after Li Xia left, Su Hongdo merged the World Devourer badge and successfully advanced from the 2nd level to the 3rd level. The control of the authority of the gem mine in the small special biological community has finally been promoted from a small half to half. The biggest benefit of Su Hongdo's promotion to the 3rd level is not the improvement of her personal strength, but she finally managed to jump out of the forest cage. Now, Su Hongdo's inability to take care of both the shelter and the gem mine is no longer her weakness. In the future, she only needs to maintain and build her own gem mine biological community. However, the situation of the small special biological community gem mine is mixed. The good news is that since Su Hongdo discovered that her authority over the small special biological community gem mine has increased, the gem mine can not only produce low-level gems such as amethyst gems and topaz gems, it can even consume resources to replenish the source core of the gem mine, giving birth to high-level gems such as ruby, sapphire, and even diamond. What's worrying is that Su Hongdo found that after she moved the shelter to the gem mine, the gem mine was equivalent to her base camp from now on. So the way she had thought of before, making a gem mine challenge letter and selling it to the outside world, was interrupted invisibly. It was equivalent to that a special product of the shelter that Su Hongdo had thought of before was aborted before it was officially released. After all, it's about her own nest, so letting other players in is absolutely not acceptable. Fortunately, compared with the benefits Su Hongdo has gained, this price is completely affordable. Besides, it's not okay to sell the challenge letter as a specialty, but giving it to Li Xia, so that he can come to the gem mine where Su Hongdo is without restrictions, and then meet. From this perspective, it is completely feasible. Just when Su Hongdo summoned the core of the biological community, and was injecting a large amount of resources for gem cultivation, Li Xia called through the couple ring. After listening to Li Xia's story, Su Hongdo also understood what was going on. Su Hongdo smiled and said, "Xia, just say what you need to say, and handle it as you need to handle it. Don't worry about me. Before I was promoted to the 3rd level, I didn't have enough control over the gem mines in this small special biological community. Now that I have been promoted to the 3rd level, everything is different. So there is no need to hide it now. At least at this stage. This kind of thing does not need to be hidden from other members of the Dawn Front. Okay, now that you say this, I know what to do." Li Xia paused and continued, "Then I will deal with Li Bianqing's matter first, and contact you later." "Wait! What's wrong?" Li Xia was a little confused by Su Hongdo's request to stay. Su Hongdo said directly, "I can make a challenge letter now. Why don't you come to my place tonight?" Facing Su Hongdo's invitation, Li Xia, to be honest, was a little tempted, and immediately nodded and agreed, "Okay. Then I will try my best to finish the matter during the day, and meet in the evening to talk." "Well, okay." Su Hongdo agreed, and sent the gem mine challenge letter to Li Xia through the friend trading function. After receiving the gem mine challenge letter, Li Xia immediately replied to Li Bianqing. Li Xia told Li Bianqing everything that the World Devourer, the Lord of Corruption, Mo Luochen had done since the Goblin invasion, as well as the impact on Su Hongdo and his own actions. "Li Xia, brother Bianqing, this is the whole story. Li Xia, the reason why I didn't tell you before was that I didn't have enough time and I needed to hurry up. And the adventure with Hongdo was one of the greatest adventures in the survival game of this era. Without her approval, I really couldn't tell others about it. Li Xia, now that the matter is settled, I have time to talk to you about it." Li Bianqing, "So that's the case. Then I'm relieved." Li Bianqing, "But brother Xia, your actions are really beyond my expectations. Who would have thought that you actually obtained the hunter's guidance coordinates through the prayer altar and finally achieved your goal? Li Bianqing, I have to say, your operation is really wonderful." Li Bianqing, "I thought that if the authority of Su Hongdo's small special biological community gem mine was plundered by the World Devourer, the corrupt master, Mo Luochen, the consequences would be disastrous. Li Bianqing, after all, after the matter was exposed, he had the spare energy to trigger the spread of authority in advance. Not to mention the successful plunder. Li Xia, ha ha ha. To be honest, I didn't think so much at the time. It was just a coincidence. Li Bianqing, I don't ask why. I only look at the result. Brother Xia, don't be so modest. Li Bianqing, okay. I know what's going on. And I have a good idea. Li Bianqing, let me put it this way first. Since the World Devourer, the Lord of Corruption, Mo Luochen has left the corrupted land and built his own kingdom of power, I have to hurry up to kill the World Devourer and advance to the 3rd level. Li Xia, well, let's talk when we have time. Li Bianqing, okay. After the chat, Li Xia sat on the chair and took a sip of tea. After thinking for a while, Li Xia was sure that there were no mistakes in this response. He immediately took out the treasure bag dropped by killing the World Devourer from the Goblin Boutique backpack. Open the treasure bag and get Worm Scarf X1, Magic Ore X59, Shadow Scale X19, Void Vault Formula X1, Lucky Potion X1, Healing Potion X5, Magic Potion X5, Iron Potion X10, Archery Potion X10. As the treasure bag belonging to the World Devourer was opened, 9 shining, colorful light balls floated in the air. Among them, various potions, as well as the regular resources of magic or in shadow scales that would drop when killing the World Devourer were stored in various gold storage boxes by Li Xia in different categories. Although the resources this time seemed to be a lot, there were not many resources that were really useful to Li Xia. But Li Xia was not depressed, but extremely happy, because this time, the treasure bag opened a resource that matches the void bag. The Void Safe recipe. The appearance of this recipe means that I can finally start making the void bag and the void safe. In the future, when I explore other biological communities, the amount of resources I can store will increase significantly. This is definitely a happy thing. Li Xia hurriedly picked up the recipe and looked at it intently. The void safe is actually a piece of furniture? However, after reading the description of the notes, Li Xia also had a clue in his mind. 40 grid storage space, and it can be opened at any time through the void bag for storage or access. This will greatly facilitate his needs to explore and adventure in other biomes in the future. However, according to the meaning of this note, the void vault is different from the storage box. Other players cannot open it. Only the void bag can open it. In this way, Li Xia's idea of letting Celia or the sky-breaking gargoyle stay in the shelter and then take out the resources of the void vault in advance may be broken. But it's okay. After all, with an extra void safe, there are 40 more storage spaces, which is a great thing overall. Wait! Li Xia suddenly frowned. He didn't seem to pay much attention to the required materials when he checked the recipe of the void bag before. Now it seems, both the void bag and the void safe require a material bones. Li Xia is sure that he doesn't have any materials like bones on hand. In other words, the idea of making void bags and void vaults right away was aborted. Li Xia didn't believe it, and quickly searched for keywords on the trading platform. He didn't have any. Could it be that such a large regional channel with more than 60,000 players didn't have any? The result? The information he searched gave Li Xia a wake-up call. Really? There is none? Then I'm afraid materials such as bones are not available in the currently open biological communities. Thinking of this, Li Xia was a little unhappy. The recipes for the void bag and void vault were clearly there, but they could not be made because of the lack of materials. This was too much torture for a perfectionist. Forget it. Forget it. Let's look at the remaining resources first. Li Xia muttered a few words, temporarily entered the 2 recipes into the gold workbench, then picked up a purple scarf and looked at it intently. Interesting. After checking the panel data of the worm scarf, Li Xia was very excited. Although the effect of the worm scarf is relatively simple compared to the accessory Brain of Chaos dropped after killing the Brain of Cthulhu, but the 17% fixed damage reduction says it all. There is no need for those fancy effects. Just this one effect is good enough. Li Xia excitedly summoned the accessories column and temporarily took off the light tiger gloves in the accessories column and equipped the worm scarf. In this way, his combat effectiveness has been further improved. After hesitating for a moment, Li Xia immediately stood up and walked to the gold storage box, taking out a batch of magic ore ingots and shadow scales as needed. He had seen the effect of the Scarlet Armor set. But to be honest, the Scarlet Armor set is a melee-type armor set. In addition to increasing damage by 9%, the fixed health recovery is not suitable for him as a shooter who mainly attacks from a distance. On the contrary, according to the information instructions of the recipe, the Shadow Armor set may be more suitable for him. Previously, Li Xia couldn't make the Shadow Armor set because he didn't have shadow scales. Now it's different. All the materials are complete. So what are you waiting for? Let's do it. Li Xia returned to the gold workbench, clicked on the recipe page with his finger, slid up and down, and found the required recipe. Materials required for Shadow Armor, Magic Ore Ingot X60, Shadow scale x45 synthesis time 15 minutes. Li Xia immediately invested resources and chose to synthesize. A quarter of an hour later, 3 dark purple light balls floated above the gold workbench. Li Xia took off the scarlet armor set and reached out to touch a light ball. It felt cold and very comfortable. Li Xia took the 3 light balls and directly integrated them into himself. After wearing them, he unfolded the panel data of the shadow armor set and looked at it intently. Chapter 239. Shelter. Workshop. Li Xia carefully looked at the data panel of the shadow armor set in front of him. This shadow armor set is compared with the scarlet armor set. The defense is reduced by 2 points. And because of the different bonus effects of the set, the effect of health recovery is basically cut off. But fortunately, after being promoted to the 3rd level, the Scarlet Overlord inheritance he possessed obtained the authority to restore health and magic points per second. So replacing the scarlet armor set with the shadow armor set did not have much impact. If we really want to talk about the impact, the biggest impact is that because of the change of clothes, Li Xia lost all the damage plus 9% effects. But with the replacement, there is a 15% crit rate bonus, and a bonus to movement speed, acceleration, and attack speed. If you really calculate it carefully, because Li Xia's daily fighting methods tend to be a long-range shooter style, this set of shadow armor is more suitable for him. In terms of combat power, it is the type of not retreating but advancing. Overall, Li Xia was still very satisfied. After changing clothes, Li Xia called out the personal panel data and checked it. Not bad. Li Xia waved his hand and dispersed the personal panel. Seeing that the sun was setting outside the window, Li Xia did not stay in the workshop to work, but went into the kitchen to make dinner. After dinner in the evening, let Celia go to bed early, and Li Xia used the Gem Mine challenge letter to teleport to the gem mine where Su Hongdo was. The other end of the teleportation light curtain was directly the courtyard of Su Hongdo's shelter. Of course, this is a special treatment only for Li Xia. Xia, why did you come so late? Su Hongdo was wearing a cool dress, sitting in the courtyard, calling out the core of the biological community and irrigating it with various mineral ingot materials, so that the gem mine can produce high-quality gem materials earlier in the future. Looking up, Su Hongdo found that Li Xia had arrived, and quickly stood up happily. But she couldn't help but grumble a few words, because Su Hongdo had wanted to have dinner with Li Xia in the evening. It was already past 9 in the evening, so dinner was naturally cancelled. I sorted out the harvest, and it was a little late without me noticing. Li Xia took the initiative to hold Su Hongdo's hand, and the two sat on the bench in the courtyard, looking at the moon and chatting. After a while, Li Xia asked, "Oh, by the way, Hongdo, I heard you say in the afternoon that when you were promoted to the 3rd level, the shelter had been moved to the gem mine. Can you return to the forest biome now?" "No." Su Hongdo paused and continued, "It's very troublesome for me to return to the forest biome now. I must use a prop similar to an invitation letter to return." "I see," Li Xia said, "although it is a lot of trouble. It doesn't matter much. After all, the forest biome is a forest cage. It's a good thing that you can get out as soon as possible." Su Hongdo nodded slightly. "That's right. I think you are almost there. Xia, as long as you reach the 4th level, you can also build your own kingdom of authority as soon as possible. And I think this matter cannot be slow. It must be as fast as possible. The current forest biome has been eroded by the spread of crimson and corruption, and it may be even more dangerous in the future." Li Xia replied, "Don't worry. I know what's going on. I have been thinking about this issue recently. Even if the power spreads, if it is only the level of Crimson Land and Corruption Land, even if there are boss-level enemies, for me, it is just killing one more and getting a batch of more resources. On the contrary, it's you here." Li Xia looked around and exclaimed, "Although I don't know what the forest community, this forest cage, will evolve into in the future, it is indeed a happy thing to have a kingdom of power that is completely under my control." Su Hongdo smiled and said, "This is the truth. After all, I can consume materials now and breed high-level gem materials. This is the characteristic of the gem mine. With the blessing of this characteristic, I believe it will not be difficult to breed super high-level gem materials such as diamonds in the future." The two continued to chat, talking about the strangeness of the survival game of this era, talking about the difficulties of the survival game of this era, talking about how the two should support each other in the future. Unknowingly, The moon was covered by dark clouds. The two immediately understood and walked into the bedroom of the shelter. The beauty in his arms. A night of love. The next day, Li Xia returned to the shelter at noon. At this moment, there was no sign of the sky-breaking gargoyle and Celia in the shelter. Li Xia guessed that Celia should have taken the sky-breaking gargoyle to the lake to fish. After a short rest, Li Xia took out the first kill reward. The epic treasure chest. From the Goblin Boutique backpack. The epic treasure chest is not comparable to other gold, silver, or even platinum treasure chests. Even at this stage, only by getting the first kill of the boss can you get an epic treasure chest, which is enough to show the preciousness of treasure chests of this level. So Li Xia did not open the treasure chest immediately. Instead, he took out a bottle of lucky potion from the Goblin Boutique backpack and took it to increase his own luck. After making sufficient preparations, he chose to open the treasure chest. Open the epic treasure chest and get Construction Worker Potion Formula X1, Battle Potion X5, Rage Potion X5, Gold Source Enemy Capture Candle X1, Diving Helmet X1, Magic Crystal X3, Life Crystal X1. As the epic treasure chest disappeared, 7 colorful light balls floated in the air. Li Xia picked them up and popped them one by one. He put all kinds of potions, life crystals and magic crystals into his pocket, and then picked up a recipe and looked at it repeatedly with ecstasy. This recipe is the builder's recipe. With it, the time required to upgrade the facilities of the shelter, and even the shelter's defense system, will be greatly reduced in the future. This bottle of lucky potion was not wasted. Just this builder's potion recipe alone is worth 1,000 times the price of opening the epic treasure chest this time. Li Xia then looked at it intently. Moonlight Potion, Shining Root, Shiverthorn, Moonlight Grass? Li Xia nodded with great satisfaction. There was no need to say much about these materials. The Moonlight Potion, his own Moon Goddess Potion, was enough to explain the problem. Although the 3 magical plants, Blinkroot, Shiverthorn, and Moonlight Grass, were not all planted in his own shelter. But the problem is, the biological communities where these magical plants grow are not rare, and they are not uncommon. So Li Xia immediately spent some resources on the trading platform and bought several groups of magical plants. After entering the builder's formula into the workbench, Li Xia walked to a gold storage box, took out a bottle of Moon Goddess Potion, and came to the alchemy table. Materials required for builder's potion: Moonlight Potion X1, Blinkroot X1, Shiverthorn X1, Moonlight Grass X1. Synthesis time, instant. With the help of the alchemy table, builder's potion can be synthesized directly and instantly, which is quite convenient. Li Xia immediately invested resources to synthesize. Ding! The synthesis material Moonlight Potion was detected to be replaced by the advanced material Moon Goddess Potion. Due to the buff effect of Moon Goddess Potion, builder's potion has mutated and is now renamed Architectural Inspiration Potion. Hearing this pleasant prompt sound, Li Xia smiled and immediately picked up a bottle of brown test tube potion floating above the alchemy table and looked at it intently. Compared with the builder potion, the Building Enlightenment Potion has changed from a fixed 1-hour reduction in upgrade time to a fixed 50% reduction in percentage upgrade time, which can be said to be a qualitative leap. Moreover, the Building Enlightenment Potion no longer has a cooling time limit, which means that except for a single building that can only be used once for a single upgrade, it is completely feasible to use multiple bottles of Building Enlightenment Potions on multiple shelter buildings at the same time. This is simply good news for Li Xia, the infrastructure maniac. Another change in the Architectural Enlightenment Potion is that the specialization requirement is reduced from General F to General N, further reducing the usage requirements. The overall trend of change is to lower the usage threshold and improve the usage efficiency. The Moon Goddess Potion has made a great contribution again. Li Xia hurriedly summoned the core of the shelter and chose to use the Architectural Enlightenment Potion. With a ding sound, the moment the potion was used up, the shelter also completed this upgrade. The shelter panel data automatically popped up in front of Li Xia, and Li Xia looked at it carefully. What the hell? The defense and solidity values have doubled. Is that okay? Li Xia's eyes widened, and even the name of the shelter has been changed to the Primary Authority Shelter. And even the type column has an entry for authority. Li Xia knew this change very well. The transformation of the 7th level shelter today may be the qualitative change that is inevitably caused by the quantitative change reaching a certain level. However, The upgrade requirements of the primary authority shelter made Li Xia feel troubled. Meteorite ingots? I have never heard of them. They seem to be rarer than scarlet ingots and magic ingots. But a large amount of 3,000 is needed to meet the needs of the next shelter upgrade. It's too hard. While thinking, Celia flew back to the shelter with the sky-breaking gargoyle. As soon as she landed, she hurried to the workshop. Godfather. Godfather. Guess what I saw? Chapter 240. The quiet shelter workshop was suddenly broken by Celia's arrival. Li Xia asked with a smile, Celia, what did you see? Why are you so excited? Godfather. Celia panted and said, Little Stone and I went fishing by the lake, and we found a piece of scarlet land on the road. There were 3 scarlet exclusive enemies wandering in that small area. I killed these enemies directly, but I didn't expect that there were scattered scarlet ores in the exposed areas on the surface. Little Stone and I dug them all up. There were more than 20 pieces. Oh! Li Xiao's eyes lit up when he heard Celia say that, and he quickly asked, more than 20 pieces of scarlet ore? How big is the area where the scarlet power spreads? Celia murmured for a moment and gave an answer, probably the size of 2 fertile fields. 2 fertile fields? Li Xia calculated in his mind. That's only the size of 2 acres of land. There are only 3 scarlet exclusive enemies wandering around. It is obvious that the scarlet power has not spread for a long time, resulting in not too many enemies being born. But just in this situation, we can harvest more than 20 pieces of scarlet ore. It's easy, risky and profitable. What a good deal. Thinking of this, Li Xiao's eyes lit up, and he quickly asked, Celia, is that scarlet land still there? No. Celia shook her head and said everything. After I killed the enemy monsters and mined the scarlet ore, the land originally covered by the scarlet power began to shrink slowly. Anyway, when I returned to the shelter with the little stone, that land should be only the size of a fertile field. Oh! Li Xia nodded slightly when he heard this. In such a short time, the authority faded so quickly? I understand. Okay. Then Celia, you should go and rest for a while. I'm not tired. Oh! In that case. Li Xia paused and continued. Why don't you continue to take Xiao Shurtu to the vicinity of the shelter to see if there are any areas that have been spread by the Scarlet Authority or the Corrupted Authority? If there are, deal with it according to your method this time. Okay. Celia agreed and was about to leave. But she stopped suddenly and asked, by the way, Godfather, I was busy telling you about this before, and I haven't asked you yet. Why were you not in the shelter last night? It was the same yesterday. And the day before yesterday. Godfather, Celia said solemnly, did you encounter something? If so, you must tell Celia. We will face it together. Li Xiao looked at Celia's sincere face, and the idea of hiding his relationship with Su Hongdo faded. He let out a long breath, and then told Celia the whole story of how he and Su Hongdo got together, and finally said, this is what happened. This is the situation. Celia, you have a godmother. Godmother. For some reason, Celia's face suddenly turned bad, and she nodded reluctantly. Oh, then I'll take Little Stone out first. Okay. Be careful on the road. Celia spread her wings in a daze, flew all the way to the depths of the forest, and landed by a stream. Celia sat on a tree stump nearby, turned her head, and looked at the sky-breaking gargoyle. Little Stone. Will my godfather not want me now that he is a godmother? The sky-breaking gargoyle said seriously, Miss Celia. Strictly speaking, Godmother Su Hongdo is not the commander's godmother, but your godmother. I roughly understand your troubles, but please rest assured. You and the commander have been through so many ups and downs together. How could he not want you? That's not bad. Celia pouted. Godmother? Godmother? Little Stone. Can I be your godmother too? Although this was a bit confusing. As an advanced intelligent weapon that combined the Book of Arms and the Philosopher's Stone, the sky-breaking gargoyle still understood what Celia said. However, facing this question, the sky-breaking gargoyle had no answer. Forget it. How can you possibly understand such a complicated question? Celia patted her buttocks and stood up and said, let's go. Let's see if there is any place where power is spreading around here. 2 flowers bloom, each with its own beauty. After Celia left, Li Xia continued to invest resources in the alchemy table, intending to mass-produce a batch of architectural enlightenment potions as inventory, in preparation for the later upgrade of the shelter's defense facilities. While busy making architectural enlightenment potions, Li Xia did not forget to collect the reward for this shelter upgrade. Li Xia, the player in the 9527th regional channel, was the first to upgrade the shelter to level 7, and was awarded a diamond treasure chest. I hope he will keep up the good work. Reward to be collected? Diamond treasure chest? Yes. It is exactly the same as the treasure chest given as the previous shelter upgrade reward. Li Xia put away the diamond treasure chest and called up the regional channel. Guantao, wow! Xia the great god actually upgraded the shelter to level 7. And he is only level 5 now. Isn't the gap too big? Li Bianqing, sigh. Although I have seen brother Xia's speed a long time ago, and even before his shelter was upgraded, I had a private chat with him. But when I saw this announcement with my own eyes, I still couldn't believe it. Johnny, who would believe this? It's only been a few days since the disaster event Goblin Invasion? To be honest, I feel like I'm not slow at all. I'm already upgrading the level 6 shelter. Unfortunately, I'm afraid I can't even make it to the top 10, let alone the top 3. Tao Yaoyao, why do I feel that Xia God's upgrade speed is so fast? I already have a level 6 shelter, but I checked the resources and time required to upgrade the shelter to level 7. Even if Xia God has sufficient resources, the upgrade time may not be right. Right? Guan Tao. Sister, I remember there are the construction hammer series and the construction worker potion. Right? Li Bianqing, in addition to these two, there are also shelter features. If there are features specifically for the duration of building upgrades in Brother Xia's shelter feature column, it is possible to reduce some of the duration based on what Tao Yaoyao said. Tao Yaoyao. That's not right. Right? No matter what. It's 36 hours. Li Xia, ha ha ha. Tao Yaoyao is right. Even if I were to upgrade the level 7 shelter, it shouldn't have been so fast. Li Xia, but I was lucky. When I killed the World Devourer, I got Architectural Enlightenment Potion. Click here for details. I now have the ability to make this kind of potion. Players who need it can pay attention to my personal store. After chatting for a while, and working for a while, I put some Architectural Enlightenment Potions on the shelves of my personal store. Li Xia then had time to continue to check the gains of the epic treasure chest opened this time. There is nothing to pay attention to other resources. They are all old acquaintances. There are only 2 items left, which are resources that Li Xia has never obtained since he came to the survival game. This must be checked. Li Xia took out a dark brown diving helmet first, and looked at it intently. After checking the panel data of the diving helmet, Li Xia nodded slightly. This is an accessory that he has never obtained. Although the diving helmet is not very helpful for combat improvement, but in the lake or even the ocean environment, the effect that this diving helmet can play is absolutely unmatched by other accessories. Moreover, in the type column of the diving helmet, there is an entry for the material of production, which means that the diving helmet can be further synthesized into stronger accessories in the future. Even though he is a landlubber, Li Xia already has the accessory flippers, and now he has this diving helmet. If Li Xia remembers correctly, there is also an invitation letter to the marine community in the gold storage box. With flippers and a diving helmet, it will be more convenient to explore and adventure in the marine community in the future. Thinking of this, Li Xia directly put away the diving helmet and stored it in the gold storage box. Finally, Li Xia picked up another precious resource obtained from opening the epic treasure chest this time. The golden source enemy capture candle. Li Xia's eyes lit up. After he was promoted to the late 3rd level, he used the skill book to learn phase teleportation as soon as possible. But phase teleportation is only a 1st level skill, and the gold source he harvested in the World Channel Origin duel stage has long been consumed. Not only can his own phase teleportation not be upgraded, but even Celia's various skills have not been upgraded. This golden enemy capture candle is a good resource that can help you in times of need. Li Xia immediately called out the skill bar and found the phase teleport skill. Phase teleport assimilation to Scarlet exclusive requires Scarlet points. 30,000 points. 30,000 points? Li Xia muttered, as the skill bar gradually opened up. Whether it was an active skill or a passive skill, the Scarlet points required for Scarlet assimilation enhancement were getting higher and higher. Luckily, I have gained a lot of Scarlet points during this period. 30,000 Scarlet points is no problem. Li Xia immediately invested Scarlet points to assimilate and enhance the phase transfer. A Scarlet light flashed, accompanied by the fusion of Scarlet power. In an instant, The skill panel data popped up automatically. Li Xiao looked closely. Skill name, Scarlet Trident Formation. Skill attributes, Active Permanent Mastery Scarlet Exclusive. Level, First Level. Magic Value Consumption, 100 points. Cooling Time, 10 minutes. Effect, No weapon usage restrictions. After using this skill, the player can obtain a 2-stage teleportation effect. The first stage is, the player can teleport to a specified distance of 300 meters and set 3 temporary teleportation points. The second stage is that within 1 minute, the player can activate phase teleportation at any time to teleport to any of the 3 random temporary teleportation points. When the first and second stages of the skill are fully used, the player will get a fixed swiftness gain, movement speed increased by 10%, melee attack speed plus 10%, long-range attack speed plus 10%, duration, 1 minute. Learning requirements, General B. Note, in the underground biome, or during the goblin invasion disaster event in the forest biome, there is a very small chance that the player will obtain the skill book teleport when killing the rare type enemy goblin wizard. After the Crimson Drop automatic collection device's greedy authority is upgraded, this skill evolves into phase teleport. With the enhancement of Crimson Assimilation, phase teleport is advanced to Crimson Trident Array, which has a stronger teleportation effect. For players, this skill will have a higher value. Phase teleport? No! Now it should be called Crimson Trident Array. Phase teleport has only 1 teleportation point, which can only teleport from point A to point B. In battles, especially boss battles or battles with other players and enemies, the first time may be a surprise victory, but the second time is easy for the enemy to find out and take precautions in advance. But the Scarlet Trident Array is different. The 3 random temporary teleportation points will make it difficult for the enemy to defend. Not to mention the enemy, even if you are not really at the key point of the battle, you can't predict which temporary teleportation point you will teleport from. In this way, the value of this skill is greatly improved. Li Xiao looked at the golden source enemy capturing candle in his hand and looked forward to it. After all, the first level Scarlet Tri-Point Array is so strategically significant. So what about the second and third levels? Even if the evolution gold source is used in the future, what changes will occur? Teleport, phase teleport, Scarlet Tri-Point Array, evolved by the greedy authority of the Scarlet Drop automatic collection device, advanced after the Scarlet Assimilation enhancement. Originally just an ordinary teleportation skill, it has become like this. The amplitude effect of the evolved gold source on the Scarlet Trident Array is simply unimaginable. After all, this skill can be said to be a miracle. Even Li Xiao can't replicate it. Thinking of this, Li Xiao couldn't wait to take the gold source enemy capture candle and came to the courtyard. Use Chapter 241. Accompanied by Li Xiao's call to use it. The golden source enemy capture candle on the ground was indifferent. A system prompt flashed. The golden source enemy capture candle cannot be used in the courtyard of the shelter. Li Xiao. Good guy. So there is such a restriction. That's right. If it can be used in the courtyard of the shelter, then the special type of golden source enemy that is attracted by the golden source enemy capture candle will probably be completely solved by the shelter defense system without waiting for me to take action. This obviously does not meet the conditions for using the golden source enemy capture candle. Seeing this, Li Xiao spread his feathery white wings and flew outside the courtyard of the shelter. To be on the safe side, he even stood outside the range of the shelter's defense system. In this way, it should be safe. Use. With Li Xiao's use, the golden source enemy capture candle burned automatically. As the wax was melted by the flame, wisps of lavender smoke floated into the sky. The moment the golden source enemy capture candle burned, Li Xiao immediately entered combat mode. He took out the scarlet slime staff and waved it to summon 3 armed scarlet spiked slime mother archer captains to defend the surroundings. Then, Li Xiao took out the scarlet sand gun from the goblin boutique backpack and looked around vigilantly. It's not that Li Xiao would make a fuss and put on such a scene when facing a mere golden source enemy monster. Rather, the golden source enemy monster capture candle only attracted the enemy monster to come, not to kill it completely, and certainly not to directly give Li Xiao a first-level golden source. If the golden source enemy monster escapes, not only will this golden source enemy monster capture candle be wasted, but it will be hard to say when you want to upgrade the Scarlet 3-point formation. So just in case, Li Xiao must be fully prepared so that he can kill the golden source monster immediately when it appears, and take the first level golden source safely. The golden source monster capture candle burned shorter and shorter. And 10 minutes passed. Li Xia found that in the distant forest, the trees were shaking, and many flying monsters were disturbed and flew into the air. It was obvious that the real owner was coming. Roar! Before hearing the person, you can hear the voice first. Before seeing the golden source monster, you can hear a roar. Zombie? Li Xia frowned slightly. From the roar of the enemy monster, he could vaguely judge that the genuine enemy monster attracted by the genuine enemy monster capture candle this time was a zombie. Sure enough, a moment later, as the trees fell one by one, a sturdy zombie with a body of 5 meters high rushed out of the forest quickly. When it found the genuine enemy monster capture candle in front of it, its red eyes revealed a trace of human greed. But when the genuine enemy monster's sight moved from the genuine enemy monster capture candle to Li Xia, greed was completely replaced by vigilance. Obviously, the intelligence of this gold source monster is not low. When the gold source monster stared at Li Xia was also looking up and down at the gold source monster. The strength of the gold-armed zombie captain is not weak. Its 4-dimensional attributes have even surpassed the original Meat Mountain aggregate. The 4 active skills can also play a 1+1 greater than 2 effect when they are matched with each other. But Li Xia is no longer the same as before. This mere 4th level gold-armed zombie captain is no match for Li Xia at all. Roar! The enemy that was attracted by the golden source enemy capture candle was a gold-armored zombie. But it took a greedy deep breath like a human, absorbing the breath of the golden source enemy capture candle in the air around it. It seemed that capturing the golden source enemy candle was its greatest pursuit in life. Roar! The roar of the golden armored zombie resounded through the world. It stared at Li Xia with a covetous look and took the lead in using the active skill Poison Sting. Swish! 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 One after another, sharp and poisonous stingers shot out quickly. Li Xia didn't even look at it, and directly held the scarlet sand gun and aimed at the gold-armed zombie. When the stingers came to Li Xia, the attacks were all blocked by the mother of the armed scarlet spike slime, the shooter captain, and could not hurt Li Xia at all. Swish! 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 Li Xia used his own method to treat others. The scarlet sand gun sprayed out fierce fire, directly suppressing the gold-armed zombie and making it unable to raise its head. -436. -436. Under such a fierce attack, the life value of the gold-armed zombie performed a bleeding disappearance. It dropped rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Roar! In an instant, the life value of the gold-armed zombie had dropped to a very dangerous level of 30%. But perhaps the attraction of the gold source enemy to capture the candle was too strong for the gold-armed zombie. The gold-armed zombie still refused to flee the scene, but took a big step and sprinted forward. Li Xia sneered at the sight. Scarlet Crystal Strike? A sand bullet wrapped with the power of ice crystals and scarlet power hit the body of the gold-armed zombie at an extremely fast speed, immediately freezing the whole body of the gold-armed zombie with ice elements. Unable to move. -922. Li Xia killed it instantly with a Scarlet Crystal Strike. When the huge body of the gold-armed zombie slammed to the ground, a loud noise was heard. And then the body of the gold-armed zombie turned into a cloud of flying ash and floated in the air. Successfully killed the 4th level special gold-armed zombie captain, and obtained 1st level gold source X1, zombie arm X1, gold ingot X200, platinum ingot X200, endurance potion X1, healing potion X3, copper skin and iron bones X1. Li Xia immediately collected the 7 light balls scattered on the ground, and then used the memory magic mirror to return to the courtyard of the shelter. Just as he wanted to return to the workshop, he turned his head and found that the mortar was standing quietly beside him. Damn! I forgot about this. Li Xia clapped his hands. Although he had plenty of scarlet points at the moment, he had just upgraded the primary authority shelter, and both scarlet ore ingots and magic ore ingots were extremely scarce, so he couldn't upgrade the shelter's defense system at all. But among all the buildings in the entire shelter's defense system, there was an exception. That was the gold mortar. It wasn't that the remaining 10 or so scarlet ore ingots were enough to upgrade it, but the gold mortar had not yet been enhanced by scarlet assimilation, and the only thing he had on hand was scarlet points. Other buildings in the shelter could not be upgraded, but this one was an exception. Li Xia immediately walked to the front of the gold mortar and looked at it intently. The scarlet points required to assimilate the gold mortar into a scarlet exclusive, 90,000 points. 90,000 points? Li Xia didn't expect that the Scarlet Assimilation enhancement of the mortar would consume so many Scarlet points. But thinking about it carefully, it was true. After all, it was a unique building in the shelter. And it was not Scarlet Assimilation enhancement from level 1, but Scarlet Assimilation enhancement when the mortar was already level 6. It is understandable that more Scarlet points are consumed. Besides, with nearly 1 million Scarlet points at the moment, a mere 100,000 points is nothing. Li Xia immediately invested resources to assimilate and enhance the gold mortar, accompanied by a flash of scarlet light. In an instant, the mortar, which originally had a rather majestic and ferocious appearance, became even more terrifying. Like a war machine. Li Xia nodded with satisfaction. As expected, the Scarlet Assimilation enhancement that only the Scarlet Overlord can use. After a period of assimilation enhancement, the mortar directly transformed into a Scarlet Mother and Branch Cannon, adding an additional passive skill, and a passive skill that can greatly increase the basic attack damage. This wave of blood profit. It's a pity. 720 pieces of Scarlet or ingots are not what Li Xia can take out now. Otherwise Li Xia would have directly upgraded the Scarlet Mother and Branch Cannon to the current highest level. Forget it. Let's do it step by step. Li Xia returned to the living room of the shelter, sat on a chair, took a break, and drank a cup of tea. Li Xia immediately stood up and walked into the shelter workshop, sorted and stored all the resources. Li Xia called out the skill panel, took out a first-level gold source from the Goblin Boutique backpack, and used it immediately. A golden light flashed, and Li Xia looked closely. Scarlet Trident Array Enhancement Method. 1. When releasing the skill Scarlet Trident Array, the magic value consumption is reduced by 50%. 2. When releasing the skill Scarlet Tripoint Array, the cooldown time is reduced by 50%. 3. When releasing the skill Scarlet Tripoint Array, the duration of the swiftness buff is increased by 100%. The 3 major ways to strengthen the Scarlet Tripoint Array came into view. Li Xia carefully considered this, and was more than twice as cautious as when dealing with other skills. On the one hand, it was because the Scarlet Tripoint Array was the only multi-stage teleportation skill in Li Xia's hands. On the other hand, it was because the Scarlet Tripoint Array was too special. If it weren't for the Scarlet Automatic Drop Collection device triggering the Greedy Authority effect, and the Scarlet Domination Inheritance with the Scarlet Assimilation Enhancement ability, it would be impossible to have such an extraordinary skill. Li Xia naturally had to be cautious. After thinking for a while, Li Xia first rejected the third path. Although this is the only one of the 3 strengthening paths, with a strengthening rate of 100%. The rapid gain increased from 1 minute to 2 minutes, which has little impact on its own combat effectiveness. It also has no qualitative effect on the Scarlet Trident Array skills. So it was immediately rejected by Li Xia. There are 2 remaining strengthening paths. One is to reduce the cooling time from 10 minutes to 5 minutes. One is to reduce the mana consumption from 100 points to 50 points. After thinking for a while, Li Xia finally decided to choose to reduce the skill cooldown time. 100 points of mana consumption seems to be a lot. But the problem is that he has the authority of the Scarlet Domination, which can restore mana every second, plus a series of magic recovery potions and magic accessories. At this stage, Li Xia's mana recovery ability is very good. Therefore, reducing the cooldown time and being able to use the Scarlet Trident Array more times in a shorter time is obviously a manifestation of maximizing benefits. Li Xia immediately clicked to confirm the second strengthening method. Confirm. Chapter 242. With Li Xia's order, a golden light that belongs to Jin Yuan alone filled and flickered in the shelter workshop. The Scarlet Tripoint formation successfully transformed into a second-level skill. The skill panel data automatically popped up and appeared in front of Li Xia. Li Xia let out a long breath and looked carefully. Skill name, Scarlet Tripoint formation. Skill attributes, active permanent mastery Scarlet exclusive. Level, second level. Magic value consumption, 100 points. Cooling time, 5 minutes. Effect, no weapon usage restrictions. After using this skill, the player can obtain a 2-stage teleportation effect. The first stage is, the player can teleport to a specified distance of 300 meters and set 3 temporary teleportation points. The second stage is that within 1 minute, the player can start phase teleportation at any time to teleport to any of the 3 random temporary teleportation points. When the first and second stages of the skill are all used, the player will get a fixed swiftness gain, movement speed increased by 10%, melee attack speed plus 10%, long-range attack speed plus 10%, duration, 1 minute. Learning requirements, General B. Note, in the underground biome, or during the goblin invasion disaster event in the forest biome, there is a very small chance that the player will obtain the skill book teleport when killing the rare type enemy goblin wizard. After the Crimson Drop automatic collection device's greedy authority is upgraded, this skill evolves into phase teleport. With the enhancement of Crimson Assimilation, phase teleport is advanced to Crimson Trident Array, which has a stronger teleportation effect. For players, this skill will have a higher value. 5 minutes. This way, it's barely enough for me to fight. Okay. Although Li Xian knew that 5 minutes was still not enough to teleport easily in an emergency during the exploration and adventure. But, after all, not only did he not have the second-level gold source, but even the first-level gold source was exhausted. Even the gold source enemy capture candle that he had finally obtained was also used up just now. So the current situation made it impossible for Li Xian to continue upgrading and strengthening the Scarlet Trident Array. That was all he could do for now. Li Xian stood up and walked to the gold storage box, sorting the materials dropped by killing the gold source zombies, and storing them in different categories. After sorting them out, he only had a skill book dropped by a gold source monster left in his hand, Copper Skin and Iron Bones. Skill name, Copper Skin and Iron Bones. Skill attribute, Passive Permanent Mastery. Level 1. Effect, Ignore Knockback debuff. Learning requirements, General D. Medical D. Note, when killing special types of gold source monsters above level 3, there is a chance to obtain the passive skill Copper Skin and Iron Bones, which allows the player to ignore knockback. Li Xian shook his head slightly. This skill book cannot be said to be bad. It directly makes the player immune to a debuff. Even Li Xian can boldly predict that, as the level of Copper Skin and Iron Bones increases, it may not only be immune to knockback, but also to other debuffs. But the problem is, Li Xian used the mutation effect of the Moon Goddess Potion to make an advanced version of the potion Copper Skin and Iron Bones Potion, and finally gave himself a constant gain blessing. In other words, even if he did not learn this Copper Skin and Iron Bones skill book, Li Xian would not have to worry about being troubled by the knockback debuff. On the contrary, although he is now in the late 3rd stage, he may be promoted to the 4th stage someday. But such a precious passive skill bar, Li Xian can't waste it just for a debuff immunity. The Copper Skin and Iron Bones skill book is a good skill, but unfortunately, it is not the most suitable skill book for him. Thinking of this, Li Xian put the skill book on the personal trading platform, and found that the Architectural Enlightenment Potion that had been put on the shelf not long ago had been sold out. It seems, the market for Architectural Inspiration Potions is still huge. Li Xian immediately searched for keywords, and bought all the magic plants needed to make Architectural Inspiration Potions, as long as they were not 30% higher than the market price. Then he made batches of them at the alchemy table. Instant synthesis. That's the cool thing. Not time-consuming. 500 or 600 bottles of potions were all made in a short time. Li Xian called up the chat channel, and sold 30 bottles to Li Bianqing, Wang Sai, and Wang Fugui from Dawn Front at cost price. Li Xian and all members. It's not that we can't get more Architectural Inspiration Potions. It's mainly because these kinds of magic plants are not easy to find. So the current output is limited. Li Xian, when the magic plants are in sufficient supply in the future, and the shelter buildings on my side are upgraded. If you are short of Architectural Inspiration Potions, just tell me directly. Li Xian, I can't guarantee for others, but for the people in the Dawn Front team, I guarantee the lowest price. Wang Sai, wow. Thank you, Master Xian. The more the shelter is upgraded, the more difficult it is to upgrade the shelter defense system as quickly as possible. Even if I have a shelter feature that reduces the time it takes to upgrade the building, I still feel exhausted. Wang Fugui. Thank you, Master Xian. Thank you for your care during this period. I have collected some ingredients and made some new pastries. I will send you a batch to try later. Wang Fugui, 4 others. Wait for the second batch. I will send you some tomorrow. Li Xian, ha ha ha. That's great. I'll wait. Li Bianqing, thank you. Brother Xian, are you short of magic plants now? I feel that your bottle of architectural inspiration potion has great value. Which ones are missing? I will help you raise one or two now. Li Xia, the magic plants used to make architectural inspiration potions are not rare. But the key is that the production of magic potions is rare. And not many people will deliberately plant magic plants. Li Xia, this is why I can't buy enough magic plants. But I have posted a purchase information in my personal store. I believe that there should be enough materials in a few days. Li Bianqing, I see. Let me help you post the information on my personal intelligence website, and try to let more people know about this. Li Xia, I'll trouble you. Brother Bianqing. Li Bianqing, what's the trouble? The architectural inspiration potions you gave me have really helped me a lot. Li Bianqing, okay. Let me put it this way first. I'll post the information on my intelligence website now. After the chat, Li Xia clicked on Su Hongdo's avatar to chat privately. Li Xia, Hongdo. I just sent you 100 bottles of building inspiration potion. You should have upgraded to the gold shelter now. And you are in the gem mine of the small special biological community. So don't be stingy with these resources, and upgrade the shelter defense system to the strongest as soon as possible. Li Xia, just tell me how many building inspiration potions you need. The same goes for other resources. Just tell me if you need anything. Su Hongdo, yes. Xia, don't worry. I know what I am doing. And my shelter specialties are also for sale. So there shouldn't be too much shortage of resources at the moment. Su Hongdo, by the way, I have good news for you. Li Xia, what good news? Su Hongdo, didn't I invest a large amount of ingot resources in the core of the biome to catalyze diamonds? Li Xia, have you got results? Su Hongdo, not so fast. But in another week, we should be able to harvest the first batch of diamonds. I estimate that there will be about 300 diamonds. Su Hongdo, didn't you say before that the demand for diamonds is very high? There is no stable channel to obtain diamonds at present. So if you are not in a hurry, wait for a while. Li Xia, well, you are thoughtful. I can still wait for this time. But don't invest all the resources in the core of the biome to catalyze diamonds, and forget to improve your shelter defense system. Li Xia, what is more important and what is less important? You must figure out the priorities here. Su Hongdo, don't worry. I will pay attention. Su Hongdo, by the way, I want to tell you something very unexpected. I invested so many ingot resources to produce diamonds. But now the diamonds still need to wait for a week. But in the courtyard of my shelter, a diamond magic tree automatically grew. Li Xia, oh? Is it the same nature as the topaz gem tree we found during our previous exploration adventure in the underground biome? Su Hongdo, yes. It should be of the same lineage. But it is definitely more advanced than the topaz gem tree. It's a pity that the diamond magic tree is only in its juvenile stage and can't mature so quickly. Li Xia, don't worry. It just takes a while anyway. And you own this diamond magic tree, which will give you another way to stably supply diamonds in the future. So it's not a loss no matter how you look at it. Su Hongdo, it's not me who owns it. It's us. Li Xia, yes. We. Ding. 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 On the 2 days between Su Hongdo and Li Xia, a series of message prompts popped up. Li Xia had not checked before. But judging by the frequency of the message pop-ups, perhaps there was something important. Li Xia, Hongdo. Let's meet and chat in the evening. Someone is looking for me now. So I'll go and get busy first. Su Hongdo, yes. You go and get busy first. Remember to take care of yourself. Li Xia, okay. Don't worry. After the chat ended, Li Xia returned to the chat channel homepage and found that the person who sent him messages continuously was Chen Yishuan, the deputy captain of the hunter team. The hunter team is not simple. It was founded by Bai Butong. It only recruits legacy players, and they are suitable for assassination or have strong explosive power. Although the hunter team was founded not too long ago, after Chen Yishuan, the legacy player of the Fireboy King, joined, it successfully ranked among the top 10 teams in the regional channel. Li Xia had more dealings with Bai Butong, but he had not had much dealings with Chen Yishuan. For a moment, he could not figure out why Chen Yishuan came this time. Li Xia frowned slightly, and clicked on Chen Yishuan's avatar to check the information. Chen Yishuan, hello. Master Xia. I am Chen Yishuan, the deputy captain of the hunter squad. Chen Yishuan, here's the thing. Do you still have the architectural enlightenment potion you sell? Our hunter squad wants to purchase in large quantities. Chen Yishuan, in addition, My brother-in-law Bai Butong discovered that you had previously swept up a batch of magic plants on the trading platform. Perhaps the raw materials of the magic plants for the building enlightenment potion are blinkroot, shiverthorn, and moonlight grass. Qin Yishuan, coincidentally, the cousin of one of the members of our hunter team, is a planter inheritance player. We have these magic plants on hand, and in large quantities. Qin Yishuan, if you need, we can sell them to you alone and guarantee the lowest price. But we also have a condition. That is, this transaction must be settled in building enlightenment potion. Qin Yishuan, what do you think? After reading the message sent by Qin Yishuan, Li Xia pondered for a moment and felt that this deal could be done. It doesn't matter who you sell the building enlightenment potion to? This is not a problem. On the contrary, the price of purchasing materials will be reduced because of bulk commodities. And you don't need to go to the trading platform every day to buy magic plants with different prices. Not only is it worry-free and trouble-free, but the price is also low. Although using building enlightenment potion as a settlement currency will slow down the pace of exchanging scarlet or in magic or with building enlightenment potion, it is still worth it in a comprehensive way. Li Xia responded immediately. Li Xia, how much stock do you have of the 3 magical plants? Blinkroot, shiverthorn, and moonlight grass. In your hunter team? How much is the price? Li Xia, in addition, I don't underestimate you. The main thing is that you are representing the hunter team in this matter. Can you represent the entire hunter team? Qin Yishuan, I can represent the 3 magical plants. Blinkroot, shiverthorn, and moonlight grass. We currently have more than 1,000 of each type in stock. And there are about 2,000 in the mature stage of cultivation. Li Xia, why do you plant so many magic plants for no reason? Li Xia was very puzzled. Magic plants need to be taken care of by special people. They are not weeds that can be left alone after sowing seeds. Even in the courtyard of Li Xia's shelter, only a few common materials needed for potions were planted. This is the first time Li Xia has heard of such a large stock, as Qin Yishuan said. Qin Yishuan, ha ha ha. Players who inherit the cultivation of the master do not plant magic plants. What else can we do? And our team actually supplies more than just you. Many alchemists in the regional channel or players who have potion-making needs have cooperated with us. Qin Yishuan, the details involve the privacy of our team. Please forgive me. Master Xia, I have nothing to say. In fact, even if Qin Yishuan didn't say it, Li Xia could guess roughly that the hunter team used the magic plants cultivated by the planners to make friends with other alchemists, or even to serve as a small treasury for their own team. But which of these is the purpose of the hunter team? Li Xia doesn't care. Li Xia only needs to know that Qin Yishuan and the hunter team have enough transaction costs. Li Xia, okay. Deal. Chapter 243. After the conversation, Li Xia exchanged the remaining batch of architectural enlightenment potions in his hand with Qin Yishuan for a batch of required magic plants directly through the friend trading function. It is hard to say who wins or loses in this transaction. Perhaps the hunter team can get a profit far beyond their imagination with the architectural enlightenment potions obtained from them. But that is none of their business. After all, this deal is very cost-effective for them in any way. In the adult world, what is black and white? As long as this deal is good for you, me, and everyone, and can be a win-win situation, Li Xia doesn't think there is any problem. Let's get started. Li Xia stood up and walked to the alchemy table, and directly began to use the magical plant resources obtained from the hunter team to frantically produce architectural enlightenment potions. Architectural enlightenment potions are excellent quality potions. The alchemy table can synthesize them instantly. And this is not the most important thing. The most important thing is, the alchemy table has a chance to synthesize potions without consuming materials. And this probability is not low when the alchemy table is running at full capacity. So busy until noon the next day. Li Xia, Yishuan. This is today's architectural inspiration potion. Please check the quantity. Qin Yishuan, ha ha ha. I don't believe in others. But how can I not believe in you? The great god Xia? No need to look. Absolutely guaranteed quality and quantity. Li Xia curled his lips when he saw this. He also said this kind of polite words. And before the advent of the survival game, he definitely said it more beautifully than Qin Yishuan. But now that everyone is making a living in the survival game, Li Xia has long lost his previous slickness. Or in other words, in the face of strength, Li Xia does not need to say such polite words. Not only that, He now prefers to be straightforward. And he hates others saying polite words to him more and more. Li Xia, no. It is what it should be. It is what it should be. This is just a transaction. It is better for both parties to check it clearly. It does not take much effort. I don't want to make any trouble later. Seeing this, Qin Yishuan knew that his little thoughts were seen through by Li Xia. But let's be honest. This kind of polite words that don't cost anything. So what if they are seen through? Of course. I think so in my heart. But I definitely can't think so in public. Qin Yishuan, oh, Master Xia. I'm sorry. That's not what I meant. Okay. I'll check it now. After about a minute. Qin Yishuan, I checked it. I just found other members of the Hunter team and received today's magic plant transaction share in my hands. I'm transferring it to you now. Li Xia, okay. Thank you for your help. Li Xia said politely, and was about to go back to his room to continue his work. But Qin Yishuan sent a message. Qin Yishuan, hey. Wait. Qin Yishuan, Master Xia. I saw in Master Bianqing's intelligence network and your personal store on the trading platform that you are looking for scarlet or ingots or magic or ingots recently. Right? Li Xia's eyes lit up. This was indeed the thing he was most worried about in the past 2 days. After all, Li Xia's shelter was not a so-called gold shelter, but a primary authority shelter. At this point, it is no longer possible to use ordinary conventional ingot materials for the primary authority shelter. Whether it is the upgrade of various buildings in the shelter defense system, or the upgrade of various functional furniture in the shelter, it requires the participation of unconventional ingot materials such as scarlet or in magic ore. Among other player groups, the vast majority of players are currently in the level of gold shelters, and a small number of players in the first echelon have also upgraded to the level of primary authority shelters. Therefore, there is a huge shortage of scarlet or in magic or ingots in the market. But the problem is, the resources accumulated by most players for these two kinds of ore ingots are too scarce. Now it is clear that this kind of resource is of utmost importance for the future shelter. How many people are willing to use these two kinds of ore materials in exchange for some additional resources at this juncture? Under this general environment, even if Li Xia makes a lot of purchases, the scarlet or in magic or ingots in his hands are not enough to meet the requirements of upgrading the entire shelter defense system. Li Xia has been worrying about this for the past 2 days. After seeing this, Celia took the sky-breaking gargoyle every day to find the place where power spreads, and tried to obtain as many scarlet or in magic or ingots as possible in order to share Li Xia's worries. Although Li Xia and Celia both knew that with the current level of the shelter and the resources required to upgrade the shelter's defense system buildings, it would be a drop in the bucket to kill the enemies and mine or in the place where power spreads scattered in the forest biome. But this is the only way. After all, Li Xia is now racing against time. It's not that. Li Xia is worried about the next sudden disaster. But he is worried about the world devourer, the corrupt master, Mo Luochen, whom he had only met once before. Because it is not dead after all, and from the system announcement, it has also gained a lot of benefits. Mo Luochen, who has joined the evil god camp, may improve his strength faster than he imagined. This is why Li Xia is so eager to improve his strength in the past 2 days. After all, if the world devourer, Lord of Corruption, Mo Luochen really increases in strength, then his first target will be either himself or Su Hongdo. And no matter who it is, Li Xia will never allow him to see the end of failure. Now Li Xia is worried about this matter. Judging from Qin Yishuan's intention, could there be a turnaround in this matter? Li Xia, yes. I have been so open about purchasing scarlet or in magic or ingots, and I have never thought of hiding them from the beginning. Yishuan, do you have any scarlet or magic or ingots in stock? Li Xia, if you have it, the price is negotiable. You know my strength. I am not short of money. Qin Yishuan, yes. I have it. And a lot of it. Li Xia, oh? What do you mean by a lot? Qin Yishuan, our hunter team has obtained a team resource item that can consume various resources to resummon the boss-level monsters that the player has killed, allowing the player to kill them repeatedly. Qin Yishuan, of course. The resources consumed by activating this item vary depending on the corresponding boss-level monsters. But even for the weakest boss-level monster, the Slime King, the resources required are actually not proportional to the output obtained after killing it. Qin Yishuan, in addition, each player in the team channel can only use it once a day, which is a big limitation. Qin Yishuan. But if we kill more times, there will always be some extra benefits for us. This kind of thing involves private information within our team. So please forgive me for not telling you. Master Xia. Qin Yishuan. Anyway, you only need to know one thing. We currently have a great demand for using this prop. But relying on our own resource supply, it will also be a pain to continue to persist. Qin Yishuan. So what I mean is, I know that you, Master Xia, have a unique special potion resource in the entire 9527 area channel. You supply us with the corresponding potions every day. After we kill boss level monsters, we will sell you the Scarlet Ore in Magic, or we get at a price 20% lower than the market price. What do you think? Li Xia frowned slightly. Prop shared by the team channel? And each person in the team channel can kill a boss level monster once a day. There is such a good thing? No wonder. I wonder why the Hunter team has been so active in the regional channel recently. And I don't know when it started, but a player with the inheritance of a planter appeared in the Hunter team. I think this may be the so-called extra benefit obtained by using this item? That's right. If this team item is really like what Qin Yishuan said, with a limit on the number of uses, and the resources invested in using it are too large, then frequent challenges are tantamount to losing money. But if it's about inheritance? Haha. That's another story. But Li Xia stared at the friend chat page. This matter, or this deal can't be calculated like this. The potion in Li Xia's hand. Not to mention that it is unique in the 9527th area channel. I'm afraid it is unique in this era, and in the entire survival game of the Crimson system. After all, Li Xia doesn't believe that other players can obtain the Moon God Well without the blessing of the Crimson Overlord inheritance. Even though the Moon God Well has evolved many times, and has a high-level skill of Moonlight Spring, the output of the Moon God Well is limited. In the past 2 days, one of the few ways to obtain Scarlet or Magic or ingots through trading is to sell various potions. In other words, even if Li Xia does not cooperate with Qin Yishuan and the Hunter team behind him, there will definitely be no worries about selling potions. But what about now? Supply a batch of potions to the Hunter team for free every day, and then Qin Yishuan will sell the Scarlet or Magic or ingots dropped by killing boss-level monsters to himself at a price 20% lower than the market price. What is this? Exclusive purchase rights with potions? If you calculate everything, you will lose a lot. But this deal can still be negotiated, although the number of people in the Hunter team does not exceed 20. The Scarlet or Magic or ingots that 20 people supply every day is also a considerable amount. Li Xia has killed boss-level monsters, so he knows the gold content of Scarlet or Magic or ingots dropped by killing boss-level monsters. This is not a timely help, but it is more important than icing on the cake. Maybe, this time my neediness was too obvious, which made others feel like I was being manipulated. Haha. Interesting. Li Xia's mouth curved up. Li Xia, Yishuan. I don't care whether the team props you mentioned are true or false. And I don't care what extra benefits you can get from using this team prop. Li Xia, I only care about one thing. Or I really only care about one thing these days. That is, the collection of Scarlet or ingots and Magic or ingots. Li Xia, the timing of your proposal for cooperation is just right. It happens to be the time when most players are not able to supply these two types of unconventional ingots. And it is also the time when the first-tier players are in high demand for these two types of unconventional ingots. You have calculated it accurately, and are sure to take advantage of me. Right? Li Xia, however, since you can propose such a cooperation request, it is even more impossible that you don't know the value of my unique potion. Li Xia, strictly speaking, if I agree to this deal, I will lose a lot of money. And let me be frank, I am anxious to widen the gap with the first-tier players. Note that I want to widen the gap. I don't think that there are players in the current 9527 area channel who can compare with me. But I don't need to widen the gap. It's just a matter of delaying time. Li Xia, after a while, maybe everyone will have a greater demand for Scarlet or Magic or ingots. But correspondingly, players will also produce more of these two types of unconventional or ingots. Li Xia, at most, I can slow down my progress a little. And it doesn't seem to be a big loss for me. Qin Yishuan, Master Xia, that's not the case. Li Xia, listen to me first. Li Xia, what I mean is that no one can control me. Not even your Hunter team. The initiative of this deal is not in your hands. If I don't agree, I don't believe you can get better resources than the potions in my hands. Li Xia, the reason you need my potion is probably because no one in the hunter team has been able to easily kill the two bosses, World Devourer and Brain of Cthulhu, which can drop crimson ore and demon ore ingots. Right? Li Xia, don't be so smart as to say that crimson ore ingots can also be obtained by killing Eye of Cthulhu. I think you also know that the gains are probably not proportional to the output. After all, the so-called extra benefits are the real reason why you use team props. Li Xia and your team members, if they want to kill the World Devourer and the Brain of Cthulhu successfully every time, need the assistance of various potions. In other words, they need to take potions. And in terms of potions in the 9527 area channel, my potions are the best. Li Xia, so don't portray this kind of win-win deal as if I'm begging you. Okay? Seeing this, Qin Yishuan's young face was unconsciously covered with cold sweat. And then his chest could not stop rising and falling. To be honest, to him, what Li Xia said was right. That was exactly the case. It was just, Qin Yishuan watched Li Xia so high profile in recent days, looking for scarlet ore and magic ore ingots in regional channels, trading platforms, and even Li Bianqing's intelligence network, and then thought of his brother-in-law Bai Butong, who had told him about the unpleasant cooperation with Li Xia. Qin Yishuan then had a desire to avenge his brother-in-law Bai Butong, so he directly discussed cooperation with Li Xia without discussing it with other members of the hunter team. But it was obvious, this cooperation had collapsed. Seeing this, Qin Yishuan contacted Bai Butong with a crying voice. Brother-in-law, I seem to have messed up. Chapter 244. Primary Authority Shelter. Living Room. Bai Buxiang drank tea in high spirits, humming an unknown song. What a pleasant scene. At this moment, he had already imagined the good thing of scavenging a large amount of exclusive medicine resources from Li Xia, and then using this batch of medicine resources to continue to strengthen the strength of the team. Although the item time stop battlefield consumes a lot of resources, if everyone can obtain the inheritance of the planter or other inheritances like Xiaowu, then these consumptions are worth it. Bai Butong was both happy and hateful about this item, but he still had a clear account in his mind. Use resources to exchange for inheritance. This deal is not a loss anyway. It's just a pity. Not all the other members of the hunter team are as strong as himself and Qin Yishuan, who has the inheritance of the Fire Boy King. If there is no assistance from Li Xia's potion, perhaps using time stop battlefield will not only fail to obtain the inheritance, but also cause teammates to sacrifice in vain, which is not what he wants to see. It is precisely because of this that he asked Qin Yishuan to be responsible for negotiating the exclusive medicine with Li Xia. It is not that he is arrogant, nor that he has a big face, nor that he looks down on Li Xia. The fundamental reason why Bai Butong did not negotiate with Li Xia in person is, in the limited number of cooperative conversations and sales experiences between Bai Butong and Li Xia, he was the pure weak party. Even Bai Butong had to admit one thing. Regional channel number 9527. Since there is you, why is there Liang? The matter of exclusive medicine is of great importance. Bai Butong was afraid that he would lose control of his temper during the negotiation with Li Xia. So he asked his brother-in-law Qin Yishuan to personally take charge of this matter. He controlled the overall situation behind the scenes. However, this cooperation is a win-win situation for everyone. In his opinion, Li Xia would definitely agree to the conditions and bottom line proposed by Bai Butong. So although he has not yet received any feedback from Qin Yishuan, he is already humming a song happily. Brother-in-law, I seem to have messed up. In the friend chat channel, Qin Yishuan's voice message suddenly shattered Bai Butong's dream. He stood up with a start and hurriedly asked about what happened. Bai Butong, what's going on? Yishuan? Did you have a good talk with Li Xia? Bai Butong, aren't our conditions generous? As long as Li Xia is willing to supply us with potions, we are willing to sell all the scarlet ore ingots and magic ore ingots we obtain to him exclusively, and at 50% of the market price. He still doesn't agree to such a good condition? Bai Butong, could it be that he has made a more demanding request? Bai Butong, Yixian. Don't worry. Tell me, if the conditions are more demanding, it's not impossible to agree. Qin Yixian felt even more guilty when he saw this. But when the time came, he could only tell Bai Butong everything about the cooperation, and he dared not to adulterate anything. Qin Yixian also hoped that through objective and accurate explanation, Bai Butong would know the whole picture of the matter, so that he could make a decision that best suited the interests of the hunter team. What? When Bai Butong saw the news, his 3 corpses jumped up and down, and his temples swelled. He never expected that Bai Butong's original intention was to let Chen Yixuan do it for him, because he was afraid that the cooperation would collapse. Who would have thought that his brother-in-law would suddenly have the idea of revenge for him? A win-win cooperation matter that was good for you, me, and everyone else ended up like this. Bai Butong, you kid. What can I say to you? Help me get revenge. Tell me, which is more important, my honor or the interests of our hunter team? Bai Butong, I usually think you are quite steady. Why do you get so impatient when doing things? Bai Butong, you really want to piss me off. Chen Yixuan, brother-in-law, I know I was wrong. I just wanted to make Li Xia suffer a loss and vent your anger. Bai Butong, I don't know what you are thinking. Don't you just want to control Li Xia? You really have it under control, don't you? What happened? You were controlled by someone else? You kid. Bai Butong, forget it. I will personally talk to Li Xia about this matter. Remember, no matter who asks you about this matter, you should say that it was your own idea. Understand? Chen Yixuan, hey, brother-in-law, I understand. Don't worry. Bai Butong, I am relieved. I wish I was really relieved. Bai Butong complained to Chen Yixuan for a few words, and then closed the friend chat channel. Chen Yixuan also knew that he was in the wrong, so he didn't say anything back. Although in the survival game of the series, Chen Yixuan was the one who inherited the Fire Boy King's legacy, and his strength was definitely higher than that of Bai Butong, who only inherited the ninja. But Chen Yixuan's way of dealing with people was far inferior to that of Bai Butong, which was why after the survival game of the series came, when the two of them got in touch, Chen Yixuan was still willing to follow Bai Butong. At this moment, Primary Authority Shelter Workshop. Primary Authority Workbench Upgrade Requirements: Scarlet or Ingot X200/Magic or Ingot X200. Sapphire Gem X300. Shelter Level 6 Upgrade Time 3 hours. Li Xia didn't say anything and immediately invested resources to upgrade. After a few days of collection, although the Scarlet or Ingots and Magic or Ingots were far from meeting the needs of upgrading the shelter's defense system, it was still easy to meet the needs of upgrading the 3 main functional furniture of the shelter. Bang! With the knock of the golden construction hammer, the workbench was upgraded immediately. The Primary Authority Workbench was upgraded and changed greatly. It was more luxurious and extravagant, and it was obviously a valuable item at first glance. And the fact is indeed so. After Li Xia summoned the Primary Authority Workbench and checked the panel data, he frowned slightly and stood there in a daze. The difference between the Gold Workbench and the Primary Authority Workbench is only 1 level. How can the difference between the two be so big? The Primary Authority Workbench does not unlock the formula of Scarlet or Ingots and Magic or Ingots, but it can consume a certain amount of Scarlet or Ingots and Magic or Ingots through research. In this way, all players are given a way to obtain unconventional formulas, which is still a very big change at present, except for the Gold Series formula, which still takes time. The Silver, Iron and other series formulas can be synthesized instantly. Even the synthesis time of the Gold Series formula has been reduced by 50%. This is not the biggest change of the Primary Authority Workbench, because the appearance of 2 new effects of the Primary Authority Workbench made Li Xia's eyes light up. Synthesize the Unconventional Formula Series, with a 5% chance of not consuming the required resources. Synthesize Unconventional Formula Series, with a 5% chance of not consuming the required time? Great! Li Xia knew that the change of Primary Authority Workbench has already tended to strengthen the alchemy table, although the 5% chance is very small at the moment. The materials and resources Li Xia invests in making it every day are extremely huge. As long as it succeeds once, it is a very happy thing for Li Xia. Not to mention, the current workbench is only at the Primary Authority level. What about the future? Intermediate Authority? Advanced Authority? As the level of the Primary Authority Workbench continues to rise, will this 5% probability become 10%, 15% in the future? Thinking this way, the future is promising. Li Xia invested part of the resources needed for the special accessories of the shelter into the Primary Authority Workbench, and operated it at full capacity. Just at this time, Bai Butong sent a message. Bai Butong, Master Xia. Long time no see. I came to you this time to apologize to you. Li Xia, hey, brother Bai. Our relationship started from humble beginnings. We have known each other for a long time. It would be strange if you call me Xia the Great God. Just call me Xia. Bai Butong, how can that be? How about this? I will also call you Brother Xia as you call me. What do you think? Li Xia, ha ha ha. Whatever you like. Li Xia laughed and chatted with Bai Butong. They talked about everything. But he didn't mention the previous incident between him and Chinishwan. This made Bai Butong very anxious. He knew that this was Li Xia's way of expressing his attitude. In desperation, I could only grit my teeth and clean up Chinishwan's mess. After all, who said Chinishwan was my brother-in-law? Bai Butong, Brother Xia. I know that Chinishwan did something dishonest. But he was just trying to vent my anger for me. I can't say anything to him. Anyway, I have cooperated with you several times and never got any advantage. This time is the same. If you want to cooperate, just tell me if you have any different opinions on the distribution ratio. Bai Butong, how about I bleed a lot this time to make amends for you on behalf of Chinishwan? Li Xia, brother. I am not an unreasonable person. I am sincere in this cooperation. After all, I just looked at the shelter rankings. You are now a primary authority shelter. You should understand my needs for Scarlet or in Magic Ore. Li Xia, but I can't stand threats in my life. To put it bluntly, my personality is like a donkey that goes with the flow. If you are good to me, I will definitely be a person who treats you well. Don't ask me to make suggestions on the distribution ratio. If you have an idea in your mind, just make it directly. Li Xia, if it's suitable, we can cooperate. If it's not suitable, to be honest, I can upgrade the defense system of the shelter slowly a few days later. It's not a big deal for me. Seeing this, Bai Butong knew that he was being grilled by Li Xia. If they don't agree, how can they have a share of the unique potion in the 9527 area channel? Originally, Bai Butong's bottom line was that as long as Li Xia was willing to supply them with exclusive potions, Bai Butong's hunter team would be willing to exclusively sell all the Scarlet or ingots and Magic or ingots to Li Xia, and sell them at half the market price. But now, this is a different time. This bottom line may not be able to calm Li Xia's anger. After thinking about it, Bai Butong made a decision that went against his ancestors. Bai Butong, okay. Since you are so straightforward, I will not beat around the bush. The condition I give is that the number of exclusive potions you supply to us must meet our needs. We will buy these potions at the market price, and you will not lose a penny. But these potions cannot be settled with Scarlet or ingots or Magic or ingots. Bai Butong, during this period, we will sell all the Scarlet or and Magic or ingots obtained by killing boss-level monsters exclusively to you, and we will sell them at 30% of the market price. This is our sincerity to apologize to you. What do you think? 30%? Li Xia didn't need to calculate. He knew that if this was true, the hunter team would really lose a lot of money. I just wanted to save face. And since Bai Butong had come forward to give me this face, Li Xia naturally had to go along with it. After all, he and Bai Butong had no grudges in the past or in the present. So there was no need to push him to death and turn a win-win deal into a situation that would make no one happy. While Li Xia was thinking, Bai Butong was also worried. Could it be that 30% is not enough? Bai Butong was nervous and sent a message quickly. Bai Butong, Brother Xia, I really didn't play any tricks with you. This time, the offer is my greatest sincerity. 30% really can't be less. Ding dee. Li Xia came back to his senses, saw the message prompt, chuckled, and quickly replied, Li Xia, I know. Of course I know. Brother Bai, you misunderstood me. I am not a greedy person. Li Xia, I didn't think of putting all the benefits into my pocket. 30% is not necessary. If it is really difficult for you to explain to the team members, then 50%. Li Xia, 50%. This price is good for you, me, and everyone. Don't hurt the relationship. Although Bai Butong was happy in his heart, he still had to refuse on the surface. Bai Butong, how can this be? Aren't you at a disadvantage? Li Xia, okay. If I really treat you politely and agree to 30% at once, you will be in trouble. Bai Butong, ha ha ha. Then I will obey your order. Li Xia smiled slightly, and it only took a moment to turn the enemy into a friend. Chapter 245. This matter was done, and he did not become enemies with Bai Butong and the hunter team behind him because of Chinishwan. Li Xia was very satisfied with the outcome of this incident and the benefits he gained from this transaction. Although until now, Li Xia still did not know what kind of team props the hunter team had, and why they could repeatedly hunt down the boss-level monsters that they had killed before. But it doesn't matter, as long as there is profit. The world is bustling with people for profit. He won't ask questions and dwell on so many reasons. But, although this time, the cooperation between Li Xia and Bai Butong will obtain an additional batch of scarlet ore ingots and magic ore ingots in the next few days, it still cannot meet Li Xia's needs. And 2 days have passed. As time goes by, more and more first-tier players in the 9527th area channel have begun to upgrade to primary authority shelters, and the market demand for scarlet ore ingots and magic ore ingots has further increased. For a time, paper became as expensive as gold in Luoyang. Fortunately, even though the competition was so strong, Li Xia was still not timid. Players at the level of primary authority shelter may have very different strengths. This is not Li Xia's blind self-confidence. It is inevitable that the Scarlet Overlord inheritance will further widen the gap with others as the level increases. And Li Xia's unbreakable confidence in the operation of the shelter, which is known as the last line of defense in the survival game of the series. On the surface, Li Xia's shelter level, and even his own level strength, are being caught up by other players in the regional channel at a rapid speed. But in fact, these are just the tip of the iceberg of Li Xia's strength. Li Xia's strength is still unfathomable. The gap in strength is still widening. And, even if the current market competition for scarlet ore ingots and magic ore ingots is becoming more and more fierce, Li Xia's wallet can still meet the supply. After all, Li Xia's shelter has so many specialties, so rich that it is the only one in the entire regional channel, which is jaw-dropping. So Li Xia is not worried about his collection of scarlet ore and magic ore ingots. After Li Xia negotiated with Bai Butong's hunter team to cooperate, Li Xia took the remaining scarlet ore and magic ore ingots in his hand and began to upgrade the 3-piece set of functional furniture in the shelter. Furnace, workbench, storage box. The workbench has been upgraded before. Moreover, the 2 new effects brought by the upgrade of the primary authority level also made Li Xia more curious. Will the furnace and storage box upgrade to the primary authority level also have similar changes? If the storage box is upgraded to the primary authority level, it can have a similar greedy authority effect as the Scarlet automatic drop collection device. That would be great. Thinking of this, Li Xia smiled and came to a gold storage box first to call out the upgrade panel. Primary authority storage box upgrade requirements: Scarlet ore ingot X90/magic ore ingot X90. Sapphire gem X300. Shelter level 7 upgrade time 5 hours. Seeing this, Li Xia immediately invested resources to upgrade. Swoosh! With the various resources in his hand, he turned into a rainbow-colored light and escaped into the panel of the gold storage box. The storage box emitted a dazzling golden light, and soon the golden shell faded from the surface and formed a series of complex patterns instead. The gold storage box also officially began to upgrade. Li Xia took out the building enlightenment potion from the Goblin Boutique backpack. Use. The upgrade time of the gold storage box was reduced by 50%. There were still 2.5 hours of upgrade time left, which was much easier for Li Xia, who had the gold building hammer. He continued to take out the gold building hammer from the Goblin Boutique backpack and knocked it on the storage box. Ding! With a knock, the primary authority storage box was synthesized. The system panel popped up automatically. Li Xia looked at it carefully. The upgrade of the storage box this time really gave Li Xia a surprise, as he wished. And it was the surprise that Li Xia needed most urgently at the moment. Because whether it was various conventional types of ore ingot materials, or unconventional types of scarlet ore ingots and magic ore ingots, the quality was no higher than outstanding. In other words, the effect of the primary authority storage box can be perfectly exerted. A primary authority storage box can produce 12 scarlet ore ingots or magic ore ingots a day. Li Xia looked around the workshop. In order to store various resources in different categories and make a reasonable plan, he built 20 storage boxes. Because of his wealth, even if some storage boxes have enough capacity, Li Xia also upgraded them all to gold storage boxes. Li Xia mentioned this matter when he was chatting with the members of the Dawn Front. Both Li Bianqing and Su Hongdou persuaded him that it was too wasteful and unnecessary to do so. But Li Xia still went his own way. After all, he never lacked conventional mineral ingot resources, even the most precious gold ingots. so he didn't care about the loss of these resources. I didn't expect it. This time, the upgrade of the Primary Authority storage box gave me a big surprise. 20 Primary Authority storage boxes can produce 240 scarlet ore ingots or magic ore ingots in one day. This is a continuous way of making money without taking any risks. Who would have thought that the storage box, which was originally used to store resources, would have the effect of a cornucopia after multiple upgrades? Li Xia immediately put a piece of scarlet ore ingot into the Primary Authority storage box and let it produce immediately. Shelter functional furniture 3-piece set workbench. Furnace. Storage box. Only the storage box has no unique restrictions and can be built in large quantities. Li Xia calculated the resource reserves in his hand and walked to the furnace. The storage box and the workbench gave him a surprise. Now he wants to see if the furnace will also give him a surprise. Primary Authority Furnace Upgrade Requirements. Crimson Ore Ingot X450/Demon Ore Ingot X450. Sapphire Gem X3000. Shelter Level 7 Upgrade Time 9 hours. 9 hours of upgrade time means that even with the use of Building Inspiration Potion and Gold Building Hammer, it is not possible to upgrade immediately. 3,000 sapphire gems may not seem like a lot, but in fact, after this period of reserve, Li Xia has no shortage of sapphire gems. 3,000 is just a number, and will not stop Li Xia from upgrading the furnace. But the problem is, the 450 scarlet ore ingots and magic ore ingots made Li Xia feel troubled. These were the only ingots he had left. I thought that the scarlet ore and magic ore ingots were insufficient to meet the upgrade of the shelter's defense system. But they could still meet the upgrade of the 3 sets of functional furniture in the shelter. The result? It was only enough to upgrade the furnace, workbench, and storage box by 1 level each. Fortunately, after tomorrow, I can get a stable supply of scarlet ore or magic ore ingots from the hunter team. No, this speed is still too slow. If it doesn't work, let's go to the Crimson Land or the Corrupted Land this afternoon and kill a few Cthulhu brains or world devourers. Li Xia thought about it and felt that it was feasible. After coming to his senses, he immediately invested the required resources to upgrade the furnace. The resources turned into a rainbow-colored light and disappeared from his hands, escaping into the furnace. A dazzling golden light flashed, and the furnace became larger and larger, and the fire in the furnace became more and more vigorous. Just standing aside, being blown by the hot waves of fire, you can feel a burst of heat. Li Xia used the Building Enlightenment Potion and the Gold Building Hammer to reduce the upgrade time for the furnace. But the last hour and a half still needed to wait. Li Xia took advantage of this time to come to the alchemy table and continued to put in various magical plants to make potion resources that only his own shelter could produce. While busy, I heard a system prompt ringing in my ears. Ding! Power is spreading. As the power of the forest community spreads, the origin of the community is constantly eroded. With the continuous expansion of the Land of Power and the crazy expansion of the underground Land of Power, many lands of power have been connected, and the larger area has brought greater crisis. The power of Scarlet and corruption is becoming more and more prosperous in the forest biome, and the trend of occupying the magpie's nest is in full swing. Demon altars are everywhere, and the boss-level enemies World Devourer and Cthulhu Brain, which are exclusive to the Scarlet Land and the Corrupted Land, are born. The instinctive power from the origin of the forest biome feels a huge threat. In order to further speed up the speed of players clearing the Land of Power, starting today, the Forest Store is open. Players can exchange points for required resources in the Forest Store. Ways to obtain points. 1. Destroy the land where power spreads. 2. Kill enemies infected by the power of Scarlet and Corruption. 3. Kill enemies exclusive to the Scarlet and Corruption. 4. Kill boss-level enemies exclusive to the Scarlet and Corruption. There is currently no time limit for this event, and the deadline is when the power spread is cleared. Players can redeem the required resources in the Forest Store by using their points in this event. Note, this store has gold resources for sale. Don't miss this opportunity. The system announcement ended, causing a huge response. Judging from the meaning of this announcement, the power-spreading places in various parts of the forest biome may have been connected together. Even if not all, it is a small part, and, in the connected power-spreading places, because of the expansion of the area, there are already living conditions for boss-level enemies, such as the World Devourer and the Brain of Cthulhu. Kill this type of enemy monster, get points, and exchange them for gold in the Forest Store. Gold can be used to strengthen skills, This is the most sought-after resource for players in the current survival game. However, compared to the joy of everyone in the regional channel, Li Xia frowned slightly. This event is a bit strange, because the power spread, the core of the forest community was threatened, and this event was spontaneously held to maintain its own safety. This logic works. But Li Xia didn't forget that in the last system announcement, the forest biome was called the forest cage. Although this is not the first time that Li Xia has heard the term forest cage, but this is the first time that the survival game of this era has informed all players through a system announcement. It is basically certain that there is something fishy about the forest biome. Players cannot find each other's shelters. Perhaps this weirdness that has existed since the beginning of the survival game of the series is the most irrefutable evidence of this fishy thing. Forest cage? Cage? Does this word mean that you and other players are imprisoned in the forest biome? Then let's start from this perspective. The spread of power may be a great opportunity to break this forest cage. The forest cage is threatened, so it spontaneously asks players living in the forest biome to help it achieve the goal of clearing the place where power spreads. But in this way, will the forest cage become as solid as before? It will be more difficult for players to escape. Wait, it's far away. Li Xia shook his head. This matter cannot be thought of in this way for the time being, because even if you know that the forest biome is a forest cage, what's the use? At present, the player shelters are all in the forest biome. Using the multidimensional fusion crystal tower, or the biome invitation letter and challenge letter is nothing more than escaping the forest cage for one day. The current forest cage is still the safest place for players who cannot escape. So even if you know that something is wrong, you still have to participate in this extra activity. In the future, Li Xia will be able to independently build his own kingdom of authority. Maybe that will be the best time to escape from the forest cage? Thinking of this, Li Xia stared at the system announcement with his eyes fixed on the word Golden Source Strength. Improve your strength as soon as possible. Chapter 246. An hour later, Li Xia had already calmed down and continued to work on the alchemy table. He also accepted several friend requests. He purchased hundreds of scarlet ore ingots from other players. These players either learned from Li Bianqing's intelligence network that Li Xia had a great demand for unconventional scarlet ore ingots and magic ore ingots, or they came to him after seeing the purchase application posted by Li Xia in his personal store on the trading platform. Although each person's share is not much, it is still a considerable amount when added up. The upgrade of the shelter's defense system has taken another small step. Li Xia hummed a song while calling out the trading platform to put some potions on sale. He was very happy because Li Xia understood. At the level of primary authority in shelter, even if he was carrying the inheritance of the Scarlet Lord, he could not balance the rapid and stable development. But this is also the general trend. After all, the resources required for each upgrade of the shelter are increased by an order of magnitude. Li Xia is already very satisfied with the current speed. Since the new event spontaneously held by the forest community cannot allow Li Xia to kill a new boss-level enemy monster and upgrade his level, the only thing he can do is to settle down and improve all his strengths to the current top level. Ding! Li Xia was thinking about how to improve his strength as much as possible, when suddenly a system prompt rang in his ears. Li Xia turned his head suddenly and found that the furnace had been upgraded. I hope that the furnace upgraded to the primary authority level this time can also obtain new authority effects. Li Xia walked to the primary authority furnace, which was huge and basically took up most of the wall, and looked at it intently. Li Xia's eyes swept over the primary authority furnace, and his eyes were fixed on the two new effects. There is a 5% chance that the required ore will not be consumed when smelting unconventional ingots once. There is a 5% chance to obtain twice the number of ingots when smelting regular ingots once. Although the chances of triggering the two new effects of the primary authority furnace are as low as the chances of triggering the two new effects of the primary authority workbench. Only 5%. They have a world of difference compared to the previous gold workbench and gold furnace. Not to mention, the effect after triggering alone has made the value of the 3-piece set of functional furniture in the shelter qualitatively improved. However, Li Xia also discovered a problem. They are all at the same level of primary authority, but the number of new effects obtained by the 3-piece set of functional furniture in the shelter is not the same. Primary authority workbench and primary authority furnace obtained 2 new effects, but primary authority storage box only obtained 1 new effect. The reason? I'm afraid it has something to do with uniqueness. That's right. It should be like this. as functional furniture in the shelter. The furnace and the workbench can only be built once, so they are particularly special, and it is reasonable to obtain 2 new effects. But the storage box has no uniqueness restriction, so it can only obtain 1 new effect. And this kind of new effect cannot be compared with the primary authority workbench and primary authority furnace from a fundamental point of view. Thinking about it this way, it makes sense. If a storage box that can be built in batches, after being promoted to the primary authority level, can obtain the authority effect that can surpass the primary authority workbench and primary authority furnace, it is abnormal. But Li Xia frowned slightly. He looked at the scarlet automatic drop collector outside the window and thought of a question. The scarlet automatic drop collector gained the authority effect after multiple upgrades and the scarlet assimilation enhancement, and it was specifically stated that this type of authority effect is greedy authority. And the greedy authority effect of the scarlet automatic drop collector is far stronger than the primary authority workbench and primary authority furnace, both in terms of the triggering probability and the effect itself. Moreover, the new effects of the workbench and furnace are just effects. Although they are authority effects, it is not marked what kind of authority effects they are. There is still an essential difference here. Maybe this is the same reason as the difference between unconventional recipes and conventional recipes. Li Xiao's eyes lit up, and he suddenly thought of this question. After all, the Scarlet Automatic Drop Collection device has been enhanced by the Scarlet assimilation of the authority of the Scarlet Lord. And naturally it is different from the effect of the primary authority workbench, which every player can obtain as long as the shelter is upgraded to the primary authority level. The difference between mainland goods and fine goods may be here. It seems so. Li Xiao's eyes flashed, and a smug smile appeared on his face. Other players wanting to catch up with him are probably daydreaming and wishful thinking. After checking the new effects of the primary authority workbench, especially the ability to invest the required mineral ingot resources and unlock the corresponding unconventional formula, Li Xiao was still a little worried that his advantage would be further shortened. But now, even if the 3-piece set of functional furniture in the shelter, everyone is on the same starting line. But in the shelter defense system, Li Xiao can use the inheritance of the Scarlet Domination to widen the gap, especially now that the shelter level has reached the primary authority level. Thinking of this, how can Li Xiao not be happy? At this moment, the afterglow of the setting sun is projected from the glass window, falling on the ground, leaving mottled shadows. Time flies, and it is already evening. But Celia still has not returned to the shelter. This little girl has been having fun outside all day, and she didn't even come back when it was almost time for dinner. Li Xiao calculated the time. Even if there were additional activities held by the forest community, Li Xiao didn't plan to go to the place where power spreads today to kill enemies and get points. Have a good sleep today, and get up early tomorrow to start sweeping the area. Li Xiao was a little bored. Today's potion had been refined, and there was no extra water from the moon goddess well to supply. As for making ordinary conventional medicines, it is not that Li Xiao is unwilling, but the cost effectiveness is too low. They are the same raw materials, but the prices of the two are very different on the trading platform. Not to mention that this type of conventional medicine belongs to the low-end market in the trading platform market, and the competition is far more intense than Li Xiao imagined. Having been used to the high-end market, Li Xiao is really not interested in the low-end market. The ancient said, "The family that cuts ice does not keep cattle and sheep. Give other players a way to make money, and make things convenient for others and yourself." Wait a minute. Li Xiao suddenly remembered that the diamond treasure chest that was rewarded for upgrading the shelter had not been opened yet. I was so busy these days that I just remembered it now. But this is not surprising. When I first came to the survival game, let alone a diamond treasure chest, even a wooden treasure chest would be a great help to me. But as the game progressed, Li Xiao got the title of civilized fisherman, and opening the treasure chest became a daily routine. Until now, even a diamond treasure chest is not a matter of life and death for Li Xiao, so he naturally doesn't take it that seriously. But, after all, it's still a treasure chest. Even now, a diamond treasure chest is a rare resource for other players. Li Xiao took out a diamond treasure chest from the Goblin Boutique backpack, and after a little hesitation, he immediately chose to open it. Open the diamond treasure chest. Get Endurance Potion X3, Poison Potion X1, Strong Healing Potion X2, Magic Potion X4, Scarlet or Ingot X1000. 5 light balls of different colors floated in the air As the diamond treasure chest disappeared, Li Xia easily punctured all the light balls one by one. After checking the resources obtained this time, his eyes lit up. Oh, I'm lucky this time. Although I didn't get a new formula, I got 1,000 scarlet ore ingots. This is worth it. 1,000 scarlet ore ingots can be regarded as a solution to his urgent needs. Moreover, the quantity is so abundant. This is a rare level among the many diamond treasure chests that Li Xia has opened. However, think about it. This diamond treasure chest was awarded to him because of the upgrade of the shelter. After the shelter is upgraded to the primary authority level, the ore ingot resources consumed by upgrading the shelter defense system are unconventional ore ingot resources, scarlet ore ingots and magic ore ingots. Therefore, it is reasonable to obtain a large number of scarlet ore ingots from this diamond treasure chest. Li Xia immediately put all the potions into the goblin backpack. He was about to take the scarlet ore ingots to the shelter courtyard to upgrade 1 or 2 shelter buildings. But he was stunned when he was halfway through. Li Xia looked at the bottle of crimson potion in his hand, which was much larger than the ordinary healing potion. And the curve of his mouth became bigger and bigger, because this was not the healing potion that Li Xia had obtained and used before, but a powerful healing potion that Li Xia had never obtained before. Instantly restore 150 points? After checking the panel data of the powerful healing potion, Li Xia's eyes lit up. 150 points. Instantly restore? The effect of this bottle of powerful healing potion in Li Xia's hand even exceeds that of the Moon Goddess brand healing potion that has undergone the transformation of the Moon Goddess spring water. You should know that the Moon Goddess brand healing potion can only instantly restore 100 health points, plus a health recovery benefit effect of 2 points per second for 10 seconds. At most, the Moon Goddess brand healing potion can only restore a total of 120 health points. If I have the formula of a powerful healing potion, I will definitely be able to develop a potion that is more powerful than the Luna brand healing potion. What a pity! To this day, even the powerful healing potion is the first time that Li Xia has obtained. It is a good sign that I can get this bottle of powerful healing potion. Li Xia is very confident about this. After storing this bottle of powerful healing potion in the Goblin Boutique backpack, Li Xia brought all the scarlet ore ingots to the courtyard of the shelter. Looking around. Scarlet Lunar Well. Scarlet Cluster Cannon. Gold Scarlet Arrow Tower. Gold Scarlet City Wall. Gold Scarlet Mage Tower. Scarlet Multidimensional Fusion Crystal Tower. Scarlet Automatic Drop Collection Device. Except for the special fixed level building Scarlet Lunar Well, all other shelter buildings need to be upgraded. And like Gold Scarlet Arrow Tower, Gold Scarlet City Wall, Gold Scarlet Mage Tower. These 3 mainstream buildings of the shelter defense system need to be upgraded in the hundreds. 1,000 scarlet ore ingots are still a drop in the bucket in the face of such a huge demand. However, a journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step, and a river is formed without the accumulation of small streams. You have to eat one bite at a time. Moreover, Li Xia was really curious about what additional effects these shelter buildings would gain after upgrading to the primary authority level. Li Xia scanned the 3 major shelter defense buildings and finally selected the Gold Scarlet Arrow Tower. Just as he was about to summon the building panel and prepare for the upgrade, a teleportation-like curtain appeared in the center of the shelter courtyard. Celia walked in with the sky-breaking gargoyle. Celia rushed over as soon as she saw Li Xia, shouting, "Godfather, I'm rich." Li Xia laughed and said, "What? You've become a little rich woman too?" "Yeah, I really am a little rich woman. I want to hear why you, the newly crowned little rich woman, came back so late. Don't you even plan to have dinner?" Li Xia's tone was stern on the surface, but in fact it was only on the surface. The smile in the corner of his eyes completely betrayed him. Celia saw this and hurried to explain. Chapter 247. No, Godfather. I didn't go out for fun today, but for serious business. Celia explained seriously. If you don't believe me, you can ask Little Stone. I didn't say I don't believe you, but seeing how excited you are. Li Xia paused and continued, "Tell me, what rich harvest did you get today? Look how happy you are." "Hey!" Celia agreed and explained quickly. "When I was sweeping the place where power spread in the forest community today, I didn't get much. But in the afternoon, I heard the system announcement that the place where power spread that I was looking for actually began to expand. A Cthulhu brain was bred right under my nose. It hadn't reacted yet, so I led Little Stone to attack it. Although the Cthulhu brain immediately brought Little Stone and me into its kingdom of power, we still spent some effort to completely get rid of this Cthulhu brain. Li Xiao laughed and said, "Great. Well done." But Celia was a little regretful. It's a pity that this Cthulhu brain was not the first kill, let alone the second or third kill. So it didn't have as much harvest as when you led us to kill the Cthulhu brain in the Scarlet Land before. Don't count on the first kill treasure chest. There is only a treasure bag and the drops after killing the brain of Cthulhu. There is a treasure bag? That's pretty good, Li Xiao comforted. Cooked. Celia pouted and said, I thought so at the beginning. After all, it's a good thing to get one more chaos brain. But unfortunately, I opened the treasure bag and didn't get the chaos brain accessories. No. Li Xiao frowned and thought carefully. It shouldn't be the case. Could this be related to Celia's identity? After all, although Celia has now obtained the identity of a player of this era's survival game, she is still a tree demon in the final analysis, and is her own companion species. Most of the time, Celia is no different from a normal player. But when it comes to the essence, there is still a big difference. Not to mention much. Who has the identity of a player and is crowded in a shelter with other players? Even in many previous disaster events, Celia's points for killing enemies were all counted in her name. This is the ironclad evidence. But he suddenly realized the special situation of the treasure bag this time may not be due to Celia's identity as a player, but because Celia and himself had killed the boss-level monster Cthulhu brain once in the Scarlet Land. Although there is no restriction on the treasure bag, it can only appear in the player's first kill, and cannot appear in subsequent kills. But because the treasure bag must contain the special and unconventional accessories contained in the boss level, the treasure bag will inevitably appear even in the process of repeated kills. And the resource props in the treasure bag will inevitably undergo earth-shaking changes. After figuring this out, Li Xiao couldn't help but ask back, Celia? You worked so hard to kill a boss-level enemy monster, the brain of Cthulhu. But there was not even a chaos brain in the treasure bag. Why are you so happy? Where did you get that saying from, little rich woman? Celia smiled and said, I was also quite depressed. But after I opened the treasure bag, I found that although there was no chaos brain accessory in it, there were a full 1,000 scarlet ore ingots. Because the power spread this afternoon, the scarlet ore stock has greatly increased. Little Stone and I have been busy all day and have probably harvested nearly 1,000 scarlet ore. If we smelt it into scarlet ore ingots, there will be more than 300. Total, there are more than 1,300 scarlet ore ingots. Godfather, do you think I am a rich woman? As Celia spoke, she took out all the scarlet ore ingots from the Goblin Boutique backpack and handed them to Li Xiao. After Li Xiao took it, he said with deep emotion, Yes, Celia, you are not only a rich woman, but also helped me a lot. Hee. Celia was very happy to receive Li Xiao's praise. She waved her hand and said, This is what I should do. Godfather, you go ahead. I'm going to the kitchen to cook dinner. Li Xiao and Celia have been together for so many days, and he knows Celia's personality inside out. He knew in his heart that Celia was the kind of person who liked to go to the kitchen when she was happy, so he naturally didn't stop her. Okay, go ahead. Li Xiao waved his hand, with great ambition in his heart. With this batch of scarlet ore ingots sent by Celia, it can be said to be a timely help, and the upgrade plan of the shelter's defense system can be carried out faster. Li Xiao walked to the gold Scarlet Arrow Tower and called out the upgrade panel. Primary Authority Scarlet Arrow Tower Upgrade Requirements: Scarlet or Ingot X360/Magic or Ingot X360. Tendon Bow X1/Demon Bow X1. Scarlet Points X300. Shelter Level 7 Upgrade Time 5 hours. Tendon Bow. Li Xiao made a few pieces when he had time during this period. Although not many, they were enough to consume the scarlet ore ingots in his hand. All the materials were ready, and Li Xiao directly invested resources to choose to upgrade. Swish! When the various resources in Li Xiao's hand turned into a stream of light and escaped into the golden Scarlet Arrow Tower, the tower body also emitted a dazzling golden light. In a moment, after absorbing the resources, the Arrow Tower began the formal upgrade process. Li Xiao glanced at the upgrade countdown, and directly took out a bottle of Architectural Inspiration Potion and a golden architectural hammer to use on the golden Scarlet Arrow Tower. The gold Scarlet Arrow Tower, which originally took 5 hours to upgrade, was upgraded in an instant. When the upgrade panel of the Primary Authority's Scarlet Arrow Tower automatically popped up in front of Li Xia. Li Xia smiled with relief and looked at it. After checking the panel data of the Primary Authority's Scarlet Arrow Tower, Li Xia showed a relieved smile on his face. Although the upgrade of the Primary Authority's Scarlet Arrow Tower requires up to 360 Scarlet Ore Ingots. However, the upgrade of the Scarlet Arrow Tower to the Primary Authority level is also very rich. 2 passive skills. Continuous Arrows. Adrenaline. Not only does it give the Primary Authority's Scarlet Arrow Tower a stronger instantaneous explosive power, it also has an extraordinary sustained attack capability. No matter how you look at it, it's a good deal. Although the Bloody Slaughter debuff of the fixed arrows of the Primary Authority's Scarlet Arrow Tower has not been enhanced this time, but the solidity, defense, and attack power of the Primary Authority's Scarlet Arrow Tower have all been doubled. As for the range, it has also been increased from 500 meters to 800 meters. The best part is, the attack interval of the Primary Authority Crimson Arrow Tower is reduced from 1.5 seconds to 1 second. This is almost equivalent to a disguised increase in the combat effectiveness of the Primary Authority Crimson Arrow Tower by 50%. Such a big increase. How can Li Xia not be excited? It's a pity that the number of Scarlet Ore Ingots on hand is still too small. It will take a lot of hard work to upgrade all 200 Scarlet Arrow Towers in the shelter to the Primary Authority level. That being said, Li Xia has tasted the sweetness of upgrading the shelter's defense system to the Primary Authority level. So naturally, no matter what difficulties there are, he will firmly strengthen the shelter's defense system. Li Xia came to his senses and spent all the Scarlet Ore Ingots in his hand to upgrade all the other gold Scarlet Arrow Towers in the shelter to Primary Authority Scarlet Arrow Towers. Li Xia returned to the living room of the shelter and prepared to eat at Celia's call. At the dinner table, Li Xia said to Celia, "Celia, I have been busy in the shelter these days, and I have no idea about the situation outside the shelter. You have been running around outside with Xiao Shi too these days. Tell your godfather. What is the current situation of the forest community?" Facing Li Xia's question, Celia put down her bowl and chopsticks and thought carefully. This question is really difficult to answer. Let me think about it. In fact, before today, although there were places where power spread in the forest community, there were not many, and the area was not large. Of course, there were no boss-level enemies such as the World Devourer and the Brain of Cthulhu in the places where power spread at that time. Naturally, there were few Scarlet Ores and Magic Ores in the places where power spread at that time. They were generally scattered ores exposed on the surface, not connected at all, and could not even be called veins. Celia paused and continued, "Godfather, you can tell the situation in the past few days from the resources I give you every day when I return to the shelter. However, today is an exception. Is it because of the spontaneous cleanup of the power-spreading place held by the forest community this afternoon?" Li Xia asked back. "Not entirely," Celia explained. "In fact, although Xiao Shi too and I solved more than 10 power-spreading places a few days ago, when we went out the next day, we could still find new power-spreading places nearby. The reason why today's harvest is so rich is that the places where power spreads have begun to connect with each other, forming a large-scale expansion. Because of the large-scale expansion, it seems that the boss-level enemies World Devourer and Cthulhu Brain have been bred. So today's harvest is more than in the past. On the one hand, it is because the frequency of Crimson Ore Ingots and Demon Ore Ingots in the places where power spreads has become increasingly high. On the other hand, it is because of the appearance of boss-level enemies World Devourer and Cthulhu Brain. After all, killing boss-level enemies will yield far more resources than hard mining. To be honest, the reason why I got so much today is actually because I killed a boss-level monster, the Brain of Cthulhu. That's why I got the most." Celia told Li Xia everything about what she encountered during her adventures in the forest biome these days, as well as her own analysis. After listening to Celia's analysis, Li Xia nodded silently. "I see. Judging from the current situation, regardless of the forest biome or the forest cage, what impact will the extra spontaneous event have on me? For the collection of resources, and even for the exchange of points rewards in the forest store. All must be cleared as soon as possible, even as much as possible." Thinking of this, Li Xia put down his chopsticks, picked up a cup of strong tea, took a sip and said, "In this case, let's do this. Tomorrow." Godfather will go out with you to clear the land of power spread. And we will try to kill more boss-level monsters. By the way, speaking of this, Li Xia slapped his forehead and smiled. I remember that although you have upgraded to the 3rd level, Celia, you have not yet obtained the gold source to further strengthen your skills. Right? Just take advantage of this opportunity to kill a few more boss-level monsters and improve your skill strength. Okay. As a veteran patient with firepower phobia, Celia clapped her hands happily when she heard it, and was very satisfied with Li Xia's arrangement. After the two finished their meal, they went back to the house to rest. Early the next morning, the 3-person team of the shelter was ready to go. Celia said anxiously, Godfather, I know a few places where power spreads, and boss-level monsters should have been bred. How about I lead the way? Li Xia smiled, no hurry. Let's go to the lake first. Why go to the lake? Godfather's hands are a little itchy. The fisherman is going to come back. Li Xia smiled slightly. I want to see what good resources this civilized fisherman can bring me. Chapter 248. Forest biome. Beside the lake, water plants grow wildly. In the sky, dark clouds gather, and dragonflies fly low. It seems that it will rain soon. It is precisely because of this that a large group of 6-eyed flying fish gather over the lake, preparing to mate and reproduce. Huh? Li Xia folded his feathery white wings and landed on the ground. Seeing this scene, he directly ordered, 6-eyed flying fish meat is an excellent delicacy. Since you encounter a group of 6-eyed flying fish, don't let them go. Celia and Little Stone, you kill a few more 6-eyed flying fish, just in time to add some fish meat to the food inventory of the shelter. Celia licked her lips and said, Okay, I just want to eat fish hot pot. Skybreaking Gargoyle received the order and immediately replied, Okay, Commander. Celia and Skybreaking Gargoyle immediately showed their magical powers and used their own methods to frantically sweep the 6-eyed flying fish school. For now, the various enemies in the forest biome, including the most dangerous night enemy zombies, are no longer opponents of players as the player's strength gradually increases, and they pose no threat to players. The current forest biome has long since changed from being full of dangers to being the backyard of players. If it weren't for the expansion of the Land of Power in the forest biome, there would be no safer place than the forest biome in the many biomes of the survival game in this era. So Li Xia didn't think there was any problem in letting Celia and Skybreaking Gargoyle go to sweep a group of 6-eyed flying fish. Li Xia found a good place to sit down by the lake, took out the meat catcher fishing rod and master level bait from the Goblin Boutique backpack, and finally changed into the fishing accessories fisherman's fishing gear bag. Finally, Li Xia took out the fisherman's potion that he had finally bought from other players from the Goblin's Boutique backpack and drank it all. In this way, the interests of civilized anglers can be maximized. Li Xia waved the meat catcher's fishing rod, and the float swung a perfect arc in the air. With a plop, it fell directly into the center of the lake. He silently said in his heart, You civilized anglers. Li Xia waited quietly for a while, and felt the float sinking and floating on the lake. Hey! Here it comes! Li Xia yanked the fishing rod. Before he could see clearly what treasure box he had harvested this time, he heard a system prompt ringing in his ears. Ding! The effect of the fisherman's fishing bag was successfully triggered. No need to consume bait for this fishing. After checking the system prompt, Li Xia suddenly widened his eyes. Ha ha! Today's luck is really good. Master level bait is not so easy to find even for Li Xia. Now that he can fish without consuming master level bait, it is naturally a great thing. Li Xia hurriedly put the master level bait back into the Goblin's Boutique backpack, and then took the golden treasure box obtained from the meat catcher's fishing rod. How to say it? The golden treasure box is a 100% guaranteed quality for the quality of the civilized fisherman title that Li Xia currently has. However, at least the master level bait was not consumed this time, and the civilized fisherman title can still gain a large amount of experience points as usual, which is not a bad thing. Li Xia stroked the treasure box and opened it immediately. Open the golden treasure box and get Cod Fry X10, Grass Carp Fry X30, Crucian Carp Fry X50. Li Xia. After coming to his senses, Li Xia found that this golden treasure box was very special. It didn't even have the healing potions and magic potions that were rewarded by ordinary treasure boxes, let alone any mineral ingots. This golden treasure box only had 3 kinds of fish fry. But having a different harvest doesn't mean it's a bad thing. Li Xia remembered that he had obtained a fisherman's specialization manual and a fish pond recipe. It was just that during this period of time, the shelter was being upgraded, and there were too many things to do. So he really didn't have time to build a fish pond. But the construction of a fish pond is necessary, because some advanced potions require fish that grow and reproduce in a specific biological community to be made. Only with a fish pond can there be a stable supply channel for fish resources. Now there is a fish pond recipe, and fish seedlings are also available. It doesn't matter if you don't know how to raise fish. After all, I have a special accessory, the fisherman's manual. In this way, everything is ready except for the east wind. Li Xia turned around and said to the sky-breaking gargoyle who had just killed the six-eyed flying fish and returned to guard him, "Little stone, when you return to the shelter today, remember to remind me so that I can build a fish pond as soon as possible." "Okay, Commander." The sky-breaking gargoyle nodded calmly. Li Xia turned around and put the 3 kinds of fish seedlings into the Goblin Boutique backpack. Although the quality of the treasure box obtained by using the civilized angler title is only guaranteed, the 3 types of fish seedlings are still helpful to me. Title: Civilized Angler 0%. Quality: Excellent 40%. Quality promotion reward to be collected. This time, use the civilized angler title to fish with the treasure box. With the blessing of master level bait, fisherman's fishing bag, and fishing potion, the civilized angler title has an additional 95% experience progress bar improvement. In addition, treasure box fishing will provide a fixed 10% experience bar. The experience bar of the civilized angler title has been increased by a total of 105%. This trip not only allows the civilized angler to successfully upgrade to excellent quality, but also achieves a 40% experience increase in excellent quality. This time, when using the civilized angler title, except for the fishing potion, which is a special case and cannot be used every time. Other fisherman's tackle bag accessories and master level bait can basically be used every time, even though the master level bait is not yet at the level of mass production. Li Xia has already mastered the formula for the slightly inferior enchanted Nightwalker bait and can mass produce it. This also means that although the increase in the experience bar this time is a special case, under normal circumstances, the increase in the experience bar of Li Xia, using the title of Civilized Angler, will not be much weaker. This is a very terrifying speed. Li Xia clicked to receive the reward with satisfaction. Receive the quality promotion reward. Get Fisherman's Hat X1. Fisherman's Vest X1. Fisherman's Pants X1. 3 pieces? After checking the quality promotion rewards for the Civilized Angler title this time, Li Xia couldn't help but exclaim when he found that there were 3 rewards. Having already killed the 6-eyed flying fish, Celia, who was guarding on the side, asked, "What's wrong with Godfather?" "Nothing. Godfather got some good resources this time." Li Xia laughed excitedly. Fisherman's hat, fisherman's vest, fisherman's pants. As the name suggests, these 3 pieces are a set of armor, and it is likely to be a special armor set with the same effect as the mining set. Li Xia couldn't wait to stroke the 3-piece suit of the fisherman with his palm, messing it up into a ball, forming a complete fisherman armor set, and then looked at it intently. Li Xia breathed a sigh of relief and nodded with satisfaction. It is worthy of the quality promotion reward brought by the civilized angler of outstanding quality. It is rare to reward a 3-piece set, and it is a 3-piece set that can form a set reward. Uniqueness, speciality, soul binding. These 3 terms in the type column of the angler armor set are enough to explain the problem. This is a special armor set that can only be obtained by players with the title of Civilized Angler. Among the many effects of the angler armor set, the additional 15% fishing power is just an appetizer. Among them, when players wear the angler armor set, they can produce an extra master level bait every day. This kind of effect allows Li Xia to have a stable supply channel for master level bait. Every day. 1. Master level bait. This is a big deal, and it is not difficult to obtain. Li Xia just needs to remember to wear the fisherman armor set every day. As for when the player is fishing, the fishing power will be increased by an additional 15%, and the quality of the treasure box obtained by using the civilized fisherman title will definitely be improved by 1 level. This kind of effect can increase the speed of Li Xia's experience progress bar by 15% when using the civilized fisherman title, and the quality of the treasure box obtained by Li Xia when fishing with a treasure box will be fixedly increased by 1 level. It is equivalent to the treasure box that Li Xiao will get later. And the minimum will be upgraded by 1 level. This means more harvest, more resources, and greater surprises. How can Li Xiao not be surprised by such a rich income effect? The last effect should be viewed dialectically. When the player is fishing, the fish resources are fixedly increased by 30%. When fishing with the title of civilized fisherman, the fish seedlings belonging to the biological community will be obtained. The effect of this fisherman armor set actually has 2 triggering conditions. When Li Xiao conducts ordinary fishing, he can only trigger a fixed 30% increase in the fish resources. But when Li Xiao conducts fishing with the title of civilized fisherman, another effect will be triggered. Li Xiao will definitely obtain the fish seedling resources belonging to the biological community when he uses the title of civilized fisherman this time. Although this effect does not seem to be of much use on the surface, it is actually not the case. This effect will greatly reduce the conditions for Li Xiao to obtain fish seedlings from various biological communities. As we all know, fish seedlings are necessary resources for making some advanced potions. With the fisherman armor set, Li Xiao will have a stable supply channel for fish resources in the future. This is not comparable to ordinary ingot resources, potion resources, and gem resources. After all, Li Xiao still understands the principle of teaching people how to fish rather than giving them fish. Finally, the rewards of this fisherman armor set are also good. When fishing, ordinary level enemies, elite level enemies, and captain level enemies within a radius of 100 meters will ignore your presence. And your fishing will not cause the above 3 types of enemies to hate you. The above set bonus can be summarized in one sentence. As long as there are no boss level enemies or pseudo boss level enemies nearby. When Li Xiao is wearing the angler armor set and fishing, he can produce a similar invisibility effect. And nearby enemies will not attack because of Li Xiao's appearance. It is a benefit for fishermen. With this set bonus, Li Xiao can fish peacefully, even in certain crisis situations. When Li Xiao is chased by a large number of enemies with much stronger strength than himself. As long as there are lakes, streams, or any other places where fishing can be carried out, Li Xiao can use the set bonus effect of the angler armor set to cut off the hatred of the enemies and escape calmly. Although, Li Xiao, who has the inheritance of the Scarlet Overlord and is very powerful, can't imagine being chased by a large number of monsters and fleeing in a panic. But it is an extra use of this set reward. It's better to have it than not. As long as it is a reward, Li Xiao is never picky. This set of fisherman armor, except that it can't be used in combat, can be said to be a top-level armor set for fishing. Li Xiao equipped the fisherman armor set with satisfaction, and immediately extracted the master bait produced today. Then, Li Xiao changed into the accessories and armor suits needed for the battle, patted his butt and stood up. Seeing this, Celia stood up excitedly and asked, "Godfather, are you done? We should be able to go to sweep the place where power is spreading now." "Right." Li Xiao smiled and rubbed Celia's head and said, "Of course. A lot of resources are lying in the forest biome, at the mercy of others. If we don't use them to strengthen ourselves, it would be a waste of natural resources. Let's go!" After the voice fell, Li Xiao took Celia and the sky-breaking gargoyle and flew into the air together, overlooking the surrounding mountains, rivers and lakes, and began to hunt the place where power is spreading. Chapter 249. Forest Biome. Perhaps it is the most neglected biome by players in this era of the survival game. No doubt about it. When the Crimson Land and the Corruption Land appeared, players all knew that both the Crimson Land and the Corruption Land were large special biomes. But the forest biome where players live, where the shelter takes root, is where countless players live. But whether it is the first-tier players or the most ordinary players, from the beginning of this era of the survival game when they came to the other world, to now, the strength of the players has made a qualitative leap. Even top players like Li Xiao, Su Hongdou, and others have begun to explore the path of the strong that only the top players of the survival game of the previous era would take. Still unable to, cannot find traces of other players living in the forest biome. It's like there is only one player living in such a large forest biome. And everyone knows this is a completely impossible phenomenon. Not to mention that a biome should be dead, without soul, or even the concept of life. This has been confirmed by other players in their explorations of other biomes. But the weirdest thing is, when the forest biome was eroding itself in the Land of Power, It launched an additional campaign to clear the forest biome. This is very rare. It is enough to prove the difference of the forest biome. Although Li Xia discovered this in advance, many players have discovered this contradiction, and even strangeness to this day. However, neither Li Xia nor other players could get the answer from the strangeness of the forest biome. The forest biome is like the first couplet issued by an unknown existence. But no matter who it is, no one can come up with the second couplet. Even Li Xia only knew the term forest cage a little later than other people. Even now, the only information Li Xia knows more than others may be the relationship between the forest biome and the country of authority. But what's the use of this? It's not useful for answering questions. It's obvious that the strength has been improved very quickly in a short period of time. It's obvious that the intelligence and information obtained are already a lot. But the more this is the case, the fog in front of us has not been broken at all, but has become more and more. This is not good news for Li Xia. Even for this extra activity launched by the forest biological community, Li Xia feels extremely strange. If it weren't for the resources in his hands that could not compete with or even solve the mystery of the fog, Li Xia would not pretend to be deaf and dumb and choose to participate in this activity like others. After all, if you improve your strength, you will be able to clear the land where power spreads and kill boss-level monsters faster. Well, let's just pretend to be deaf and dumb and see what the forest community is up to. Li Xia stood on a hillside in the forest community, collected his thoughts, and looked forward. A small hill not far away should have been covered with the towering trees that are inherent to the forest community. But at this moment, the towering trees were strangely spread by the power of power, causing the appearance of the trees to become purple. That is not an ordinary purple, but a purple that lingers with death and even greed. Once you see it, you will unconsciously immerse yourself in it and want to possess it. But those trees are just the most common trees in the huge forest community. Even if they are stained by the power of authority, they are just ordinary tree resources, not the level of mineral ingot magic plants such as the topaz gem tree and the diamond magic tree. This strange illusion almost makes the players who see the scene feel nauseous or even vomit at the first time. But for Li Xia, who inherited the Scarlet Overlord and controlled the power of Scarlet Authority, it was no problem. Celia, as a Scarlet Banshee, and Skybreaking Gargoyle, as an intelligent weapon, were also immune to this phenomenon. Li Xia turned her head and said, "Celia, this is the place where authority spreads, right?" "Yes." Celia nodded and said, "But the place where authority spreads that we found at the beginning was only covered by a tree. And the boss-level enemy monster that we killed yesterday only occupied half of the hill. But the place where power spreads that we found casually today already has the size of a hill. It seems that the speed at which power spreads is really fast." Li Xia pondered after hearing this. "Do you remember the specific address of the place where power spreads that Xiao Shurtu explored a few days ago?" Faced with Li Xia's inquiry, without Celia's answer, Skybreaking Gargoyle immediately responded, "Dear Commander, I remember the addresses of all the places where power spreads that Miss Celia and I have killed and explored in the past few days. If you need, I can draw a map for you now." "No need." Li Xia waved his hand and said, "I'm just asking. Since you know this, it's easy to handle. We will solve this place of power spreading later. Little Stone, lead the way to the place of power spreading that was cleared before to see the situation." Li Xia had a doubt in his heart. The place of power spreading this time might not be so simple. After all, as soon as the forest door opened, he checked all the resources for sale. It can be said that it was the most generous one among so many activities. The origin core of the forest biome is in a hurry. Nothing will happen without profit. This is a truth that everyone knows. If the place where the power spreads this time is not difficult to deal with, I am afraid that the forest store will not bleed so much. Wait. Perhaps the place where the power spreads this time is not a small problem for the forest biome, but a maggot on the tarsal bone. Only because of this, the origin core of the forest biome will make a full effort as if under stress. Interesting. Li Xia waved his hand. "Let's go. We still have a lot of things to do today. Quickly deal with this world devourer." Skybreaking Gargoyle, "Yes. Commander." Celia, "Ha ha ha." "Okay." The three of them rushed into this place of power and authority that was infected by the power of corruption like tigers and sheep. Some newly bred monsters were easily dealt with by Celia, and the boss-level enemy monster world devourer entrenched here was also easily killed by the three-person team. The boss-level enemy monster World Devourer died, without a trace, in its own kingdom of power. The whole process took less than a quarter of an hour. The only flaw was, Li Xia opened the treasure bag, and only harvested 1,000 magic or ingots that were fixed to drop. As for the boss-level accessory worm scarf, naturally, he didn't even see its shadow. Too stingy, isn't it? Li Xia pouted, put the resources into the Goblin Boutique backpack, and then took Celia and the sky-breaking gargoyle to leave the Kingdom of Power and return to the place where power spreads. Later, the three-man team each took out the Death Messenger pickaxe that Li Xia had specially made in the past few days, and began to conduct destructive excavation of the magic or veins near the place where the power spread. Bang! 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 Get magic or X1. Trigger the skill Death Messenger. Get an additional magic or X1. Li Xia held the Death Messenger pickaxe, and in just a few strokes, he easily dug out a piece of magic ore. The speed is amazing. Not only that, with the blessing of the Death Messenger pickaxe, Li Xia also got an extra piece of magic ore. Great! Li Xia knew what this effect meant, and quickly called up the panel data of the Death Pickaxe and looked at it intently. Li Xia nodded with satisfaction. I have to say it. Li Xia has seen many weapons, armor sets, and accessories with skills, but this is the first time Li Xia has seen a tool-type long pickaxe with skills. 70% efficiency bonus is terrifying. In addition to efficiency, it also comes with extra benefits, which is even more exciting. The only drawback is perhaps the skill attached to the Deathbringer pickaxe, which has a single triggering probability of only 10%. However, what's the point of having a bicycle? It's better to have something than nothing. Li Xia put aside his distracting thoughts and continued to dig the magic ore, with the speed bonus of the Deathbringer pickaxe. It didn't take long. After the last piece of magic ore was dug out, the place of power spreading in front of him also disappeared completely. Congratulations to the player for destroying a place of power spreading and getting points x 1,000. 1,000 points? Li Xia nodded slightly. If he remembered correctly, a first-level gold source was only sold for 3,000 points in the forest store. It seems that the upgrade of the Scarlet Trident Array is really possible. Li Xia asked the Sky-Breaking Gargoyle to lead the way, and went to the place where the power spread that the Sky-Breaking Gargoyle and Celia had cleared a few days ago to check the situation. However, after checking several old places in a row, he did not find any signs of the power spread revival. Instead, when exploring the surroundings, he encountered 3 places where the power spread. This doesn't make sense. If the places where power spreads will not revive at the original place after being destroyed, then why are there more and more places where power spreads around? Moreover, each place where power spreads that has been cleared is not far from the place where power spreads today. What is going on? With this doubt, Li Xia continued to lead the team to clear the places where power spreads until sunset. In one day, Li Xia cleared 15 places where power spreads, and also harvested more than 10,000 scarlet ore ingots and magic ore ingots. It's a great harvest, although the doubts in his heart have not been resolved. Li Xia has made up his mind to continue to take Celia and the Sky-Breaking Gargoyle to the place of power spread that was cleared today to check the situation tomorrow. The sun sets. Li Xia did not hesitate and used the memory mirror to return to the shelter. After dinner, Li Xia was about to continue the plan to upgrade the shelter's defense system. Unexpectedly, Celia's words made Li Xia stunned. Godfather, it's so boring. No matter whether the boss-level monsters killed today are the Brain of Cthulhu or the World Devourer. It's so boring. Not as interesting as the Cthulhu brain we killed in the Scarlet Land. The speaker is unintentional, but the listener is intentional. What is boring? What is interesting? A flash of lightning flashed through Li Xia's mind, and he quickly asked, Celia, tell me what you think. What do you think is boring? Seeing this, Celia cutely stuck out her tender red tongue and complained, Godfather, Celia is not complaining about not working. Maybe when I took Little Stone to clear the land where power spread, it was not so efficient. Maybe it's because there weren't so many places where power spread a few days ago. Anyway, today is the first time I've killed so many boss-level monsters in a row in one day. But I don't know why. It's boring. Very boring. The Brain of Cthulhu is a little better, but the World Devourer is very dull. Li Xia widened his eyes and clapped his hands. Yes. Dull. Dull. Li Xia carefully recalled the boss-level monsters killed today. After the three-person team entered the Kingdom of Authority, each Cthulhu brain would bewitch themselves to join the evil god's camp, which was no different from the Cthulhu brain that Li Xia encountered in the Crimson Land. However, the 7 boss-level enemies killed today, the World Devourers, were out of character, without any consciousness, and only knew to kill the three-person team like animals. Logically speaking, although not all boss-level enemies have the type of consciousness that can communicate, the Cthulhu brain in the Crimson Land and the World Devourers in the Corruption Land are exceptions. It doesn't make sense. One has intelligence and can communicate, and even knows how to seduce himself. The other has only animal instincts, and only knows killing and violence. What is the only difference between the two? It's actually very simple, even obvious. Although there are many Cthulhu brains belonging to the Scarlet Land, the only Scarlet Overlord in this era of the Cthulhu survival game has not surrendered to the evil god camp. And there are also many World Devourers belonging to the Corruption Land. But the only Corruption Overlord in this era of the Cthulhu survival game has surrendered to the evil god camp. Could it be him? World Devourer Lord of Corruption Mo Luochen. As we all know, before the Crimson Land and the Corrupted Land, there are many boss-level enemies. But a single player will only encounter one boss-level enemy of the same kind. Not like the World Devourer and the Brain of Cthulhu. There are multiple monsters in 2 large special biomes, and players can kill them at will. Large special biomes. Special? Could it be that there are some unknown changes in the power of corruption? What happened to Mo Luochen? Chapter 250. Forest biome. A blood moon illuminates the earth. The night is already deep. Mo Luochen? The more Li Xia thought about it, the more he felt that this might be right. At least Mo Luochen was a direction and angle that could help him find out the truth. Because, when Li Xia used the hunter to guide the coordinates to the outside of Su Hongdo's shelter, and killed the boss-level enemy World Devourer, the World Devourer that Li Xia faced still had a kind of greed that spread from the depths of its soul. This is in stark contrast to the several World Devourers that were swept up in today's clearing trip to the Land of Power. It's like, they are both porcelain. But one is an official kiln, and the other is a civilian kiln. Porcelain is porcelain. But the two are worlds apart. With these questions, Li Xia took the opportunity to ask Li Bianqing of the Sword of Dawn, but still didn't get a single answer. Even Li Bianqing, who controls such a huge intelligence network in the regional channel, has no clues. So it's hard to figure this out. Li Bianqing, Brother Xia, you know that before the disaster of Goblin invasion, I had never come into contact with either the World Devourer or the Brain of Cthulhu. So I have no idea of the comparison and changes between the two. Li Bianqing, but since you think this matter is very important, even very strange, and perhaps it involves the World Devourer, the Lord of Corruption, Mo Luochen, then I will definitely help you find clues with my greatest ability and fastest speed. Li Xia, thank you. Brother Bianqing. If you have any news, feel free to PM me. Li Bianqing, it's my job. After finishing the chat, Li Xia stood up and walked to the primary authority storage box, storing all the miscellaneous gains from this clearing trip, and spent more than half of the scarlet or ingots to upgrade multiple gold storage boxes to primary authority storage boxes, and finally stored a batch of scarlet or ingots for you to produce, counting the remaining scarlet or ingots and magic or ingots in his hand. Li Xia nodded slightly. Not bad. Enough for me to upgrade several shelter defense buildings. Li Xia walked into the courtyard of the shelter, came to the gold wall, and called out the upgrade panel. Primary Authority Scarlet Wall Upgrade Requirements. Scarlet or Ingot X36/Magic or Ingot X36. Scarlet Points X200. Shelter Level 7 Upgrade Time 2 hours. 2 hours? Great. Li Xia laughed. Primary Authority Scarlet Wall Upgrade only takes 2 hours, and does not even require the consumption of Building Inspiration Potion, which also reduces Li Xia's resource consumption in disguise. It can only be said that in the shelter defense system, the city wall is the foundation of the foundation, although it is not as aggressive as the Scarlet Arrow Tower and the Scarlet Mage Tower. The resource consumption during the upgrade is also much smaller. Li Xia immediately took out the required resources and invested them in the upgrade. The resources in his hand turned into a colorful stream of light and escaped into the city wall. When the Scarlet City Wall began to be officially upgraded, Li Xia waved his hand and struck it with the golden building hammer. Bang! Accompanied by a crisp and pleasant knock. Primary Authority Crimson Wall. The upgrade is complete. Li Xia couldn't wait to call out the data panel and looked at it intently. Interesting. After checking the data of Primary Authority Crimson Wall, Li Xia nodded slightly. The function of the wall is defense. Although the function is single, it is crucial in the defense system of the shelter. Now, the Scarlet Wall upgraded to the Primary Authority level not only doubles the defense and solidity value. On this basis, it also obtains 2 passive skills. The Earth is forever blessed. Indestructible. These 2 passive skills double the defense and solidity of the Primary Authority Scarlet Wall. The defense and solidity of the Primary Authority Scarlet Wall are far superior to other buildings in the shelter's defense system. Looking at the towering walls, a sense of security suddenly arises. Li Xia paced back to the house. The 3 sets of functional furniture in the shelter have been upgraded except for the storage box. The number of Primary Authority storage boxes that can continuously supply scarlet ore ingots and magic ore ingots every day is also increasing day by day. As for the basic 3-piece set of the shelter defense system, City Wall, Arrow Tower, Mage Tower. Li Xia already knows the data of the City Wall and Arrow Tower after they are upgraded to the Primary Authority level, and even the authority effect obtained. All that is missing is a Mage Tower. Unfortunately, Li Xia cannot upgrade the Mage Tower at present because there are no diamonds. Fortunately, the gem mine cave of the small special biological community where Su Hongdo is located is already breeding diamonds. I believe that in a few days, even the Mage Tower can start the pace of upgrading. Thinking of Su Hongdo, Li Xia's heart warmed up. The two are currently in the honeymoon period, and it is time to taste the sweetness. If it were not for the survival game of the series, where players cannot get tired of each other every day, I believe Su Hongdo would even move in with Li Xia. This damn forest biome is really too much of a waste of time. Li Xia secretly returned to the shelter and came to the side bedroom on the 2nd floor, and found that Celia had fallen asleep. That's right. Celia followed him around and was busy all day. When eating, Celia couldn't stop yawning, so it was normal to go to bed after eating. This just brings convenience to my travel. Li Xia went downstairs quickly and happened to meet the sky-breaking gargoyle who had finished tending to the magic plants in the fertile field. Commander. You? Shoo. Li Xia whispered. Celia has fallen asleep. I'm going out for a while, and will be back tomorrow morning. Going out for a while? Commander. Do you need me to follow you? Sky-breaking gargoyle looked serious. No need. Li Xia waved his hand and said, you just stay in the shelter and protect Celia. Yes, Commander. Li Xia walked quickly to the courtyard, tore up the challenge letter of the gem mine given by Su Hongdo, and came to the shelter where Su Hongdo was in the gem mine. As soon as Li Xia teleported into the gem mine, Su Hongdo sensed it. After all, Su Hongdo was the owner of this small special biological community gem mine, so he still had this right. Ku Lao, you are here. Su Hongdo excitedly ran to Li Xia and hugged his shoulders. Well, I'm too busy today. I'm only free at night, Li Xia said as he walked into the bedroom. After having sex with Su Hongdo, Li Xia half leaned on the bed and fell into saint mode. The questions that had been lingering in his mind before automatically surfaced again, causing him to frown unconsciously. Su Hongdo raised her head and asked, Ku Lao, what's wrong? Have you encountered any troubles? Li Xia sighed and explained. It's complicated to talk about it, and it's a bit disappointing to talk about it now. It's okay. Just tell me. One person's plan is short. 2 people's plan is long. Okay. Li Xia told Su Hongdo about the special situations of several world devourers encountered during the clearing trip in the forest biome today. Finally, he said, this is what happened. And this is the situation. In theory, boss-level monsters can't speak, let alone have consciousness. But the brain of Cthulhu and the world devourer should be special cases. Unfortunately, I even asked Li Bianqing, but still didn't get an answer. I always feel that this matter has some kind of inextricable connection with Mo Luochen. Okay, let's not talk about these disappointing things. Let's do it again. No. Wait. After listening to Li Xia's story, Su Hongdo sat up instead. Huh? What's wrong? Li Xia asked in surprise. Did you think of something? No. Su Hongdo explained. I didn't think of anything. But I have the answer to this question. What? You know the answer? Li Xia was also interested after hearing this, and hurriedly urged, what do you know? Tell me. Su Hongdo rolled up her hair that was wet from the fierce battle just now, and explained, Ku Lao. You should know that I am the first person in the 9527 area channel to embark on this road of strength. Right? Faced with Su Hongdo's question, Li Xian nodded affirmatively. Of course. Your situation is too special. Among all the players of this era's survival game, I can't guarantee whether you are the first. But in the 9527 area channel, you are definitely the first. Yes, that's the truth. Su Hongdo explained. Then you should know that I am not the only one who has the dwarf heritage. Right? Li Xian didn't understand what Su Hongdo meant, but he could understand it by thinking about it. Even if Su Hongdo's dwarf heritage was at the racial heritage level, there would always be other players who also obtained the dwarf heritage in so many regional channels. There can't be only one racial heritage. This is the most fundamental difference between racial heritage and Scarlet Overlord heritage, or even corrupted Overlord heritage. You are definitely not the only one. Li Xian thought about it again, and finally gave his answer. Yes, there may be quite a few players in this era who want to inherit the dwarven heritage, and these people will eventually embark on my path to becoming a strong man. Su Hongdo paused and continued. So they and I are in a competitive relationship to some extent. What do you mean? Su Hongdo explained. When I was promoted to the late stage of the 3rd level, my control over the gemstone mines of small special biological communities became stronger and stronger, and I naturally knew a little bit of the truth about the so-called path to becoming a strong man. I am on the path of becoming a strong dwarf. There are more than one person on this path of power, but only one can climb to the top of the mountain. Just like there is only one dwarf king in a dwarf tribe. Do you understand? I understand. Li Xian thought for a moment and nodded. I roughly understand what you mean. But what does this have to do with the World Devourer becoming dull and dull? Think about it. Although the World Devourer is a boss-level enemy monster, it is still a member of the Corruption Path. And Mo Luochen, who has the Corruption Overlord, is also a member of the Corruption Path. That is to say, Li Xian paused and continued, are Mo Luochen and the World Devourer in a competitive relationship to some extent? Yes. Su Hongdo continued to explain, but based on the current situation, it is very likely that Mo Luochen has surpassed many World Devourers, and is at the forefront of this path of corruption. He may even become the ultimate king of the path of corruption. Obtain the only truth. Is his reward so great? Li Xian still didn't dare to believe it, but we clearly completely crushed Mo Luochen's conspiracy during the last disaster event. The Goblin Invasion. Didn't we? Logically, it shouldn't be so fast. Right? Su Hongdo pondered for a while, and said, perhaps it's the reward given to Mo Luochen for being the first to surrender to the evil god camp? 1,000 gold coins for a horse bone. Or maybe it's because Mo Luochen has gained some extra benefits during this period. Who can say for sure? That's right. Li Xian nodded slightly. There's no point in discussing this, now that we know that all this was caused by Mo Luochen, and even his strength has increased very rapidly. We must be on guard early. Strength. Improve your strength as soon as possible. Li Xian felt like there was a poisonous snake lurking in the dark, waiting for an opportunity to strike. As the old saying goes, there is only a reason for a thief to steal for 1,000 days. But there is no reason for a thief to guard against thieves for 1,000 days? Li Xian carries the inheritance of the Scarlet Lord, for Mo Luochen, who also has the inheritance of the Corrupted Lord. The attraction is fatal, and it is the greed that emerges from the depths of his soul. Li Xian knows in his heart that he and Mo Luochen will have a battle. Kingdom of Power? Li Xian silently said, fortunately, my inheritance of the Scarlet Lord does not have as many competitors as the inheritance of the race. Okay, don't think about it. My diamond will be ready in a few days, and I will send it to you as soon as possible. Su Hongdo stared at Li Xian and smiled charmingly. As for now, hee. Li Xian also smiled when he heard it. The two of them turned off the lights and got back into bed. The night was long, and there was no desire to sleep. Chapter 251. 3 days later. In the forest biome. At dusk. In the courtyard of the shelter. The teleportation screen flickered. Li Xian walked out with Celia and the sky-breaking gargoyle. This was the 3rd day since Li Xian and Su Hongdo finished their conversation and began to clear the land where power spread. During these 3 days, Li Xian had gained a lot. Not only did he clear most of the land where power spread near the shelter, he also gained a lot of resources. Although the treasure bag did not open any boss-level accessories, that could only be dropped by the first kill of a boss-level enemy monster. But at least, the guaranteed scarlet ore ingots and magic ore ingots are still available. The crazy clearance brought rich profits. Nowadays, the 3 functional furniture in the shelter, the furnace, the workbench, and the storage box, have all been upgraded to the primary authority level. And in the shelter, there are a total of 50 primary authority storage boxes, which can produce 600 scarlet ore ingots every day. What does this mean? This means that even if Li Xia does not have to do anything, just stay at home, he can still make a high profit. This is all income after sleeping. As for the primary authority scarlet wall, because it consumes less resources, and the primary authority scarlet wall is the last line of defense of the shelter's defense system. Li Xia invested all the resources he gained in the past 3 days into it, and upgraded all the walls of the huge shelter. As for the primary authority scarlet arrow tower, it will naturally take many days to progress. However, in just 3 days, Li Xia was already very satisfied with such a rich income. Godfather, I'm going to cook first. You go and take a rest. Celia said this as soon as she returned to the shelter. Li Xia nodded slightly, then took out the resources obtained on this trip and upgraded part of the gold Scarlet Arrow Tower to the primary authority Scarlet Arrow Tower. Afterwards, Li Xia returned to the workshop and stored the various resources obtained on this trip in different categories, and then continued to put the corresponding magic plants at the alchemy table to prepare to produce various advanced potions. After finishing all this, he took a shower. Li Xia took out a fish pond recipe from the Goblin Boutique backpack, walked into the courtyard, and found an open space next to a fertile field. There is just enough space here. We must hurry up and build the fish pond and other things. Li Xia looked at the fertile black soil under his feet and continued, anyway, now all the storage boxes have been upgraded to the primary authority level, and there are 600 scarlet ore ingots a day, so I can relax a little bit. That's it. Let's finish this tonight. Materials required for fish pond construction. Stone X120 construction time, 10 minutes. Whether to consume materials for construction, yes/no. 102 stones? Li Xia shook his head and smiled. It had been a long time since he had seen a building that consumed so few materials to build. At first glance, it was really a bit strange. Li Xia came to his senses and immediately chose to upgrade. As the 120 stones in the Goblin Boutique backpack turned into a dark brown light and disappeared into the ground, the acre of land in front of Li Xia suddenly sank. The moment the huge pond capacity appeared, a constant source of water was generated out of thin air, instantly drowning the sugar eater, microorganisms, weeds, and even small insects that fish eat all grow and multiply rapidly in the pond. It seemed as if in an instant, the pond had stayed in the shelter for a full 100 years. The functional building of the fish pond is different from other buildings in the shelter defense system. Its essence is more like a fertile field. But it is even more special than a fertile field, because the upgrade condition of the fertile field still requires soil from other biological communities, and its essence still requires the blessing of resources. However, the upgrade of the fish pond has nothing to do with the blessing of resources, but only with the number of fish sold. In other words, the more fish you raise, and the faster they are sold, the faster the fish pond can be upgraded. The standard for upgrading from the primary level is to have 10 fish sold, which is a relatively easy condition to achieve. Li Xia smiled with interest and said, "That's good. In the future, if you want to fish, you don't have to go out at all. You can fish directly in the shelter. Why didn't I think of it before? Alas, it's all Mo Luochen's fault. I've been busy these days," Li Xia complained as he threw all the fish seedlings he had obtained into the pond. Watching the various fishes growing happily in the pond, Li Xia nodded with great satisfaction. But this was not enough. The number of scarlet points required to assimilate the primary fish pond into a scarlet exclusive, 1,000 points. Because it is a first-level shelter building, the scarlet points required for upgrading are not many, or even very few. For Li Xia, this amount of scarlet points is naturally easy to obtain. Li Xia immediately squatted down and stroked the edge of the fish pond with his palm, assimilation enhancement, accompanied by a flash of scarlet light. As the scarlet points disappeared, the rocks outside the fish pond were also covered with a layer of scarlet lines. Ding! After the scarlet assimilation enhancement was completed, the panel data automatically popped up, and Li Xia took a closer look. Li Xian nodded with satisfaction. After having the effect of reducing the growth cycle of fish by 10%, it actually accelerated the upgrade speed of the primary scarlet fish pond in disguise. The increase in the quantity and speed of fish supply can also better meet the production of subsequent advanced potions, which is a very practical effect. After dinner, Li Xiao sat in the living room and called out the forest store to check. At this moment, his points have reached more than 62,000 points. For example, Li Xiao can now exchange 20 gold sources at a time, which can be exchanged for 3,000 points. It must be said that this is a very generous income. Li Xiao's current skill Celia is only the second level. Li Xiao directly exchanged 3 gold sources to synthesize a second-level gold source, and immediately called out the skill panel. As a second-level gold source in his hand turned into a golden light and disappeared into the panel, Li Xiao looked carefully. Crimson Tri-Point Array Enhancement Method. 1. When releasing the skill Scarlet Tri-Point Array, the cooling time is reduced by 50%. 2. When releasing the skill Scarlet Tri-Point Array, the mana consumption is reduced by 50%. 3. When releasing the skill Scarlet Tri-Point Array, the rapid gain bonus is increased by 100%. After taking a few glances, Li Xiao began to analyze them one by one. At present, the cooling time of the second-level Scarlet Tri-Point Array is 5 minutes, and the mana consumption is 100 points. This type of skill does not actually need to be used too frequently, so it is necessary to reduce 5 minutes to 2.5 minutes. But the cost-effectiveness is relatively low in terms of reducing the mana by 50%. After all, when the Scarlet Trident Array was not the first level, Li Xiao's demand for this skill and some of the judgment criteria had changed. What was not suitable before may be suitable now. What was suitable before may be inappropriate now. The demand for strengthening methods has naturally changed with the change of standards. Li Xiao could easily choose whether to reduce the cooling time or reduce the mana consumption in the strengthening method. As for the 100% increase in the swift gain bonus, this was the same as the 100% increase in the duration of the swift gain in the first level, which was never considered by Li Xiao. Thinking of this, Li Xiao immediately chose to strengthen the second path. With a flash of golden light, the skill panel was strengthened successfully and automatically popped up in front of Li Xiao. Skill name, Scarlet Trident Formation. Skill attributes, Active Permanent Mastery Scarlet Exclusive. Level, Level 3. Magic Value Consumption, 50 points. Cooling Time, 5 minutes. Effect, No Weapon Use Restrictions. After using this skill, the player can obtain a 2-stage teleportation effect. The first stage is, the player can teleport to a specified distance within a radius of 300 meters, and set 3 temporary teleportation points. The second stage is that within 1 minute, the player can activate phase teleportation at any time to teleport to any of the 3 random temporary teleportation points. When the first and second stage skills are all used, the player will get a fixed swiftness bonus, movement speed increased by 10%, melee attack speed plus 10%, ranged attack speed plus 10%, duration, 1 minute. Learning requirements, General B. Note, in the underground biome, or during the disaster event Goblin Invasion in the forest biome, the player has a very small chance to obtain the skill book teleportation when killing the rare type enemy Goblin Wizard. After the Scarlet Automatic Drop Collection Device's Greedy Authority was upgraded, this skill evolved into Phase Teleport. With the enhancement of Scarlet Assimilation, Phase Teleport advanced to Scarlet Tri-Point Array, with a stronger teleportation effect. For players, this skill will have a higher value. After checking the upgraded Scarlet Tri-Point Array, Li Xiao nodded with satisfaction. Then Li Xiao carefully reviewed the resource supply of the forest store many times. It was found that only the gold source was the most cost-effective resource, and the other resources were always a little bit lacking. Li Xiao said, although the gold source is soulbound, it is a necessity. Every player has a great demand for gold sources, especially after the level is upgraded. The demand is even greater. This is true for other players, and it is even more true for Li Xiao, who has a companion species Celia. His demand for gold sources is twice that of ordinary players. In order to avoid the dilemma of having no gold sources available in the future, Li Xiao directly exchanged all the remaining points for 17 gold sources. Celia? Li Xiao called out. Celia is here. What's wrong with Godfather? Celia was like a mud-legged peasant. Her white jade-like feet were covered with wet mud. Li Xiao was used to this. And Celia, who couldn't sit still, must have been busy tending to the magic plants again. However, Li Xia called Celia over this time for a serious matter. Your current skills, whether active or passive, are only level 2. I just exchanged a batch of gold sources and synthesized 3 level 2 gold sources. I'll give them to you. Use them to strengthen your skills. Oh, okay. Celia agreed and took the gold source. But she didn't move her steps. Instead, she looked at Li Xia eagerly. Celia, is there anything else? Li Xia asked puzzledly. Celia replied, Godfather, won't you help me choose the way to strengthen? Celia felt a little wronged. Li Xia had helped to deal with these things before. So why did he let her do it herself now? Did he forget about his goddaughter after having a wife? Isn't this a big difference in treatment? Li Xia didn't know what was going on in Celia's little head. But this time he didn't forget. But he did it on purpose. Oh, you're talking about this. I did it on purpose. On purpose? Celia was getting more and more confused. It's like this. I helped you choose the way to strengthen before because you just got the skills. So I always had to check for you and choose the way to maximize the benefits. What about now? You have used these skills for such a long time. You should have a good idea of them. Especially the details of some skills. Such as the debuff curse. Do you prefer the dark debuff or the slow debuff? You must know this best. So only if you choose the strengthening path yourself can you maximize your skills and your strength. After saying so much, Li Xia also wanted to let go. Celia couldn't let her take care of her with baby-like treatment for the rest of her life. Sometimes she needs to have her own opinions. Especially for a player. Fighting is a necessity in her life. Li Xia doesn't want the Scarlet Banshee to become a waste under her training. Oh, Celia understands. After hearing a lot, Celia probably only understood that this matter was not because of Su Hongdo. But just like that, she was already very happy. Then Godfather, you go ahead. I'll go back to the room and think about it carefully. Don't be careless. Right. Your idea is very good. Remember to choose carefully. Think more about your usual fighting style. See which specific skill, which way to strengthen, is most suitable for you, and can best improve your fighting power. Li Xia looked at Celia's back and shouted, Got it! Celia waved her hand and answered loudly. Chapter 252. The red moon is setting in the west. Li Xia is still busy standing in front of the alchemy table, refining and selling various advanced potions and mutation potions made from moon god potions. It is Li Xia's most mainstream means of obtaining scarlet ore ingots and magic ore ingots. These potions have indeed helped him a lot in the transactions in the past few days, and in the process of obtaining scarlet ore ingots and magic ore ingots. Naturally, other people can't compete with Li Xia in this regard, because not everyone's shelter has a moon well that has been fused with the moon Hua spring, promoted to the moon god well, and then enhanced by scarlet assimilation. This is Li Xia's unique advantage. It is precisely because of the sale of these resources during this period that Li Xia can speed up his upgrade. Busy until late at night. And it is almost midnight. The clock in the living room has begun to ring 12 times. Just when Li Xia wanted to wash up and go back to the house to sleep. Ding! The monthly settlement of the shelter has been opened, and the ranking rewards have been issued to all players. Please check. The system prompt that came to Li Xia's ears made him stunned. Once upon a time, the shelter ranking treasure box was also one of his important channels for obtaining treasure boxes. However, as the settlement period of the shelter ranking rewards changed from 1 week to 1 month, this was the first time that Li Xia received a ranking treasure box for the settlement of the shelter monthly ranking. Time is like a knife. A month has passed so quickly. Fortunately, Li Xia did not waste this time. With a smile on his face, he called out the shelter ranking. Module. Number 1. Li Xia Primary Authority Shelter. Number 2. Su Hongdo Primary Authority Shelter. Number 3. Zhou Yu Primary Authority Shelter. Number 4. Qin Yishuan Primary Authority Shelter. Number 5. Li Bianqing Primary Authority Shelter. It has been almost a week since the end of the disaster event Goblin Invasion. It is difficult to comment on other regional channels. But the first-tier players in regional channel number 9527 have already upgraded their shelters to Primary Authority Shelter. Of course, I have to admit, there is still a gap between Primary Authority Shelter and Primary Authority Shelter. Sometimes, this gap is even greater than that between Primary Authority Shelter and Wooden Shelter. Li Xia believes that with his current shelter defense system, It is easy to crush 10 first-tier players with overall strength. Li Xia carefully examined the top 10 shelter rankings on the 9527 area channel. It is not difficult to find. Li Xia's Dawn Arrow team is actually very divided. In the Dawn Sword team, Li Xia can be regarded as the first echelon. And Su Hongdou, who has already controlled the Kingdom of Power, can be regarded as the second echelon. Although Li Bianqing is only a fire magic inheritor, he still stands firm in the third echelon. And Wang Fugui and Wang Cai, although they each have the same level of inheritance as the fire magic inheritance, they are still at the tail end of the Dawn Sword team. And it is precisely because of this that only Li Xia, Su Hongdou, and Li Bianqing are on the top 10 list of the shelter rankings. Even, no matter how Li Bianqing tries to catch up, his advantage is further reduced. From the previous stable top 3 in the shelter rankings to the 5th place now. On the contrary, Zhou Yu, the captain of the Silver Hand, has emerged unexpectedly and ranked second in the shelter rankings this time. Although Chen Yishuan, the deputy captain of the Hunter team and the inheritor of the Firepower Boy King, performed very well, and the 4th place was definitely not bad. He was somewhat overshadowed by Zhou Yu's ranking. After all, he is the inheritor of the Fire Boy King's legacy. As a result, he is not even in the top 3. I guess he is also distressed. Right? I can only say that in recent times, because of the disaster event Goblin Invasion, because the World Devourer, the Lord of Corruption, and Mo Luochen surrendered to the evil god camp, it has indeed caused a series of butterfly effects in many regional channels. Li Xia gathered his thoughts and received the reward for the first place in the shelter ranking. Open the ranking treasure box and get Scarlet or Ingot X 9000, Emerald Gem X 9000, Sapphire Gem X 9000, Topaz Gem X 9000, Amethyst Gem X 9000, Strong Magic Potion X 10, Strong Life Potion X 10, Magic Potion X 100, Healing Potion X 100, Mobile Formula X 1. When 10 glittering rainbow-colored balls of light appeared in the air, Li Xia took a breath. A wave of fat. Li Xia punctured all the light balls one by one with ease. Although most of these resources are old friends. But at this stage, 9,000 scarlet or ingots can be said to be a timely help. And the various gem materials that are close to tens of thousands are definitely a big deal. With such a rich income, what else is Li Xia dissatisfied with? After all, it is just a ranking treasure chest. Although it can only be claimed once a month. It is also a free reward. Li Xia sorted the harvested resources into categories, and stored them in the primary authority storage box. Then picked up a bottle of powerful magic potion, and looked at it intently. Like the powerful magic potion and the powerful healing potion, both belong to the intermediate advanced potion. The efficacy of the two potions is better than that of the weak or even ordinary potions. But there is no formula for these two powerful potions. Otherwise, after the mutation of the Moon Goddess potion, it may bring different surprises. As for now, Li Xia can only store it in the backpack as the finale of the potion, and let the Goblin Boutique backpack slowly produce it. If the powerful magic potion is just an appetizer, then the main course of this ranking treasure chest should be the dark brown formula in Li Xia's hand. Slurp. After checking the formula information of the mobile phone, Li Xia almost drooled. I have to admit that the mobile phone formula is indeed the biggest benefit obtained from this shelter ranking treasure chest. But, currently, the personal digital assistant is stuck at the last level, and there is no clue at all. If the personal digital assistant is like this, then the production of the mobile phone is even more out of the question. But there is still good news, because the production of a mobile phone only requires a personal digital assistant and a memory mirror. That is to say, the day you complete the personal digital assistant, you can complete the mobile phone. This is a leap from 3G to 4G in one day. Li Xia happily entered the mobile phone formula into the primary authority workbench. The information accessory formula that had not been seen for a long time appeared in the ranking treasure chest. It can only be said that it was God's will. Li Xia walked out of the shelter with nearly 10,000 scarlet or ingots. I was originally planning to sleep, but with a large number of scarlet or ingots in hand, how could Li Xia have the heart to sleep if he didn't spend them? Looking around, although it was late at night, it was still relatively easy to check under the light of the surrounding buildings and the street lights set up around the shelter. The scarlet or ingots in my hand seemed to be a lot, but I still couldn't upgrade all the primary authority scarlet arrow towers. Li Xia didn't want to use the scarlet or ingots that were not yet warm in my hand to upgrade the primary authority arrow tower. After thinking about it, Li Xia's eyes were fixed on the scarlet automatic drop collection device. After all, in the defense system of the shelter, the scarlet automatic drop collection device is a very special existence. As a closed loop of the shelter defense system, as a shelter building that automatically picks up drops to increase the harvest, its upgrade priority is definitely greater than that of ordinary shelter buildings. Li Xia walked to the scarlet automatic drop collection device and called out the upgrade panel. Primary Authority Automatic Collection Device for Crimson Drops Upgrade Requirements. Primary Authority Storage Box X1. Crimson or Ingot X150. Magic or Ingot X150. Gold Ingot X1500. Platinum Ingot X1500. Silver Ingot X1500. Tungsten Ingot X1500. Shelter Level 7 Upgrade Time 9 hours. This time, the consumption is more of conventional type of or ingot materials. As for magic or ingot and crimson or ingot, the consumption is not much. Li Xia immediately invested resources and chose to strengthen immediately. As the huge amount of resources in the Goblin Boutique backpack turned into streams of light and entered the building of the Scarlet Automatic Drop Collection device, the building upgrade officially began. Looking at the countdown for the building upgrade in front of him, Li Xia followed the old rules and used a building enlightenment potion in one hand and a golden building hammer in the other. The total upgrade time is 9 hours, and the upgrade can be completed now. The system panel automatically popped up in front of him, and Li Xia looked up. TSK. 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 After checking the upgraded Primary Authority Scarlet Drop Automatic Collection device, Li Xia smacked his lips in satisfaction. The firmness and defense power are tripled. The pickup range and pickup capacity are doubled. The most important thing is that the triggering probability of the Greedy Authority is increased from 20% to 30%. Li Xia is very satisfied with such a rich upgrade benefit. Drag his tired body. Upgrade the surrounding gold scarlet arrow towers one by one until the scarlet or ingots on hand are exhausted. Afterwards, Li Xia yawned and returned to the bedroom of the shelter. Lying on the bed and falling asleep, Li Xia woke up at about noon the next day, ate some fruit without much appetite, and then hurried to the shelter workshop to take out the scarlet or ingots produced today from the major primary authority storage boxes. With these scarlet or ingots, he upgraded several gold scarlet arrow towers around. Li Xia then slowly came to the primary fish pond. Looking at the various fish swimming happily in the pond, Li Xia unconsciously smiled. 72 hours? 3 days? Li Xia shook his head and laughed. Only in the survival game of the K-series does grass carp have such a short growth cycle. In reality, even an uninformed grass carp cannot be sold in just 3 days. After sighing, Li Xia returned to his nature. He was not in a hurry to go out in the middle of the day. It happened that he killed many enemies yesterday, and the title of civilized angler at this stage has been fully charged. The grass carp is ripe again. Li Xia is naturally itchy. The simple life of a fisherman starts at noon. Li Xia took out the meat-catching fishing rod from the Goblin Boutique backpack and smiled. Let's get started. Chapter 253. Now that the courtyard of the shelter has a pond, fishing is naturally not ordinary. Li Xia called the sky-breaking gargoyle to bring a recliner to the living room of the shelter. Li Xia half lying on the chair leisurely, then took out the meat-catching fishing rod from the Goblin Boutique backpack, then put on the fisherman armor set, and replaced the accessories column with the fisherman fishing bag and fisherman specialization manual. Take out the master level bait produced today from the fisherman armor set. Although I didn't buy the second bottle of fishing potion in the past few days, with the blessing of the fisherman armor set, this time's harvest is definitely not small. Li Xia hung up the master bait, waved the fishing rod, and the float drew a perfect arc in the air. With a plop, the float fell accurately into the center of the primary pond. Li Xia muttered, "Use civilized angler." Then he quietly held the meat catcher fishing rod and waited for the treasure box to be hooked. Looking at this look, it really looks like Jiang Taigong fishing willing to take the bait. After a while, the float floated up and down in the primary pond, and Li Xia seized the opportunity to pull the fishing rod. Congratulations to the player. You have obtained the King's Treasure Box. King's Treasure Box? Li Xia looked down at the King's Treasure Box in his hand, which had extremely complex gold and silver patterns, and was very different from ordinary treasure boxes. He was stunned for a moment. Wow! King's treasure box? Treasure boxes of this level, let alone whether they have been obtained before. Even if he heard about it, he had never heard of it. This wave. It seems that the European Emperor is alive. Happy event. Great happy event. Li Xiao let out a long breath and sat up straight. Open the King's treasure box and get Bast God Origin Fragment X1. Magic Ore Ingot X 10,000. Gold Ingot X 30,000. Platinum Ingot X 15,000. Emerald Gem X 10,000. Sapphire Gem X 10,000. Topaz Gem X 10,000. Amethyst Gem X 10,000. Poison Potion X 10. Endurance Potion X 10. Memory Potion X 5. Thorn Potion X 10. Strong Magic Potion X 10. Strong Life Potion X 10. Magic Potion X 100. Healing Potion X 100. Weak Magic Potion X 300. Weak Healing Potion X 300. A dazzling array of light balls of various colors floated in the air, emitting their own flames. At first glance, it looked as beautiful as more than a dozen giant fireflies in the air. The King's treasure box was indeed the King's treasure box. Apart from anything else, the number of these light balls alone was enough to shock people. Li Xiao then poked all the light balls in turn with ease, and saw the potion materials and ingot materials, which shocked him even more. Huge quantity. Complete variety. How many gold treasure boxes can a King's treasure box be worth? Li Xiao hurriedly called the skybreaking gargoyle, handed all the conventional ingot materials and potion materials to it, and asked the skybreaking gargoyle to store them in the primary authority storage box in different categories. By the way, Little Stone, look at the market price of those weak healing potions and weak magic potions, and sell those that should be bought. We don't need them anyway, and they take up space. When you sell these unused resources, remember to check if there are any magical plants needed for building enlightenment potions and other potions. If there are, as long as the price is not higher than 30% of the market price, buy a batch of them. Yes, Commander. The skybreaking gargoyle looked serious. After hearing the order, he hurriedly walked towards the shelter workshop. Li Xiao finally had time to sit on the recliner again. The resources of the old acquaintances were arranged properly. Li Xiao looked at a piece of fragment in his hand that was only the size of a gravel, but it was shining with the light of an incandescent lamp and was comfortable under the care of it, and fell into deep thought. Fragment of the origin of the god Bast? He knew the name Bast. Bast, the goddess of cats. Bast is also known as Bastet and Ubasti. It occupies a place among the important gods in Cthulhu mythology. Usually she has two forms, either a cat or a female humanoid with a cat's head. In ancient Egypt, she is usually depicted as a goddess holding a shield with a lion's head in her left hand, a fort bell in her right hand, and a small bag on her left shoulder. She is considered the queen of all cats on Earth. Saturn, Jupiter, and Uranus. Like other old gods, Bast rarely participates in mortal affairs. But if someone is unusually cruel to cats, she will punish the person through her subjects. The cats, unless the cats are helpless, she will never intervene. When she decides to appear in person, she will be accompanied by graceful feline attendants, mainly domestic cats, but including at least one lioness, tigress, or other large cats. Players who have learned about Cthulhu mythos will be familiar with Cthulhu and Bast. And now, when he opened the King's treasure box, he actually obtained a fragment of the origin of the god Bast. This matter is too bizarre. Right? God? Li Xiao suddenly thought of a question. What level of strength can all the players of this era's survival game reach after participating in the game? This question has always troubled Li Xiao. Now, this question seems to have an answer. God. Become a god. The road to strength? The road to the gods? Maybe. Li Xiao's forehead was slightly sweaty. He took a long breath and came back to his senses, looking intently. Fuck. Li Xiao couldn't help but burst out after checking the Bast God origin fragment. This effect is a bit strong. But why does the type column entry of the Bast God origin fragment show that this is a shelter feature? Could it be that the real use of this rare god origin fragment is to be integrated into the shelter? Li Xiao read the notes word by word, and finally understood. There are many types of god fragments, and many effects, which can be said to be infinitely useful. But by chance, this piece of Bast's god origin fragment focuses on improving the shelter. However, Li Xiao is already very satisfied with this, because a piece of Bast's god origin fragment can give all buildings in the shelter defense system 50 points of defense blessing 20% defense improvement, 20% solidity improvement, 2% increases, and 1 fixed increase can greatly improve the defense system of the shelter. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is a qualitative leap. It's just, the Basque God Origin fragment has a total of 4 effects. The first 3 effects on the shelter are so powerful. But the 4th effect, Basque's Guardian, seems a bit lame. Although Basque's Guardian gives Li Xia a constant gain, it only increases his own defense by 5 points. This, compared to the 50-point defense improvement of the shelter, it seems like a drop in the bucket. If a God fragment focusing on the characteristics of the shelter is so powerful, then the God fragment focusing on player combat will have a much stronger blessing on itself. Right? Li Xia nodded happily. This wave is really worth it. Li Xia called out the shelter panel bar and integrated the Basque God Origin fragment into it. With a flash of golden light, the system panel popped up automatically. After checking the shelter panel data, Li Xia nodded with satisfaction. The defense and solidity of the shelter were greatly improved under the blessing of the Basque God Origin fragment. And it was not just one shelter that was blessed, but all shelter buildings. It is no exaggeration to say that a piece of Basque God fragment has at least increased the combat power of the sanctuary by 20%. In addition, Li Xia also noticed one thing. In the sanctuary's characteristic column, the original 7th characteristic column has become divinity under the blessing of Basque God Origin fragment. Currently, the sanctuary is at the primary authority level, and there are intermediate authority and advanced authority above. Li Xia pondered silently. According to the notes of Basque God Origin fragment, any piece of God Origin fragment, regardless of the focus and use, can have unexpected benefits for players to build their own authority kingdom in the future. Then, in order to maximize the benefits, the intermediate and advanced authority shelters in the future should also know they must choose the fragments of the origin of the gods. Since he knew the benefits of the fragments of the origin of the gods, Li Xia would not settle for second best. It's just that the characteristic equipment of the shelter is rare, and the rarity of the fragments of the origin is far rarer than that of ordinary characteristic equipment. If you want to get 2 fragments of the origin of the gods in the future, you still have to think about it carefully. Li Xia came back to his senses, as if he had thought of something, and called up his personal panel to check. Constant gain, fixed damage reduction of 15%, fixed damage counterattack of 5%, ignore knockback, defense plus 5. Sure enough, although the blessing of the Basque God Origin fragment to itself is very small, it is a direct blessing to itself, ignoring distance, space, and even biological communities, and the gain effect can have an effect on itself. In this way, this treasure box fishing is the biggest gain for Li Xia since he came to the survival game of the series. Li Xia picked up a bottle of light green potion with great confidence and looked at it intently. Thorn potion? Li Xia glanced at the Goblin Boutique backpack and found that this time the king's treasure box dropped a total of 10 bottles. Wait, I seem to remember. Li Xia frowned slightly and hurriedly put the meat catcher fishing rod into the Goblin Boutique backpack, turned and walked into the shelter workshop, and slid up and down on the recipe page on the workbench. Sure enough, this thorn potion is part of the unconventional recipe series of jungle biomes. When Li Xia saw the name of the potion, he felt a little familiar. And now he saw it. It was true. Ding! A prompt suddenly popped up in the friend channel. Li Xia opened it and took a look. Li Bianqing, brother Xia. There is news about the thing you asked me to do last time. Chapter 254. Shelter Workshop. Li Xia was overjoyed when he saw the big news. Last time, Li Xia asked Li Bianqing to use the powerful intelligence network he built to investigate whether the dullness and rigidity of the World Devourer were related to the World Devourer, the Lord of Corruption, Mo Luochen. Although Li Xia learned the only true information about the path to power from Su Hongdo during the subsequent chat with her, but this does not mean that Li Bianqing's news is meaningless. On the contrary, hearing both sides will lead to enlightenment, and hearing only one side will lead to ignorance. What if Li Bianqing's news is contrary to Su Hongdo's guess? Or maybe, the information Li Bianqing sent this time can completely prove Su Hongdo's guess? Li Xia, oh? Brother Bianqing, you are talking about the matter of the World Devourer that I asked you about last time. Right? Li Bianqing, yes. That's it. Li Xia, ha ha ha. I have to say, Brother Bianqing, your intelligence network is really strong. I think no one in the 9527 area channel is more informed than you. Right? Li Bianqing, Li Xia, what's wrong? Is there something wrong with what I said? Or, Li Bianqing, no. It's just that I really don't deserve your compliment. Li Bianqing, the source of this information is not my intelligence network. Or rather, after I got your doubts, I tried my best to mobilize the intelligence network, but still got nothing. Li Bianqing, if it weren't for my accidental discovery, plus some of my speculations, I'm afraid I would have failed your trust, Brother Xia. So I really don't dare to accept your compliments. Li Xia, alas. Brother Bianqing, this is going too far. As long as there is news, it is good news. Tell me what you want to say. Li Bianqing, okay. Then I will obey your orders. Li Bianqing, this is what happened. I used a random teleportation potion a few days ago and accidentally teleported to a hell full of lava. All the high-rise buildings were swallowed by magma. Just like Li Bianqing, it was like a cremated version of Luan City. Because I explored several high-rise buildings, there was even solidified food on the table. Li Bianqing, moreover, the enemies in hell look very similar to demons, and are also very powerful. However, I turned a disaster into a blessing and obtained a crystal composed of pure fire elements in the crater where the lava had not yet cooled. Li Bianqing, this fire element crystal resonates with my fire magic inheritance, allowing me to gain the harvest that I had with Su Hongdo in the ice and snow community. Li Xiao looked at the series of messages sent by Li Bianqing and was a little surprised at first. It was clearly about the news of the World Devourer, the Lord of Corruption, and Mo Luochen. Why did Li Bianqing talk about his own adventure? And Li Bianqing's words contain a lot of information. The cremated version of Luan City? And the hellish biome? The demon-like enemy? And the fire element crystal? The adventure? This adventure is really amazing. Li Xia, so your fire magic authority also gained additional authority? Li Bianqing, that's right. The fire element crystal was fused for 3 days and 3 nights. And it was only just now that it was completely fused. Li Bianqing, on the basis of the original authority, my fire magic inheritance also gained an additional fire element inheritance flame supply. Li Bianqing, in other words, any fire element attack, whether it is magic attack or other attack, can't cause any harm to me. If that's the case, then the fire supply can only be called the fire inheritance. Li Bianqing, but these fire element attacks, on the basis of damage immunity, will also give me the effect of restoring my health and magic points. Li Xia, hiss, a bit strong. Immunity to fire elements, plus the enemy's fire element attacks have become your supply? Attack and defense in one. This authority effect is very helpful to your improvement. Li Bianqing, indeed. It is a great help to me. But until now it has nothing to do with the task you, Brother Xia, assigned me. However, after I completely integrated the fire element crystal, my fire magic inheritance took a step forward. Li Bianqing, in the dark, I understood a lot. The path to power and the path to authority in the last era's survival game have all revived like my memory. Li Bianqing, in this era, players with magic heritage are considered to have obtained the entry ticket and can embark on the road to becoming a strong person. Li Xia, I also know something about this matter. Being qualified to embark on the road to becoming a strong person does not mean that every player can become a strong person. Just like what you said, it is just having an entry ticket. Li Bianqing, do you understand this? That's right. That's right. Your tree demon heritage and Su Hongdo's dwarf heritage are race-level heritages. And you will indeed know this information faster than me. Li Bianqing, since you know this, I just don't need to explain it. Let me talk about the specific path to authority. Li Bianqing, I am a fire magic inheritance. Any inheritance related to the fire element is, to some extent, my competitor. In this path to authority, there is only one and only one, or the person who completely controls the essence of the fire element. Li Bianqing, I have a vague feeling that after obtaining the fire element crystal, I have become a first-tier player in this path of fire authority. Li Bianqing, at this time, I was thinking about your previous doubts. After 2 confirmations, I realized that perhaps Mo Luochen had also taken a big step forward in the corrupted power path, and even surpassed others, so that his existence affected other creatures belonging to the corrupted power path. Li Xia and the World Devourer happened to be the boss-level enemy of the corrupted power path. So it was affected? Li Bianqing, that's right. Li Xia, huh? Thank you so much, Brother Bianching. Your inference coincides with Su Hongdo's inference. But Su Hongdo likes to call the only controller of the power path the only truth of the power path. But in the final analysis, you are talking about the same thing. Li Bianching, oh? I didn't expect it. I thought I might be the first player in this area to know about this. But there are always people who are better than you. Li Xia, Su Hongdo is also lucky. Brother Bianching must not underestimate yourself. Li Xia, after hearing this news from you, I roughly know which direction I should work towards in the future, and how to guard against Mo Luochen. Li Xia, by the way, I wonder if you still have the random teleportation potion you mentioned? Li Bianching, no. I only got one bottle, and I have used it up. Otherwise, I wouldn't have had such an adventure. Li Xia, ha ha ha. Whatever. I wanted to give it a try. This adventure doesn't belong to me. Li Xia saw that Li Bianching came to him in a hurry this time, and even told him about his adventure and the new authority effect he got from his fire magic inheritance. This trust is heavy in the survival game of the era. So, Li Xia did not hide it, and told Li Bianching the information about the Bass God origin fragment that he had just obtained, and also told him the speculation about the connection between the Kingdom of Authority and the biological community. Finally, Li Xia reminded Li Bianching that it is best to use the God origin fragment after the primary authority level shelter feature column, because this is related to the strength of the subsequent players to build the Kingdom of Authority. Is this information important? Of course it is important, especially in the eyes of an intelligence dealer. This information is even comparable to this adventure. However, Li Xia still told Li Bianching this information, which was worth a lot of money, without reservation. Why? Because Li Xia has a principle in dealing with people. Making friends depends on one's heart, and putting oneself in others' shoes. Since Li Bianching has helped me so much, I must return him the same amount. This is his principle of life. Shelter. Living room. Li Bianching stared blankly at the message sent by Li Xia, and fell into deep thought. Originally, he told Li Xia all the information he knew without reservation, just to do him a favor. In the end, he did owe him a favor, but it was not owed by Li Xia, but by Li Bianching. Li Bianching knew the value of the information Li Xia told him. Huh? Li Bianching reached out to support the frame of his glasses. Li Bianching, we are friends, so I won't say thank you. This information is of great help to me. If you need anything in the future, just let me know. Li Xia, ha ha ha. Brother Bianching. You too? After finishing the chat, Li Xia put away the smile on his face, and sat down. The only true path to power? And it is the path of corruption, which is as powerful as his own Scarlet. Even Mo Luochen has reached the point where he can passively, or even unconsciously influence other corrupted power creatures. Horrible, like this. Mo Luochen's strength is rising faster than he imagined. Is this the benefit of joining the evil god? It seems that I have to hurry up. Li Xia shook his head to stop thinking, and called out the title panel. Title: Civilized Angler 0%. Quality: Perfect 45%. Quality promotion reward, to be collected. This time, I used the Civilized Angler title to fish in the treasure box. With the blessing of Master Bait, Fisherman's Fishing Bag, and Fisherman's Armor Set, the Civilized Angler title gained an additional 95% experience progress bar improvement. In addition to treasure box fishing, a fixed 10% experience progress bar is obtained. The experience bar of the Civilized Angler title also received a total of 105% improvement without the blessing of fishing potions. This time of treasure box fishing successfully pushed the quality of the Civilized Angler title to perfection. I have to say, it was still very rewarding. Li Xia rubbed his hands, and couldn't wait to receive this harvest. Receive quality promotion reward. Get Lava-proof fishing bag formula X1. Judging from the words, it is an accessory formula similar to the fisherman's fishing bag? Could it be that the lava-proof fishing bag is a higher level accessory than the fisherman's fishing bag? Li Xia called out the panel with a hint of doubt, and looked at it intently. General Specialization S? After checking the recipe information of the lava-proof fishing bag, Li Xia exclaimed, wow! The usage standard of this accessory recipe is the highest among the recipes he has obtained so far. And among the fishing accessories, the lava-proof fishing bag also belongs to the Ultimate series. And its status is exactly the same as that of the Horseshoe Balloon bundle in the Multi-Segment Jump series accessories. Fortunately, although my current general expertise level is only A, and there is still a long way to go before S, I don't have the whereabouts of the lava-proof fishing hook, and it will take some time to synthesize the lava-proof fishing gear bag. I will use this time to madly brush the general expertise proficiency, Li Xiao muttered, walked out to the courtyard of the shelter, and came to the Scarlet Subcannon with a backpack of scarlet ore ingots. Primary Authority Scarlet Subcannon Upgrade Requirements: Scarlet Ore Ingot X 720, Bomb X 30, Scarlet Points X 20,000. Shelter Level 7 Upgrade Time 8 hours. The Scarlet Mother and Daughter Cannon is the only building in the shelter. Since only one can be built, the demand for various materials is higher than that of the Primary Authority Scarlet Arrow Tower and the Primary Authority Scarlet Wall. However, as a more powerful ranged group attack building than the Golden Scarlet Mage Tower, the upgrade of the Golden Scarlet Mother and Daughter Cannon is necessary. The most important point is, unlike the Golden Scarlet Mage Tower, upgrading the Golden Scarlet Mother and Daughter Cannon to the Primary Authority level does not consume high-level gem resources such as diamonds. This is obviously more convenient for the upgrade of the Gold Scarlet Cannon, which can only wait for the gemstone mine cave of the small special biological community where Su Hongdo is located to produce diamonds. 702 scarlet ore ingots. Fortunately, things are different now. Li Xiao's mouth slightly raised, and he took out the required resources directly from the Goblin Boutique backpack and put them in. The various resources turned into streams of light and escaped into the Gold Scarlet Cannon building. With a swish, the Gold Scarlet Cannon began to upgrade. After 8 hours, Li Xiao lost his patience, and just when he was about to take out the Building Inspiration Potion and the Gold Building Hammer to upgrade, a system prompt suddenly sounded in his ear. Ding! The clearance of the land where power spreads is forcibly cancelled. The forest store will be open for an extra quarter of an hour. Players with points should spend them as soon as possible. This event is invalid and the game process has been corrected. Starting at 12 noon tomorrow. The Christmas Turkey event is coming. Chapter 255. A system announcement completely disrupted Li Xiao's thoughts. Weird. Too weird. Isn't it? Li Xiao stood there, muttering to himself, lost in thought. What does it mean that this event was forcibly cancelled? What does it mean that this event is invalid? What does it mean to correct the game process? Li Xiao said conscientiously, although he didn't know what was behind the event of clearing the land of power spread spontaneously organized by the origin core of the forest biological community. But to be honest, the rewards for this event are still very generous. 3,000 points can be exchanged for a first-level gold source, which is already generous compared to previous events. It is precisely because of this that Li Xiao ignored the weirdness of this event and tried his best to earn points. Originally, there was no time limit for this event, and Li Xiao was still wondering when this event would end. Now it's good. It was forced to end today, and the wording of the system announcement made people deeply confused. Li Xiao originally thought that similar activities, and even disaster events, although they would change according to the progress of each regional channel, were generally unquestionable. But now, an announcement clearly stated that the forest biome was not in the same group with me. Moreover, the unknown existence that Li Xiao was extremely afraid of seemed to have no way to deal with the forest biome. Otherwise, the forest biome's points activity would not have been forced to end after being held for a few days. What is the twists and turns here? Li Xiao bit his lower lip and looked up at the sky. No matter what the twists and turns are, once the system announcement is released, it means that the winner is not the forest community. Even if the forest community has the ability to resist, it is limited and is currently at a disadvantage. Li Xiao silently retracted his gaze to the sky and pretended that nothing had happened. On the surface, the water of the survival game of the restraint system in this era is already deep enough. What was the result? The information that Li Xiao obtained through various channels showed that there was a deeper pool of muddy water under this muddy water. Li Xiao's current strength was not strong enough, so he did not plan to wade into this muddy water now. Li Xiao silently took out the Building Inspiration Potion and the Gold Building Hammer from the Goblin Boutique backpack and used them on the Gold Crimson Cannon. A dazzling golden light flashed in the courtyard. The upgrade panel of the Scarlet Cannon popped up automatically. Li Xiao looked at it intently. This was the first time that Li Xiao had directly checked the specific data of the defense system of the shelter under the blessing of the Basque God Origin Fragment. I have to say, it is very powerful. Just a piece of Basque God Origin Fragment has greatly improved the defense structure of the shelter. Li Xiao nodded with satisfaction, and then looked at the two new skills of the Primary Authority Scarlet Cannon. Bloody Hunter. Single attack, Thix with Bloody Slaughter debuff, 8 damage per second. Duration 3 seconds. Stacking number, 3 layers. Although this skill is a passive skill, because the primary authority, Scarlet Cannon, is a range attack. It has the effect of 1+1 being greater than 2. The key is that the Bloody Slaughter debuff of the Bloody Hunter has 3 layers of superposition. As we all know, Bloody Slaughter was not special at the beginning, and most other debuff effects were the same, with no distinction between high and low. But what made the Bloody Slaughter debuff stand out in the later period was its superposition. It can be said that Bloody Slaughter with superposition layers and Bloody Slaughter without superposition layers are completely different things. The passive skill of Blood Hunter greatly improves the attack of the primary authority Scarlet Cannon. As for defense armament, for every 10 points of defense increase in the building, the Scarlet Cannon gains +2 points of attack increase. And there is no upper limit to this effect. If the effect of this skill is obtained in the previous level, the bonus is actually not high, because the defense system of the shelter at that time, no matter which building, rarely has a defense of more than 50 points. But now it's different. The promotion of primary authority not only gives each building in the shelter defense system new skills and effects, but also doubles the defense of each building. In addition, the blessing of the origin fragment of the God Bast, with the blessing of the primary authority Scarlet Subcannon with 250 points of defense. The accumulated attack power of the defensive weapons is not a small number. It should not be underestimated. Li Shiyao is still satisfied with the improvement of the primary authority Scarlet Subcannon from the bottom of his heart. He walked back to the shelter's workroom, closed the door, and sat on the recliner. After calming down, he called up the announcement page for this event, intending to read it word by word and think it through. If he could decipher the information hidden under the iceberg from the lines, it would be great. Game progress. Urgent correction. After investigation, the survival game of this era was invaded by a virus. Under the influence of the virus, the so-called clearing activity of the place where power spreads was launched. This event is confirmed to be a fake event, but in order not to interfere with the normal operation of the game. In this event, the points earned by players can still be exchanged and spent in the point store. In order to compensate all players of this era's survival game, a Christmas special event, The Birth of a Turkey, will be launched at 12 noon tomorrow. 1. The Birth of a Turkey. This event is a full server level event. No matter what state any regional channel is in, no matter which game process it is in, it will be forced to hold this event, starting from 12 noon tomorrow. Within a week, players will have a chance to trigger the appearance of Turkey enemies when exploring and adventuring in all biomes and killing any enemies. The level and strength of the Turkey enemies are based on the level and strength of the last enemy killed by the player. After completely killing the Turkey enemies, players will get a fixed number of cursed stuffing. At any time during the last 24 hours of this event, players can exchange different levels of event boss level enemy summons, Turkey feathers according to the different numbers of cursed stuffing in their hands. Note, boss level enemies are different from boss level enemies. Players cannot drop boss relics when they kill any boss level enemies. Players can summon ungrateful turkeys of different levels of boss level enemies through turkey feathers of different levels. After killing boss level enemies, players can get different grades of mysterious prizes according to the different levels of boss level enemies. The higher the grade of turkey feathers, the greater the probability of getting the best prize. The final mysterious prize of this event, The Birth of the Turkey, includes high-level accessories, shelter-specific equipment, powerful weapons, sophisticated armor sets, and everything you can imagine. But please note that you should summon the corresponding level of the event boss level monster within your own strength. If the player is killed by the ungrateful turkey, everything will be in vain. Finally, please also note that the turkey feathers can only be used within 24 hours on the last day of the turkey birth event. And when using them, the player must be in the forest biome. Otherwise, the turkey feathers will be completely ineffective. This event is classified as an event, not a disaster event, and is not mandatory in nature. Players can ignore this event, but it will waste a great opportunity to quickly obtain a large amount of resources. Please consider carefully. Li Shiyao, there are many things worth studying in this event announcement. The setting of a disaster event is essentially an event, and it does not require mandatory participation, but only uses generous benefits to induce players to participate. If it is just like this, it is actually normal. But the weird thing is, when players use the turkey feathers exchanged with cursed stuffing. Not only the time limit is set, but also the limited biome. And this biome is the forest biome, where the previous activity of clearing the land of power spread was suspended and cancelled. The tit-for-tat intention is too obvious. If there is no trick here, Li Xiao will be the first to believe it. If the forest biome previously took advantage of some loopholes in the underlying operating logic of this era-based survival game, thus bypassing the unknown existence, it held such an activity of clearing the land of power spread. So this time, the unknown existence stopped the activity of clearing the land of spreading power, and urgently inserted into all regional channels of the whole server to force the so-called Christmas activity to be held. This is the unknown existence's counterattack against the forest biological community. The counterattack came very quickly, and on the surface, this is a benefit for players. But what about the essence? This so-called Christmas activity is actually an ulterior motive. Killing any enemy monster triggers the turkey enemy monster, and killing the turkey enemy monster will get the cursed stuffing. Just the name of this cursed stuffing can reveal a bit of strangeness. However, just like the event held by the forest biome to clear the land where power spreads, the Christmas event held by the unknown existence this time also spent a lot of money. Li Xiao doesn't care what the unknown existence and the forest biome are doing behind the scenes. But the turkey's feathers have come out. The event benefits are so generous. Li Xiao will naturally not miss it. In the process of dog biting dog, Li Xiao plans to play deaf and dumb. First the clam and the crane fight, and then the fisherman will benefit, get enough profit, and then convert it into strength. Only when the table is turned over in the end, you will have the ability and confidence. Right? What a pity. Li Xiao shook his head with a little regret. The boss-level enemy monster summoned by turkey feathers, the ungrateful turkey, will not drop the boss relic. Otherwise, you can prepare for the next shelter upgrade now. After all, the defense system of the primary authority level shelter is so strong. What about the intermediate authority level? Of course, Li Xiao was joking when he said this, because he knew that even if the ungrateful turkey would drop the boss relic, without the unconventional mineral ingot material meteorite ingot, Li Xiao could not upgrade the shelter. The higher the level of the turkey feather, the higher the level of the summoned event boss level enemy, the higher the level of the event boss level enemy, the greater the player's benefit after completely killing it. And if you want to get high-level turkey feathers, you must get as many cursed fillers as possible. And if you want to get more cursed stuffing, you must explore and adventure in various biomes as much as possible in the last 7 days, and kill as many turkey enemies as possible. Li Xiao smiled slightly. It seems that this is still a closed loop. But the bait is here, and the forest biome is the final victim of this activity. So there is no reason for Li Xiao not to eat this bait obediently. Who doesn't know how to get some wool? Just at this time. Ding! Chapter 256. Ding! Ding! This time, the message was not a regular message from a friend in the friend channel to Li Xiao. It was a message from the couple ring on Li Xiao's right hand, which was sending a call request. There was only one person in the entire regional channel who could contact him through the couple ring. And that was Su Hongdo. Li Xiao quickly answered the call. Hello. Hongdo. What's wrong? Are you busy? In the bedroom of the shelter, Su Hongdo was wearing a set of silk pajamas, half leaning on the bed, and asked Li Xiao with a happy face. Since you called, I can be busy, Li Xiao said with a smile. What's the matter? Su Hongdo explained. After so many days of cultivation, my small special biological community gemstone mine has produced the first batch of diamond resources. It is estimated that the number is about 1,500. I currently have a relatively small demand for diamonds, and you have a relatively large demand for diamonds. I plan to give all the diamonds this time to you so that you can improve your strength faster and better. Diamonds are high-level gem resources, and their scarcity in the 9,527th regional channel is extremely rare. Other players in the regional channel have no way to obtain them. Players who have a small amount of diamonds in their hands have been lucky enough to open gift bags or gifts in previous activities and accidentally obtain some diamonds. These players have very few diamonds, and the number of players is even rarer. The diamond storage in the 9,527th regional channel is extremely rare. And now, when other players don't have a stable channel to obtain diamonds, when other players only have a dozen or even a few diamonds, Su Hongdo can use the small special biome gem mines for mass production. What does this mean? This means that Su Hongdo not only has a stable channel to obtain diamonds, but also has a large output. 1,500 diamonds is not a small number. Perhaps these 1,500 diamonds are more than the diamond reserves in the hands of the players in the entire regional channel. This is enough to show Su Hongdo's current power is so huge. The path of power. The kingdom of power. It is indeed a path that only the top strong can step into. Su Hongdo's strength has unknowingly surpassed most of the players in the regional channel, even in certain specific aspects, such as the acquisition of high-level gems. He has steadily surpassed Li Xiao. However, after Li Xiao learned this news, and learned that this batch of diamonds was as many as 1,500, he was only happy in his heart, without any other emotions. After all, Su Hongdo and Li Xiao are already lovers, and they are naturally on the same boat. The stronger Su Hongdo is, the happier Li Xiao will be. Diamonds. 1,500 diamonds. From what Su Hongdo said, she plans to give them all to Li Xiao so that he can improve his strength faster. The world can witness your sincere love. And Li Xiao knows it in his heart. During this period of time, the first-tier players in the regional channel have long been promoted to primary authority and shelter. Su Hongdo, as the first echelon of the first echelon, is no exception. Li Xiao is well aware of the demand for diamonds in the primary authority shelter and the mage tower. So he knows even more that Su Hongdo's statement that she has little demand for diamonds is a lie. And what is the purpose? Isn't it to let Li Xiao accept the 1,500 diamonds sent by Su Hongdo without any burden? Huh? Li Xiao let out a long breath, paused and then said, Hongdo. Thank you. Su Hongdo covered her mouth and smiled. Ku Lao. Please don't be so cheesy. I can only support this batch of diamonds. You also know that it has not been long since my shelter was upgraded to the primary authority level. There are many places where resources are needed. So if you still want diamonds in the future, I am afraid you will have to supply resources yourself. No problem. Li Xiao agreed immediately after hearing this. Tell me, how much do you need? I mean not only how much resources are needed to breed diamonds, but also how much resources are needed to build and upgrade your current shelter defense system. Except for scarlet ore ingots and magic ore ingots, which I am currently unable to afford. Any other resources? As long as you say a word. Just one word from me. Su Hongdo repeated. Yes. Li Xiao paused and then said firmly, just one word from you. Resources and such. It doesn't matter. Just what? I miss you. Come to my place tonight? Li Xiao thought for a while and said, okay. The Christmas event will start tomorrow. And there are many things worth talking about in the Birth of Turkey event. Let's talk about it in detail when we meet. Well, I'll wait for you tonight. After finishing the chat, Li Xiao summoned the core of the shelter, took out 1,500 diamonds from it, and rummaged through the boxes to collect all the low-level ingot materials that were currently unused, and packed them up for Su Hongdo. Su Hongdo could use these resources to breed diamonds or to build and upgrade her shelter defense system. Li Xiao didn't care. He didn't care either. With 1,500 diamonds in his pocket, Li Xiao felt much more confident. He walked quickly to the workbench, called up the recipe page, slid his fingers up and down, and finally locked his eyes on a recipe materials required for diamond staff. 8 diamonds. 10 platinum ingots synthesis time, instant. 8 diamonds can make a diamond staff. And Li Xiao has 1,500 diamonds in his hand at the moment. It is conceivable that the upgrade progress of the Gold Scarlet Mage Tower will be soared. And the best thing is, after the workbench is promoted to the primary authority level, it does not even take a long time to make a magic weapon of the diamond staff. It is directly instant. In this way, mass production is not a dream. Li Xiao hurriedly invested resources and chose to make it. Boom, boom, boom. As the primary authority workbench began to operate, the first diamond staff was produced in an instant. Li Xiao did not stop the primary authority workbench, but continued to invest a large amount of resources to continue to produce 50 diamond staffs. Afterwards, Li Xiao no longer cared about the operation of the primary authority workbench, but concentrated on checking the panel data of the diamond staff. 35 damage? Li Xiao nodded slightly. This damage is not low. After all, if his sand gun had not been enhanced by scarlet assimilation, its basic attack power would only be in the early 40s. Not to mention that the sand gun does not have the 2 buffs that come with the diamond staff. On the whole, the diamond staff is of high value to magician players. It's just, it doesn't fit Li Xiao's fighting habits and fighting style. Fortunately, the most important role of the diamond staff for Li Xiao is not to participate in the battle, but to serve as the upgrade material for the Scarlet Mage Tower. Li Xiao walked to the courtyard with a batch of diamond staffs, and came to a gold Scarlet Magician Tower, concentrating on calling out the upgrade panel. Primary Authority Scarlet Magician Tower Upgrade Requirements: Star Bottle X48, Diamond Staff X1, Platinum Ingot X270, Gold Ingot X900, Scarlet Points X600. Shelter Level 7 Upgrade Time 8 hours. Star bottles do not need to be made by yourself at present, because the 3-piece set of the basic defense system of the shelter, the appearance of arrow towers, city walls, and magician towers. As a result, every player, at every stage, has a certain demand for star bottles. So today, star bottles have also become a hard currency on the trading platform. Li Xiao does not need to spend energy and time to make them himself. As long as he can afford the price, he can buy a large number of star bottles at will. As for conventional mineral ingot materials such as platinum ingots and gold ingots, Li Xiao had already stored a large number of them before. Even if he just gave Su Hongdou a batch, the remaining mineral ingot resources would definitely be enough. Li Xiao took out the resources needed for the upgrade, and with a firm command, the resources in his hand turned into a colorful stream of light and escaped into the interior of the Scarlet Mage Tower. Accompanied by rustling sounds, the Scarlet Mage Tower officially began to upgrade. 8 hours? Fortunately, it is within my range. After all, the effect of the Building Enlightenment Potion is to reduce the upgrade time of the shelter building by 50%. The percentage effect is sometimes so powerful, especially in the later stages, the stronger the effect. Li Xiao immediately took out the Building Inspiration Potion and the Gold Building Hammer from the Goblin Boutique backpack, and after using them successively, the Scarlet Mage Tower was upgraded immediately. As the upgrade panel popped up automatically in front of him, Li Xiao raised his head with interest. After the Scarlet Mage Tower was promoted to the primary authority level, various data also received a high increase as usual. In addition to the active skills Scarlet Stab and Scarlet Rain Cloud, the primary authority Scarlet Mage Tower also gained 2 passive skills. Glory of the Stars. This passive skill is somewhat similar to the split arrow that Li Xiao obtained at the beginning. The effect is actually similar. In general, it is the magician version of the split arrow. Each attack of the primary authority Crimson Mage Tower is fixed with an auxiliary attack with 50% of the basic attack power of the main attack. This item alone is a qualitative improvement for the primary authority Crimson Mage Tower, and the subsequent meteor bombardment has played a role in connecting the past and the future. For every 10 enemies killed with the Glory of the Stars, 1 falling star will be upgraded to a meteorite bombardment. From a purely auxiliary attack method of the main attack, it has grown into a powerful range bomb. The most important thing is that these 2 skills are passive skills, which do not consume magic points, and do not need to be distracted during the battle. Li Xiao nodded with great satisfaction, and then used the diamond staff and magic or ingots at hand to upgrade more than 20 primary authority Scarlet Wizard Towers in one go. Busy until night. After dinner, Li Xiao walked to the courtyard and took out the Gem Mine Challenge letter. Use. Chapter 257. A gorgeous and strange blood moon is still hanging in the night sky diligently, spreading blood-colored brilliance all over the sky, covering the entire forest biome. Primary authority shelter. Second floor balcony. Wushan clouds and rain. After exhaustion, Li Xiao and Su Hongdou leaned on the recliner and admired the blood moon in the night sky. I didn't expect that after watching the blood moon for so long. I almost forgot what a normal moon looks like, Li Xiao said with a pout while holding Su Hongdou in his arms. Yes. Su Hongdou shrank back into Li Xiao's arms, but maybe because I've been looking at it for too long. I now think this blood moon is pretty good. Beauty in arms. Full of ambition. Super strength. Power in hand. Many words emerged from the depths of Li Xiao's mind. That's right. In this situation, even the strange and enchanting blood moon is naturally beautiful in the eyes of Li Xiao and Su Hongdou. Rich man? Su Hongdou suddenly raised her head, stretched out her hand, and scratched the tip of Li Xiao's nose with her dark hair, while staring at Li Xiao. Ah? What's wrong? Li Xiao looked up in confusion. Tomorrow's Christmas event. The birth of the turkey. How about we team up together? Before Su Hongdou and Li Xiao officially got together, they had already agreed that if there was a chance, The two of them must team up to explore and adventure in other biomes. Because at that time, players could only communicate face-to-face through biome invitations. But now is different from the past. The two are officially together. And Su Hongdo also has her own base. Small special biome gemstone mine. Su Hongdo and Li Xia can now meet each other easily. But Su Hongdo still wants to team up with Li Xia to explore other biomes. And tomorrow's Christmas event is the best opportunity. That's why Su Hongdo asked this question. Team up? As expected, Li Xia sat up after hearing this, frowning slightly, as if he was in a dilemma. What's wrong? Su Hongdo also sat up and asked puzzledly, Is there anything wrong? Li Xia shook his head slightly and explained in a gentle tone, Hongdo, don't get me wrong. I'm not targeting you. Nor do I want to team up with you. It's just what? It's just that after I checked the system announcement of the Christmas event, I found something. What is it? Su Hongdo's expression became more serious when he heard that it was a serious matter. It's like this. Li Xia paused and then said, This Christmas event does not require us to kill any enemy monsters. But there is a chance that the turkey enemy monster will appear while killing any enemy monsters. And you also know that although this Christmas event is not a disaster event or a mandatory event on the surface. In fact, for the rich resource rewards of this Christmas event, no player will not participate. According to the underlying logic of the Christmas event, we can only get more cursed stuffing by killing more turkey enemies. And only by getting enough cursed stuffing can we exchange for higher level turkey feathers. In the end, killing higher level event boss level enemies, the ungrateful turkey, can maximize the benefits of this event. So in the final analysis, our top priority after the Christmas event starts is to trigger the appearance of turkey enemies, while killing as many enemies as possible. We currently don't know whether the probability of triggering turkey enemies will be affected by whether we form a team or not. But in order to avoid this effect, I think it's better not to form a team. After this event is over, it won't be too late to form a team when we plan to explore other biomes in the future. What do you think? If it were an ordinary girlfriend, after hearing what her boyfriend said, even if she agreed verbally, she would unconsciously feel a little resentful in her heart. But Su Hongdo was different. Compared with other women, she was more rational and knew how difficult it was to gain a slight advantage in today's survival game, and how difficult it was to maintain or even expand this advantage. Plus, at that time, the reason why they said they would team up together was because they were not together. The current situation was completely different from before, and Su Hongdo's need to team up to explore and adventure in other biomes was reduced to the extreme. In addition, Su Hongdo agreed with Li Xia's analysis after listening to him. It is better to believe it than not to believe it. Okay. But you have to promise that you will come to accompany me when you are free. Although Su Hongdo is more rational than other girls, she is still a woman after all, and she still has a strong dependence on Li Xia in terms of feelings. Li Xia nodded slightly. Well, don't worry. I will definitely take more time to accompany you after I finish my work. The two snuggled up to each other under the moon, and began to talk sweetly to each other until late at night before returning to the bedroom to sleep. Because he was worried about the Christmas event that would start at noon tomorrow. Li Xia woke up early in the morning, made breakfast for Su Hongdo, and returned to his own shelter. Li Xia looked at his own shelter carefully. The scarlet ore ingots and magic ore ingots had been used to upgrade the shelter's defense system. But that was to improve the shelter's combat effectiveness. But what about Li Xia's own combat effectiveness? The Christmas event would start at 12 noon, and Li Xia had to meet it with the strongest strength. Wait! I got it! Li Xia clapped his hands suddenly. He remembered that Su Hongdo sent 1,500 diamonds yesterday. But there were still 1,000 diamonds that were not used. At first, it was because there were not enough scarlet ore ingots and magic ore ingots in hand, and it was a waste to make extra diamond staffs in advance. After all, diamonds can be turned into diamond staffs, but diamond staffs cannot be turned into diamonds. It is for this reason that Li Xia currently has 1,000 diamonds on hand. For Li Xia, diamonds are not only the resources required to upgrade the primary authority Scarlet Mage Tower, but also the resources required to strengthen the Scarlet Slime Staff. Today, Li Xia feels more and more that this ordinary slime staff, which was his biggest reliance in the early stage of the battle, is so powerful. Although Li Xia now has more coping strategies and more magic weapons when facing battles, the slime staff has been neglected by him unknowingly. However, Li Xia once asked Li Bianqi about the growth attribute entries as a joke some time ago, and asked Li Bianqing how to overcome the survival game without growth entries, by taking the example of the online game before the advent. Later, Li Bianqing was asked to collect information about the growth attribute entries in the entire regional channel through his powerful intelligence network. But in the end, nothing was found. It was precisely because of this that Li Xiao knew that the Scarlet Slime staff in his hand might be the only one with growth attribute entries in this era of the survival game. Therefore, even if the resources required for the subsequent upgrade of the Scarlet Slime staff became more and more huge, Li Xiao was determined to spend resources to upgrade and strengthen it. Now that the diamonds are finally in hand, how can we not strengthen them? Li Xiao took out the Scarlet Slime staff from the Goblin Boutique backpack and summoned the strengthening panel. Scarlet Slime staff growth requirements: Gel X 300000, Pink Gel X 30,000, Blue Jade X 10,000, Jade X 10,000, Red Jade X 3000, Diamond X 1000, Scarlet Points X 100000. The quality of the slime staff has been improved to such an extent that the demand for high-grade gem materials has become increasingly huge. Fortunately, the treasure boxes and treasure chests opened before gave Li Xiao a large number of high-level gems. And the 1,000 diamonds that made Li Xiao most embarrassed were also obtained through Su Hongdou. Everything is ready. The east wind is here. Li Xiao took out the corresponding resources from each primary authority storage box, put them in, and chose to strengthen. Sizzle. With a sizzling sound, the slime staff seemed to be forged by invisible flames. Almost instantly, the scarlet light filled the entire workshop. Then the scarlet light slowly faded. Li Xiao looked at the scarlet slime staff in his hand, which was originally more than 1 person tall, and shrunk to 1 meter long. And even the weight was much lighter. But only the original wooden core of the slime staff was transformed into a diamond core under the blessing of 1,000 diamonds. And the white surface of the staff was still wrapped with scarlet strange patterns. And it was not just a few strokes, but a dense and very strange and advanced pattern covering the whole body. Li Xiao nodded slightly. This kind of change has never happened before in the quality upgrade of the scarlet slime staff. Li Xiao was quite curious about it, and quickly lowered his head to look at it. The 3 major attribute entries are quite good for the growth of one's own strength. After all, 2 attribute entries are percentage bonuses. The durability of the Scarlet Slime staff has doubled, and the expertise required for use has also doubled, which is normal. It's just that the building of the shelter has been promoted to the primary authority level when the quality reaches outstanding, and the quality of the Scarlet Slime staff has now reached the rare excellent quality. Why hasn't it obtained the effect of the authority level upgrade? Li Xiao was puzzled by this. Fortunately, the current form of the Scarlet Slime staff is still not its end. The Scarlet Slime staff can be strengthened and enhanced by investing resources. Maybe after the next strengthening, the quality will be improved, and it will be able to achieve the effect similar to the improvement of the primary authority level. Diamonds currently have a stable supply channel, so Li Xiao does not need to worry about 1,000 diamonds or 3,000 diamonds. It is only a matter of time to accumulate these diamonds. The other types of gemstone and gel resources required have also tripled, but they are still within Li Xiao's tolerance. However, after this time, what limits Li Xiao from strengthening the Scarlet Slime staff is no longer the scarcity of diamonds, but the so-called Molotov cocktail. Li Xiao has never heard of this kind of Molotov cocktail, and the subsequent strengthening and upgrading of the Scarlet Slime staff requires as many as 100 bottles of Molotov cocktails. So while Su Hongdou is cultivating diamonds, Li Xiao must hurry up to collect Molotov cocktails. If the recipe of Molotov cocktails cannot be collected, then purchasing finished Molotov cocktails from other players is also a feasible solution. After all, 100 bottles of Molotov cocktails, with such a large number, plus they are just wine, should not be a particularly precious resource. Li Xiao kept this in mind for the time being, and planned to contact Li Bianqing later, and ask him to find out information about Molotov cocktails in advance through his intelligence network. Baron? Armed Scarlet Spike Slime Baron? Li Xiao came back to his senses, looked at the name of this summon, and touched his chin with interest. Before it was the Armed Scarlet Spike Slime Mother. Now it has become the Armed Scarlet Spike Slime Baron? And the note information also specifically stated that the Baron's strength far exceeds that of ordinary members of the Scarlet Slime family, which made Li Xiao even more curious. He waved the Scarlet Slime staff and summoned it immediately. Come out. Armed Scarlet Spike Slime Baron. Don't let me down. Chapter 258. Guji. An armed scarlet spike slime baron. Only 1 meter tall. With a pure scarlet color and a gel body covered with small spikes. Appeared in front of Li Xia. As soon as the armed scarlet spike slime baron appeared, he jumped to Li Xia's side very intimately and rubbed his wet head against Li Xia's thigh. Li Xia reached out and rubbed the round head of the armed scarlet spike slime baron, summoned its panel data, and looked at it intently. Li Xia. Pseudoboss level? Li Xia rubbed his eyes and confirmed the panel data of the armed scarlet spike slime baron again and again, and found that it was correct. At this moment, the scarlet slime staff, which has been further strengthened, summoned enemies at the level of no longer rare captain level, but rare pseudoboss level. For Li Xia, who has been using the scarlet slime staff since the advent of the survival game and knows a lot about summoning professions, he naturally knows what this change means. Although the crimson slime staff summoned the armed crimson spike slime baron, even if it reached the pseudoboss level, it could not be compared with the truly powerful pseudoboss level enemies in terms of the four-dimensional origin or the active and passive skills. But it is not something that ordinary captain level enemies can contend with. It's not easy. Li Xia let out a long sigh. Finally advanced. From the beginning of his advent in the other world, he buried the dead tree demon family beside the tree of life and harvested the only growth weapon, the slime staff. Until now, after so many times of strengthening and advancement, he has invested and consumed so many resources. Finally, the quantitative change has achieved a qualitative change. Li Xia rubbed the head of the armed scarlet spike slime baron, and became more curious about what the scarlet slime staff would reach after being strengthened again. With the assistance of the armed scarlet spike slime baron, Li Xia is more confident about the upcoming Christmas event. But, Molotov cocktail? It is related to the upgrade and strengthening of the scarlet slime staff. So Li Xia is very concerned. While there is still some time, he quickly finds Li Bianqing for a private chat. Li Xia, brother Bianqing, are you free? I need a favor from you. At this moment, Li Bianqing is also in his own shelter, making final preparations. He was seen waving an unknown staff. And as he waved, a giant fire element composed of pure fire elements appeared in front of him. Just by looking at the momentum, you can tell that this summoned creature is extraordinary. Ding! Li Bianqing received the message and found that it was Li Xia's inquiry. He quickly waved the staff to cancel the summon, walked into the living room of the shelter, and answered immediately. Li Bianqing, what's up? Brother Xia? Just tell me. Li Bianqing, I don't have much to do. I'm just waiting for the Christmas event to start soon. If I wasn't worried that teaming up would affect the probability of spawning turkey enemies, I would have wanted to team up with you this time. Li Xia, haha. I've also considered the impact of teaming up on this Christmas event. It's precisely because of your concerns that I plan to play the Christmas event alone this time. Li Xia, now let's get down to business. This is what I want to do. I want to use your intelligence network to help me publish a message. I want to purchase a resource called Molotov cocktail. And the demand is huge, and it is urgent. Li Bianqing, no problem. According to the old rules, I will help you pin this message. And I will also help you find out about the Molotov cocktail through my channels. Li Bianqing, by the way, is there any other information about the Molotov cocktail you mentioned besides the name? Li Xia, well, to be honest, I only know the name. Li Bianqing, it's okay. For me, knowing a name is enough. Li Xia, thank you so much. Tell me how many resources you need for this fee. I will transfer it to you through the friend trading function. Li Bianqing, what are you talking about? Given our relationship, it hurts your feelings to talk about money with me. Li Xia, I have troubled you so many times, and I have to help you every time. If it is free, you will lose a lot. Li Bianqing, okay. I don't like to hear this. I am such a smart person. How can I lose money? The information you told me about the relationship between the biological community and the Kingdom of Power last time has helped me make a lot of money in the past 2 days. So you really don't have to be polite to me. Li Bianqing, if we really want to discuss this in detail, then should I give you a share of my profits? So, if you need me in the future, just ask. Don't be polite to me. Li Xia, oh? Okay. Then I will obey your order. Li Bianqing, well, let me put it this way first. I will post your request on my intelligence network now. Li Xia, okay. You are busy. Thank you for your trouble. After finishing the chat, Li Xia continued to be busy with the upgrade of the shelter's defense system. Half an hour later, the system prompt sounded again. Could it be? Li Xia looked puzzled. So fast? With a hint of doubt and excitement, Li Xia called up the friend chat channel. It turned out that it was not a message from Li Bianqing, but a message from Chen Yixuan. He? The deputy captain of the hunter team? The owner of the inheritance of the Fireboy King? Why is he looking for me? Li Xia clicked on Chen Yixuan's avatar. Chen Yixuan, Didi. Chen Yixuan, Great Master Xia. Hello. Chen Yixuan, I saw that you posted a bounty on the intelligence network of Great Master Bianqing. It's about Molotov cocktails. Right? Li Xia, yes. Do you have any clues? Chen Yixuan, ha ha ha. That's fine. Chen Yixuan, I do know about Molotov cocktails, but I can't make them now. Li Xia, what do you mean? Please explain it clearly. I'm not afraid to tell you the truth. The resource of Molotov cocktails is very important to me. So as long as your price is not too outrageous, I can buy it. Chen Yixuan, Master Xia. What are you talking about? We have cooperated so many times. Can I charge you more resources? It's not that I want to raise the price. It's just... Li Xia, just what? Chen Yixuan, it's a long story. Li Xia, it's okay. There is still more than an hour before the Christmas event. I'm all ears. Chen Yixuan, okay. Then I'll tell you. Chen Yixuan, the thing is, we cooperated with you before, using team props to continuously kill boss-level monsters, and also harvested a batch of resources. Chen Yixuan, at that time, I told you that there was a player with the inheritance of a planner in the logistics team of our hunter team. You knew about this, right? Li Xia, yes. I know about this. What's the matter? Chen Yixuan, with the continuous harvest during this period, our team obtained a new inheritance of a winemaker a few days ago, and another player officially accepted this inheritance. Chen Yixuan, the wine brewed by the winemaker inheritance is like the pumpkin pie you sold on the trading platform before, which has a buff effect. So the winemaker inheritance is relatively popular in this kind of life profession inheritance. Chen Yixuan, this is the latest malt liquor brewed by our team's brewer malt liquor. Click to view detailed information. After Chen Yixuan said this, Li Xia understood in his heart that it seemed that the whereabouts of today's Molotov cocktail would fall on the brewer of the hunter team. Li Xia clicked to view it out of curiosity. After checking it, Li Xia nodded without comment. 2 minutes duration. 5 minutes cooling time. Although the buff effect is not much, there is also a special effect, which is to reduce its own defense. But there is one of the benefits of malt liquor that makes him overjoyed. +5 fishing power. What does this mean? It goes without saying. Let's not talk about whether Molotov cocktails have this effect. But Li Xia is determined to get malt liquor. Li Xia, Yixuan, you said something wrong. Malt liquor is not as good as my pumpkin pie. Chen Yixuan, ha ha ha. Yes. Yes. I made a slip of the tongue. Li Xia, okay. Let's not say polite words. According to the notes of malt liquor, Molotov cocktail should be an advanced version of malt liquor. Right? Can current brewers make it? How much does a bottle cost? Chen Yixuan, Master Xia. I'm sorry. Although I really want to do this business with you. Our brewers are currently unable to make Molotov cocktails. Li Xia, what's going on? The recipe of Molotov cocktail should be in the brewer's inheritance. Right? Why can't it be made? Chen Yixuan, the recipe for the Molotov cocktail is there. But one ingredient is missing. Li Xia, what ingredient? Chen Yixuan, silk. We don't know why silk is needed to make the Molotov cocktail. But the situation is that there is no silk for sale on the current trading platform. So the making of the Molotov cocktail is stuck at this stage. Li Xia, silk? That's really difficult. Li Xia also remembered the recipe for the little snow monster fur coat in the unconventional recipe series that he had obtained. Silk is needed to make it. It is precisely because of silk that the little snow monster fur coat has never been made. Li Xia, it's okay. I can wait. If your brewer has made a Molotov cocktail, please let me know as soon as possible. Li Xia, also, give me 100 bottles of malt liquor first. Chen Yixuan, of course. That's no problem. But we also have an unwelcome request. What do you think? Chapter 259. Unwelcome request? Li Xia's mouth curled up slightly when he saw this. This sentence represents the uncertainty of the transaction. To be honest, Li Xia actually hates this uncertainty. However, whether it is the 100 bottles of malt liquor that are about to be obtained now, or the 100 bottles of Molotov cocktails that I must get in the future, I have to listen to this unreasonable request. Li Xia, tell me what unreasonable request you have. But I have to make it clear in advance that if this request makes me embarrassed, I am afraid I will reconsider my cooperation with your hunter team. Li Xia, let's talk business. Since it's just a cooperative relationship, just a transaction relationship, let's keep it pure. I'm not paying for resources. Li Xia, so this is a very fair deal. Don't set any conditions or preconditions for me. Li Xia's words to Qin Yishuan were very tough. It's not because the other party was Qin Yishuan. Even if the captain of the hunter team, Bai Butong, came in person, he would still say these words, because it concerns his own interests. There is no reason to let the other party take advantage of him in such a place. Qin Yishuan took a breath of cold air when he saw this, and stretched out his hand to cover his right cheek. He felt his toothache inexplicably. It seems that there is still a problem with my wording. I have to practice it in the future. Qin Yishuan smiled helplessly. He is the deputy captain of the hunter team, and the brother-in-law of Bai Butong. He is also the inheritor of the firepower boy king. So he is the face of the whole team. Many things of the hunter squad were given to Qin Yishuan purposefully, in order to train him. When facing the number one person in the regional channel, Qin Yishuan actually didn't want to break the relationship between the two sides. What would it matter if he gave Li Xia 100 bottles of malt wine if necessary? But it's not possible. Qin Yishuan is currently in a dilemma, because his firepower boy king inheritance can only use weapons such as yo-yos, and his main weapon has not been changed for a long time. Fortunately, the hunter team logistics department, in addition to a new winemaker inheritance, also obtained an additional forger inheritance, although they are both inheritors of life professions. However, the forger inheritance can be advanced by learning different formulas and making different magic weapons, so as to develop high-level magic weapons by itself. Therefore, whether Qin Yishuan can update his own magic weapons in the future depends entirely on the forger of the hunter team. And Li Xia, as the strongest person in the regional channel, is not even the only one. Recipes are such a rare resource, and I'm afraid only he has extra shares. It's about improving his own strength. Qin Yishuan had to ask this question. Qin Yishuan, Master Xia, I understand what you said, and please rest assured that I'm not the kind of person who doesn't know the current situation. Qin Yishuan, I just want to ask you, do you have extra magic weapon recipes? The kind that is not entered into the workbench. There are no restrictions on any type, and there are no restrictions on any power of recipes. Qin Yishuan, our hunter team has a high demand for the formula of any magic weapon. If possible, we hope to use the formula as a settlement resource for this transaction. Seeing this, Li Xia really thought carefully for a while, and then he dug out the formula of a flaming chain hammer from the corners of his memory. However, because the category of magic weapons belongs to the chain hammer, it does not conform to his habit of using magic weapons, and the quality of the formula is too low. The finished weapon is naturally not good. So Li Xia has been storing the formula in the primary authority storage box. Isn't this a coincidence? Li Xia smiled and began to think about how to maximize the benefits. Li Xia, of course there is a formula. To put it bluntly, the formula is the formula of a magic weapon. You can imagine how rare the resource is. This is not something that can be exchanged for 100 bottles of malt liquor. Li Xia, the value of the two is not equal at all. Qin Yishuan didn't know what Li Xia said. His mind was full of two words. Recipe. Li Xia really has the recipe. Value? Not a problem. It is related to his subsequent strength advancement, so he cannot ignore such a thing. Qin Yishuan, so what do you mean? Li Xia, it will cost more. Qin Yishuan, ha ha ha. No problem. We will definitely give you a satisfactory price. Would you mind showing me the recipe? Li Xia, flame chain hammer recipe. Click to view detailed information. Here is the recipe. Tell me your price. Seeing this, Qin Yishuan quickly checked the specific information of the flame chain hammer formula, and then remained silent for a while. Qin Yishuan, Master Xia, this is the situation. After all, the flame chain hammer is only a formula of excellent quality, and it is an advanced formula of the chain hammer. We don't have the chain hammer formula, so the value is naturally greatly discounted. Chinishwan, but as you said, this is a formula after all, and it is a serious magic weapon formula. The value naturally cannot be low. Then how about this? I will make the decision. How about exchanging 200 bottles of malt liquor for the flame chain hammer formula in your hand? Master Xia? Li Xia, not enough. Chinishwan, then tell me about your plan. Li Xia, I don't need 200 bottles of malt liquor. For me who has a unique recipe for pumpkin pie. Is the buff effect a problem? Can malt liquor be compared? Li Xia, in my eyes, the only function of malt liquor is to drink it. Li Xia, my plan is to keep 100 bottles of malt liquor unchanged, plus the subsequent 100 bottles of Molotov cocktails, and exchange them for the flame chain hammer recipe in my hand. Chinishwan heard this, and hesitated for a moment. In fact, the condition proposed by Li Xia was not harsh. For players with the inheritance of brewers, Molotov cocktails can be made as long as there are materials. Chinishwan, I naturally agree with this condition. But we don't have silk now. Li Xia, I said. I am not in a hurry for this matter. You have time to solve this problem. Chinishwan, okay. I will transfer 100 bottles of malt liquor to you first. Happy cooperation. Li Xia, you are straightforward. So I am straightforward too. I will give you the recipe of this flaming chain hammer in advance. Chinishwan, ha ha ha. Then I will thank Xia the great god first. After finishing the chat, Li Xia summoned the core of the shelter, took out 100 bottles of malt liquor, opened a bottle and took a sip. It tastes good. In fact, malt liquor is far less important to other people than pumpkin pie, because other people have only one criterion for judging whether these two kinds of buff foods are good or bad: the strength of the buff effect. The malt liquor with the extra stagger debuff is naturally inferior to pumpkin pie. But for Li Xia, it is the opposite, because he has the title of civilized angler. Treasure box fishing is an important task that he must do every day, and any resource that can increase the experience progress bar when fishing treasure boxes is an extremely important resource in his eyes. Even if malt liquor is not good in this way or that way, there is only one thing that pumpkin pie cannot catch up with. That is fishing power plus 5. This represents a 5% experience bar, and he has 100 bottles of malt liquor in his hand, which means a 100 times of 5% experience bar growth. This is not a small amount. Even for Li Xia, his bottom line is to exchange a flame chain hammer formula for 100 bottles of malt liquor. So this time, Chinishwan simply thought that the flame chain hammer formula was very important under the information gap. But he didn't know that not only Molotov cocktails, but also malt liquor were important to him. Chinishwan gave a good price just like that, and Li Xia got a large amount of malt liquor resources. But, for Chinishwan, did he really suffer a loss in this cooperation? No, because no matter how much malt liquor he had, it was not as important as a magic weapon formula in his eyes. The moment Chinishwan took out the flame chain hammer formula from the core of the shelter, he immediately clicked on the team channel. Chinishwan, at Zhou Heishan. Lao Gui, can you see if this formula can help you advance? Flame chain hammer, click here for details. Zhou Heishan, what? An advanced formula? Let me see. 1 minute later. Zhou Heishan, I carefully analyzed it. The quality of this formula is not high, but the chain hammer belongs to the category that I can make now, and the flame chain hammer belongs to the advanced formula of the same sequence, which should be able to provide me with a large amount of resources. Zhou Heishan, I think after I have thoroughly mastered and digested this formula, I should be able to unlock the magic formula of the yo-yo weapon that Ishwan needs. Chinishwan, okay. Old Ghost, I will give you my magic yo-yo weapon now. Please give it to me as soon as possible. After all, the Christmas event is coming soon. Zhou Heishan, well, you can trust me to do it. Chinishwan, okay. Chinishwan at Li Shuangxi. Brother Shi, please make more malt liquor. Li Xia is quite interested in this, and should be a wine expert. I will send some malt liquor as a gift in a few days, and ask him if he has any recipes. Li Shuangxi, okay. No problem. I have a lot of malt liquor in stock right now. Chinishwan, okay. By the way, I will also help you keep an eye out for silk cloth. If there is any, it is best to make a batch of Molotov cocktails as soon as possible. Li Xia is in a hurry. Li Shuangxi, this matter cannot be rushed. I can't start making it without silk. but I can assure you that as long as the materials are in place, I will start working immediately, without wasting a minute. Chinny Xuan, okay. Thank you, Brother Xuanqi. You've worked hard. After finishing everything in his hands, Chinny Xuan breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that Zhou Heishan will be able to make a new and more powerful yo-yo magic weapon for him soon. He couldn't help but feel very excited. 2 flowers bloom, each with its own beauty. Primary Authority Shelter. Living room. Li Xia also sat on the chair with great satisfaction, humming a song. This letter came at the right time, helping me, Huang Gong, to succeed. The 3 armies standing at the camp gate shouted, and the young men listened to the order. The first drum. The battle meal was ready. The second drum. The battle robes were tightened. The third drum. The swords were unsheathed. The fourth drum. The soldiers were handed over. You must obey the orders when you advance or retreat, and you will inevitably be stabbed if you disobey the orders. Just at this time, Celia walked into the living room with a sky-breaking gargoyle, and saw Li Xia's appearance, and couldn't help but curious. Godfather, what's wrong? Why are you so happy today? Li Xia laughed. Godfather is happy today. Then he recounted his cooperation with the hunter team and finally said, in this way, as long as the silk is in place, the upgrade of the scarlet slime staff only needs the diamonds that need time to breed. Oh, I see. I should be happy. Celia nodded. By the way, Godfather, it's almost noon. The Christmas event is about to start. What's our process? Are we going to spawn monsters in the forest biome? Li Xia hesitated for a moment and said, for the forest biome, forget it. Let's go to other biomes. Where should we go? Let me think about it. Li Xia waved his hand to signal Celia to sit down, and then fell into deep thought. Got it. I got an invitation to the island biome before, and we haven't got the complete set of unconventional recipes for the island biome yet. Many accessories and recipes may be one of the resources needed to upgrade accessories in the future. Let's go to the island biome to kill monsters, and get some recipes or magic weapons and accessories exclusive to the island biome. Celia naturally had no objection when she heard it, as long as she could team up with Li Xia to explore and adventure in the biome. She would be very happy. Not to mention that this time, they were not going to a forest biome that they were very familiar with, but to an unfamiliar island biome for exploration and adventure. She was naturally more looking forward to it. Okay. Celia agrees with both hands and feet. Li Xia said, okay. Then you get ready. We will set off as soon as the time comes after dinner. Because of the lack of time today, Li Xia did not choose to let Celia cook or cook by himself, but chose to let Wang Fugue cook and send it to him. In addition to the above reasons, Li Xia chose the island biome for this Christmas event. In fact, there is another fundamental reason. The note on the invitation letter for the island biome describes a once glorious, now lost city, Atlantis. The fame of this city can only be summarized in 4 words. Famous as thunder. Now in the survival game of the K-series, Atlantis, as well as the Murlocs and even the Nada tribe, are heard again. Li Xia naturally wanted to explore the island biome and discover the lost secrets of Atlantis. Perhaps this would help him find the truth. After Celia and Li Xia finished lunch early, they arrived at the shelter courtyard on time. The 3-person team made all preparations and were ready to go. It is 12 o'clock noon, and this Christmas event, the birth of the turkey, starts now. As soon as the system prompt sounded in his ears, Li Xia tore the invitation letter of the island biome in his hand into pieces. And then the teleportation light curtain unfolded. The 3-person team stepped into it. Target: island biome, Atlantis, turkey enemy. More. The truth? Chapter 260. The vast blue ocean stretches as far as the eye can see. Ripples are rising from the shore of the island. They are endlessly washing the abrupt rock walls. There are many islands dotted in the ocean, and each island, the area is as large as an ordinary province in a country. The small area is also the size of an ordinary city in a country. On the shore of a huge island, a teleportation light curtain appeared out of thin air. This strange change scared the surrounding animals and made them flee quickly. Li Xia walked out with Celia and sky-breaking gargoyle, looked around, and nodded slightly in the sea breeze. In order to better explore the island biome this time, Li Xia distributed a set of accessories with swimming effects to all 3 members of the team. But now it seems that the 3-member team will spend more time on the island rather than in the water during this exploration adventure of the island biome. This is better. Li Xiao nodded slightly. After all, underwater is a game away from home for Li Xiao, which is very restrictive. Just breathing underwater can reduce Li Xiao's combat power by more than half. Godfather. Let's go! Celia turned her head and asked. Wait! Li Xiao waved his hand, summoned the wind blade wing, and used the instant wind blade to cut all the old men on a coconut tree 10 meters away. Afterwards, Li Xiao walked to the side, took out the bloody butcher knife, squatted down, picked up 2 coconuts, peeled them in a few strokes, opened a small hole, inserted a small straw, handed one to Celia, and held one in his arms, saying, coconuts are relatively rare in other biological communities. Try it. It tastes good. Hey! My godfather said it tastes good, so I must try it. Celia took the coconut and nodded happily. The 3-person team then walked towards the depths of the island biome. The island has been uninhabited for many years, not to mention a wide road. There is not even a rugged path. The exploration and adventure depends entirely on the sky-breaking gargoyle wielding a bloody butcher knife to cut weeds and bushes to wade out a path. They walked deep into the island for half an hour, but the journey of exploration was very short. Suddenly, Celia pointed to the right and shouted to Li Xiao, Godfather, look! Is there a treasure chest next to that little water? Huh? Treasure chest? Li Xiao was immediately interested when he heard the word treasure chest. After all, he was exploring and adventuring in a 3-star island biome. In order to improve his strength as much as possible, Li Xiao did not wear exploration accessories such as metal detectors. After all, even he only had 6 accessory slots. This might reduce his chances of finding treasure chests. But Li Xiao no longer cares about the resources that can be found in ordinary treasure chests. But even a small thing is still valuable. Right? Since Celia has found a treasure chest, she can't miss it. Let's go and see how lucky we are today. Li Xiao waved his hand and led the team of 3 to the right. When they arrived at the treasure chest, Li Xiao looked up and down at the treasure chest hidden in the bushes next to the puddle. Sky blue? This style is really novel. Li Xiao's mouth curled up even more, because he found that the treasure chest found by Celia was not a regular gold, silver, copper and iron series treasure chest, but a unique treasure chest that each biome has. Island biome ocean treasure chest. Celia. Well done. Li Xiao was so happy that he didn't forget to stroke Celia's hair. He. Celia laughed even happier when she heard this. Li Xiao did not hesitate too much. After all, it was the Christmas event period. He had to kill the turkey enemy and prepare cursed stuffing for the final event boss level enemy, the ungrateful turkey. There was no extra time to waste. Open the ocean treasure box and get Healing Potion X5, Magic Potion X5, Memory Potion X10, Water Walking Boots X1, Gold Source X1. This ocean treasure box does not have many resource types after opening. Only 5. But Li Xiao saw at a glance that there was a gold source in it. That's worth it. This time, opening the treasure chest. Just the gold source in front of you is worth it. After Li Xiao put away the gold source, he put all the other old acquaintances into the Goblin Boutique backpack, except for a pair of light blue high boots in his hand. Li Xiao nodded slightly when he saw this. He only took a glance to understand that this might be the second most valuable resource in the ocean treasure chest, just relying on the production material entry in the water floating boots type column. Li Xiao knew in his heart that this pair of water floating boots would be a further guarantee for his subsequent Scarlet Swift Frost Flower boots. In the survival game, I have experienced so many things and obtained so many resources. Li Xiao naturally has his own guesses about accessories. Among the same type of accessories, even if they are 2 completely unrelated resources in the early stage, as long as there is the function of making entries in the type column, they may be magically combined together in the later stage. Boots? Or moving accessories? Li Xiao has seen a lot of them. But among boots? Except for water walking boots, Li Xiao has never seen other types of boots that have the ability to walk on the surface of liquid. Even though the upgrade path for this pair of boots is still long, at least in the current island biome, having a pair of water floating boots that can move normally on the surface of liquids will greatly help improve one's combat effectiveness. Li Xiao happily put away the water floating boots, and then continued to explore the center of the island with a team of 3. But what makes people feel weird is, after continuing to explore for half an hour, The team actually found a man-made road in the dense jungle inside the island. Although the road was simple, just a simple muddy path, it completely broke the fact that this was an uninhabited island. What was puzzling was, why did the road start from the inside of the island instead of from the coastline? However, the answer to this question did not bother Li Xia, but was soon answered. 1 minute later, the appearance of the three-man team seemed to have alarmed something. Countless fishmen with flippers on their feet, only 1.45 meters tall, a fish head on their heads, and a layer of blue lines on their bodies rushed up. It was as if this group of fishmen had only just discovered Li Xia's three-man team. The three-man team didn't care about doubts and immediately prepared for battle. Li Xia held the scarlet slime staff and waved it to summon three-armed scarlet spiked slime barons to fight. But he was not calm in his heart, because the appearance of this group of fishmen was too strange, and the forest he had walked through before seemed too peaceful. This strange peace also represented a point, the area where the three-man team had explored before and had no path. There was something strange. It's so strange. The dominant race of the fishmen in the island community dare not include them in their sphere of influence, and even dare not open up roads. Such a strange area. It is even more necessary to explore it. But before that, let's get rid of the fishmen in front of us first. Li Xia looked around and found that there were as many as 400 or 500 fishmen surrounding the three-person team. After checking the data of the fishmen warriors, Li Xia couldn't help laughing and said, "It turns out that the fishmen are just muscles, but not brains." The fishmen originally planned to attack as soon as they surrounded the three-man team. Unfortunately, when Li Xia casually waved his hand and summoned three-armed scarlet spiked slime barons, the fishmen saw the pseudo-boss level enemy monster and felt the most fundamental fear from the depths of their souls. In short, it was scared. So the fishmen surrounded the three-man team without any prior agreement, but did not take the initiative to attack, thinking that which of their brothers would not be afraid of death would attack first, so that the other fishmen could see the situation and make plans. But the Murloc warriors can wait. But Li Xia can't. A three-man team, Li Xia, Celia, and Skybreaking Gargoyle, plus three-armed scarlet spiked slime barons. With this lineup, do we still need to be afraid of 400 or 500 Murloc soldiers? What a joke. Li Xia waved his hand and shouted, "Fight!" Upon hearing this, the three-armed scarlet spiked slime baron warriors, the pseudobosses, immediately took the lead and rushed into the Murloc warrior camp, killing them. High HP, plus decent attack power, with a scarlet armor set that recovers HP very quickly. Three-armed scarlet spiked slime baron warrior pseudobosses, facing a group of fishmen warriors, can be said to be cutting melons and vegetables. Successfully kill the third-level fishman warrior captain. Get water radish x1. Scarlet points x200. Successfully kill the third-level fishman elite. Get kelp x1. Scarlet points x150. Li Xia. After seeing the kill prompt, Li Xia was stunned. I have seen poor people, but I have never seen such poor people. After killing the Murloc warriors, the materials dropped are actually various vegetables? I am so shocked. I am completely convinced. It turns out that these Murloc warriors are really poor. Li Xia immediately lost interest. He didn't want to get entangled with the Murloc warriors. So he shouted to the left and right, "Celia, little stone, speed up." Upon hearing this, Celia immediately inserted the scarlet regeneration staff into the ground, and a series of magic navigation bullets automatically tracked nearby enemies. With the racial talent of the Scarlet Banshee Celia, she attacked the Murloc warriors at the fastest speed. The Skybreaking Gargoyle was no exception, and the arrows in his hand never missed. Whenever the skill cooldown time was up, he would immediately launch a skill attack on the most threatening target nearby. Successfully killed the third-level Murloc warrior captain. Obtain Trident x1. Scarlet points x200. Successfully killed the third-level Murloc warrior elite. Water radish x1. Scarlet points x150. After Li Xia saw that Celia and the Skybreaking Gargoyle were getting better, he naturally did not want to be outdone. Although he had three-armed Scarlet Spike Slime Baron Warrior pseudobosses, he was still the fastest in the three-person team. Don't forget, this is only the work of the armed Scarlet Spike Slime Baron. Li Xia hasn't made a move yet. Swish. 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 Scarlet Heavy Strike. Scarlet Crystal Strike. Fire after fire. The powerful instantaneous explosive force instantly took away several Murlocs. Successfully killed the 3rd level Murloc Captain. Obtained 1 water carrot. 200 scarlet points. Successfully killed the 3rd level Murloc Elite. Obtained 1 obsidian water floating boots recipe. 150 scarlet points. Li Xia raised his eyebrows slightly. Oh? I'm also shipped?